as a franchise, when they have entered the fourth quarter by trailing by 14 points or more, in 113 games have won once. And you did that against the best team in football in their house, early morning game, East Coast, short week, all of the different things that you can throw out there. That's what you did. I think it's incredibly impressive to overcome all that. It's exactly the type of game that you want to win. It's not just about getting your, quote, signature win or fighting on the East Coast against a tough team. It's everything that you wanted to see that this team was missing happened. Hey, here's one. You closed out a close game. You beat a good team, a great team. Bo Nix had his comeback game. All those questions of, hey, can you actually come back if you're down in the fourth quarter? Answered. Not just with a touchdown, but having the church bells between your legs to say, hey, I'm not going to tie the game up. I'm going to go for two. And I'm going to put the ball in my quarterback's hands and have him make a play. Wildly impressive stuff. The stuff that, to be honest, I didn't think that they were capable of yet. Now, they got some help. I will say that. Philly, really uncharacteristic in a lot of those different moments. But you forced that pressure on them. You know, that's the whole thing. My reasoning for why the Broncos couldn't compete didn't have to do with roster or talent. It wasn't that. Like, I think Philly's the most talented team in the league. But you weren't at this massive deficit between player, stacking hat for hat, or you weren't at this massive deficit between coaches, or you weren't at this massive deficit between really anything. Where I thought you held a supreme disadvantage in a game like this was, it felt like this game was going to be close. I didn't see a blowout happening. Well, I thought the Eagles were better, but the game would be close because games against Philly almost always are. No matter who you are. They just aren't the type of team that typically blows you out, but they're capable of it. So if it's a close game, then what matters? Well, you can't commit penalties. And you can't make special teams mistakes. And you can't turn the ball over. And you can't do a number of different things. And it turns out Philly did them too. You know, the penalty disparity was very much leaning towards the Broncos for a lot of that game. It felt like you were getting a little bit of some home cooking going on. But the late ones, the non-call on Goddard, on Skinner, the personal foul by Zach Bond, that stuff tilted in your favor at the end of the game. But by keeping yourself in it and continuing to chip away, it's a huge difference maker. You won the time of possession battle by about 10 minutes, 9 minutes. These are all the little things I thought you would have a lot of trouble with. A lot. And early in that game, it felt like, man, you're just getting almost overwhelmed by a few things. But you know what Philly did? And you know what played in your favor? And I mean this. The internal strife within an organization causes big problems. We witnessed that firsthand with the Denver Nuggets last year. That the team's good. The roster's good. Something doesn't feel right. And you don't need to be on the inside to figure that out. If I told you at the end of this game, Nelly, a game that, again, you were down by 14 points entering the fourth quarter, that the Broncos run-pass splits were 39-29. I'm sorry, I should do that reverse. 39 passes to 29 runs. And the Eagles, who do nothing but pride themselves on running the football, had a split of 38-11. Who would you think I'm talking about when I give you those splits? You would think that's flipped. And you'd be crazy not to. Well, guess what? If your wide receivers being moan enough about winning football games but not getting theirs, that's what it looks like. I couldn't believe how much they were throwing the football. Couldn't believe it. But in this case, in this week, somehow against that team, they were the ones that were totally in their head, that were making uncharacteristic mistakes, that were playing losing football at the end of a game. Think about that. So I think it's a combo of everything. I think it's you played well, you stuck to it, you stuck to your game plan, and you kept your composure, which is the most important thing. And that you forced the Eagles into really playing a style of football that they don't. And it's massive. God, did the Broncos need that in the worst kind of way. You just needed a game that gave you a springboard. You needed a game that built confidence. And this did it in a multitude of factors. There is no team in the league now that you say, hey, we're playing this X team on the road. Can we win? Absolutely you can. If you can do it there against that team, you can do it against anybody. Hey, it's the fourth quarter. We're down big. Can our quarterback take us back and win a football game? Absolutely you can. You did it there against that team. Hey, it's a close game. Can we finish? Absolutely you can. You did it there against that team. I think every single thing that this team was missing that you needed to check the box off of, you got it. And that one win yesterday, you got it. By 2:30 in the afternoon, you have answers to all of those. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to happen every single week.
And do you remember?
Go ahead, Nelly.
Last week, we had Emmanuel Sanders on our show, and I'll go dig up the cut. And you guys asked him, learning how to finish games, is that a skill? Is that a thing that teams have to learn?
Yeah.
And he said that finishing games, it is a skill that you can hone, but it also comes down to luck. Do you think the Broncos got pretty damn lucky in that fourth quarter in a couple places? I mean, I'm not saying they didn't do all the right things. It was absolutely the right call to go for 2 on that touchdown. But also, you got to get luck that when a guy has been tackled already, some eagle comes in flying from the rafters, blows him up out of nowhere, and you get a penalty and gifted a first down. Like, it was exactly what Emmanuel Sanders said had to happen.
So 2 things on that front, and I know exactly what you're talking about because I think it's fully okay to admit that the Broncos got a little bit lucky in that game, but I don't want to say that too often because I don't want people to think that I'm not giving the Broncos credit. I totally am. But you need to get a little bit lucky in games like that, and they got one.
Right. You need to do all the right things to be able to benefit from that luck, but you still need a little bit of luck.
Exactly right.
It's both.
Also, I hated the call on Bond. If that was against the Broncos, I would have lost my mind. I mean, look, Dobbins is fighting for yards. Was he down? Yes, but I think Bond already committed. That's one of those penalties that goes against the defense all the time in this league that I just can't stand. It's like, if a guy's fighting for extra yards and you've already made the commitment you're going to hit somebody and then their knee goes down, but you're already committed, what are you supposed to do? So, again, didn't like that call. Very easily. By the way, just cliff note or side note to the Broncos, just a little piece of advice. Do not let Skinner on the field if the game's on the line. Because he had that one pass interference, and he should have had that other one right at the end zone. Do not let him on the field again. Have him play special teams, and that's it. But I'm telling you, we all felt it, didn't we? When the Eagles opened up the second half, and they had the big pass to Saquon Barkley. And boy, do you need like Dre Greenlaw to come back in a hurry. Because these linebackers are struggling in coverage. But when Saquon had that touchdown, it just felt like yuck. It felt like the game it was insurmountable at that point. Especially with how you were playing offensively. Like how you had to get back in the game. And then you score the touchdown that puts you down 7. Like, okay, well, they're going to give it a shot. But here's the big thing. Shout out to your defense. Because after that big play that they gave up to Saquon for the touchdown, you know what happened after that? Here's the rest of the Eagles' drives. 5 plays for 23 yards. 3 plays for -16. 3 plays for -6. 3 plays for 2. And then the final drive that ended with the Hail Mary in the end zone from the 30. But it allowed your offense to get back on the field in a hurry and continue to put pressure on them. It gave your offense a chance. So if anybody, I want you guys to think about this. If it ever comes down to an 18-17 game that you lose because the defense gives up a last-second field goal, they do this all the time. They give the offense extra opportunities. It's their job to capitalize on it. And to the offense's credit, they did yesterday. And I'm so happy that even despite being down 14 points, they stuck with the run game. They still gave Dobbins his opportunities. He got the 20 carries. I don't have the stats in front of me. I would venture to guess it's been a fortnight since you had a Broncos ball carrier with at least 20 carries. But they did everything that they had to do. And they just stuck with it and stuck with it and stuck with it. I think it's fantastic. It's exactly what you needed to build up some confidence and carry that moving forward for the rest of the season, which should be now. I mean, I told you guys one thing. I thought that the Chargers and the way they lost last week was not some blip on the radar. I think they're having some major issues without both of their starting tackles in that offense. And they get worked by Washington the way they did. Now, all of a sudden, that 3-game lead that they had, the first 3 wins of the season against everybody in the division, poof, that's gone. And they have some real issues that they have to deal with. You're right back in competitive, win the AFC West type of position. And you're doing that with a confidence that you would not have had. Think about it this way. Had the Broncos not blown it 2 straight weeks against the Colts and against the Chargers, you're being argued as the best team in football now. Why? Because after week 5, nobody's unbeaten. No one. Bills lose yesterday, whole bunch of teams. You're right back in the thick of everything. And I can't wait to talk more about this. Rally House Football Monday. Rally House, shop every team in town. And don't forget, they're giving away keywords every hour for your chance to win a Rally House gift card. And with that, we're celebrating the big win yesterday with Rally House Victory Monday. $150 and a gift card to give away from Rally House on every show with keywords every hour. This keyword is finish. Because finally the Broncos did. So text finish along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 and stay tuned all day for keywords every hour. Again, keyword for this hour is finish. So text that in your first and last name, 303-504-0925. We'll announce our first winner at 9:55. Back after this.
Back they go to Ingram. Balanced and dives. Touchdown, Denver. Evan Ingram.
What a big-time back-to-back plays right here. This simple rollout. We've seen this. Andy Reid. Everything. Does he get in? Yes, he's in for sure.
Yeah, Joker. It's a Rally House victory Monday. Glad that Evan Ingram got in the end zone. Still would like him featured a little bit more within the offense.
Trying to find a goddamn joker.
That's okay. I just think that this game is so huge for so many different reasons that you've knocked off so many different sort of can they do it or nots. Texter says this, I don't want to hear anything about luck. We lost 2 games due to bad luck, and that PI on PS2 was just as bad as the non-PI on Goddard. So a couple things. You didn't, in the same way you didn't win this game because of luck, you won because of other factors. You played better at the end of the game. I mean, that's the bottom line. But luck certainly has something to do with it. But when you mix that with playing well at the end of a game, you typically come out on top. Same thing applies to the 2 games that you lost this year. Did you lose because of bad luck? No, you lost because you played poorly at the end of a game and you had that factored in too. It's the same thing. And again, I hesitated to even say that because I know people would take it the way that this text did. I know you're not freaking out too much, but I'm just saying I didn't even want to mention the idea that luck was in your favor at the end of the game because it feels like it takes away from what the Broncos did, and I don't want to do that. But you were benefited by a couple of really big calls late, and good. Because you were down 14 points to start the 4th, you allowed yourself the position to do so. You know when you can't be the beneficiary of luck? When it's 17-3 with 2 minutes left. You can't. But more than anything else, talked about this earlier, but I think it's so damn important that, yes, team-wise, overcoming the deficit, closing a game out on the road against the Super Bowl champs. It's huge for your quarterback, who really struggled early in that game. It felt to me that this had all the makings of another game where we kind of start the show here, and it's like, yeah, can't win the big one, blah, blah, blah. But Bo Nix early in that game had another opportunity. And there's a back-to-back sequence of plays that if they lost, it was going to highlight sort of the issues that you had on the team. And it was Trent Sherfield had a full 2 steps on, I think, 2 guys trailing behind him in coverage. And Bo Nix once again lets the ball rip, and it falls about 1.5 yards in front of him. And that's the kind of stuff that is just entirely game-changing plays. No other way to put it. You hit that, the game flips on its ear. And it's sort of the problems that you faced against the Chargers. But then compounding the mistake and taking the sack that took you out of field goal range when points were at a premium is just, it felt like it was going to be another game when we're coming on here saying, man, Bo Nix can't do that. Not against a team like this. And we're going to have all these different discussions of, man, when he plays against good teams, does his weaknesses get exposed? Like, I had all that kind of in my head, middle of the game. And to his credit, he played his ass off in the second half. Like, championship level football is what he did. He was somebody that went out on the field, found open receivers, hit them in stride, made plays happen, And that doesn't happen against a defense of the Eagles' caliber. For him to come out and sort of shake off a really rough first half. I tried to catch the numbers. I saw them at the end of the game. I didn't catch it in time. But it was something like he had 62 passing yards at halftime and, 190 or something like that in the second half, or 160. I don't know the exact number. It was a lot. But for him to do that in the second half, again, against a defense like that, is, I think, so awesome and incredible. And it's such a positive step into just building confidence as a young quarterback. It's his signature win of probably his career. You know, they had some good ones at Oregon. He had some big wins. But for you to come back in that moment and then make that happen, and it's not just the two late scores, to just kind of like, again, grip your hand around your joystick and say, we're going for two, and then bury it, is just an amazing thing. And that's not an easy play. That's a quick, take a step, read the guy on his outbreaking route and kind of throw it on a timing sort of thing and put it right on the money with all of that pressure to keep the momentum in your favor. I mean, look, you missed that 2-point conversion. It's going to be tough to go back and get the ball back and win the football game that way. It's going to be really difficult. Especially knowing this. You hit the 2-point conversion, you get the stop, you get another field goal drive. Now the Eagles got to score a touchdown as opposed to just getting field goal range. It's massive. And it's about trusting your quarterback in a situation like that. Like, the decision is insane. Because here's what typically happens in football when you're down 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. If you do decide to go for 2, coaches do it after the first touchdown. Because they say, we're going to do this so that if we miss it, when we score another one, we can make up for the point that we don't have. And Sean Payton did like the opposite thing. It was like sort of reverse psychology on how that strategy has been working in the NFL over the last couple of years. But I love the decision. Like, for you to come back in that game the way that they did, it's already like you needed a whole bunch of things to go your way. And we've seen Philly choke teams out at the end of games, especially when it's close. Like, every team has been close with them. But they've always just kind of found a way. He looked at the situation, Sean Payton did, and said, hey, if we're going to win the game, we're going to try and do it right now. And I don't blame him at all. With all the momentum going in your favor, you scored 13 straight points. Like, that's the other thing, man. You scored 18 straight points to win that football game in the fourth quarter. Who does that against Philly? 18 straight, unanswered, in crunch time. Right in their face, in front of their fans. There's a cutaway late in that game as the Eagles were on their final drive. And it was just this Eagles fan, this woman, who was just slumped over the front of the wall. I think she had front row seats, or maybe it was the chair. I don't know. And she was covering her face with her hand, just dejected and miserable. Why? Because you did that. Because you forced the issue on them. Again, there are things that we'll get to in a bit that we can get nitpicky with where things went wrong. But almost the entire show today is going to be where it went right. And I give Sean Payton a ton of credit. This is how a running game is supposed to work, by the way. You keep chipping away, and late in the game. Because you've done that so often, it not only helps you run, it helps you pass. Because they have to commit to the idea that you are going to run the football. But, Nelly, let's go to Peyton Cut 5. I want him talking about Bo Nix and his performance, especially in the second half, because what Bo Nix did then was, I think, some of the best work of his career. Big-time third downs, picking that up, moving the chains. Here's Sean Payton.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's a competitor. You know, there were a handful of plays in the first half that I know he'd want back. And look, the delay of game was my fault, you know, spitting it out. But that all being said, man, you can feel his leadership when it matters. And then you can feel the confidence, you know, with his teammates when it matters. So he played exceptional in the second half.
Those delay games need to stop, or delays of game. Is that it? Is that how you do the? It goes to the noun, not the adjective, right? Delays
of game. Yes.
Delays of game. Those got to knock it the hell off. They happen far too often. Just get the play out and get it to them. Again, man, when you're down 17-3 to start the second half, and then Bo gets hit with an intentional grounding penalty, and then you just feel like, man, everything that can go wrong is, you know, Bo Nix missed Marvin Mims on a third down because he didn't have his feet set. It was the sixth straight series that ended in a punt. Then the punt gets returned to the 50, and you're feeling like, dude, this is going to be a disaster. But you know, I talk about the little things in winning and losing. And ironically, the team that did the little things worse was Philly. I would be, if I'm an Eagles fan, I am fuming this morning at one thing. I don't think you placate to anybody when you're winning football, when you're winning football games. You can't. What you're doing is successful. Why would anybody care how you're getting there? What A.J. Brown has done over the last few weeks, where he's complaining while winning and having that permeate the psyche of my head coach and my offensive play callers, where they have committed to play a style of football that they don't, which is Jalen Hurts throws the ball for 40 times a game while you're up 14 in the second half. And then when you do get the deep shot, because here's what I'm getting at. All that stuff I just mentioned about touchdown to Saquon, then the intentional grounding on Bo Nix, and then he missed Mims in the flat on third down, and then you allowed a punt to get returned to the 50 and all these different things. The very next drive, A.J. Brown gets the deep shot that's overthrown. Why was it overthrown? Watch this replay 15 times. It's unbelievable. I heard A.J. Brown's answer to this. It's unbelievable. He just stopped running. He had Hufanga beat downfield, and he geared down on his route. And then by the time he recognized the ball was thrown to him, it landed 5 yards in front of him. And that is inexcusable. And then after the game, he goes, well, we just missed. And they said, but didn't you slow down on the route? It looked like it was doing the tiptoeing around the issue thing where it's very clear when you watch it. He just almost stopped running. He goes, nope, we just missed. If you're going to beg for the football and then that happens, get the hell out of here. If you're going to complain to the point where we changed our winning formula to suit you, get the hell out of here. Like, I would never, if I'm an NFL GM, touch A.J. Brown with a 10-foot pole and stay all the way away from my team. You know who I will take? I'll take Cortland Sutton. I'll take guys that care about winning football games. Cortland Sutton last year had a game where he wasn't targeted once, and the Broncos won by 22 points. You know what he said after the game? Love the win. That's the kind of guy you want. But you want to talk about little things losing you a football game? There's one. If they hit A.J. Brown on that deep ball for a touchdown, that game is over the second that ball's in his hands. Over. It's hard enough to come back from down 14, down 21, there, forget about it. It's over. But you had a few different things just break your way because you made them happen. You know, you need a touchdown, and you're at the end of the third quarter heading into the fourth. Bo Nix misses another throw to Mims, and then McGlinchey is hurt. First snap in the red zone. You lose him. But you keep chugging away. Dobbins gets in the end zone for the touchdown. You get hit with your third down, offensive pass interference, pick play that looked like garbage on Pat Bryant. And you're like, goodness gracious, what do we got to do? At that time, it felt like everything about the way the refs were officiating the game was breaking in the Eagles' direction. But he stands in there, makes a huge pass to Sutton on third down, gets a first. They're in the red zone. There's 8 minutes left. It's a massive drive. Can he get the game tied up? Then he makes the throw to Ingram for the touchdown and the 2-point conversion, and you just kept going. Biggest thing after that, by the way, another defensive performance in which you get the lead, but if the Eagles go down and score again, it feels like it nullifies all the momentum you had. They hold them on third down. The Eagles decide to go for it. Riley Moss gets beat deep, but it's an illegal shift, so they're forced to punt. Getting another hold there is massive. It's complimentary football at every level. It's also just sort of the tale of two halves. You had a really good fourth quarter. But what we'll get to in a second is talking about the Eagles and what kind of team they are. If you do that, it sets you up for winning. And we'll talk more about this in just a second. Again, Rally House Victory Monday. Congratulations to Valor Christian High School's Lance Kawasaki. He is our Student of the Week, presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado athletes. Every Student of the Week is awarded a $150 gift card to Rally House, so tune in Friday night at halftime of Dakota Ridge and Heritage for the next Student of the Week.
Man, I just try to do my part. I try to do my part, and it wasn't myself. I told JK and the boys, man, it was dope to watch those guys run the ball. It was dope to be able to see Troy make the play that he made. It was dope to see Evan making plays. Everybody had their hand in the pot, man, and I'm just grateful to have such passionate guys that love ball. Guys in his locker room, man. We have a great team, man. I'm excited to be a part of it.
Hey, Philly, that's what your number one wide receiver sounds like after a win. That's how it should sound anyway. Doesn't sound like, well, I mean, yeah, we won, but if I had 3 more targets, I could have. Yeah, shut up. By the way, was Saquon hurt at the end of the game? I know he limped off earlier. He took a shot to the knee. But guys, Saquon Barkley in a game that they led by about 14 points for most of the second half, or at least the third quarter they did. He had 6 carries. Again, everything about the way that game felt was flipped. I've been here on Monday talking about why didn't the Broncos stick with the run? Why did they get away from that late in the game? The game's close. Why would you not do that? You had a lead. Why would you not run the football? All of those things are going to Philly. To anybody listening on the East Coast, if Eagles fans want me to do their show today, don't worry, I got you. I've been doing it for 6 years. I know exactly what this show is like. I am so amazingly prepared to do the Eagles post-game show today because it's been what I've been doing forever. Offense can't get things going. You didn't stick with the run even with the lead. I know exactly what that show is. And this is what's so encouraging about today. Because guess what? On this Rally House Football Monday, or Victory Monday, I am so encouraged with 2 consecutive weeks now. The Broncos and Sean Payton specifically making a full commitment to having a balanced offense because you have to. Because at the moment, Bo Nix ain't Drew Brees, and he's not Peyton Manning. He's a good quarterback that if you put him within the right offense and the right system, he can succeed. That is 2 consecutive weeks of a commitment to run the football even when times are tough. And they've done it. But let me talk about the Eagles for a second. Just are it, man! If I may. The Eagles were a very odd team. They've won and won and won and won. They haven't lost at home since week 2 of last year. They have won 20 of their last 21 games heading into yesterday. And then you look at the numbers and you say, well, they're 30th in total yards per game. They're 31st in passing yards per game. And they're 15th in rushing yards per game. But they're 7th in points per game. Well, how does that happen? I'll tell you how. Their offense isn't good. But their defense creates turnovers. And their special teams makes plays, which results to them getting touchdowns. Big stat. No turnovers for the Broncos. None. Because you knew the Eagles weren't going to do that. As much as their offense is very vanilla, they do not turn the ball over. They just don't. And they didn't yesterday. So you had to make sure that you didn't either. Check that box. Secondly, you have to beat them on third downs or at least be competitive with them. Over the course of that game, the Broncos were 5 of 16 on third down. Not great. The Eagles were 2 for 11. That's how good your defense was. The Broncos had 23 first downs. The Eagles had 16. But again, what's unreal to me, they kept throwing the ball. And it gave what your greatest asset was your pass rushers opportunities to get after Jalen Hurts, and they did so 6 times. 6 sacks on Jalen Hurts. It's tough. I'm told the man squats or leg presses 8 billion pounds or something like that. But here's the other thing, and here's the big detail. You know what's shocking? The Eagles didn't run a tush push all game. Why? Because you didn't have them in a position to run it. There wasn't that 3rd and inches. You kept them at bay for most third downs. Why were they 2 of 11 on third down? Because it wasn't 3rd and half a yard. It was like 3rd and 4, 3rd and 6, 3rd and 9. You know who almost ran a tush push? The Broncos did. It's what they got the offsides on 4th down. You remember? Who was it that came sprinting in and lining up under center? It did the hard count that got him to jump offsides. Forget who it was. But they lined up in tush push formation. Didn't run it, but got close. The Eagles have some, for as good a team as they are, they have some big-time flaws in that team. And some of them are like just talent within the offense, and a lot more of it's just ego within the offense. I can't imagine trying to coach a football team that's winning and then having to deal with some crybaby on the side too. You know, the report before the game started, by the way, was it wasn't just A.J. Brown that Devontae Smith was doing that. Well, you know what that is? It's bad leadership within your room. It's bad leadership on that team. How can you be selfish when you're winning? I just don't get it. A big factor in why the Broncos won is, I think, that ongoing story of A.J. Brown not being happy permeated the minds of their game plan. They said, we're going to throw the ball to him today, him and Devontae. And it resulted in 38 passing attempts to 11 rushing attempts for a game that they led virtually the entire way. 18 targets between Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown. By the way, for all those targets and all the looks that A.J. Brown got, 5 catches for 43 yards. Sounds a lot like his stat line when they win games. Somebody asked, by the way, do you have a Riley Moss problem? No, I don't believe so. Moss is going to be the victim of I play next to generational corner who is never going to get the ball thrown at him, so I'm going to take the bulk of these, which means I'm going to give up a lot of plays. It's just the way it goes. You could put, I think, virtually anybody opposite of Pat Surtain, and the other guy is going to not look great. He's going to get PIs, and he's going to get big catches taken off his head, because that's what happens to corners when you get targeted 12 times. You're going to make a mistake. It's just the nature of that position. I'm not worried whatsoever about Riley Moss. And I think you're going to have a tough time finding anybody that you would say plays a perfectly clean game when that's your role. So my advice to people, because I was around a lot of Broncos fans, I was at a bar yesterday watching the first half, and I heard the moans and groans when Riley Moss had a throw that he gave up. Remember what his responsibility is within the defense. We'll get back to this in a little bit. You can always watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's deals and delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway fresh foods and local flavors. You can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. As always, broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Man, I mean, the best Victory Monday we've had here in gotta be almost a decade. And a lot more to get to with it. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
And now we're down to one play for the Eagles, the Super Bowl champs, to stay undefeated. Can they pull off a miracle? They got one shot at it. No pressure on the quarterback. He's got time to heave it. There's a whole pack of people there, and it's incomplete. And there's no flag. And the Broncos have their signature win. The team from the Rocky Mountains has come into the town of Rocky and delivered a knockout blow here at the end of this one to the champs.
What a game.
Never seen Vic more happy.
I mean, Nance weaves some poetry into that, and Romo responds with, what a game. I mean, this guy goes Shakespearean on us, and you get the other guy going, what a game.
Ooh, I don't know, Jim. Was it Apollo Creed on the others? Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, man.
The team from the Rocky Mountains has come into the town of Rocky and delivered a knockout blow here at the end of this one to the champs.
What a game.
What a game.
That's not, listen, as much as we love Jim Nance, that ain't Shakespeare, all right? Let's not pretend it is. What a damn win. Man, you boys, I'm telling you right now.
CBS on the call, by the way. Keep going, Moser.
Way to go, CBS. I just watched it unfold, and I'm like, I honestly, when they made it 17-10, I'm like, this can happen. They're in this thing, this can happen, and man, oh man, Vic, this is what you've been looking for, this is what you've been waiting for.
This is exactly what I wanted, was a close game in which Bo Nix and the offense was able to finish the game.
It checked every box.
Yes. Yeah. The fact that they sucked early, and don't deny that, Bronco fans, because I'm already fighting with people on Twitter. And the worst kind of person is the person who, when you write something on Twitter early in the game, like in the second quarter, I said, what is this? What is Bo doing? He looks nothing. He looks out of sorts. He looks out of rhythm. He looks terrible. Right?
Yes.
Was that a fact at the time?
Yes.
At halftime? Was that
Absolutely.
a fact?
They looked awful.
Yes. So you write that. Okay, you put that in. Yeah, I said Bo doesn't inspire. And then he does the opposite. He looks great. He's in rhythm. He leads his receivers properly. He throws by stepping through the ball. The offense is moving. And then they win the game. And then people come back at you and say, now what? Are you guys stupid? Are you stupid? Do you watch the game in a vacuum? How do you watch the games exactly? Okay. This is what we see.
Before you get angry to start today, because today's fun.
I know. I know.
But they did it. Time,
they did it. Okay. They won the way they were supposed to win. The fact that they won a game like that is more effective than had they gone in there and won 31-0. Do you agree?
I totally agree. And let me give you two things real quick. Because you have marked off so many different things to win like that. First of all, can you win against a great team in the league? Yes. Can you win by doing the little things correctly late? Yes. Can you close a game? Yes. Can you come back from down big late in a game with your quarterback? Yes. All of these different things you have marked off. Did you guys see the stat that not under Sean Payton, not since Bo Nix got here, in the history of the franchise, when the Denver Broncos have been down by 14 or more points on the road in the fourth quarter, they've played 113 games going into yesterday with those numbers. They were 1-112 all time, down 14 on the road in the fourth quarter. And now they're 2-112.
Because their quarterback inspired late. Remember that word, inspire. Remember what it means. When you pick up your game and everybody else around you picks up their game, that's inspiring your teammates. And he found it. He figured it out. And on top of that, they got great complementary football from their defense.
Yes, they did.
Once the offense did its thing, the defense countered with their thing. And it was beautiful to watch.
You know what's interesting? Watching the Eagles, when the Broncos made it 17-10, the Broncos essentially punched him in the mouth at that point, early in the fourth quarter. And it was interesting to me to watch the defending Super Bowl champions get punched in the mouth and not know what to do. They did not know what to do. And then they got tired, and then they got whatever they got as that game went along. You okay, buddy?
Yeah, my nose is bleeding pretty badly.
Okay.
I couldn't do the show with that tissue in your nose when I first saw you.
Yeah.
I'm glad you ripped that out.
Brett, the Broncos punched them in the mouth, and it's like they didn't know what to do. Every game plan, everything went out the window. There was chaos. There was tired little legs. It was glorious. And that 18-point fourth quarter, I mean, what can you say, man? What a comeback.
Oh, I know what I can say.
What a huge, huge, huge win.
How much money you guys got on you right now? How much?
Cash money?
Cash money. How much you got?
No.
I'm just sitting
$100.
upstairs. I've got, what is this? Anybody know?
Peso.
Can you
Is
identify
it a
this?
peso?
Nickel.
I got a peso, and I've got a quarter sitting right here, just a random quarter.
Okay.
So here's what I'd like to do. I'd like to pool all of our money together and send a gift basket to AJ Brown. And here's why.
Yep.
If
I
I
know where you're
told you
going.
there was a football team on the field yesterday that threw the ball 39 times and ran it 29, and there was another team that threw the ball 38 times and ran it 11, who would we be talking about?
Yeah, and one of those teams, the team that didn't run it, has the best running back in the league on its
They
team.
ran the ball with Saquon 6 times yesterday, 11 total. And why? Because A.J. Brown was being a whiny little baby, and they said, okay, fine, we'll throw the ball. And they're terrible at it. They're awful.
Not only that, Brett, I'm so glad you brought this up because you could not be more right. Not only that, when they led the game 17-3 and it felt over, we all thought it was over at 17-3. Did anybody not feel it was over at 17-3? Okay, felt like it was over. Rather than put the foot on the pedal, rather than go to what you do best, rather than just give it to Barkley and run, they kept throwing the ball. And I'm thinking, what are you doing? What are you doing this just to acquiesce A.J. Brown?
Hey,
and the answer is yes.
By the way, Moj, the other football team on the field, despite being down 2 touchdowns, stuck with their run game.
Yeah.
Like, credit to Sean Payton for sticking with J.K. Dobbins even while being down. He ran the ball 20 times.
He had it on
20.
his play sheet again. This time he had it on the front side of his play sheet. Run it.
And I like it. I like it. Hey, man, and I'm going to give the defense some credit, too, because the defense, man, they sucked it up when they had to. You know, and again, at 17-3, you're like, oh, boy. Third quarter, you're like, oh, man, I don't know if this can happen. Defense sucked it up, and 17 was attainable. 17 was in the realm of possibilities. 17 was okay. We're still in this. It's okay. Maybe we think it's over just because of the way the game is going. But that score total was like, okay, we're fine. Just get your act together. Continue to run that ball, and it was terrific, boys. I mean, it was I can't tell you enough how I loved every single thing on that last drive. Not only did I love the drive, I loved the 2-point conversion. I loved the Cole Jones. I loved everything about it.
Well, I know we don't do complete game autopsies on this show, but I think this one necessitates it. Can we at some point today, and you tell me when, Brett, I want to go through the game quarter by quarter. I want to go through the game. I want to break the game down, and I want to go through the emotions we felt, what we thought was going to happen at that point, the key plays, the key outputs. I want to go through that game bit by bit. Tell me when we can do that. 8 o'clock. Thank you.
Schefter's going to join us a little bit later in the show at 9 o'clock as well. I'm telling you, I think for so many different reasons, this is the best win you've had probably since Manning was here. Like, I know you can point to a couple different games that feel good, but there's something about the amount of things that were stacked against you in this one. Short week, road game, Super Bowl champs, haven't lost at home since week 2 of last year, down 14 in the fourth quarter. Like, all of these different things just kind of bubbled into the ultimate confidence booster.
It is the most important Broncos win, and I'll tell you how I define important. It's the most important Broncos win since Super Bowl 50. Important for various reasons. Number 1, you beat a defending Super Bowl champ on the road. Number 2, your quarterback got all growed up. Your quarterback did what a quarterback must do to take it to that next level. He did what I've been campaigning for, what I've been yearning for, what I've been begging for. Win a game you're not supposed to win late with the ball in your hands. He did that. Our little Bo did that. So that's what makes this game so damn important for the growth and confidence of this team. Most important games in Super Bowl 50.
obviously was not on the sideline, boys, for that 2-point conversion. But when Peyton says we're going for 2, the amount of, just hell's yeah that must permeate through that team on both sides of the ball when he says, hey, let's go for 2, baby.
What were you thinking at that point?
I mean, I'm like, that takes a lot of Colognes. I mean, what do they have to lose? They're going for it, man. You just moved the ball down the field twice. Go for it. What the hell? Screw it.
I'll tell you exactly what I felt. I loved the decision. I'm just being honest. I've seen Peyton in those 3rd and 2 and 4th and 2 play calls, and I loved the decision to go for it. I didn't think he would have the right play for it. And to his credit, it was money. That little quick out by Franklin.
It was a simple in and out move by Franklin. I mean, he took
Take
2
one
steps in.
one step and go to the pylon, baby.
To be honest, when he called the play, I thought he was a crazy man. I said, this team is being coached by a crazy person.
He did it backwards, though. So you guys have seen coaches do this. When you're down 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter, they will go for 2, but they do it after the first one.
Yeah.
And they didn't do it after the first one. They kicked the extra point. He did it reverse.
Sure.
But it's almost as if, I think you hit on something there, Moj. He had, did I just hear a gremlin come back up?
Yeah, I heard that. Moj,
I heard it.
You got some stuff coming through right now, bro.
But to your point, Moj, I think it's right. It was, we have all the momentum in the world. Let's try and capitalize on it. You know what I mean?
How does your stomach make so much noise?
You had one of your come back.
But it wasn't me. It must have been the machine. I'm telling you.
Yeah, the machine exited the stomach. Moj, we'll go back and play it. Yeah, it was the machine. Moj, tell me, though, when he went for 2, were you a little scared, or were you like, go get him, boys? What was it?
I was absolutely petrified.
So was I. Yeah. Because of this. Going for 2 doesn't bother me, all right, especially if you have a play that you think is dialed up perfectly. It's when he did it with 7.5 minutes left. My feeling was, wait a minute, don't take away our momentum.
Get the ball back?
Because if you don't make this, you give them the momentum back. You just stole the momentum. So that's what I was thinking. Now, clearly, Sean Payton was right. He knows his team better than we will ever know his team, and he clearly is the hero on this. But that's what I was thinking at the time. Again, folks, we don't live in a vacuum. When we ask you to think during that moment, what were you thinking? That's what my thought process was at that moment. My thought process about Bo Nix at halftime was, what the hell is this? And then it changed. You're allowed to change because the game changed. See how this works? What a wonderful win.
To the defense's credit, by the way, they give up that touchdown to Barkley to start the second half, and that's what puts them up 17-3. And I thought you were just steamrolling towards disaster. Because if you guys remember, here's what happened just quickly. Here's what happened after that. They get that touchdown. They make it 17-3. And then the next offensive drive, Nix gets the intentional grounding penalty, and then you have to punt the ball again. Then you're like, oh, God, what are you going to do now? And then he missed Mims in the flat on 3rd down because he didn't set his feet. The next possession, punt goes to the 50. And here's where the game flipped. At least it felt like that to me. A.J. Brown has been begging for the ball for his entire life in Philadelphia. Beats Hufanga on a double move. Stops running, and it turns into an overthrow. If they connect on that pass, that's ball game, guys. There's no way you're coming back from it.
Bro,
but the fact that he didn't own up after that, I'm telling you, A.J. Brown, I would not touch with a 10-foot pole if I was a GM. I don't want him anywhere near my football team. First of all, a guy that's not happy with winning. I remember when Cortland Sutton didn't get a target last year in the New Orleans games. Not a target. And they won by 22. And he said after the game, don't care. We won. This is awesome. Him stopping that route changed the entire complexion of the game because then the Broncos got the ball back, got that first touchdown, and kept rolling from there.
Him complaining about not touching the ball changed the complexion of the game before the game was even played, before the first snap. You're so right. You know, you could say what you want about the Eagles being, listen, we're not going to let a player dictate what we do. Well, that player did.
Yes, he did.
That player. Because right now in Philly, I read some of the Philly papers this morning. They are blistering Sirianni and the offensive coordinator.
They should.
They're blistering him. And they're doing it because they know what you just said. They know what we know. They know that they acquiesce to a player. and they tried to give him a little love. And by doing that, they lost a game.
They didn't
lost
play
the game.
their style of football, which
Listen,
has won 20 of 21 games.
Players play and coaches coach. If you could, and I'll give you the prime example of this, all right? When Gary Kubiak came in here and Peyton freaking Manning was the quarterback. Mark Moser, what did Gary Kubiak do with Peyton Manning as the quarterback? What did he do? He dialed down the offense, and he said, we're going to.
He switched it up because Peyton wanted to switch it up, too. So they switched it up.
But there were things that Peyton ran in that offense he didn't want to run. There were things that.
Correct.
There were things he didn't like. But Gary Kubiak said, this is the way we're going to run it because I think this is how we win a Super Bowl. And he was right. So if Peyton Manning can make changes to his game, A.J. Brown, you're right, man. Dude, I would not touch that player. Wouldn't touch him. Any diva receiver who complains about being 4-0 and not touching the ball, get out. Just, there's the door. Get out.
We're celebrating the big win yesterday with a Rally House Victory Monday and giving away $150 in a gift card each hour to Rally House on every show. This hour's keyword is comeback. So text comeback in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Stay tuned all day for keywords every hour. Again, the keyword for this hour is comeback. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Happy Rally House Victory Monday, and we'll announce our first winner at 9:55 this morning. So Adam Schefter is going to join us at 9 o'clock. A lot more to get to at this game. I hesitated to say this because I don't want it to take away from anything that the Broncos did to earn that victory yesterday, but I do think it needs to be said. We'll get to it next. It's almost as if, I think you hit on something there, Moj. He had Raleigh House Victory Monday. Before I get to, again, I hesitate to mention this because I don't want people to take this wrong. We'll get to it in a second. First of all, Nelly, I sent you a DM. Pull on the board behind me. I can't stop talking about A.J. Brown. I'm sorry. It's just, thank you, A.J. Brown, for being yourself because it led to the Broncos feeling good this morning. So before you hit play, Nelly, for those who didn't see this who are watching on YouTube or Altitude Television or Twitch, that should have been a touchdown at the end of the game. That heave into the end zone. Devontae Smith's in perfect position. There's not a Bronco hand in the way of him making the catch.
I can't see the top of the ball.
I know. Hang on. Enter A.J. Brown, who plays the greatest defense of anybody on this play because he's right behind Devontae Smith. Hit play. This ball, Devontae times it perfectly. As you can stop right here, there is no Bronco hand in the middle of this. The 4 white gloves that you see are all Eagles hands, okay? Keep going. Ball directly in the hands of Devontae Smith now. And the only guy that knocks it away, hit play, is his teammate, A.J. Brown.
Wow. I didn't realize that not a single Bronco.
There's not a Bronco hand up there. Not one.
Wow. You know what? The games like that, all games yesterday. We saw some games. We're going to talk about some. You want to talk about some games? There were some games yesterday. Crazy.
I make the game close. I don't make the game close.
Yeah, but games all have these lives, like these 9 lives and these quick twists and turns. That's crazy.
It's incredible. He stripped. Yeah, Brett. I saw it in real time, and I was talking to this guy, and I go, he just stripped his own dude out of a touchdown.
Yeah,
he stripped his own guy. The Broncos, I guess, shoulda, woulda, coulda lost that on that one last heave.
There were so many plays during the course of the game that you could go back, and I'm sure there are Eagles fans doing this. Well, we got ripped off here. Well, that was a PI late in the game on Goddard. J.L. Skinner had not taken a snap all year, and all of a sudden he's in the most crucial juncture of the game. What is going on?
So Vic, thank you. Perfect transition because this is what I wanted to get to. I'm going to mention something, and I want people not to take this the wrong way. You put yourself in position to do this, okay? You got lucky at the end of the game, and that's fine to say because you were the one that battled back to put yourself in position to get lucky. You know when you can't get lucky? When you're down 14 points with 2 minutes left.
Yeah.
So you put yourself in position. But make no mistake, I thought early in that game, the Eagles were the beneficiary of a lot of home cooking kind of calls. Picking up flags, really ticky-tack ones being on the Broncos. Late in that game, I'm just being honest. The Zach Bond late hit thing, I hated. I hate when they make calls like that where the defender's already committed to a guy going for extra yards and then he gets hit like a half second after he hits the ground. Mm-hmm. Hated that call. The fact that J.L. Skinner, by the way, Sean Payton, get him off the field from now on, late game situations. Because he had the one pass interference and should have had another at the goal line. Should have. But you were lucky enough that they didn't call that. It's okay to say that because you put yourself in position to get lucky in the same way that the Chargers did against you, in the same way that the Colts did against you late in games. You finished better, and you got in position to where the good luck and good fortune became a part of that winning formula, I'd say.
Allowed some grace.
Yes.
You gave yourself some grace. There were a lot of plays. Like, what about that ridiculous call that they made when Bo Nix throws the ball? Troutman was in the area, and they call illegal grounding. The receiver was there. The receiver was in the area. There are a couple calls in that game I don't understand.
Yeah.
Whatever. It's all done now. It's all done. It all evens out at the end of the day. The number one reason the Broncos won that game, number one, Bo Nix found his cojones. Okay? Number one. Number two, and this could be number one too, thank you, A.J. Brown.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, listen, what I don't want to do is I don't want to – it's such a good win, and you're right. Bo Nix all growed up in that game, Vic. So, again, Brett, let me preface this by saying I'm not nitpicking or anything else. He can be and needs to be even better than he was, including some shots down the field that he absolutely missed. Now, had some drop, no doubt about it. That first Cortland run was like, oh, my God, the first drive. But he had some shots that he missed that I think those will come, okay? But rather than just the winning side of things, what this does mentally not only for Bo Nix, but for the entire football team, and I would even say for Sean Payton, because now he knows. This is huge. This is a huge corner-turning win for everything. Man, they showed that shot of the Penners in the boot up in their suite
Early in the game when they were losing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And everybody's, well, it wasn't even early. It was like, I think the third quarter, everybody's like this, just like, damn. You know what I mean? It's a huge win for them. I mean, this entire franchise, I can't tell you enough what a win like this does for that team. And, Brett, you're 100% correct, man. They put themselves back in position to be able to take advantage of and be afforded a bit of luck. And you know what? That's what good teams do.
I'll tell you something else. While we're on the subject of Knicks. When this game looked like it was going to get out of hand in a hurry, because if they lost the game the way that it was trending after that second touchdown by Philly, where it looked like you were going to kind of get blown out, you would have played really badly. I was going to be really upset this morning because I'm like, you have to be able to compete in a game like that. Because here's the reality, guys. Philly's offense is bad. It's just a bad offense. They can't do much. They lost a couple of guys in the offensive line. They haven't been the same. I think those numbers, remember that we were spitting out before the game started, of them being 31st in total offense in the league, I think that stuff's real. Like, they have issues on offense. And so I was like, if you're going to get blown out by that team, that's a bad look. And there was 2 plays back-to-back that were going to be my focal point today in the middle of that game. It was the missed deep shot again to Sherfield, where, Sherfield's got a full 2 steps on him.
Had him.
That's a touchdown. That's a game-changing play that you just
tweeted
missed
that
again.
I'm like, he had him.
And then what happened the play after that? Back-to-back. The play after that was what? Knicks then takes the sack that takes him out of field goal range when points are at a premium. And I'm just like, can't happen. Just cannot happen. You got to find a different way to make a play. And to his credit, recovered, and when the game mattered most, made some dimes of throws on third down, moving the chains.
The one to Sutton
big
was
time.
phenomenal.
Yes.
Phenomenal. That was a dire, like, you're going, okay, everything's going to go away, right? Everything's going to go away right here, right now. And he steps up in the pocket and makes a throw that was perfect. And it's the kind of throw he wasn't making in the first half. He just wasn't. It wasn't there in the first half. And I don't know why.
I saw it. I'm telling you, Vic, the complaints that guys like Leggy have against him not getting his feet set and stuff, that's real. Like, he has a lot of moments where he's just like, he's almost playing like second base out there trying to flip a double play where his feet are sort of cattywampus and he's just looking to fire something in there. And when his feet aren't set, he's just not accurate. But when he does set his feet, he makes really good throws.
I had a couple instances I wrote down, of course, in the first half where the feet weren't set and it resulted in some bad throws.
Yeah.
But I want to know what is it about Bo Nix that he goes from a pedestrian quarterback to, whoa, what is this? What flips? Is it the pace of the game? Is it the moment? And I would rather have it this way, mind you. I would rather have a guy, when it's clutch time, he clutches up. And when it's early in the game, he doesn't look so good. Because clutch time is when you win in the NFL. The fact that Bo Nix shows that side of him, that's much more preferable than, let's say, that the Broncos led 17-3 and gave it away, and he looked worse as the game went on. I don't want that. I don't want that in certain situations.
Once again, who's the master of clutch time, got to make a play, I'll do it. Baker just did it again this weekend.
100%.
Again. But here's the thing, though, Moj, about Bo. You know why he's so hard to figure out? And this is a good thing to have because the talent's there. A lot of times, Bo just looks meh. He looks like an average quarterback that you're just like, is this going to be good enough? But he'll have those moments where he shows that brilliance that keeps you hanging on, which is, look, you got to have that from young quarterbacks. They're going to make mistakes as long as they can give you that. Now, I would prefer a more consistent level of play as the year goes on, and I think with time it'll happen. But I think that's why winning the game the way that they did was so huge, because that's the ultimate confidence booster. It's against an elite team in this league, on the road, short week, East Coast, early morning, like all of those different things factored together. You late in the game found a way to make it happen.
Yeah, you certainly did. And not only that, I want to say it's amazing, but it's the truth. All of a sudden, the whole complexity of the AFC West changes, doesn't it?
It feels that way.
All of a sudden.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, the Chargers have lost 2 in a row.
They're vulnerable. The
Walking
Chargers are
wounded.
not the same team as they were a month ago.
Did somebody tell you they thought that Washington would go in and win in L.A. because their tackles are gone and they look different?
Hey, did somebody tell you on this show that the Broncos would win in Philadelphia yesterday?
You did say that. You did.
All right, let's start right there.
Did Brett Coyne lock of the week come through? Yes, it did.
Right, let's start with the game of the week and the pick of the week. On Thursday, I made my pick a day early. On Thursday, I said the Broncos would win this game. I felt that way.
All right, well, while we're playing tickle fight with ourselves, let me be
now,
the
did I
latest
feel
to
that
jump
way
on
at
the
halftime?
bandwagon.
Hell no.
Yeah, I know.
No, you did not. Exactly. I just cannot emphasize enough what this win did. By the way, lay it down. It went 4-0.
Atta boy, Moj.
I wouldn't worry about that though, unless you'd like to. Yeah, unless you like to win some bread. But Vic, you were right. You believed in this ability to do this more than we both did. Although we said, oh, yeah, they could absolutely go in there and win. I don't think it's going to happen, but they absolutely could. Man, and let me get back to this, too. That defense at times is just so killer. It's just so awesome.
Nick Bonito,
dude. Man.
Nick Bonito is going to break Von Miller's single-season record of 18.5 sacks. He's at 7 sacks and counting. And the thing that made the big difference yesterday, it's not getting those sacks in gaga time when it doesn't matter. It's getting them when the game is at its peak. I mean, he got it late when they needed it most.
100%.
His contract is
a guy
such a
who gets
steal.
paid.
It's such a steal.
A guy who gets paid, right? A guy who gets the new fatty contract, and his motor goes even more. You got more RPMs out of that thing. I mean, that is joyful for Broncos fans. It has to be. Just everything about this was good. And all of a sudden, again, tickle fight time. Hey, Kreckman, why don't you just pipe down there, pork rind? Okay? Just settle down a little bit. Because I was on the 7-3, 6-2, 7-3, whatever, a long time ago, too. So just relax. All of a sudden, this schedule and the way it's looking is setting up really, really, really well.
Let me just quickly, because you guys mentioned the defense, and the defense deserves an immense amount of credit, and here's why. When Saquon took that little swing pass for 47 yards for a touchdown to put him up 17-3, and we were all feeling really bad.
That was a great play.
Oh, God, well, it was a great play, but also Greenlaw, go see a witch doctor or somebody. Get your quad right.
I don't know. I don't know if Greenlaw can. Drake Greenlaw's not going to stay with Saquon Barkley in the open
There's
field.
been a lot of coverage problems this year with the linebackers.
You give me any linebacker in the NFL, they're not staying with Saquon Barkley in the open field. That was just a great play call, and it was an audible. He turned to that play, by the way.
But here's where I really want to give kudos to the defense. It's 17-3. Game looks like it can get out of hand in a hurry. Here's the rest of the Eagles' drives. Remember, that was the first drive of the second half where they scored that touchdown. 5 plays for 23 yards, punt. 3 plays for negative 16 yards, punt. 3 plays for negative 6 yards, punt. 3 plays for 2 yards, punt. And then the final drive of the game. That's what the defense did. Produced 3 consecutive 3-and-outs to give the offense the extra opportunities with time left. The time of possession battle. One last thing, Moj. Time of possession battle.
Yeah.
You won by 9 minutes because you continually forced 3-and-outs over and over again late in the game.
But when you were doing what you're doing, and the Eagles are not used to that, right? They're not used to giving up leads the way they did. When you looked at them on the sideline, and they're like, what in the hell? They're like, they had no idea. Their heads were swimming. Yeah. And you could see doubt just starting to creep in on all their faces as things went along. And I'm like, this tide is so turning. It's so turning.
Here's how I evaluate the season. The Broncos had a chance to win a game in Indy. If they don't throw a pick late, if they don't stall late, they had a chance. And they failed to do so. They couldn't make the stops late. They didn't play complimentary football late. They had a ridiculous call, all that stuff, right? It didn't work out. But Bo could have won that game on his own, right? He could have. Didn't get it done. Chargers, they could have gone up 2 scores. They could have gone up 2 scores and pretty much put that game away, salted that game away. They couldn't do it. So he's 0 for 2 there. He comes into Philly, and in the most dire circumstances, down 17-3 in the house of the defending Super Bowl champs, puts up 18 unanswered. So those 2 mishaps, those 2 losses that could have been wins, he more than made up for with 1 resounding, loud win on the road.
Yeah, totally. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. A lot more to get to with this. Vic will go through the game at 8 o'clock today.
And I want to talk, too, about what I regard as over-criticism, some unfair, heavy criticism of a certain Broncos defensive player. And I want to get into that.
Yep, we'll do that next.
Hey guys, low testosterone can cause a host of problems. Sleep patterns off, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, maybe even low sex drive, and much, much more. And a lot of guys are like, well, I'm just getting older. How much I can really do? Well, you can. You can get treatment for that. Get back your vigor and your vibrancy. So if you're feeling like that, do what I did and take care of your low T situation with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They're experts at treating low testosterone and other men's health conditions. Successfully treated tens of thousands of men here in the Front Range, and they're seeing a difference in their lives like I did. You're going to feel a lot different, a lot better like you used to. Your energy is going to return. So do yourself a favor. Give them a call today, 720-440-7900. Schedule an appointment. It's super duper simple, and they're going to have your blood drawn, results within 30 minutes. You're going to find out exactly what your situation is. Again, 720-440-7900, or see everything that they do at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
To Rally House Victory Monday. Rally House. Shop every team in town. So, talk to Adam Schefter at 9 o'clock. Go around the league at 8:20. Vic, I'm with you. I wanted to talk about this too. I'll just hand it over to you. Go ahead.
I was critical of Riley Moss yesterday. And Riley Moss has been the punching bag of this defense, I believe. He and Alex Singleton, both of those guys, for most of the season. And, I've already gone back and forth. The Alex Singleton play where Saquon Barkley beat him deep, you can make many excuses as to why. It was a great play, great draw, wheel route, little stop and go. There's not a linebacker in the NFL that would have kept up with Saquon Barkley in that situation, especially where Singleton had to come from in the middle of the field. Now, could you argue that Singleton took a bad route? Yeah. But I'm just telling you, you put Dre Greenlaw in that situation, he's not catching Saquon Barkley. I don't care who it is. They're not. One-on-one with a middle linebacker in that situation? No way. Okay, forget that. I want to talk about Riley Moss. There was one play in that game where I thought the blame was on Riley Moss, and that was the 3rd and 17 over the top Devontae Smith. Now,
Yeah.
you can make the argument it's not his fault because Vance Joseph and the defense blew the call there. I mean, why don't you go with a little umbrella coverage, keep everything below you, rather than go an aggressive press man-to-man?
Did we really?
I'm going to tell you right now, the number one reason why it looks like Riley Moss gets exposed, 2 reasons. He plays opposite the best cornerback in the game, so you're going to get a lot of traffic. That's number one. Number 2, it's the style of defense they employ in Denver. It's an aggressive, in-your-face, we're going to take risks when others don't, and that 3rd and 17 was case in point. Because of the style of play Denver employs is a reason why their corners are going to get beat a lot and get exposed a lot and get flags a lot because they're asking a lot of their corners. And I defy you to find a defense that plays that aggressively that doesn't have corners that get beat. Even Patrick Surtain gets beat on occasion. The difference is he doesn't see the same amount of traffic as Riley Moss. Now, on that 3rd and 17, the call was simple. The call was, we're going to just play straight up on you guys at 3rd and 17. I thought that was insane, but whatever. We're going to play straight up. The fact that he took 3 steps toward Devontae Smith at the line of scrimmage at the snap was, what are you doing? If anything, take 3 steps back. They're 17 yards behind you at the sticks. Why are you trying to press them on 3rd and 17?
Now, 3rd and 17, that was a problem. You just can't get beat like that on I mean, a 3rd and not long. You can't get beat.
Well, did you see what PS2 did at the top of the screen? Because I went back and looked at it. PS2 took 3 steps back.
Well, to back up your point, though, Riley Moss, this is just, look, every team's got one. We know who they are on the Avs and the Nuggets, like Moj. Sammy G gets beat up all the time by fans when things don't go right. For the Nuggets, it was always Porter or Jamal or somebody, or before that, Will Barton. Everybody's got a guy on their team. And I've accepted that it's going to be Riley Moss, and I will fight people on this the same way I fight them with the Sammy G discussion that goes on in this town. Riley Moss is put in a position where he is going to fail, and he's going to fail right in front of your face because – you mentioned it. When you play opposite Pat Surtain, that's one thing. You're just going to get targeted 10, 12 times a game, and you're going to make a mistake because you're a corner. That happens. Here's the other thing, and this is to the style of defense thing you're talking about, Vic. Vance Joseph is so highly aggressive and so unique with how he tries to get pressures. You won that game in large part. Late in the game, who got a sack? Do you guys remember? Jaquan McMillan got a sack on a corner blitz off the nickel position.
And a very important sack.
But when you blitz as much as Vance does, you're admitting, I am putting my corners on an island. I'm going to trust them to do their job. Occasionally they'll get beat, and that's fine because I want the home run play. You have to live with stuff like this. And Moss is going to get beat because he's going to see 10 to 12 targets a game, and he's going to get an occasional penalty because he gets 10 to 12 targets thrown his way a game. I live with it. He's not a bad corner. But he's just targeted a lot.
There's also a degree of luck, and I'll give you an example. The Eagles had the ball and they're rolling now. And they have a chance after the Broncos took the lead. Remember 18-17? They took the lead on the 2-point conversion, and they have a 4th down, and they go over the top to Devontae Smith on the sideline, and he makes the catch, and you're like, oh, no, not Moss again.
Yep.
I thought it was perfect coverage. It was a perfect pass, a perfect catch. I'm not going to blame guys. I don't know how many of you guys and gals have you played football, but I defy you. Go back and look at that play. What else do you want Moss to do there? It was perfect coverage. The ball was placed in a perfect spot. Now, the play was erased because of what they call on Eagles there?
Illegal shift.
Illegal shift.
Illegal shift.
But I defy you. Find a better cover. He was right there. It's not like he was chasing as he was on 3rd and 17. He was right there blanketing Devontae Smith.
Yeah, what they say, they had 2 guys in motion at the same time. Is that
Yeah.
correct, Brett? Something like that?
Yeah.
I'll say this, too. Everything you just said is absolutely correct. What's amazing to me about Moss, there was that play earlier, too, where it was reviewed, did both feet get down or did both feet not get down? And people are just beating the snot out of Riley Moss, and I said, yeah, but you know what? That coverage was perfect. And even when he has good coverage, people want to fight him. And I guess I don't understand it. He draws this ire in people or this disbelief in his ability. And I'm like, guys, he's a pretty damn good player. And just everything that you guys just laid out is a reason why this guy every single week knows he's going to be picked. If anybody's going to get picked on, it's going to be him.
And you better have the thick skin to deal with that. He does.
You're damn
He
right.
Does. Remember that interview I did with him? He said he revels
coming
in
back.
He
Keep
revels
coming
in
back.
it. Yes. He knows. He knows. He knows right now all across Denver Broncos media, he is the subject of some criticism this morning. He's fine with that. He really is. He's
But
fine
there
with
are
it.
times,
And
dude,
it is
there are
frustrating.
times, Brett. Yeah. There are times, though, when his coverage is so good, you know, coming across the end zone, trailing a play, and then he makes up ground at the end, this kind of thing. I like the guy a lot. And I understand why, again, people get a little bit hot and bothered. But that being said, I sound like Bill right now. Hey.
Yeah, you're going to fix your throat.
That being said, I'm trying to, dude. It's, you know what? You had something sticking out of your face earlier. I guess it's that time of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
I took care of it.
Yeah, I know you did. Well, I'm trying to take care of it too. The point is that I think he's.
Moj, all the body noises
player.
you're making right now, I can't even focus on what you're saying.
I've got a few more if you'd like me to make those too.
I would challenge. Well, it's almost a fool's errand because the people who are on the opposite side of this argument don't want to hear this, and so it's just kind of like from my lips to God's ears. Mm-hmm. You put anybody opposite Surtain, it's going to look like Riley Moss. Okay, it's just it's the truth. And by the way, Devontae Smith is a Heisman Trophy winning first round pick, very good wideout in the league too. Sometimes they just beat good corners. It happens.
A burner. Which is why I'm very, very critical here. When it's 3rd and 17, pick and choose your battles. I know that you're a high-risk player, but don't get right in his shoulder pads on 3rd and 17. Give yourself a safety net. That's all. That's the only play that I'm going to pick apart. That's the only one.
Maybe it's a miscommunication. Maybe he was supposed to have it and somebody else messed up. Like, that could be an option, too. We don't really know.
I went back and looked at it. They said, well, wasn't there supposed to be safety help over the top? The safety, as soon as the ball was snapped, took 3 steps forward. So if there was safety help, that safety didn't know it.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. Maybe he thought he had help over the top and somebody else messed up. Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah. So that's the only play. The other ones, I'm telling you, the coverage was there, guys. It was there. There were great plays. The other thing, too, is when Riley Moss, the one thing that I would like to see more of, because they pick on him so much, at some point you got to come up with an interception. At some point you got to turn it over, right? Because you're seeing the ball more than anybody else. That's the other thing. Turn the ball over. He's going to get his chances there. Do you agree?
Yeah.
I do too. I agree.
Sure. I would like to see it. Just be in good coverage and don't allow plays.
and lastly, because a lot of people are asking this question, and I agree with you. Why did the Broncos draft a cornerback in the first round if he doesn't see the field? And the answer is pretty simple. They don't think he's ready.
Yeah, he's made
They
some
don't
good
think
plays.
he's ready.
They don't, but I mean,
No. There's no. If he's ready, he's playing.
No,
But
I understand the argument.
It's a tough position to walk into. It's a tough position. I'll give you a rookie corner in this league, and I'll give you examples of getting toasted and roasted. You're going to. It's a tough position to walk into. He ain't ready.
I understand the argument that if you're a winning football team, then get whatever you can in the immediate for guys to help. I understand that. But you also have the luxury of being pretty deep at that position right now. Like, guys, the reason he's not playing is because Jaquan's pretty good.
Yeah.
Like, he's a pretty good nickel corner.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't need to have that immediate sink or swim thing with Jahdae Barron. Jahdae Barron made actually a really huge play late in that game.
He made one big play late. One pass defended.
Well, he made that play because they were playing 18 corners at that point in the game. Everybody got off the bench.
Yeah.
Even J.L. Skinner was in the game. They played every defensive back on the field. They were playing deep prevent. That's why he got in the game. He didn't get in the game because they were playing their normal defense. He doesn't play when they play their normal defense.
Let's not put Skinner in late in the game again, please. Please don't do that. Just a request. 303-504-0925. Adam Schefter will join us in an hour. We'll take a look around the league in 20 minutes, but you can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Yes, Moj.
One last thing. You know, we thought, Vic, one of your keys to victory for the Denver Broncos was, you got to force turnovers, man. You gotta win that battle. Well, nobody turned the ball over yesterday at all, and you still won straight up, man.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
You're right. I mean, it was even Steven in the turnover.
The fact that you didn't have to win that battle in their own building was pretty. It makes it even more impressive to me, dude. A lot of things late in that game, especially, but a lot of things went right overall for the Broncos to win, and that's the difference in today's National Football League, man. Just fine little things during the course of an entire game is all the difference in the world.
Let me put a bow tie on this segment. When assessing players individually, you have to grade with a curve. If the defense you're assessing and evaluating is a high-risk defense that is going to put all the pressure on its two corners, then you have to grade Riley Moss differently than you would a typical corner that plays mostly zone. Is that a fair statement to make?
Yes.
He is being asked to do a lot more than your typical NFL corner. That's a fact. Watch the games. Most corners, they benefit from zone, over-the-top help. Not him. He has to do it all by himself most of the time. And you're going to get picked on. That's part of the deal. You got to grade on a curve.
When we return, we'll get more into this game. And here's the other thing. It was the weirdest thing that in watching the Eagles, I thought I was watching the Broncos. And in watching the Broncos, I thought I was watching the Eagles. I'll explain next.
Back they go to Ingram. Balanced and dives. Touchdown, Denver. Evan Ingram.
Well, one, he's been a great teammate. He's been very hardworking. He shows up every day, ready to get better. He really works hard. He's on the field a lot. He's out there before anybody else. He stays, and he adds a level of experience / competitive nature that not everybody in that situation has, especially not playing a whole lot, probably as much as he wanted to, but he never really, complained, never wavered, just kind of figured out how he could be pieced in. And then once his moment showed up today, he made a couple really huge catches on those drives.
Never understood the shows up every day. When people say that about their teammates. Yeah, man, that guy shows up every day to the office, ready to work. Do you guys say that about me? Hey, what do you guys think about Canner? I'll tell you what, that guy shows up Monday through Friday, every day.
Punches that clock.
Ready to talk.
Yeah, wait till you
trying to find a goddamn joker.
Anyway.
He'd be out for like 8 months.
Can I say one thing? Yeah.
All good.
Can I say one thing real quick? Before, Vic, you go through some of these plays that you want to talk about.
How the hell do you guys help me? I'm not going to do it all by myself, although I do have copious notes in front of me.
It was so weird watching an Eagles team where my reasoning for why I didn't think the Broncos would win was that I thought the game would be tight. I thought it would come down to the end of the game. But the Broncos didn't have the little things, and the Eagles did. That's why they win those games. Close games over and over again. And so much about what the Eagles did late in that game felt like I was watching the Broncos. And so much of what the Broncos did felt like I was watching the Eagles. And here's what I'm getting at. Got to convert on third down. They did. The Eagles didn't. The Eagles were 2 of 11 on the day on third downs, especially late in the game. 3 straight 3-and-outs when they needed a little breather for their defense. They couldn't get it. Need to make that play. You decide you got the church bells beneath your legs to go for 2 in that situation. You need to hit it. Broncos did. Eagles couldn't get the stop. You got a run-pass split.
You can't just say church bells and get away with it, though, dude. You can't. You can't do that.
You got a run-pass split of 38-11, and that's not the Broncos' offense. That's the Eagles' offense. Everything about this feels like whatever you expected to happen in this game was flipped for each team.
It's criminal.
Yeah, it's bizarre.
It's criminal. It's malpractice for the Eagles to do that, to take away the best running back in the NFL, the best run game in the NFL, and say,
Now,
we're
Vic,
bored.
Do you remember early in that game, Saquon took a hit on his knee and kind of limped over to the sideline. He stayed in the game, obviously, but he took a hit to the knee. I don't know if that maybe had something to do with it or not, but even if it wasn't, to straight up just abandon the run game entirely when they have, isn't A.J. Dillon their backup there? Like, they got a capable runner even behind him. It just made no sense.
Does it too. Hey, before we get into the core of this game, one piece of news that happened last night, the Broncos sent Ben Powers back home to Denver to get an MRI on his bicep, and they fear it might be a torn bicep. He played the entire game, didn't miss a play, didn't miss a snap. He did not go to London with the team. Ben Powers is back home getting that tested, so you lose your starting guard, and they've been pretty injury-free on that O-line for a while. That could be bad.
So 2 guys missed the trip. Ben Powers is one. Jarrett Stidham's the other. But Stidham, I guess it's because he's expecting his new baby to be born.
Yeah, his wife is, not him.
Whatever. Such a useless correction when people do that.
I know you hate.
It's like, no. Oh, I'm sorry. I actually thought that he was going to birth a baby. That's my bad. What? People do that all the time, though. You didn't have the baby. Your wife did. Okay, thank you for that. Well, I thought I was going to have a C-section in a month. That's on me.
I spent the last week with
What was I preparing for?
My wife's had a knee replacement. I feel like I'm the one that had the knee replacement.
I'm
on hand and foot over here.
I got to tell you, Moj, if I was having this baby instead of my wife, the amount of whiskey that I drink is probably going to be a problem here. Real issue. Should take me into CPS.
Not only that, but the amount of whining that you'd be doing is probably
that too.
Equal to the consumption. Man,
By the way, just
I
quickly,
looked
all
overall.
injury reports are powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Go ahead, Moj.
It won't be a factor this week in terms of if Powers is out for an extended period of time or the season, whatever, with a torn bicep. That's bad. I mean, that's not a good thing. But they're going to beat up on the Jets. The Jets are 0-5. The Cowboys walked into New York yesterday and spanked them. So you're gonna come away from this game with a 4-2. And I start to look around the league, man. Biggins can get got, and the Broncos got one. Hey, man. I don't know if you've been paying attention to current events, but the Buffalo Bills lost at home last night to New England, for crying out loud.
There are no unbeaten teams in the league. Through 5 weeks, the Dolphins team, the 72 team, can pop champagne already.
Yeah, that was quick.
Yeah, the Biggins got big, and things are starting to work themselves out a little bit.
And the once powerful Ravens look like trash.
Oh my God!
Absolute junk. And what did I tell you? I said that was one of the lay it downs, and Houston went in there and beat those guys up. But just looking around the AFC as a whole, I'm starting to – I want to just bite my tongue when I say this. But I'm starting to see a real opportunity here for this old football team.
Hey, Moj, you don't blow two straight games. You're the best team in football.
Yeah, exactly right. I'm starting to allow myself, and I don't know if – I always tell Bronco fans, don't do this. Don't allow yourself to do this. Not yet. I'm starting to allow myself to just kind of peek down the road a little bit, you know what I mean, and see what the highway looks like. And it looks like smooth pavement to me for a while. Again, the only thing that could derail that would be the injuries, but overcome and advance on.
So a couple weeks ago, I was talking about I had this theory that
Are we going to go through this game or not?
Yes, just quickly though. I thought the NFC caught up with the AFC, and I said the reasoning for it. I think the NFC has better rosters, and the AFC is way better in the elite quarterback category. Well, look at Cincinnati and look at Baltimore the second their quarterbacks leave. They're god-awful. Like, that Ravens team cannot stop anybody. And without Lamar Jackson, they don't stand a chance. Did you see Cooper Rush take like that 20-yard sack because he was trying to be Lamar and he can't? It's crazy. Anyway, yeah, Vic, go ahead.
Do we have some NFL films,
Vic,
music, or anything of that nature?
But, Vic, were you one of these kids in school? You said, teacher, can we go over all the notes that I've been taking since the start of the week? Because I got a bunch
I
of
showed
notes
my
I want
work.
to go through.
I don't know. I was a 4.0 in valedictorian. I didn't know what it was like back down where you lived.
Hey, you also had giant Coke bottle glasses, so that checks.
Yeah, you know what, dude? You look like a dork Dictorian, okay? So let's just be honest about it.
Yeah.
Now, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to apologize for my 4.0. No, thank you. Anyway, let's start because I took copious notes. I'm a good student.
My dog Rick could get a 4.0 to Holy Family. All you got to do is grease the skids a little bit. Go ahead.
What was your SAT?
Whoa. Let's go ahead with your notes.
Okay.
I took the ACT. I got a 32. Wildly impressive. Bet you didn't expect that.
That is pretty good. The Broncos opened the game on a 3-and-out. And nothing bothers me more than opening the game on a 3-and-out. But did you know who struck first and who struck last in this game? Who scored first and who scored last? Your Denver Broncos. Will Lutz's field goal opened the game 55 yards. Did you notice, by the way, the weird bend on his kick? He's got that weird
this,
fade.
He's got my old driver swing.
Yeah.
He's got a little slice to it.
I'm not kidding you when I tell you, off his foot, I'm like, that's 10 yards wide left. 10 yards wide left.
Weird?
And then it tucks back in. It literally did a right turn and tucked in. Couldn't believe it.
Was it the Colts game where he doinked one off the upright because it did that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, a power fade is exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big power fade. It's weird. Anyway, they struck first, and then the Eagles, I noticed the Eagles' game plan on the next series after that. They go to a couple quick slant plays. They go quick slant to A.J. Brown with PS2 guarding him, covering him, and I thought it was pass interference, but A.J. Brown ended up with it. And I said to myself, I wrote in my notes, wow, going to A.J. Brown early to give him some love.
Yeah.
Give him some love.
Oh,
and then
one play before that, though, Vic, that I did want to point out, because we haven't mentioned this yet, there was no tush-push from the Eagles, partly because you didn't give them the opportunity to be 3rd and 4th and short, but secondly, the only team that lined up for a tush-push was the Broncos, and they got them to jump off sides doing it.
100%. That happened earlier in the game.
Yep.
But on that drive that tied it up at 3 apiece, Saquon broke a big run up the middle, 18 yards, and then they stopped giving him the ball. And then they went to Hurts on 3rd and 8, overthrowing. Was it A.J. Brown that he overthrew? He overthrew somebody badly.
Smith.
Devontae.
And it ends up 3-3 at that point. Now we're going to the second quarter. It looks like one of them kind of games, 3-3. The Broncos opened the second quarter with a sweet 20-yard out pattern, Bo to Franklin, and they got the ball at midfield. And that's the beauty of the new NFL after these kickoffs. You get the ball at midfield automatically. It's awesome. And then the mistakes start to happen.
Yeah.
Illegal formation penalty, unforced error. Bo's got Trent Sherfield wide open. He's got a step on both defenders with nobody in the end zone.
And he missed him.
And you're sitting there going, my God, what a missed opportunity. Just put some air under it, give him an opportunity. But he didn't even come close to finding him. Did Sherfield get a hand on the ball? I don't think he did.
Nope.
That when your receiver with a step can't get a hand on the ball, that's a bad pass. Do you agree?
You can't miss. Like, he just... Again, this would be a bigger highlighted thing had the Broncos lost, and I fully understand that. He's got to be able to hit that throw. Like, that is game-changing stuff if you hit a throw like that.
And to compound the mistake, on the very next play, they're in field goal range, a chance to go up 6-3. On the very next play, 3rd and 8, the Eagles blitz, Bo gets sacked, and they're out of field goal range. They have to punt.
Isn't it so funny, though? It's so funny because, right, if the Broncos had lost, let's say they lost by a field goal, whatever, I don't know. I would be going, you cannot take a damn sack after you miss.
Well, I was saying that during the play you can't take a sack there.
I'd be screaming. I'm like, you cannot do that.
And for
take
people,
yourself hell. But it's so funny though. I looked at the spot of the ball and I thought to myself, it's only a 64-yarder, 65-yarder.
Moser, for the people
a dummy. I'm such a dumb. I'm like, it's only a 65-yarder. What an idiot I am.
For the people who are claiming that that's on the offensive line, whatever, as a quarterback, when you go to the line of scrimmage on 3rd and 8 in field goal range, the first thing in your brain should be what? Don't take a sack.
Don't take a sack.
That should be the first thing in your brain. And he took a sack.
Yeah, had they lost today, I'm telling you guys right now, had they lost, that back-to-back sequence of missing Sherfield and taking that sack is the focal point of what I want to talk about. Yeah.
On the very next series, this is the one that changed the momentum of the game. Denver defense is playing great. It's 3rd and 17. Great. Let's get the ball back, boys. And somehow, some way, Hurts finds Devontae Smith with Riley Moss giving chase, and the game changed right there.
Mm-hmm.
3 plays later, 90-yard drive, it's 10-3 Eagles.
Well, it's pass interference in the end zone after that by Surtain, which I hated that call. That looked like hand fighting to me. But
yep. I don't even know what pass interference is anymore. There are so many instances of that during the game. Broncos get the ball back. They're down 10-3. Nothing. Too much pressure on Knicks. They punt. They do nothing with that series. Eagles have it now, and Riley Moss getting picked on again. They go to Dotson. Dotson beats Moss down the sideline, but he didn't have both feet in.
That toenail was out of bounds.
Got lucky there. Got lucky. They end up.
I thought that was pretty good coverage, man.
So did I.
And that was another one of those great throws. That was a great throw.
Broncos late in the half, 2:18 to play. They get a couple plays. They look like they're moving the ball, but they're 1 for 7 on 3rd downs up to that point. They can't do anything on 3rd downs.
6 straight punts.
Unbelievable, really, when you think about it. And then the half ends, 52 seconds, the ball near midfield. This should be plenty of time and a timeout in your pocket, right? 52 seconds, the ball near midfield, a timeout in your pocket, and the Broncos go nowhere. They go 3 and out.
Well,
so there's nothing. There's no juice at that point.
Is this at the end of the half you're talking about?
At the end of the first half.
Well, if you guys remember, here's what pissed me off. They called that PI on Surtain, and it looked like it was just a pretty weak call. Mm-hmm. And then if you remember, they threw a pass interference on 3rd down deep in Eagles territory and then waved it off.
I have in my parentheses here, on 3rd and 13, Bo to Mims. How is that not a PI? The defensive back never turned to look at the ball, and he had his hands in Mims' face mask.
Yeah, I don't get it.
I didn't get it either. I don't know what pass interference is. I don't know what it is. So they go to the locker room down 10-3. What are your feelings at halftime? It's 10-3. And I'll ask you, what are your feelings about the game at 10-3?
My
Pissed.
feelings are this. I'm mad. I'm like, the offense can't do jack squat. They can't
What are your
do a
feelings
damn
about
thing.
Bo Nix at halftime?
Not
Having
good
a
thoughts.
really bad game. Less than 50% completion percentage. No jam, no drive, no nothing. And then I thought this, Vic, because the Eagles get the ball to start the second half, I thought if they go down and score here to start the third quarter,
It feels like
this
it's
game
over,
may
right?
be over.
Yeah, it feels like it's over.
And I'm like, whatever you do, don't allow them in the end zone here, okay? And everything will be fine. And
they do exactly that. 2nd and 4. Jalen Hurts goes to the line of scrimmage and audibles to a wheel route. Saquon does a little stop and go, 47 yards touchdown. It took 1:37 for them to score to open the second half, and it's 17-3.
And then I thought to myself, again, this is how my brain works. I'm like, well, you got to get some points on this drive or this game is over.
You know what, though? The Broncos kept trying. They kept trying. They brought in an extra lineman. They brought in that, who was that? What's that guy's name? Palczewski? Palczewski. They brought him in. They're moving the ball. You got a
9-play drive going on.
Yes.
You got a 9-player. Yeah.
And an intentional grounding kills the drive on 2nd and 7.
Yeah.
Out of field goal range, and they have to punt. Nothing happens from there. The defense keeps them in the game. And here we go, boys. Fourth quarter, where the game is decided. Eagles have the ball. It looks like they can milk this thing. McMillan has that sack, a wonderful sack. It sets up the Broncos now for a drive to finally get back on the board, and they do exactly that. After the Dobbins touchdown to make it 17-10, all right, they get the ball back 1st and 10. Bo to Ingram for 15. Who? Ingram. Evan Ingram caught. Did you see that catch? That was his best catch as a Bronco.
Yeah.
Short had to jump backwards with one hand. Bo to Sutton for 12. Harvey, 5-yard pitch. Then on 3rd and 5, I thought that was a terrible offensive pass interference on Pat Bryant.
Yeah, it was bad.
Did you guys agree?
Well, he didn't.
Yeah, I thought it was ridiculous.
It wasn't even like a rub right. He was just running his route.
Yeah. Dumb.
Which leads us to the throw of the game.
But hang on, if two guys end up in this same spot, look, it was nobody. He's not trying to do that. It was bogus.
Fourth quarter, 8.5 minutes left. It's 3rd and 16 for the Denver Broncos. They're down 17-10. 3rd and 16, and Bo Nix delivers the pass of the game. One of the most important passes of his career up to date. He hits Sutton, ends up going 34 yards, but the ball was on a string right in the breadbasket. Gives them a first down. They go on to score from there on an Ingram touchdown. Again, the extra effort from Evan Ingram. Welcome to the party, my friend. And then the decision of the game, Sean Payton goes for 2. What are you guys thinking at that point?
Unreal. Love the decision.
Not believe it. I was scared. I was really scared. This is why I'm not an NFL head coach. I was scared. I'm like, hey, man, you got them tied late in the fourth quarter in their building. Just take it.
7.5 minutes to play. The Broncos, after the 2-point conversion, score 15 points in 5.5 minutes. 15 in 5.5. Just like that, bam. And I know we're at the end of our segment, so we can wrap this up on the other side. But I think that's where the game was won. When Sean Payton got that 2-point conversion, flipped the game, flipped the mentality of the game. Now you got to force the Eagles to give chase.
Yep.
And it worked.
Yes.
It was a wonderful strategical move. I didn't agree with it at the time, but it worked.
So, just some keys in that game for how the Broncos got that dub against the Eagles, dealing them their first loss. And there were a couple other teams that were dealt some losses yesterday. No more unbeatens. We'll get to it with a look around the league next.
Dan Caplis Law, the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. Ooh, it is Avs week. They open their season this week. Dan Caplis Law wins. They win in record-setting ways. It's a serious firm for serious cases, accepting righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. If you need Dan's help, give him a call. 303-770-5551. The number, 303-770-5551. Or hit him up online, dancaplislaw.com.
All right, it's time to take a look around the NFL from over the weekend, starting with the early game in London, in which Dylan Gabriel became the 41st quarterback to start for the Cleveland Browns since 1999.
Oh, good God! Crazy.
I didn't think Gabriel played awful, but I can't believe the way that game finished. First of all, the Browns defense allows Carson Wentz to drive down the field and stick it to him with the Addison touchdown. But I know it's like a hope and a prayer. So they get in position for a Hail Mary from about the 50. And did you guys watch what happened there? They ran the play, but whistles were going in the middle of it. It's like they came really late.
Yeah, really late.
Minnesota thought they won the game, and then they had to replay the down, and then they said, well, there's about 8 seconds left. We got no timeouts. Let's try and get one at the sideline to make it closer. And they didn't get out of bounds. Like, they threw the ball where the guy could be tackled inbounds, which is insane, and that's how the game ended.
Yeah.
Stupid.
Crazy finishes in these London games.
Well, I
They've
hope
been
there's
fun to
not one
watch,
this
though.
weekend, for crying out loud. But did you see Minnesota had a field goal blocked by the wire of the sky cam?
I don't think that happened. I watched that replay. I think it was just a bad kick.
I watched it 10 times, and it looked like it ticked off the wire to me. That's what
I
it
don't
looked
think
like
so,
to
Moj.
me.
More would be made of that. Now, the sky cam did come into play in the Cowboys game where the ball was deflected back in the sky cam, but I don't think the sky cam they got the sky cam behind the kicker, not in front of the kicker.
I don't think it's in front.
Yeah, there's nothing in front of the
Okay,
kicker.
then I guess I could be wrong about that, but I watched it 10 times, and it looked like it ticked to me, but that's me.
Vikings 3-2, Browns 1-4. Hey, Moj, remember when you're like, I think the Raiders are going to be okay. I think they'll be a better football team this year than they were last year. And I think Geno Smith's an all right quarter. Geno Smith is awful. Got to see bad. They get wrecked.
That was a lie.
They get wrecked by the Colts. The Colts put up 20 points in the second and 20 points in the third, and that's all they needed to win 40-6.
Geno's really bad. Really bad.
He's got 9 interceptions this year, guys. 9.
He can come away with
It's
some
week
numbers
5.
sometimes, but it doesn't mean jack squat. It doesn't do anything. He's playing very poorly. Very.
So the Colts 4-1, the Raiders 1-4. Saints get their first win of the year as Jackson Dart. He had a nice little opening game against the Chargers, but did not look as good. Turned the ball over, I think, 3 times. 2 picks and a fumble. And the Saints get their first win 26-14 over New York.
Eventually, these bad teams are going to win a game, right? And you hope it's against another bad team, and that's exactly what happened for Saints. Exactly.
So both of those teams now 1-4. Cowboys crushed the Jets. The Jets got a real problem here. Aaron Glenn's 0-5. He reamed out his team last week, and then they showed no life this week.
He used that bullet.
I think they need to take a long-term approach to this thing, but it's not a good start. They've really had, 2 competitive games under Aaron Glenn, that first week against Pittsburgh and then that game against Tampa Bay. But to get wrecked like that at home against Dallas is not good.
By the way, don't sleep on the Cowboys. That offense can score.
Dude, when Dak's healthy, that offense has always been able to score.
They can score.
Hey, Vic, you're so right, though. If you got that bullet and you're at the OK Corral against the Clanton gang, you better nail Ike Clanton.
If you miss, you're done.
Hey, you want to hear a crazy stat?
Aaron Glenn missed. His team didn't respond at all, and you can only go to that well that one time.
So 2 things about the Jets. They're the first team in NFL history to start 0-5 and not record a single takeaway. Haven't gotten a single takeaway on defense through the first 5 weeks. Here's the other stat. Justin Fields is their starter. Justin Fields in his career, when the opponent scores 21 or more points, is 0-26.
That's insane.
0-26.
Broncos are going to kill them. The Broncos are going to destroy.
Well, score 21 points, and then I guess you win. The Jets 0-5. The Cowboys, I hate these. 2-1 is their record. Did you guys see how the Dolphins bumbled that game away? They're up 17-0, looking like they are going to crush the Panthers and somehow find a way to lose? What?
It was crazy comebacks yesterday. Panthers overcome a 17-point deficit. Titans 18 points. The Broncos 14 points. There were rallies left and right, but you're right. Miami, just when you think they're turning somewhat of a corner, they melt down.
Did you guys see Mike McDaniel walk to the locker room, that video?
I sure did, all by himself, and he looked miserable, dude. Miserable.
Panthers now 2-3, Dolphins 1-4. The Ravens without Lamar Jackson are god-awful. I can't believe how bad they are. They lose to, remember, a Texans team that's been struggling this year, struggling to score, 44-10. I'm just going to give you something.
Horrid.
I'm going to give you something from the Ravens. Here's their 5 games this year. They've given up 41 points, 17 to Cleveland, 38, 37, 44. That is unbelievable.
That is un-Raven-like. Again, one thing you can count on with the Ravens, a tough physical defense. They are porous. Awful.
Oh, lay it down, Moj? Is that what you wanted to hear? Is that your lay it down?
If you go back to Friday, man, I was all over Houston.
We did pretty well on lay it down, to be honest with you.
The Dr. Vic
baby.
pick.
4-0.
I got you the
Brett Cohen
Air
lock of the
Force
week.
game.
Yeah.
I got you the Air Force game.
We all were winners, big time.
So you mentioned the other game, Vic. I think this has to be a turning point.
That
The
was you're talking
way
about Titans and Cardinals.
The Cardinals lost to the Titans. If you guys missed it, it is one of the most unbelievable. So DeMarcado, their new running back, or one of them, with Jonathan Connors. Why am I forgetting? James Conner.
James Conner.
With him out, DeMarcado has this big run, and he does the classic I dropped the ball right at the goal line, and now it's a fumble instead of a touchdown thing. That's one thing.
Can I set that up even earlier? So they're up 21-6 in the fourth.
Yeah.
At home. The Cardinals are up 21-6 in the fourth quarter, ladies and gentlemen.
At home.
It's the fourth quarter at home. The game's over. Okay? This guy DeMarcado, which means the market.
DeMarcado.
Which means the market. He was running to the market, correct?
Yes.
He was running to the Mercado. If he scores, if he crosses the goal line without dropping the ball, it's 28-6 in the fourth quarter. Game's over. He drops the ball. Then the Titans are rolling. Cam Ward throws a dead duck up in the air.
So it got tipped.
It's a tip. Intercepted by the Cardinals. The guy who intercepts it falls, fumbles it. There's hand fighting for the ball.
Cardinals kick it
toward the end zone. The Titans fall on it in the end zone for a touchdown.
Touchdown. Come on.
You've got to assume if you're a Cardinals fan, if you're the Cardinals, period, that God just really hates you. I mean, God hates your guts in a big-time way because dude makes the pick. And he falls on his own. And, of course, I'm thinking to myself, okay, well, ground, nobody touched him. So the ground can cause a fumble, and that ball now all of a sudden is loose. And dude literally boots it.
The game is still over. It's 21-12 after that with less than 5 minutes to play, and you're at home. It's 21-12. You lead by 9. The game should be over, and they still lost.
Touchdown. Hey, I'm telling you right now, I'm not saying it's his fault that DeMarcado fumbled the ball or that his defense kicked the ball into the end zone for the Titans to recover it. Kyler Murray putting up no points in the second half of that game is just, how much longer are you going to do this? How much longer are you going to put Kyler Murray in week after week? The team's not good.
Brett, I totally agree with you, and it's not. But I want to know what penalty should be imposed on players who drop the ball before they cross the line, because now we've seen it and I don't know, man. I can't go back in time. Moshe, did we ever see that back in the day? Did it ever happen back in the day? Ever?
I don't remember it like this.
Why is it happening every week today? Every week somebody's doing this.
I don't know. Can you imagine having to be a head coach?
Would you see Gannon
go over with your team again?
Did you see Gannon get after him on the sideline? He almost hit him twice.
But what penalty should you impose if your player does that?
The electric chair.
Well, you have to go. You have to keep going over it every week, guys. When you're in the end zone, I mean, when you
go over it,
carry the ball into the end zone.
This needs to be unspoken.
Agreed.
Let me ask you something. Why should a head coach have to even reference this?
Agreed. They shouldn't. But that's. It happens so often. If I'm a coach, I'm almost like, hey, man, guys, carry the ball into the carry it through the end zone.
Here's my rule. Every touchdown celebration has to have the ball used as a prop, so you can't let it go until you're done with your celebration. There you go.
Can you imagine Sean Payton having to assemble his team? Hey, guys, get together. I got some big stuff we got to talk about. When you're running toward the goal line, make sure you cross the goal line with the ball in your hands. If you have to say that to your player in the professional ranks as a coach, what are we doing?
Vic, you're 100% correct, but it's just remarkable.
Titans 1-4, and the Cardinals 2-3. Hey, Baker did the Baker thing again, where they're down late and they need a play and they need a game-winning drive, and guess who orchestrates it? Baker Mayfield, and they win 38-35 in Seattle. It's a great game.
Nelly, do you have Gronk trying to pronounce a name in that game?
Yeah, the star player who came in clutch late. The first-round pick at Ohio State. What's his name, Gronk?
Baker Mayfield also did it without his number one wide receiver, Mike Evans. And you got to give credit to this rookie sensation wide receiver out of Ohio State, Emeka Egbuka, going for over 100 yards. Emeka Egbuka. I'm getting confused.
He sounds like a 6'7", 270-pound child.
One more. Please give me that name more.
Baker Mayfield also did it without his number
I'm sorry,
one
Nelly.
wide
Go ahead.
receiver.
Go ahead.
Emeka Egbuka.
Big boo.
Emeka
Travolta,
I can't take his voice
was
seriously.
it the Grammy or the Emmys or something? And he's like, Adia Limousine.
Oh, yeah, John Travolta. The
Oh, my
wickedly
God.
talented Adele Dazeem.
Jackson Smith Nagujuba.
Yeah, that's the other one. Mad Dog, Nugajuba.
Lord.
Jackson Smith Nagujuba.
Something about Ohio State wide receivers. They just can't get it right. So the Bucs win. They're 4-1. The Seahawks are 3-2. Detroit, the Brett Coyne lock of the week comes in. They were up. I know, Mose, you picked it too. I got to do mine, though. Cincinnati's just terrible. I got an amazing stat for you guys in the middle of this game. If you want to know how things are going in Cincinnati. It's the third quarter of the game. Jamar Chase had 4 catches and 3 tackles. He was Travis Hunter. Okay? 3 Jake Browning interceptions. Jamar Chase made all 3 of the tackles.
Did you see, though, and I know they lost the game, that touchdown catch that Jamar Chase made to get both feet in was just
like, he's
chef's kiss.
unbelievable. But
can you imagine having a $40 million weapon and the weapon it's not being used appropriately? That's crazy to me. Crazy talk.
So Lions win 37-24. They're 4-1. The Bengals are 2-3. Washington goes on the road on the West Coast, plays against the Chargers. The Chargers were up 10-0 early in that game, and then a whole bunch of zeros on the board after that. They are a mess without their starting tackles. Losing both Slater and Joe Alt has changed everything they want to do on offense.
Fellas, the play of the game, and I couldn't believe it when I saw it. The Chargers are down 20-10. They're driving. They've got the ball on the doorstep. They're about to turn this into a 3-point game. Justin Herbert's got him right where he wants him. He throws one of the worst picks I've seen him throw. That was terrible.
Right at the goal line. And the guy's gut. I mean, right in the defender's belly. By the way, Justin Herbert, who's like sort of key last year, was, if you guys remember, through 17 games, he had 3 interceptions. He's already got 4 this year. And then finally, the late game. I don't know if this is the biggest surprise of the week. There's a couple different surprises, but for the Patriots to go on the road in Buffalo and beat the Bills is pretty unbelievable.
How many fumbles did we see in that game?
A lot. Let me tell you something, though. Guys, Drake May's a player. That guy can throw the ball. He is. I know it's like all these different guys that were in Bo Nix's draft class. It's hard to suss out because there's Jaden Daniels and Drake May and Bo Nix and McCarthy and Penix and all these different guys. Drake May's good.
The play he made with a defensive guy draped all over his back, and he still had the
rolling out to the right.
He still had the strength
Yeah.
to get it to his receiver. That was phenomenal.
Last thing on that. Nelly sent it to us this morning, and so I'm going to. Apparently, Drake May, where did he play his college ball?
North Carolina.
Apparently, Bill Belichick has directed all North Carolina staff not to post anything related to the Patriots whatsoever. So in that huge win, Carolina can't even tweet about their former quarterback Drake May.
Hey, this is just an idea. I'm no expert in this field, and he knows a lot more about football than I do. Belichick does. How about you worry about not losing by 40 points every week? How about you try that? Like, I'm telling you right now, that Clemson's a bad football team. They were up 28-3 after the first quarter against North Carolina. And Belichick, the reason why, by the way, I think everybody's focused on the girlfriend thing, it's so wildly out of character for Mr. No Distractions Ever to have his girlfriend on the sideline.
Exactly.
It's the weirdest thing ever.
You know, I find it hilarious that he would not allow Tom Brady's personal trainer at the facility because of distractions, and yet your girl's allowed on the sideline?
It's the weirdest thing. Anyway, There's a lot of college football to get to that I'm sure we will as we go along, either today, tomorrow, whatever. Avs obviously open up their season tomorrow, so pumped about that. Got Adam Schefter joining us in 15 minutes. Stick around.
Imika Egbegbu
We're celebrating the big win yesterday with a Rally House Victory Monday, and we're giving away a $150 gift card to Rally House on every show with keywords every hour. And this keyword for this hour is statement. Like a statement win. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Stay tuned all day for keywords every hour. Again, the keyword for this hour is statement. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Happy Rally House Victory Monday, and we'll announce our winner at 9:55 this morning.
So many things happen in this game, Brett, in a positive way. I don't want to get too far ahead. I don't want to get out, quote, over my skis, like you like to say. But to me, in my brain, this opens up so many possibilities for the Denver Broncos. It opens up so many things for Bo Nix. Vic, it went exactly the way you wanted it to.
Well, with
the comeback, all of that is just so huge for this franchise.
Well, with that, Moj, let's get to our Broncos player in the groove. Vic, go ahead. Who was in the groove yesterday?
Well, it was Bo Nix, especially in the second half. So I can't give Bo Nix his flowers after I gave him so much crap for playing so blah in the first half. In the first half, what we saw to Bo versus the second half, two entirely different quarterbacks, two people. That's the transformation. Whatever phone booth he got into to switch costumes, keep it with the team because it worked. Bo Nix, without him, you don't win that game.
Moj?
I've got Nick Bonito, 2.5 sacks again yesterday, dude, and key moments. I mean, this guy's the fact that he got paid and his motor's even higher than it was before or as high, it's just flipping great. Guy's in a hell of a groove, man.
Nick Bonito has 7 sacks already. 7.
It's amazing.
On pace to snap.
And he's gonna have more this weekend for tea and scrumpets.
I don't know if this is a cheat or not. Can I give it to Sean Payton, who I think for two straight weeks, despite the situation that you were in Philly, stuck with the run game, gave J.K. Dobbins 20 carries, stuck with his offense, and I think it paid off, not to mention having the guts and the confidence in your offense to go for 2 when you could just kick the extra point and tie the game late. I give it to Sean Payton. I think it's 2 straight weeks of really good game plans and really aggressive, smart, sort of a style in competitiveness, the way he's been coaching.
The old adage is when you're on the road and you have a chance to go for 2 and win the game, you do it when you're on the road. I don't disagree with that adage. I was just surprised at the time because it happened with 7.5 minutes left in the game.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that surprised me. But that 2-point conversion was brilliant because it forced the Eagles into catch-up mode rather than let's just play it safe mode. They did some dumb things.
It's almost like Vic, they didn't know what to do after that. That's what it felt like to me. Like Philly, like what? Oh God, what do we do now? We've given up this 17-3 lead at home in the fourth quarter. What's going on here? Maybe, and let me give Payton a little bit of credit too.
Let me just do this before the song ends.
Oh, sure.
The Broncos player or coach in the groove. It's brought to you by Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com. Go ahead, Moshe.
I mean, this is where a head coach, I think, has to. You got to let him feel his team and know his team. He's like, look, we're moving the ball now, right? We've found something. We're moving the football, and our defense is stuffing them. Even if we don't get the 2-point conversion, and I'm sure he felt really good about getting it, but even if you don't, you're going to get the ball back. You're pretty damn confident of that. So it was a heck of a, would you call him church bell move?
Yeah.
But it paid off, and I'm sure it sent an unbelievably awesome message to his team. Had to.
Can I say something else? And we can go back to kind of where we started today. And what I think is the biggest thing in this game, outside of the obvious stuff, that it's a win that checks a whole bunch of boxes, that you closed a game late, that you beat a great team, that you came back from being down in the fourth quarter. Like, all those things are awesome. A huge reason, and I would argue the reason why you won the game, is because A.J. Brown was complaining so much that they changed their entire offensive game plan to suit one player, which is ridiculous coaching.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
It was selfish football, and it was born out of a receiver who started crying, and then another receiver. Devontae Smith is not without blame either.
Yeah.
Because he was also crying later in the week.
Yep.
They both started crying about not touching the ball. Okay, you touched it. Devontae Smith, you made a couple big grabs. Enjoy that L. What did it get you? You're not feeding the best running back in football the ball when you're up 17-3? That is egregious. That is
I'm telling you,
malpractice.
Dude, it is, and thank God he cried and whined. Again, Brett, guys get their ring and then they want theirs. You know, I don't know. I mean, I guess to us, we go, man, winning should be the most important thing. And obviously for AJ Brown, it's not. And you also on your Moss. What do you call that segment on Fridays? Moser. Masamenos. Wasn't one of your questions, will Cortland Sutton have a 100-yard receiving day?
No, I said the leading receiver will be Cortland Sutton. Or something like that. No, that's right. It's Masamenos. I can't remember. Something like that.
But Sutton had 99 yards in receptions yesterday, so just barely on the Manos.
Just, again, it's always felt to me, and Vic, you've asked me over and over again why I have this sort of feeling towards Nick Sirianni, and I'll admit a lot of it's personal. I just don't like the guy's general demeanor.
Why is it personal?
I just don't like his general demeanor.
So you're anti-Italian?
Nope. Again, I got no problem with Big Dom.
You said it was personal. You don't like a man's look or demeanor. He's an Italian man, coach, so you don't like Italian people.
Do you
the first part of being smart is knowing what to do.
Why I think that maybe I don't give him the credit for being the head coach that he is, that everybody points to, oh, yeah, well, he's won a Super Bowl and they win a whole bunch of games. How is every second of the Eagles' life, despite all of this winning, feel like it's a powder keg that's just waiting to blow up? If you guys remember, when they started the year a couple years ago 11-1, and they lost 6 straight games, including their opening playoff game, and there was questions about if Sirianni's getting fired over that. The reasoning behind it was because it felt like he can't manage the locker room, that he has no control over his players, that everybody's kind of doing their own thing. And thank God, Moj, they have a guy like Jalen Hurts and now Saquon Barkley that feel like they're pretty easygoing guys. Like Jalen Hurts has never said anything that could be misconstrued as negative, ever. And I give him credit for that. But he has no balance in that locker room. Like, it just feels like everything slips away from him. And the fact that he actually acquiesced to 1 or 2 guys at wide receiver against the benefit of his own team is insanity. Insanity.
Think about it. Vic, you're 100% correct, but think about it. If it was the other way around, if the Broncos had a 17-3 lead and you have the best running back in football and you go away from that on purpose to try to acquiesce to a squeaky wheel, and you lose the game, what would we be doing on this Monday morning?
We'd be killing the coaches.
We'd be destroying the coaching decisions.
And rightfully so.
Absolutely we would, yeah.
But you know what? That's going to be the undoing of the Philadelphia Eagles. That's going to be their undoing. I mean, there are defending Super Bowl champions who played a certain style to win the Super Bowl, and suddenly they're trying to get cute. They're getting cute.
Do you know how many times they ran Saquon Barkley after getting the 14-point lead?
3 times.
Twice.
Twice?
The rest of the game,
malpractice.
a 14-point lead in the second half, and they ran Saquon 2 times. That's unbelievable.
It is pure insanity. Also, the more I think about it, now I don't believe that you have a thing against Italians. I don't believe that in my heart.
I believe he's anti-Italian.
But I can see Vic's logic
Rocky
here,
too.
And
I mean, there's different hints.
Yeah,
he hates Rocky. He thinks Rocky's just a normal movie, just nothing, and he doesn't like Sirianni. Have you seen Godfather?
I like Godfather. I've seen Godfather.
Sure you do.
Okay, this will be the one. Did you think Robert Duvall deserved to be a member of the family?
No.
See, you're anti-Italian. All right, go on. Your point.
Wait, you thought Tom should not be a member of the family? He's not family.
I would have adopted him.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Okay. Hey, no, but this is. I mean, we'll talk to Adam about it momentarily.
I do think people who say The Godfather is the greatest movie ever written. I'm like, okay, let's not go too far with it. It's a good movie.
Well, we're gonna get to it as this week goes on.
No. Shut up for a second. Shut up. Godfather and Rocky were made around the same time.
Both a little too.
The two greatest movies I've ever seen.
Acclaimed for me. A little too acclaimed.
I'm just curious. What movie do you think ranks up there with Godfather that you would consider a a contemporary of the movie Godfather. Like, give me a movie you think goes toe-to-toe with that
Step
movie.
Brothers. Step Brothers was awesome.
I'm not talking about comedy. Shut up.
All right,
Comedies
sorry.
never win Oscars.
Air Bud.
Yeah. All right, now you're not. Now you're just messing around now.
Nailed it.
Unforgiven was pretty damn good, dude. I don't know.
Shut
Unforgiven
up.
was pretty damn awesome.
This conversation has to end. Let's get back to football because you guys are.
Well, let's get to Adam Schefter. He's going to join us in a couple minutes. Stick around. Send out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. And we're joined by Adam Schefter, as we are every Monday at 9 o'clock. First of all, Adam, thank you for joining us. I'd like to start with a question. The Broncos get this big win, their signature win of the Sean Payton era yesterday against the Philadelphia Eagles. Did the Eagles just totally acquiesce their offense to appease A.J. Brown complaining not getting the ball? Because only running Saquon Barkley 6 times is insane.
Well, they ran Saquon Barkley 6 times. They ran the ball 11 times. I think they ran the ball once in the second half in the entire. And, we were doing Get Up this morning, and Rex Ryan and Teddy Bruschi, Damian Woody were of the mind that, sometimes offensive coordinators are listening too much to, what's out there in the public and the media and some of the players. Like we heard about A.J. Brown, like it was clear that he wanted the ball more. And obviously, Devontae Smith didn't seem really happy, although he expressed this in a different way. And so it seemed like they made a concerted effort to throw the ball, pass the ball to their guys, which was effective at points on Sunday afternoon, but not overall. They didn't run the football a lot. They didn't run it as much as they needed to. They were up by a couple of touchdowns there in the fourth quarter. As we pointed out, the Denver Broncos, in the history of that organization, going into yesterday, when they were down 14 or more points on the road in the fourth quarter, entering yesterday, they were 1-122. 1-122.
That's crazy.
So I've watched John Elway in that spot, and nobody was more clutch than him. And he didn't pull out many of those victories on the road when they were down 14. In fact, the one time they did it was Sean Payton against the Bears in Week 4 a couple of years ago.
Adam, how you win a game, in my opinion, matters. And for Bo Nix, who threw the ball like Bo Luke of Dukes of Hazzard fame in the first half, and then transformed into a very good quarterback in the second half, him winning that game with stellar play, pulling off a rally, an upset rally on the road, the growth for a young quarterback is amazing. What do you think this does for him confidence-wise moving forward?
Well, I think it elevates his confidence. I think it elevates the confidence of the entire team. When they scored that touchdown to make it, what was it, 17-16, I believe at the time, right?
Yes.
They didn't even hesitate. They put the ball on the left hash, went right into the play, lined up for that 2-point conversion. And again, there aren't many coaches who would make that call. And Sean was supremely confident in going for 2 at that time. And I think that that's infectious to the whole team. And when you win a game like that, man, it just sets up for them right now. Going now to London, you got to just focus in and do what you're supposed to do, but there's no reason that they shouldn't win again now. And all of a sudden, you start stacking the wins. That's where you want to be. But you can't, if you can win in Philadelphia on the road when you're down 14, where can't you win?
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's an excellent point. I know they're only a 3-2 team, Adam, but to me, this changes the complexion of a lot of things. Not only the AFC West, because the Chargers lose again, and obviously the Chiefs have a big one tonight, but maybe in the AFC, everybody, I look at the teams in front of them or around them. This win told me an awful lot about the Denver Broncos. How do you view the conference and the division overall?
I think that right now they are an ascending team. There's no reason that they couldn't have won earlier against Indy at the Chargers. Didn't we talk about the fact that they led for 27 to 30 minutes in the fourth quarter, right? So, they didn't finish the job like they did yesterday. And so, to me, I look at that conference right now. Buffalo would seem to be in the top slot. And then there's a group of teams that you say are all really good, and Denver would be in there. Denver, Indy. I know the Chargers lost yesterday. I still think they're good. I still think the Chiefs are dangerous. Pittsburgh's been a tough out. But the conference is not as top-heavy as it has seemed to be in recent years. It just doesn't seem that way 5 weeks in.
Yeah, on that note, Adam, when's the last time the 72 Dolphins could pop the champagne in Week 5 of the season?
It does seem to be a little bit early, right? Like,
yeah,
that's nice early pop for them, but it's good. Listen, they stand alone. They continue to stand alone. Good for them, the 72 Dolphins.
Adam Schefter with us, and all conversations with Adam are brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank. At Colorado Credit Union, join today at ccu.org. Which of these was the most shocking win? Was it the Broncos over the Eagles in Philly? Was it the Niners with a decimated roster beating the Rams? Was it the Titans the way they came back against the Cardinals late, or was it the Patriots over the Bills?
I think you could look at any of these games and how they unfolded and the way they played. Like this was one of those weeks that was not kind to survivor pools. If we look at it, the Titans overcame an 18-point deficit. I happened to watch that game because I did have the Cardinals in one of my survivor pools. And all I can tell you is if Amari DiMarcato runs in that run that's been replayed over and over and will continue to be replayed over and over, if he scores there, they go up 3 scores with 12 and a half minutes to go. And the game is over because he let it go. Like, boom, they come back. The Panthers overcame a 17-point deficit to beat Miami. The Broncos overcame a 14-point deficit. The Saints overcame an 11-point deficit. The Commanders overcame a 10-point deficit. That doesn't even include Thursday night when most people gave the 49ers next to no chance to go into L.A. on a short week without their starting quarterback, their top 2 receivers, their starting tight end, their best pass rusher, and beat the Rams at home. Like, just one of those weeks, it just goes to show you that, if you let your guard down at all in the NFL, if you're not as prepared as you should be, you can lose in any week. Any week.
When do you start looking ahead at things? Because I'm already allowing myself to do that. I'm already getting a win against the Jets. I've already got the Giants dialed up as a dub. I mean, I'm looking down the schedule here going, hey, man, the Broncos have a real chance to rack up some dubs and like put the middle part of the schedule, away. How often do you look ahead or do you allow yourself to do that? Do you take it week by week?
I don't mean to sound like a coach, but I'm not looking ahead like that. I'm focusing on today. Like we got a show tonight. I'm not looking ahead like that. Look, here's the deal. Denver's got a team where they're going to be in the mix, and if they continue to improve and get better, they're going to have a chance to make noise in the postseason. That's all you could ask. And like I said, the conference is not as top heavy as it was. I look at the NFC and I say that's a top heavier conference right now than the AFC, and I'm not sure when it shifted, but it certainly feels like it did. Like I could look at Philly, I could look at Detroit, I could look at Green Bay, Tampa Bay, the Rams, Washington, San Francisco. Like there's a lot of good NFC teams. And you can make an argument on a few of them winning the Super Bowl for sure. It doesn't feel that way quite as much in the AFC today, but let's see how all these weeks play out.
Broncos and Jets in London this week. If you're the Jets and things are they're starting to fall apart there, do you expect any changes for this game? Are they going to stick with what they've got? What do you anticipate out of the New York side?
They were non-competitive yesterday, and
yeah.
I'm sitting next to one of the biggest Jet fans there is in Mike Greenberg, and my boss, who's also a Jets fan. And what struck all of us was how the Cowboys had walk-in touchdowns that were uncontested. Now, I have to think that that's going to change in London. They're not going to do that again a second straight week, but they are the only winless team in the NFL. They are the only team in NFL history that has failed to produce a turnover in the first 5 weeks of the season. None. So I don't know whether it's going to happen Sunday or in 2 weeks or a month or whenever, but there's going to be a game where all of a sudden, like the Saints playing the Giants, you would say, well, the Saints shouldn't beat the Giants. Saints shouldn't beat many people. But the Giants lost a turnover battle, I believe, 5-0. And the Giants turned it over 5 times. Saints defense, special teams forced 5 turnovers. That's the way that Denver could and would lose that game Sunday. If all of a sudden they're sloppy, they don't take care of the football, and all of a sudden the Jets defense and special teams that hasn't gotten a turnover all year, all of a sudden finds its way getting 3 of them. Like you're looking for a recipe for Denver to lose the game. That would be it. That would be it.
I think we all kind of understand that the Ravens losing without Lamar Jackson isn't a surprise. But, Adam, they've given up 177 points through 5 weeks. It's 20 more than anybody else in the league. What the hell's going on there? How did they drop off this fast defensively?
Well, it's hard to imagine that the defense could be this decimated, but they have lost a ton of people. And it's not to excuse it, but when things start happening, it just seems they start snowballing. And that's certainly been the case there in Baltimore with a defense that's been decimated with injuries. And that's kind of where we're at right now.
Finally, for me, let me go back to the division. What the heck is going on with the Raiders? I thought that they'd be a better team under Pete Carroll, not a playoff team, but a better team. And, Adam, they look absolutely horrific, and they got drubbed yesterday by the Colts in Indy. What's the story there? Is it just all Geno Smith, or what's going on?
Well, they're turning over the football. They're making mistakes. They're not coming through with clutch plays. They're falling behind. You know, it's a bad combination of things. That's sort of the way that it goes. And you know, when you're not winning it, these things get compounded. And they fell behind early yesterday and were unable to make it back.
Adam, last question for you, and we'll let you go. Always appreciate the time. Is the Defensive Player of the Year still a Denver Bronco, just not Pat Surtain in Nick Bonito?
Nick Bonito is going to deserve some serious consideration. There's no doubt about that. And that would be something, having the Defensive Player of the Year 2 years in a row. I'm trying to think who else, you know, what other player. Again, not to okay, it is early in the year for that.
Yeah.
Just a little early in the year. So I don't know that, you know, we're ready to anoint a defensive player. If you want to give Nick Bonito the defensive player of 5 games, then that's fine. But it's going to be 17 games. There's 12 more. 5 of 17 is not a very high number. So, you know, what have we played? So 5 divided by 17. Hold on a second. I'm just curious about this. Is 29.4%. So yeah, Nick Bonito gets the 29.4% player of the year.
I love it.
The problem is there's 70.6 more to play. So
hey,
more to play.
Adam, last one for me, and I started doing fantasy football this year because of you, for most part, because you gave me a list of players to choose from, and it was awesome. So I want to thank you for motivating me. But what advice would you have for a guy who put his team together this week and 2 players were on a bye week and accidentally put him in the starting lineup?
Well, listen, part of being a fantasy football manager, having a roster is putting the time into it. And, you know, if you care about it, that would never happen. Like, if you really, like...
But I do care.
Well, then roster, like, well, let me see what I got. Like, you would have made the changes on Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday or Friday. Like, there's
nobody told me the Packers had a bye week, Adam.
Well, Vic, if you look at your roster, you would see the Packers had a bye, and I need to pick up a defense.
The print is too small. My glasses don't... I can't read everything on this little app.
Well, you know what? It's a learning process, and you're learning and evolving. You're learning how to play fantasy. Kevin Patullo's learning how to call plays in Philadelphia. That happens.
Adam Schefter joins us every single week. Always appreciate the time, Adam. We'll talk next week. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
Adam Schefter, All Conversations with Adam, brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza, where you get great selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza.
Yeah, I open up my app today, and I go, why didn't Josh Jacobs give me any points? What's going on here? Bye week.
It's pathetic. By the way, me and Moser are in a dogfight right now. We're in a dogfight. What is thumbs down for, Moj?
Well, I need Worthy and Hollywood to have a huge game tonight. Huge game, or I'm dead.
Yeah, so I'm up.
Derrick Henry, dude. Dude, Derrick Henry, you want him? I may just release him, dude.
Dude. You know what's worse? I have the Ravens defense.
Oh, my God.
Why?
Well, literally any other defense in the league would be better.
I can make a trade, I can make another pickup right now,
Just
can I?
pick somebody else, yeah.
No, I didn't know how to do that. Can I do it now?
No, you have to wait till the end of the week now. So you have to wait after these games. After tonight's
Derrick
game,
Henry, I'm on record as saying Derrick Henry is a disaster. Worst running back in the league.
Thank you
I
for
don't
being
want him
on
anymore.
record.
You can have him. You can have him.
Yeah, fantasy's so stupid.
I love how Vic said, yeah, I got the Ravens defense. Like he's the owner of the team and there's nothing you can do about it. You know what I mean? Like he is.
Well, the owner of the team can't just trade.
I know.
I see, this is why fantasy's crap. I want to pretend this is real. So if the owner of the team can't make a midseason trade, why should I?
Well, they can make a trade. They just
You
can't trade away
out
their
the
entire
defense.
defense. Yeah, not the whole thing, but you can. You can. It's the beauty of it.
I ain't doing it.
I know that there's a lot more of the Broncos stuff that we want to get to. Do we just table all the college football stuff, the CU game, yuck, for tomorrow? Do we just save that all for
No, because
tomorrow?
we'll forget about it. We better mention it today.
I just don't get it. Like, TCU's a good team, and they were in it. And it was just disaster after disaster. I think I said something along these lines on Twitter during the game. They're doing 90% of things really well and 10% as bad as you could do. You know what I mean? It was like that the entire game. We do something good, pick. Oh, great. So we'll jump into that along with the Broncos in just a second. Keep this in mind, that every single week we have high school football on our airwaves. And congratulations to Mountain Vista High School's Ariana Akey. She's our Athlete of the Week, presented by Backus and Shanker. Backus and Shanker loves Ariana's passion and their passion for justice. Every Athlete of the Week is awarded a $150 gift card to Rally House. So tune in on Friday night at halftime of Dakota Ridge and Heritage for the next Athlete of the Week. Back after this. We're celebrating the big win yesterday with a Rally House Victory Monday, which means we're giving away a $150 gift card to Rally House on every show with keywords every hour. This hour's keyword is signature. So text signature in your first and last name to 303-504-0925 and stay tuned all day for the keywords every hour. Again, the keyword for this is signature in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Happy Rally House Victory Monday. We'll announce our first winner at 9:55.
Two things. Moj, I thought you were supposed to kiss me on the lips today.
Yeah.
Do I have a kiss coming? So I have a good sloppy kiss coming at some point this week?
Just book it. Yeah, it's coming to you. Number 2.
Can you tell people why you promised to kiss me on the lips?
I think I said if the Broncos go to Philly and win, I'll give you a big old fat smoocheroo.
On Thursday, I predicted that the Broncos would win and have the ball in their hands to win late. Finish a game, right? I predicted that on Thursday on this radio station. And you said boldly, if the Broncos do that, I will kiss you on the lips real good.
Moj, can you put on red lipstick before you
I'm
do
not
it
sure
too?
Yeah, listen, I'm not sure that I said real good.
Yes,
I'm not
you
sure
did.
Those words. Did I?
Yeah,
Did
I think
really?
you said real good.
I think you said shirt off, caressing his hair.
Dude, so our keyword this hour is signature, which is, okay, that's awesome. This is the kind of win where, again, what you've now done, you made up for a stupid loss. You've made up for one of these dumb losses, right? This is, you're not expecting, hey, but they hadn't done it before. Hey, go win a game you're not supposed to win. But as we went on last week, I kept saying, why can't they do it? Remember that? I mean, Vic, I was jumping on your Vic train. I really was. I was jumping on that train. I'm like, why can't they do it? And if I think they're a good team, they should be able to go into that dang city of brotherly, what I called it, brotherly what?
Yeah. Brotherly
I called
hell?
it the city of brotherly. No, I called it the city of brotherly. No, I didn't. There was no beeping involved, and brotherly dorks. I don't know what it was. Anyway, that's exactly what they did. So they got to win. Quote, you're not supposed to get. But now maybe we should expect this kind of thing, man. This win changes an awful lot on how I view the Denver Broncos. Adam was a little bit more low-key about it because, hey, look, I just look at this week and so on and so forth.
But don't get ahead of yourself like some people are. Don't do this. I mean, I got people, they'll be 6-2 before you know it. Calm down. Calm down.
They are. They're gonna stomp the snot out of the Jets. They're gonna stomp the snot out of the Giants.
See what I'm saying? Calm down. Calm down. See, just like I got to calm you down. You know what? I'm not going to let you kiss me.
No. There's no takesy-backsies on that.
He's like that child in the candy store. Just a couple pieces. That's it. Couple pieces.
Yeah.
Don't go crazy. Don't stick your hand all the way down that jar and start gobbling up everything in the damn store. Take it easy.
They're definitely going to be a 5-2. They're definitely going to be a 5-2 team. Definitely going to be 5-2. The question is, after that, thank goodness they got the Cowboys at home. But what will they do against the Cowboys offense that right now is kicked into high gear? All of a sudden, though, that things change. The Texans game looks a little bit more concerning for sure. They'll beat the snot out of the Raiders, and that battle with Kansas City on November 16th, that'll be for first place inside the AFC West. Book it.
Am I really? God, you're gonna make me do this. And I don't want to be this guy. I want to be just like.
You want to be happy guy.
Yeah, but Monday. You're forcing me to do this. Let's not pretend the Broncos won by 30 points, okay? They made some big plays late in the game, which is something you had to see. They didn't play great to start that game.
Settle down just a little bit.
3 quarters of offensive football that was not good.
But they did something no team has been able to do in more than a year. They
I
won
know,
in
Vic,
Philly.
but he's making me do this. He's making me say this.
I know. Well, that's what little kids do, Brett. Little kids make you irrational. You know when you have to tell your little kid a little white lie just to get him off that subject.
Yeah.
You can't eat this because if you do, your teeth will decay overnight. We gotta give Moser little white lies because he's just too over anxious.
Like I am pumped. I'm so happy. I think it's an amazing win. It's the best win they've had since Peyton Manning's been on the roster.
Kid.
Like all of those things. But let's not pretend they dominated from start to finish. They did the really good thing, which is prove they can close out a game against that level of an opponent on the road is awesome.
Listen, little boy, you can't have 7 cotton candies. You can't.
Okay. Vic, understood. That's a pretty damn important thing, though, Brett. I mean, I put the Philadelphia Eagles, as dumb as they looked yesterday in that fourth quarter, and as confused and concerned as they looked in their face, the Broncos punched them and they just didn't know what to do. I think it's a really good team. Still, to this very second, overall, you can see the quality of that roster up and down and all over. And, yeah, they did some dumb things to help you get back in that game. But don't just gloss over what a big win it is and the quality of opponent you beat inside their joint.
I'm not.
Nobody's glossing.
I am not doing that at all. I'm just not going, well, they're never losing again, like you're saying.
All right, little college ball.
I'm not saying that. No. I'm not saying that, but they're going to beat the snot out of the Jets in London on Sunday.
I don't know what to tell you about CSU. I watched the game Friday night. It was boring. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you about that game, that team. I don't know where they're going. I don't know what's happening.
I think we all know where this is going.
Okay.
And can I just say one thing quickly about this? I do think it would say a lot to your fan base to make the move now. They're going to make the move.
What good does it do to make the move now, though? I mean, I disagree with you. Making the move now for a team that doesn't have the necessary funds, it's pretty obvious. To just stab yourself in the back.
I don't understand how much do you save by waiting?
If they save I'm not sure what the figures are, but I know they save a lot of money if they make the move on January 1st. There's money to be saved.
That's past the recruiting cycle. That's past the first window. You can't.
They can do some sort of settlement. They can work with them on that. I don't know where they're going. All right, so let's get that out of the way.
This is like the situation, Brett, is that these big Power 4 teams, most of them anyway, can just buy their way out of anything and buy their way into anything. You know what I mean? It's like if the New York Yankees screw up on a second baseman, they give him a bad contract. You know what they do? They bench him and just go get another one. They don't give a rat's rip about
CSU
things.
Cannot afford to do that.
But CSU's part of that group of teams in college football that you've got to play the money game, dude. You
can't wait until recruiting already ends to fire a coach and then bring somebody else. You can't do that. That's just football-wise, it's not feasible.
Mm-hmm. Watching that game, they just don't have the Jimmies and the Joes. They don't.
Yeah,
they don't have the Jimmies and the Joes.
Players. Yeah, they don't
have
players.
They don't have them. It was just abundantly clear watching.
If you wait until January 1st,
yeah,
that's another year of no more Jimmies and Joes.
CU football. You're up 14-0, and you're thinking
second week in a row, by the way.
Yeah, you're up 14-0, and you're thinking to yourself, okay, they can't stop us. Look at this. Look at this. Look at what they got going. And then suddenly, everything changes. I don't know what it is about the second half, but do they just forget how to move the ball? How do they come out with fire and then just...
It's to me, it's not even second half.
Look at this, look at that.
End of the first half. You're up 14-0, so TCU responds, they get a touchdown, they make it 14-7. You throw a pick deep in your own territory. 2 plays later, it's a touchdown again. Now the game's tied. That's a problem. You just allowed them immediately after a huge lead to get right back in the game. And then, yes, the second half starts and you can't move the football again. They get the touchdown to tie it up at 21, but, I mean, the mistakes that they make, the muffed punt that put them in short field again, like all of this different stuff leads up to what's going to be, I think, ultimately a non-bowl game. You know what I mean?
More importantly, and let me get real for a second, you saw Deion Sanders in physical pain during the course of that game, and afterwards he admitted that he fears that his blood clots are back.
I think I got more blood clots.
Yeah.
Cat's out the bag, all right? I think I got more blood clots, man. It don't make sense. I'm hurting like crazy. I got the doctor's appointment Monday to see what time it is. So that's what's going on. I'm not getting blood to my leg. That's why my leg is throbbing. I'm sorry to get that out, but thank you for noticing.
Okay, I feel for the dude, man. Not only is your team not playing well, your health is obviously, he's coming off a cancer diagnosis, had to deal with that in the offseason. The blood clots are still part of his routine. They can't get rid of that.
Yeah.
This is a dire situation. At some point, your health has to come first. Man, I feel for him. I really do. That cannot be fun. I don't know anything about the blood clots thing. That's been going on for a while, long before the cancer diagnosis came into play.
That's why you're losing toes in the whole 9 yards. I mean, that's been an issue for him for some time. Brett, I see what you're getting at here in regards to Coach Prime and maybe his future. He's not a quitter by any means whatsoever. And I don't care what anybody else says. This is all factual information. He's dealt with some hella medical issues. Hella medical problems, man, and I feel bad for him. On the other side, you've got to talk about football and what the future is going to look like, and it should. If the kid can't play, if the kid cannot play, and he's just not ready, okay. But
Salter, Moj, there's no point in Salter anymore. There's no point.
That's what I'm getting at. You threw 3 picks by halftime, dude. 4 overall. It was a total disaster in the second half. I don't see the idea of keeping him in the game as a productive one for the CU Buffaloes. I'm sorry. I don't see it at all.
The only thing that you have left here, you're 0-3 in conference already. You're 2-4 overall. You'd have to go 4-2 to make a bowl game. You guys tell me. Iowa State, Utah, Arizona, West Virginia, Arizona State, Kansas State. Is that 4-2? Then play the kid. Play the kid and just play for next year.
I agree. And what I don't want to hear, I'm already hearing people say, oh, don't use health as an excuse. Let me tell you something. Deion is tougher than most of you, okay? He's tougher than most. The fact that he's coaching this year after what he went through in the offseason, and maybe some of you don't know the details of what he went through. The fact that he's on the sideline is amazing.
Yeah.
It's freaking remarkable.
Period.
So I'm not going to hear that
He had to remake a whole new one, yeah.
Exactly right. So don't say that. That makes you look stupid if you say that. The dude's a tough hombre. The fact that he's coaching through all of this, through not one major health scare, but 2?
Yeah,
come on,
let's
man.
read the tea leaves here. Brett, let's read the tea leaves. He goes in today to find out, quote, what time it is. Let's say he's got more blood clots that they've got to take out or whatever. It means he's off the sideline. And I don't want to think that is the case. But I will say, if he never coached another down from this moment on for the CU Buffaloes,
nobody could blame him.
Number one. And number two, I would still thank him and appreciate him till the day I die
100%.
for what he did for this program.
Yeah.
And I can criticize his coaching, I can criticize decision making and other things of that nature, but I can never criticize what he has done for this program. I mean,
his toughness and his commitment to the game,
saved the program.
Again, 2 life-changing diagnoses at the same time in the same year. All right? Don't sneeze at that. It's freaking amazing that he's on the sideline coaching football right now.
Just quickly before break, there's some more breaking news that involves some not good stuff. So there was that story that came out before the games. Was it Saturday or Sunday morning that Mark Sanchez was in the hospital he was stabbed?
And what was the assumption when you heard that story, right? What did you assume?
I had no idea.
He got jumped on the street.
But
he got jumped,
I
right?
He got jumped.
Oh, man, he got jumped. Poor guy.
So as the details emerge, and I still don't totally get it. His delivery driver was in a spot. He was yelling at him that he can't park somewhere, and then he did something to him. Like
a 69-year-old driver of a grease. He was changing the grease thing in the restaurant of the hotel. I don't know what the hell that is, but he was just doing his job.
What I don't understand from this story, though, is Mark Sanchez is in Indianapolis. He doesn't live there. He was there to call a game.
He's calling the Colts game this weekend.
Why does he care where a car's parked?
He was waiting for his Uber Eats order, and he told the car he's parked in the wrong spot, get out of there. So he got angry that the guy was parked there. He tried to force him out of that spot.
And so now, after he was stabbed, he was in pretty bad condition. Like, he's in the hospital, got stabbed.
Did you see the 69-year-old man that he beat up?
I did not.
Have you seen those photos?
I heard that he was tore up, too. I don't know what it was.
He looked like he was on his deathbed.
What, like, was he punched or what?
Pummeled. He's got a huge cut right here. He got beat up by Mark Sanchez.
So
got beat up by him.
Sanchez, while he was at the hospital, was arrested, and he's facing a level 5 felony battery charge, which carries a 1 to 6 year prison sentence. Like, just an insane story.
Holy cow.
So he's also charged with battery with injury, public intox, and unlawful entry of a vehicle for his role in the incident that occurred over the weekend. Crazy. Now,
I mean, who would have thunk? Jeez Louise. That's insane.
All of
Okay,
it's just
I want to say
bizarre.
this. People are saying, he was hammered. I want you guys to think about a time. Like, what's the most hammered you've ever been, right? I mean, I don't know. Everybody has different degrees of being hammered. When I drink, I fall asleep. I just go to bed. What could lead you? What state of disimpairment or impairment, I should say, what inebriation could lead you to do that?
To pummel a 69-year-old man? Jeez.
Where do you have to live how?
Vic, I don't know the answer to that because I don't get that way anyway. But what's the story with the wine in his Cernia? I mean, that was
Moser, you and I. All right, listen. You and I were out there in our Italy trip. We got hammered.
Yeah, okay. Right. Yeah. Well, a little. That was later. Yeah.
Let's say, would you ever just happen upon?
We danced.
Oh yeah, we danced in the streets of Rome together. At any point during that hammering process, during that period of hammer time, did it ever go in your head? Let's go ahead and take out this delivery driver.
Let's go pummel Vinny down the block. No.
I mean,
no.
How does that happen?
I agree with everything that you're saying. I will say this. I don't need a drop of alcohol to pummel either one of you old men, okay? I will do that on the spot.
I will stab you right back.
On site.
See, I offer kisses and you offer fists. That's just ridiculous.
We'll announce the winner of the $150 gift card to Rally House, get a fact checker, all that next. Stick around.
Bang! Bang! Come on, man. Bang!
Hey guys, low testosterone can cause a host of problems. Sleep patterns off, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, maybe even low sex drive, and much, much more. And a lot of guys are like, well, I'm just getting older. How much I can really do? Well, you can. You can get treatment for that. Get back your vigor and your vibrancy. So if you're feeling like that, do what I did and take care of your low T situation with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They're experts at treating low testosterone and other men's health conditions. Successfully treated tens of thousands of men here in the Front Range, and they're seeing a difference in their lives like I did. You're going to feel a lot different, a lot better like you used to. Your energy is going to return. So do yourself a favor. Give them a call today, 720-440-7900. Schedule an appointment. It's super duper simple, and they're going to have your blood drawn, results within 30 minutes. You're going to find out exactly what your situation is. Again, 720-440-7900, or see everything that they do at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, we'll announce the winner of the Rally House Victory Monday gift card, $150 in a few minutes here. Just quickly, couple things, couple details. Do you guys remember when Bo Nix's arm got hit and they initially ruled it a fumble, then an incompletion? I'm just,
Yes.
I didn't get a great angle at it. I was watching in a bar, so I couldn't rewind. That
Terrible
looked really
block there.
close.
Terrible. Who attempted that block? Was that R.J. Harvey or Dobbins? I got it
that
in
was
my
Harvey.
notes. Yeah.
It was. I'm sure it was Harvey.
So here's my question.
I'm sure it was Harvey.
When they say, I think it's the right call that it's incomplete, but when they say the arm's going forward, does that mean the hand? Because his elbow did, but it felt like his hand still was like back. You know what I mean?
Brett, I'm right there with you.
I don't know.
I have no idea what they're talking about. That looked like a fumble 100 out of 100 times to me.
So
I don't get it. I don't understand it.
You know what I'm talking about, right? Like
Yeah.
when a pitcher winds up for a 100-mile-an-hour fastball, the ball's here, and then his elbow comes in, but the ball is still back. You know what I mean? It's not moving forward yet.
And when they say, the empty hand coming through, that means it's – what do you mean? I don't understand that. The hand's automatically going to be empty because the ball was taken away.
Yeah.
I mean, you can have the ball way back here, and it's going to be empty when you come through. I don't – listen, I'm dumb.
Vic, I'm still going back to the play that launched the Tom Brady dynasty where he was literally had a football at his tummy, and they called it an incomplete pass when it got knocked out of his hand in the snow. I don't know what's what anymore, but I will say this. I'll take that break.
Yeah.
I'll take that break. But when you look at it again, it's more like it's not going forward. It's kind of going up. Like he's back here, and he's just it's the up motion before the forward motion, and it's the up motion where the ball is knocked
I
away.
think shoe on the other foot. If that's Jalen Hurts and that's the Broncos defense, you guys are losing your minds if that's not a fumble.
Yeah, but you know what? There were a bunch of calls the other way. The
There was.
pass interference on Pat Bryant late in the game was a trash call. Trash. Offensive pass interference. I mean, he got shoved from behind. That was not an offensive pass interference.
I know they called it a pick. Okay, well let me say this though.
I could call a pick on every play.
Dude, Goddard, what was it? The 2-yard line? Was that who was all over him, Brett?
Skinner.
Yeah, late in the game.
Skinner basically tackled him before the ball got there.
I don't think that's a call either. You can't reward the offense for those miracle-type plays late. When you
he was
feign like you can't get back to it.
But, Vic, he was all over him.
I get it. I get it, but you can't reward him in that situation. Come on.
Vic, I would argue to you, and I'm going to say this in the most delicate possible way. You had less contact with your wife when you're making babies. Okay.
Hang on. I'm seeing this stat on Get Up. I need you guys to see this.
What?
They finished the Eagles with 45 rushing yards. It's their fewest in a game since week 14 of 2018.
Wow. Can you imagine having the number one running back on the planet, yet you go away from that to try and satisfy your whiny little wideout? It's just satisfy. Who's, by the way, an amazing team player. Your running back is, and so is your quarterback. Amazing team players.
You know what?
Yet you get away from it with a 2-touchdown lead because you want to placate to a diva. That is unbelievable to me.
It dawned on me watching that game.
I'll take it all day and all night. I'll take it all day.
It dawned on me why I don't have the moxie to be, for example, a good golfer, or why I'm not a good rally kind of guy. I'm just not. I don't have the emotional fortitude for that. I'm watching that game, like most Bronco fans, and I'm looking at Bo Nix after the first offensive possession of the second half, and they can't go anywhere. And they go to the sideline, and at that point, his numbers, let's see, I wrote it down. At that point, 15 of 29 for 115 yards and 0 TDs. Okay.
At one point, he was 12 of 25, Vic, and it looked hopeless.
So after three quarters, he's 15 of 29, 115, 0 TDs, and I'm looking at him, and I'm like, if I'm him, I'm like, yeah, well, we're done. We're lost. I give him and the Broncos full credit for not thinking like me.
Yeah.
For being able to show resilience and poise and focus even when you're down 17-3 with those numbers, because you know what we did in the fourth quarter? You know what I do when I double bogey 3 holes in a round of golf? What do I do, Moj, when I double bogey 3 in a row? What does Vic do?
Cries.
Cry. I beg to get off the course. Throw clubs. Call you
Pretty
names.
much,
Blame other people.
You do that anyway, but you say, no, and then you say, what am I doing?
Exactly.
What am I doing?
At no point do I sit down and get better. I get worse. Bo Nix in the fourth quarter, after that horrific start to that game, in the fourth quarter goes 9 for 10, 127 yards, and scores 18 unanswered, including 15 points in 5 minutes.
That's big time.
Big time, man. That's really big. Against that defense at the end, Brett, they got punched and they did not know what to do. It was awesome to see.
Yeah.
And the Broncos did that too. The Broncos did that to them. Vic is 100% correct. That's Nix and the Broncos offense doing it to them, not them doing it to themselves.
First of all, Vic, turn your camera back on. Second of all, is it more impressive that the Broncos came back and won that game late, or Mark Springer did a 50K where he stopped at 8 different Taco Bells?
Yeah, wait, was this the thing? Like, was there a group of people doing this, or did he
Yes.
just do this on his own?
No. This is there was a whole bunch of people doing it.
Can I ask how this emanates? I mean, who decides we're going to do this?
I have no idea.
Well,
it looked miserable.
I begged him not to do it because he's watching my dogs this weekend, right? Well, while I'm here, and I'm like, dude, listen, if you croak eating Taco Bell and running a 50K, the dogs, bro, they're
gonna poop and pee in the house,
right? So don't do it. I go. I'd miss you a little bit. I'm sure, probably a little bit. I'd miss you if you croaked from this 50K. But so it's the dogs, bro.
I have to say,
dude, I could never do that. I could never do that. I give Spring all the credit in the world,
Yeah.
man.
I want to give Spring a heads up.
He's kicking butt.
I totally agree. I don't know. Most midlife crises for us hit when we're in our 40s and 50s. For him, it hit early in life. I don't know what's going on, but in this past year, he's doing things I've never seen. I've never expected.
Yep.
And this is one of them.
Hey, did you guys happen
I
to
went
see
and saw a comedy show. It was great.
Just quickly before we announce our winner of the $150 gift card, Eric Collins, who is the Charlotte Hornets announcer, had to fill in.
It's great.
For an NFL game. And if you don't know what this guy sounds like, this is him like every second of the game, of every game.
Tungo Bailoa has Waddle. He's open. Touchdown. And Donald, look at him. What kind of speed do you get, young man? To the end zone. Achan, did he? He did. Look at this. Donald still on his feet. Caught back in the end zone. Xavier Liggett. Tungo Bailoa. Got his man. Touchdown, Waller. Young. Caught. It's Horn. Bryce Young. Got his man. Touchdown. 3rd and 10. Down goes Tungo Bailoa.
I love it.
So do I, but I want to ask an authority on this subject matter. I want to ask a play-by-play man who I think is the best in his business, Mark Moser.
Go ahead, Vic. Oh,
sorry. Oh, no, Jesse's not here.
Yeah.
Mark, how does this guy not have a brain aneurysm after about the 3rd call?
How
does he keep up that intensity?
I don't know. I have
home run.
You know what I'm saying?
Jesse's
Because
actually-
I love the emotion. I love the it's like the Spanish soccer announcer, right? But how do you keep that up for an
Correct.
entire game?
I don't know. Lots of coffee, I guess. It's just his style, but he's definitely a screamer. By the way, Jesse's in London right now.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I told him we'd Zoom with him on the streets of London one day.
Okay. When
home run.
Okay, that sounds good.
No, seriously, I want him to take the phone and give it to a Londoner.
The winner, by the way, of our $150 gift card to Rally House is Tanner Aiken. Tanner Aiken is his name. So Tanner, congratulations, $150 to you. I cannot be Eric Collins. I don't know how his voice doesn't blow out.
Why did he have to fill in? What happened there? What happened?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I don't know how he does. You know, he calls an NBA season, and to be able to do that, 82
I
games
think I know
a
what it
year?
was. is the guy's name Benetti? Is that his name?
Oh, Jason Benetti.
But he
was
does
doing Major
Tigers
League Baseball.
games.
Yeah.
And the Tigers are in the postseason.
Okay, last thing. EJ retires in 4 minutes. The news conference will happen, right? And the Avs play their first game of the season tomorrow night in L.A. I mean, it's on us.
Are we getting EJ tomorrow or not?
We're supposed to. We texted back and forth this morning. We're supposed to, yes.
Nelly, got a quick fact checker for us?
Xavier Liga!
Brought to you by Rock Plumbing and Heating. Yeah, I was going to say, Moser, you brought up earlier the kick in the Vikings game that either did or didn't hit the Skycam cable. So the NFL released a statement and said that they didn't have any angles that had enough conclusive evidence to confirm whether it did or did not. But a lot of the internet notices that the ball takes a sharp right turn in midair out of nowhere. It's pretty damning, man.
So what? Will Lutz's field goal took a sharp right turn.
No, it goes on at like a right angle. That's not how physics.
Yeah.
Maybe physics work differently across the pond, but it's pretty
Will
damning.
Lutz's field goal. That field goal.
It looked like it was wide
God
left.
took the ball and just by 10 yards, and God took the ball and went and blew it right back through the uprights.
I think
it was insane.
The real fact checker that we need to leave with is that I've been saying Emeka Egbuka's name totally wrong.
Baker Mayfield also did it without his number one wide receiver, Mike Evans. And you got to give credit to this rookie sensation wide receiver out of Ohio State, Emeka Egbuka, going for over 100 yards. Emeka Egbuka. I'm getting confused.
And with that, have a wonderful Monday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
A big handoff on second down. Look at this. Dowdle still on his feet. What an afternoon for Rico Dowdle.
I had a theory about how the Broncos beat the Eagles.
What's that?
They capitalize on negativity in Philadelphia. And here's how it goes down.
Self-loathing?
Is that I am, for the first time in my life, going to be rooting for the Los Angeles Dodgers to beat the Philadelphia Phillies.
Oh, just
in
get
Philly.
them ticked off.
Get them all angry.
Yeah.
And then they're like, oh, now we got to watch this stupid freaking offense.
Not
freaking
bad.
Patullo
Told
is
you
Sirianni's
so.
guy.
I told you so.
Yeah, I like that. That's pretty solid.
Just get bad vibes going into Lincoln Financial.
Yeah.
Just right across the parking lot from Citizens Bank.
They got one shot at it. No pressure on the quarterback. He's got time to heave it. There's a whole pack of people there, and it's incomplete. And there's no flag. And the Broncos have their signature win.
That's how you play football. From now on, you play football like that. Because that was incredible. That was amazing. That was wild and woolly and all kinds of fun. And Coach Sanford was absolutely, you had the formula. You were exactly right.
4D chess, baby. That was some four-dimensional chess.
You were out thinking everybody on that one, and then the Broncos get a 21-17 win over the Eagles by scoring 18 points in the fourth
miserable.
quarter.
How miserable is the most miserable fan base in all of sports?
Super miserable.
Oh my gosh.
They're ridiculously bummed out right
I
now.
almost just want to invite all of Philadelphia Sports Talk Radio to come and join us this morning and just open up the call. I would love to just open up the lines to all Philadelphia
That city's
sports
on
fans.
fire right now. On fire.
Dude.
Especially, what happens if they lose to the Dodgers again tonight and fall down to a 2-0 hole?
Okay, now I'm back. Okay, so now I'm back to wanting the Dodgers to get their because it doesn't matter anymore.
Right, not anymore. Now you're good. Now
I just want the negativity of Philly today. And then go beat the brakes off the evil empire because I hate the Dodgers.
Oh,
But my word, man, that was the best, most significant Denver Bronco victory in the 5 years that I've lived in this metro area.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
not even close.
Yeah, it's
and
been
it
a
was
decade since they had a win like that.
so fun to watch that fourth quarter.
Yeah, what happened? What happened, Coach? Because I am one of those people who loves to talk to my television and scream at it a lot. And I was saying some bad things about Bo Nix through the first 2 quarters of that game. And I was saying bad things about the Sean Payton offense through 2.5 quarters of that game. So you tell me what happened in that fourth. What happened in the fourth? Because it looked like the Eagles were the better team for a majority of that game. And then all of a sudden the Broncos were like, here we go. Watch this.
Berto, I'll tell you what happened. The Denver Broncos' secret weapon kept him in the game the entire time. And all you needed was just an at-bat, a chance at the end of the game to go get this thing going. 17-3. You knew who kept him in the game the whole time? Their secret weapon? None other than Aussie, the mite, Jeremy Crawshaw.
He was booting.
7 punts. Dude, first off, how bad is that? The Broncos punted it 7 times.
Yeah, but listen, man, Vic Fangio he was whooping Sean Payton's offense.
5
early in
of
that
those
game.
punts are down inside the 20.
Yeah, that's
some
pretty
of them
sexy.
inside the 10.
That's pretty sexy.
And a 63-yard boot. And guess what, man? You played the field position, hidden yardage game. It ended up being you out Philadelphia Eagled the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, that's what it felt like.
It
right?
was death by 10,000 paper cuts for the Eagles. They're usually that team that gives it to you.
Mm-hmm.
And it was awesome.
Yeah, it was great.
And you know what, man? The biggest star of the day, it's Bo Nix.
Yeah.
I never saw Bo Nix in his college career have a game that he won. How long have I been saying that?
Yeah, for a long time.
I've been using the term,
yeah.
Can Bo Nix be the reason?
Yeah. And he was last. Not only that, you know what I was thinking? I've had this conversation before because I didn't move to Denver until the late 90s. So I missed the beginning of the John Elway era. But all those old head dudes, the people who've been here following the Broncos their entire life, who watched Elway's entire career, talk about Elway's rookie season.
Are you talking about the people that famously said, they took your jobs?
Listen.
You remember that from South Park? They took your jobs.
Listen, I just watched Bigger, Longer, and Uncut just the other day. That's like a 30-year-old movie. And I was like, let me check this out.
But like
what would Brian Boitano do?
The real old Colorado people are the ones who were sitting there.
So Elway's rookie season was not great, but there was these moments, these flashes that like these old dudes, like Vic Lombardi would say, like you could tell he was going to be special. And in Elway's rookie year in 1983, They had a game where they were trailing 19-0 going into the fourth quarter to the Baltimore Colts at the time. And what happened is John Elway in that fourth quarter threw 3 touchdowns to lead the comeback. It was his first comeback win in the NFL, and he would go on to be famous for that. But it was one of those turning points where you're like, oh, man, this Elway dude has got it. 3 touches in the fourth to lead this. And that's how I was feeling yesterday when Bo just lifted everybody up and was like, let's go. We're going to put 18 points on these chuckleheads and a few. And it was most fun I've had watching a Bronco football game in years, but only because of the outcome. I was sweating it there for a little while, Coach.
And the way the outcome came to fruition, wife and I went to a new local establishment in Littleton.
Oh, really?
It was awesome. There were some Broncos fans in there, and it just felt like a lot of them were kind of had the here we go again, man. Oh, gosh.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted Bo to be, the guy. And here we are. Is this another Drew Lock? Is this, Simeon? Is this, you name it, Flacco? And I just felt different, though. When I was watching, I was like, if you just can hang around and keep this thing a 2-possession game, keep it there. That defense, man, for the Broncos.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah.
Dude.
I love Bo Nix, but
Nick Bonito?
My hero and your friend, Nick Bonito? Yikes.
2.5 sacks.
Does my man, does he have 7 sacks on the season?
7.
After 5 games, he's got 7 sacks. Oh, they got such a bargain when they signed that dude.
When I saw his post-game press conference, and he was slightly, I'd call him stoic.
Yeah.
And DMac and I were on Altitude After Dark. Thanks for tuning in, by the way. That was the most viewed digital show in the history of the YouTube channel for Altitude Sports Radio.
Really
it was
nice.
a blast.
Listen, fans were feeling it last
Oh,
night.
it was like, we got to hear more. I want more.
I mean,
I
what
want to
was
see
the
DMac's
response
beautiful
like for
face.
you and DMac when you were talking about that game? What were the fans saying?
I mean, for me, the biggest thing was I saw Nick Bonito and I said, DMac, you know what that's the face of? That's the face of a man that realized that he got egregiously underpaid.
Yeah, the Broncos got away with one on that one. Man, can you imagine if they didn't sign him? He's sitting on 7 sacks. No, that's ridiculous.
The general feel from the fans it was elation.
Yeah.
It was the best word to describe everything that took place last night was signature. Signature victory on the road. Super Bowl champions. A team that had won, was it 12 straight home games?
Yeah, that was only
21 of 22.
Yeah, the second loss in the last 22 games.
Yes.
Which is stupid. First loss in 10. They were going for 11 straight wins, including the playoffs last year. The Broncos put an end to that nonsense.
It's also a team that had won those games the way the Broncos won it. They had won them, right? They'd hung around long enough to make that type of a move at the end of the game. You did in their building.
Yeah.
But this Denver Broncos defense, man, I can't say enough about them. Riley Moss, a lot of people want to say, oh, Riley Moss stinks. You know what Riley Moss does? Riley Moss doesn't remember the last bad play.
Yeah.
He just keeps on going, man.
He is out there on an island with
It's
some
okay.
of the best receivers.
It's okay. You know what?
He's going to get torched a couple of times, but
he's going to
fight
the fight.
Devontae was working the Bronx there early. You were man.
Devontae, do you remember him at Alabama, how talented he is?
Yes. I would love to have Devontae on the team.
And then let's talk about the malcontent A.J. Brown.
Man,
what did he do? What did he do?
Well, he pulled up on he slowed down on a route that got overthrown, and the city of Philadelphia is going to come for him this week too. They came for him last week. They're going to come for him this week, man. You can't do that. You can't do that. You cannot give up on a play, AJ. Yeah, can't do it. And then at the end of the game, man, that heave where both Devontae and AJ were down there, but they got in each other's way. And then you saw, listen, man, shout out to Nick Bonito, because that dude was a monster and has been a monster. But shout out to Patrick Surtain's left hand, because I think Pat got his hand in there too on that final play as well to knock up that to break up that pass play. And I was like,
that was a signature Pat Surtain moment,
man,
because that looked dicey.
Yeah,
but it was that extra. I mean, unfortunately, both you and I can't say we have it, but that extra inch or two of vertical jump that Pat Surtain was able to extend, he got his extension on. Go gadget arm extender.
Yeah, that was amazing.
And he knocked the ball out to safety. Talanoa Hufanga played it perfectly. He's up there looking at kind of Aaron Gordon that bad boy straight down, and it found the turf surface to the tune of the Broncos getting their most impressive win in forever.
Yeah, and the stats from that game are absolutely wonky, because the Broncos did all their damage. Like Bo was I can't remember. It was 9 of 10. 100 and something yards, all in the fourth quarter. It was all those came in the fourth quarter. He was absolutely money in the fourth. He ended with 242 yards and a touch in that one, and he was amazing. It's the best I've ever seen.
Bo Nix in the fourth quarter versus the Eagles, 9 of 10, 126 passing yards, 1 touchdown, and 3 of 3 on scoring drives. Not to mention an absolute
3rd and 15 that he converted.
And not to mention an absolute dot on the 2-point conversion that Sean said, you know what, I'm gonna let him hang.
Yeah,
right
we're gonna
here.
talk about that. There's a couple of things. We got to talk about the 2-point conversion because that was one of those like, all right, here we go. And we got to talk about the officiating in that game, man.
Can I glaze Pat Surtain the second one more time
do
here?
it again, man.
Yeah, you remember last week, Jamar Chase, and it's the Bengals. They stink. Jake Browning's horrible. He can't play. Who drew the assignment last week of Jamar Chase for the Broncos?
That was PS2.
Last week against the Denver Broncos, Jamar Chase had 5 catches for 23 yards and 0 touchdowns.
Not bad.
Do you realize what Jamar Chase did yesterday against the Detroit Lions?
L? What? I mean, a big L too, right? What did he do?
6 catches, 110, and 2 teeters. I'm just telling you, this is a Pat Surtain the second that is he's an eliminator.
Oh.
He's an eraser, and he did it again. A.J. Brown. Where were you, A.J. Brown? Oh, your long catch of the day was 13 yards?
Yeah.
Oh,
Too
you had
little, too
5
late.
catches for 43 yards? Oh, okay. No touchdowns?
Nope.
Hardly knew you, AJ.
Yeah.
That's because we got a guy named Pat, and he owns you.
That Broncos defense is the real deal, people. It's a Rally House victory Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town, and don't forget that we're giving away keywords every hour for your chance to win a Rally House gift card. We will be doing that, I believe, in a matter of minutes as we roll on right here on the Morning Sprint with Coach Sanford, Mark Bertinelli filling in for Alex Ronemy, and KJ Granderson will continue with this Broncos breakdown next. Welcome back to the morning sprint on this Monday. We're celebrating the big win yesterday with a Rally House Victory Monday. We're giving away a $150 gift card to Rally House on every show with keywords every hour. This hour's keyword, this is the keyword right here, so listen, is breakthrough. Text breakthrough along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Stay tuned all day for keywords every hour. Again, the 10 o'clock hour keyword is breakthrough. So text breakthrough with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Happy Rally House Victory Monday. We'll announce our first winner here on the show at 11:55. All right, Coach, it is time right now to break it down. The big play, replay from yesterday Broncos at the undefeated Philadelphia Eagles. The first quarter, first drive, saw the Broncos go 3 and out, just like that.
Three and out.
Yeah, 3 and out. The very next Eagles possession was a 3 and out as the Broncos defense showed up. But let's go to Broncos drive number 2. Denver trying to move the ball.
Going to be really close. Watch this. What an outstanding job by DeJean off the edge there.
Previous play, another further review.
It was under review, and it was reversed. Officiating showed up early and often in this game.
Did you agree with the call?
I didn't agree with almost any call made in that game yesterday.
I mean, I know that
even the ones that helped out the Broncos, I didn't agree with.
They were saying the arm was beginning the process of going forward.
The elbow was going forward, and the arm was. But that's a forward motion, right? Wait, right?
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know, man.
They called what they called, and thank God, because that led to your only points of
the first half,
basically the entire game until it got fun.
Right. So it was a fairly impressive drive. I mean, 12 plays, a lot of plays, not a whole lot of yards, 32 yards, and then they kick a field goal. So the Broncos are up. It's 3-0.
Let's go! Woo! We're gonna do this, man. We're rolling.
And then on the very next drive, the Eagles come on down and do this.
A stalwart second-team All-Pro.
3rd and 17, going deep. He's there. It's caught at the 30 by Devontae Smith. He got a step on Riley Moss. There it is. Pass caught. Touchdown, Philadelphia. Dallas Goedert.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah.
It didn't feel great right there.
No.
Here we are, another major game where they just seem to use wide receiver 2, who in some places would be wide receiver 1 in Devontae Smith, just like T. Higgins would be wide receiver 1 in most places. The common theme is they like to pick on Riley Moss in man coverage.
Yeah. It and I mean, how good do you think Riley Moss is?
I think he's very good.
Yeah, I think he's
and
very
I think
good
he's got
too.
I think he's got the he has got the memory of is it a gnat? What's the line from
a memory of a goldfish.
A goldfish.
Yeah,
he's a
memory
goldfish.
of a goldfish.
Yeah, he's a my man Riley is a goldfish. And that's what our guy speaking of British soccer coaches that come from America, because that's where the Broncos are going to. It's Ted Lasso.
Are they
man.
already there? Right? Wait, I don't
They
even know
should-
how
they
long
should be there.
flight- Yeah, they should already be there, just chilling out. So wait, all right. Now I've already
They're
forgotten.
probably having
when
a
last
pint.
we left you.
You think they're having a pint right now?
I'm
Doing
sure
some
they had a
sightseeing.
few on the plane, man. After a win like that.
They were doing what you like to say on a pregame show before a Friday night at Ball Arena for the Nuggets, getting riggedy wrecked.
Son. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. All right. So the Broncos defense still, they're still doing impressive things in the first half of this game. Matter of fact, the second quarter, here's what the second quarter looked like. The Broncos come out and punt. The very next possession is that touchdown by Philadelphia. The 7-play, 90-yard, make it 10-3. Then the Broncos punt. Then the Eagles punt. Then the Broncos punt. Then the Eagles punt. Then the Broncos punt. Then it's the end of the first half. So that was your second quarter. We're going to the third quarter.
That sounds fun. That sounds really cool.
It is a 10-3 game to start the third quarter. So you're still feeling kind of confident about things until this.
2nd and 4. Flinging it. Caught. On the run is Barkley. He's in for a touchdown.
Oh, no. Another Alex Singleton coverage malfunction. Are we going to see the Broncos get obliterated on this Sunday that had so much hope?
It almost felt at this point the game is out of reach.
It did.
It's 17-3, and you're like, the Broncos aren't going to score. They're not going to score a touchdown in this game.
Be completely honest with me, Berto. Did you think the game was over right there?
Yes, I did.
KJ,
Yes, I did.
be completely honest with me. Did you think the game was over right there?
I absolutely thought the game was over.
Did
and
you?
I put my phone away.
You didn't?
I didn't. I felt the game was over when Bo Nix took the football against the Chargers to go win the game. It felt like he was not going to win.
Interesting.
This one felt different to me. I was like, okay, Bo got his little, he got his Bo groove back against Cincy. He's going to find it. He's going to find it. And October Bo.
Bo legendary.
October Bo, who combined with very, very clear October Sean Payton.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see what Sean Payton was wearing on the sideline yesterday?
Yeah.
He was Pumpkin Sean.
Yeah.
He was all orange. You know why?
Pumpkin Spice Sean?
Because it's Pumpkin Spice Latte Sean.
Because, man, and he did get
two
spicy.
Lattes.
He
but
gets
it were
spicy
two
later
pumpkin.
in this
There
game.
were two pumpkin spice lattes.
So it's 17-3 Philly at the start of the third quarter, and then the Broncos get the ball and have a 9-play drive and they punt, and then the Eagles punt, and then the Broncos punt, and then the Eagles punt. So head to the fourth quarter. It is 17-3 Philadelphia, and nobody anywhere at any time is giving the Broncos a chance to win this game. But then the fourth quarter started, and Bo Nix and the Broncos went off.
Dobbins through traffic is in the end zone. Touchdown, Broncos for the first time today.
Impressive drive from the Broncos. 10 plays, 64 yards, capped off by that to make it 17-10.
Want to know what got that drive started right there?
What?
To get Bo Nix back into routine,
What?
into a rhythm? Evan, the Joker Ingram, catches a pass from Bo Nix and gets ahead of the sticks for the first time in what felt like the entire game since drive number 2.
Mm-hmm.
The Joker's here.
Yes, he is.
It was mini Joker.
Yeah.
It was a Jokerette.
Yeah.
Jokerito. But the Joker is back.
Yeah, Bo pointed out that Evan made a couple of big catches there in the fourth quarter. So the Broncos are within a touchdown. The Eagles get the ball, and the Broncos defense is not playing around. 3 and out for the Eagles. They have to kick it back to the Denver Broncos, and then here's where things get real interesting.
Back they go to Ingram, balanced and dives. Touchdown, Denver. Evan Ingram.
Are they going for 2?
They're going for 2 here. Going for 2 halfway through the fourth quarter.
One thing about Sean Payton, he's not scared.
Going for the lead. Here's the rollout, the throw, it's there. And the Broncos have taken the lead. That was Franklin on the receiving end, and they have come from 14 down with 15 unanswered points.
Jim Nantz, a little hoarse.
Yeah.
Been hanging out at the Birdo school of talking, huh? He got a little of that rasp, like he just ripped a dart.
Yeah.
I
Jim
love
Nantz
it.
having a good time in Philadelphia. Not as much as Sanchez and Indianapolis.
Oh,
but
boy. That's not good. Did you hear what Tony Romo said right there?
Yeah.
When he said,
where he's
one
like,
thing about Sean Payton
ain't scared.
I thought what he should have said, it would have been perfect. And then followed by the play call and the subsequent two-point conversion being good. He should have said, the one thing about Sean Payton is he loves himself some Sean Payton. And he did. He loved his play call right there.
Yeah, that's great.
He loved his play call. I'm still wondering, is there anything that can be said whatsoever about analytics in that moment? Was there somebody in his ear?
Yes, I bet you there was.
Or
yes,
was
I
it
bet
just,
there
I love, was it the Diana Rossini, I love my cue? Was it I love my cue?
Because
I love my 2-point call.
You convert that, and then you put all the pressure on Philadelphia, man. I mean, it was a ballsy call. I will admit it. It was ballsy. But
well, let me ask a quick question there, because you guys talked about them going for it there. Why didn't Sean Payton go for it on the first touchdown? Because traditionally, that's what analytics say you should do.
No, at that point, you didn't realize that the magic had shown up. You know, you felt the magic, but you didn't realize it was there until you completely dominated that fourth quarter. And then you did it so impressively. I think at that point, Sean's like, oh no, we get a 2-point conversion here. We go up by a point, and this game is over. This game is ours. We're going to upset these chuckleheads. I think that's probably what was going through Sean's head. I wonder, I'm with you, Coach. I wonder if somebody upstairs was like, hey, this mathematically, statistically, we should go for it for 2 here. Or if Sean already knew in his brain that this is exactly what he was going to do if they scored a touchdown. If he knew it at the start of the drive, he's like, get me a touch, and I'm going to get you a 2-point conversion. I got to play just for this, baby. Let's go. I don't know. It'd be interesting to hear what that thought process was like. We have a cut from a CBS analyst who absolutely fried Sean Payton for this call. Pete Prisco he was like, this is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Who?
Pete Prisco from
Who the
CBS.
heck is that, man?
Yeah, he went off on Sean. We'll play it a little bit later, but I thought this was great. So the very next drive, Broncos defense is like, what's up? Punches Philadelphia in the face. They go 3 and out. Broncos get the ball back. This is where they kick the field goal to go up 21-17. Philadelphia's desperate. They get the ball late. It comes down to this.
And now we're down to 1 play for the Eagles, the Super Bowl champs, to stay undefeated.
3 guys got to get in the end zone. Extend the play unless it's a Hail Mary.
Can they pull off a miracle? They got 1 shot at it. No pressure on the quarterback. He's got time to heave it. There's a whole pack of people there, and it's incomplete. And there's no flag. And the Broncos have their signature win.
Signature indeed.
Kick Rock Sirianni. That was a massive win. That was sexy. That was a sexy win.
I love my Boise State Bronco special teamer, J.L. Skinner.
Mm-hmm. But
why was he out there in that moment? Because he got called for 1 pass interference.
You know what? Yes. And that was, I don't know.
Dude.
I don't know.
How about the second one should have been pass interference?
Yes, it's probably
with
a DPI.
9 seconds to go, man.
Dallas has to get that arm free, right? You got to let him have that arm free.
Am I right in saying this? Hold on. Let me recap this. The Denver Broncos, and I know this is end of game scenario. It is a touchdown to win. So you do have maybe some longer athletes on the field.
Mm-hmm.
But do the Denver Broncos not have the following? Pat Surtain II.
Yeah, they got that.
Riley Moss.
Yeah, they got one of those.
Jaquan McMillan.
Yes, sir.
Jade Barron.
Barron was out there, yeah.
PJ Locke.
Mm-hmm.
Talanoa Hufanga.
Yeah. Instead, they're like, yo.
And Brandon Jones. And instead, they have Devin Key and J.L. Skinner out there?
Yeah.
That is crazy to me.
That could have changed the whole game right there because I thought that was DPI.
I just named eight legitimate starting type defensive backs.
Mm-hmm.
And they have my guy, the special teamers out there in that situation. Oh, what are they doing?
Yeah, there was a couple of times. Like, it almost felt like Tony Romo was angry that they didn't call the intentional grounding on Bo. That he was like, that's intentional grounding. I don't know. Like, he did a whole, 90 seconds on it. And I was like, shut up, Tony. Let's move on. But there you go. A Hail Mary by the Eagles comes up short, and the Denver Broncos hand the Eagles their first loss of the season, 21-17. The Broncos now 3-2, tied with the Chargers for the top of the division, right?
Chargers are falling apart, man.
Well, see,
they're falling apart in real time.
If the Chiefs win tonight, they're back atop the division, aren't they? Wait, or am I wrong? Oh, they're tied, right?
3-way tie.
Right, because the Chiefs will have ripped off 3 straight
But
wins.
the Chargers would hold the tiebreaker, right?
Yeah, because they got the head-to-head
They're
matchup.
2-0 against the division. Broncos are 0-1.
Yeah, so what do you think? There you go, Coach. Denver Broncos now 3-2. They handled Philadelphia yesterday. Is this the springboard to something special? Are they as special as the team thinks, Sean Payton and the teams think they are?
Yes.
Yeah.
They are.
Okay.
Are they perfect? No way. Are they close to perfect? Not there. Do they have a special defense, a run game that's starting to go against the defense
you know
that
what?
hasn't?
You asked for, how many carries for JK did you ask for? And he ended up with 20, I think, right? Didn't JK get 20?
I think I just asked for 16 or more.
Yeah.
I was being
think
a little bit
16
greedy.
and more, and he got 20 for 79 yards.
Good.
But, yeah, I mean, he broke a 17-yarder. I mean, Bo scrambled. He ended up with 22
Real quick.
yards.
Okay, so we've all of us been pleading and begging for Sean Payton to put the ball in the belly of J.K. Dobbins more. Do you realize
how many more carries he had than Saquon, brother?
Well, do you realize where he's at in the National Football League in terms of yards?
Ooh, top 3?
He's 4th.
Is he 4?
Yeah,
Okay.
and he is 10th in the NFL in carries.
Man.
So obviously you like that ratio if you're Sean Payton.
Yes.
That there are 6 backs that have touched it more than you, that you have more yards than. That's great. And he's tied for 4th for touchdowns with 4, and he's averaging 5.2 yards.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Diana Rossini said that Sean Payton said, "I love my Q."
Yeah.
Can I tell Diana Rossini and can I drop a quick note and say, "I love my RB"?
I love my Q. I love my RB too.
I
JK is although it's easy to like JK. You know what I
JK's
mean?
a dude, man.
Yeah, it's easy to like.
He's got
he's
DQs.
a football player who's
You know
also,
what DQs are?
No.
Dude qualities.
Dude qualities.
He's got dude qualities. He just seems like he's just a dude, man. He's got a dog.
Yeah.
He's a dude.
Yeah, no, the way I feel now compared to how I felt at halftime of that Broncos game is completely different. Completely different. And it all has to do with what Sean Payton drew up in the fourth quarter and how Bo Nix executed it in the fourth quarter. I mean, for the first time, maybe since they drafted Bo. Like, I've been on the bandwagon, but now I'm a Bo leaver. You know what I mean? Now I'm down. Now I feel like, okay, now all you got, go beat this crappy Jets team in London. Take care of the Giants. Now you're rolling. Now you're feeling good. But I guess it's like, do you believe the team itself believed in Bo, or did this game make anybody who doubted him in that building start to believe? Like, or do you think everybody in that building had already bought into Bo Nix?
Everybody had bought into Bo Nix. There was no questioning that Bo Nix was the franchise starting quarterback for the Denver Broncos. But what I think happened in real time is after that 2-point conversion, did you see the look of elation on Pat Surtain II's face, jumping up and down like a school-age child?
Mm-hmm.
He
fired up.
That's a different level of Bo Leaf.
Mm-hmm.
That is my head coach can call something for my second-year quarterback that is against all odds, against, frankly, all conventional football wisdom, and then that quarterback can go out and execute it in that moment and win a football game for us. Pat Surtain II's like, we got a dude. We got our guy.
It was absolutely crazy, amazing win. Congratulations to Valor Christian High School's Lance Kawasaki. He is our Student of the Week, presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado athletes. Every Student of the Week is awarded a $150 gift card to Rally House, so tune in on Friday night at halftime of Dakota Ridge and Heritage for the next Student of the Week. We will talk about the future of the Denver Broncos and what this momentum means as we roll on with the Morning Sprint next.
When you look at the first half, we lined up illegally. We had a false start. We had 2 or 3 MEs. And I said to him at halftime, I thought defensively we were playing well. I said, man, we talked about the game we had to play coming in here, and we're not doing it. So I think we had some – look, we knew it wasn't going to be 6-7 yards a carry. It's a good run defense. But, we got to keep, kind of hitting that bag, and I thought we did. I thought we controlled most of the fourth quarter.
Yeah, you did control most of the fourth quarter. Sean.
How many yards per carry did Sean Payton think it wasn't going to be?
JK was averaging 4 a yard. What did
Sean
want?
Sean said something. I think he said 6-7 yards a carry.
6-7 yards.
Listen, man, I love me some Sean Payton. That dude is psycho, but I do love me some Sean Payton, and that was an amazing. I really want to know what happened either at halftime or between the third and fourth quarter where the Broncos figured it out, man. Because you don't have fourth quarters in the league. I say that, and then we had a couple of teams do that in the fourth quarter this weekend. What were the Bengals scored 21 points in the fourth quarter, but they were getting housed anyway. The Patriots, with their wild come-from-behind win. The Commanders beat the – yeah, that was some drunk games this weekend, but that was one of the wilder ones, Broncos and Eagles. Welcome back to a Rally House Victory Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town, and don't forget that we're giving away keywords every hour for your chance to win a Rally House gift card. This hour's keyword is breakthrough. Text that into 303-544-0925, and we'll announce the winner coming up here in just about 9 minutes' time. All right, Coach. So we going to look ahead just a little bit, but here in a little bit, I want to look ahead to what's coming up with the Denver Broncos, because this is the whole going to London thing. They're not going to have Ben Powers. Is it his?
I'm okay with that.
You're okay with that, Ben?
I love me some now reporting eligible, number 63, Alex Palczewski.
Yeah, they did pretty good. Did Bo, how many times did Bo get hit yesterday? Jalen Hurts, he was officially sacked 7 times, although 3 of those were him running out of bounds before the line of scrimmage when they just chased him out of bounds. You didn't actually get a hit on Jalen. But the Broncos' offensive line, once again, stepping up. They will also be without Jarrett Stidham on this trip, as Stidham staying here in country, as his wife is about to have a baby. Yeah, so...
Speaking of babies, I don't know how guys Raj is doing, man.
Man, I haven't thought. Yeah, what's up, Raj? What's up, man? I hope you're doing all right.
He's doing good. I love one of these texts right here that we got earlier in the show from the 391 on the Shop Mazda text line. Keep everything coming, man. Keep all the great vibes coming on a Monday. Just think about how the vibes could be if you were a Philadelphia native or resident. So the 391 comes with, so are we confirming that Raj is bad luck or that his new baby is good luck?
Oh, that's a good question. Raj is bad luck for the Broncos. His new baby is good luck for almost everybody.
Yeah, hopefully the Avs.
I'm bad luck for Valor Christian.
Yeah, man.
You've been catching L since I took off. That game on Friday was drunk, Coach.
It was fun, man.
That's a wild high school football game.
Great high school football game.
You almost put 80 points together on that. That's a lot of scoring. It's a lot of scoring.
And left a few out there, too.
That's right. It could have been more.
Film was hard to watch.
Was it really?
36 points. It should have been 50.
Wow. That's just so many points.
Yeah.
But, the Broncos found a way to win that game with 21 points. I thought it was over when it was 17-3 by the Philadelphia Eagles. What do you think? How do you think the Broncos offense looks now after game 5 than it did after games 1, 2, 3?
Balanced.
Yeah.
Rhythmic.
Yeah.
Combination of 2 things that Sean Payton, I think, has learned about his quarterback is that Bo operates best with tempo as a mix and simplicity. Going back to his day 1 install, day 2 install, day 3, not going so far into being very schemy and game planny, where everything feels like it's a brand new offensive call week by week. That's hard. It's really hard.
Yeah.
And it's easy to get caught up in that entanglement as a play caller because you want to stay relevant. You want to stay ahead of the curve. You don't want anybody to be able to catch up to you. But where is Bo Nix, even in training camp? And DMac and I talked about this last night. There was a feeling, and I think that Cortland Sutton was able to verbalize it after the game when asking what was wrong with Bo. I don't know that Bo, frankly, loved his training camp performance.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Bo took a ton of confidence away from his preseason game performances, and frankly, wasn't very confident coming out of the first 3 weeks of the season. It was that fourth game against the Bengals where that combination of simplicity and tempo helped him. Because the one thing that I could point to during training camp, when we watched the defense from the Broncos really limit the Broncos' offense ability to just move the ball, is the area that he looked really good was always in the 2-minute drill.
Yeah.
And what is the 2-minute drill? It's your base pass concepts with tempo. So it's almost as if Bo Nix played college football for Gus Malzahn or at Oregon, where tempo and simplicity are king.
Yeah.
And then it allowed Bo to get going. The other thing I loved that Bo got a chance to get lathered up a bit running the football.
Okay.
And it wasn't crazy. And I'm not asking for crazy. But I just wanted to see Bo just kind of get the feel like I am in this game. And he did it to the tune of 3 carries for 22 yards, then it averages 7.3 yards per carry at 14-yard long. That's great for this offense. You know, I said I want 16 carries for J.K. Dobbins. Perfect number. I want 3 rushes from Bo.
Okay.
Two
Early?
Two of them can come by way of just a pass play that he takes off and moves the sticks. But one of them, I want to see Sean Payton call something that's designed for him. Perfectly legal. And it helps him get into rhythm.
Who's next? Who's next on the Broncos? Because now
the Jets
I think,
in London.
No, I mean who's next?
Not playing.
Who's next to take that next step? Because now it feels like we believed in Bo. Sean Payton believed in Bo. Now Bo believes in Bo. And Bo is what we think he is. All the arguments, Bo is now who we think he is. He can be that guy.
I got the guy for you.
Who's next? Who's next on the Broncos?
Are you ready? You ready?
Who?
You remember the last time that Sean Payton had a player scream at him on the sideline and get into it with it was Bo Nix.
It was Bo Nix.
How did things turn around after that moment?
Well, it went pretty well.
Went really well.
Yeah.
Sean almost likes it, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He likes it a little. He likes a little rugged. He likes a little rough. Okay. You knew did that with him yesterday on the sideline?
Who?
Evan Ingram.
He's
the next guy.
Okay.
So Denver Bronco players, if you're listening to me. So right now, Marvin Mims Jr., do you want to be in Sean's good graces? Here's what you got to do, Marvin.
Get in his face.
You got to scream at that dude and disrespect him, and he'll say, ooh, I like that guy.
All right.
Evan Ingram's coming, I'm telling you. And not just because he got into Sean's face, but
you could start to feel it.
It's feeling. And what did Evan Ingram do historically as a Jacksonville Jaguar, as a New York Giant? He was a run after catch tight end. What did he do yesterday on the touchdown?
Ran after catch.
He got hit. He broke tackle. He turned up in his shadow, and he scored a touchdown. It was awesome.
Do you think the wide receiving court, like Cortland's Cortland, we're always, the dude's a rock. You can rely on Cortland. What'd you think about Mims and Troy Franklin, and what do you think about the wide receiving core for the Broncos? Because it felt like some of the damage the Broncos were doing offensively was not because of those guys.
Man, I like Cortland Sutton. I didn't like the early drop, but after that, he made some incredible contested catches. He played like a wide receiver one, more so than what you saw from the defensive unit, from A.J. Brown, the wide receiver one opposite sideline. Troy Franklin with a huge 2-point conversion. That's huge for his confidence.
What do you think the conversation in Philadelphia is right now? Are they complaining about the Eagles losing to the Broncos? Are they complaining about AJ and Devontae? Are they complaining about the officiating? Because, what's the major conversation? Because if the Broncos would have lost this game, I would have had a couple of things to say about the officiating. I think, you know what I mean? Like, I'd be talking about, I'm just wondering, like, what's the focus now on Phil? I don't even know who the Eagles play next. Who do the Eagles play next, man? Because that's not going to go well. They got the Giants. So the Giants got to play Philly, and then they got to come and play Denver. Good luck, New York. Good. You're going to get an angry Eagles team. But they go to New York to take on the Giants there, I think. So, all right. I don't know. I just find it fascinating if the Eagles are 4-1 and they're acting like that team is imploding. You are right, though. Nobody's picking on Sirianni. Everybody's picking on that brand new offensive coordinator for the Petullo?
Kevin Petullo.
Oh, man.
It's almost as if Nick Sirianni knew exactly what he was doing. I'm going to bring in a guy just to take it right, get some egg right on the face. And then I'm going to tell my old best friend that I grew up with and played Little League Baseball with. I don't know if he actually did, but it feels like he did. I'm going to give him the famous line after this season if we don't achieve offensively. And it's the line that he said to the Kansas City Chiefs fan base when he beat him in Arrowhead. He's going to tell Kevin Petullo. He's going to tell Kevin Petullo. He's going to tell him, see ya.
Get to kick rocks, get to stepping. It's a Rally House Victory Monday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. And don't forget that we're giving away keywords every hour for your chance to win a Rally House gift card. Our keyword is breakthrough. 303-504-0925. We'll continue with the Morning Sprint next.
One thing our team not going to do is ever quit. I mean, we have a lot of resilient guys in the locker room. I feel like we've been in that spot so many times where, we may be down at the score or two, and we just find ways to fight back and continue to keep playing. The whole week, everybody, just coming up asking questions, is this a measuring stick game, blah, blah, blah. And, I never feel like it was that, I feel like we knew what type of team we were. We're a good team. We have aspirations, and, we knew we weren't trying to come in here just to be close and lose a game. We wanted to come in here and win, and I feel like we did a good job of that.
That right there is the best defensive player in the NFL right now. That is Nick Bonito talking about yesterday's win over the Philadelphia Eagles. It's a Rally House Victory Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. And don't forget that we're giving away keywords every hour for your chance to win a Rally House gift card. We've already given away one keyword, our new keyword, coming up here in just a little while. So keep on listening. Coach?
You hear the tone right there of Nick Bonito?
Yeah? What do you mean?
Pretty calm.
Yeah?
Almost a little bit.
Not too fired up?
Sounds like a guy that signed a deal for 4 years, $120 million, instead of 4 years, $200 million.
Right.
Because that's what he's worth right now. He's worth $200 million.
That's so crazy.
Most of which should be guaranteed. Although, you know what else, Nick Bonito? So of that $120 million, 70 of it is guaranteed.
That's not bad.
You know what he's doing right now?
What?
He's bridging the gap between that 70 and 120 with all the incentive bonuses that he's picking up as he goes. And he is enjoying that.
7 sacks through 5 games is ridiculous. Just absolutely. So Bonito mentions a measuring stick game. But that's exactly what it is, because these are the teams. You have to be the best, you have to beat the best. And the Philadelphia Eagles are the defending champs, and we're undefeated so far. So, yes, I mean, there's no other way to describe this game than as a measuring stick game, right? You got to figure out how you measure up to the champs, and you measured up pretty well, at least yesterday.
You beat them at their game. Remember what I said? I said that you're going to have to outrush this football team. You're going to have great defensive performance. Do you know how many rushing yards the Philadelphia Eagles had yesterday?
No.
45.
That's crazy.
They only decided that Kevin Patullo, your guy, he decided to hand the ball off 11 times.
Your game plan, when I asked you last week, like, what do you want to do? You were like, you know what? Make Jalen Hurts throw the ball, see what happens. And
38 attempts.
That's way too much for Jalen.
38.
It's a lot of attempts
and
for
guess
Jalen.
what happened in those 38 attempts?
Well, not what?
6 sacks, which don't even count in those attempts, right? They're 50. So you're looking at 44 attempts.
Man. Yeah, Saquon only got 30 yards. The Broncos defense did exactly what you wanted them to do going into this game. It was the offense we were questioning. And I was questioning that offense all the way up until the start of the fourth quarter when they went off. I still want to know what it is. Do you think that the Broncos defense punching the Eagles in the face all game long, what happened in the fourth quarter that suddenly everything started to work for Denver? What was it did the Eagles get tired? Did they get beat up? Or did Sean just suddenly figure something out?
I like this, man. I liked the fact that there was some stick-to-itiveness with Sean Payton with the run game. To give J.K. Dobbins a total of 20 carries and to give R.J. Harvey, Bo Nix, Marvin Mims with an end around, really an additional 9 carries. That's a really, really good ratio right there. You ended up getting 29 carries for 130 yards. So it was the body blows. I always say that when you're talking about a game where you may be hard-headed, you stay hard-headed early and often with the run game, it's those body blows that lead to the knockouts.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what happened with this game. Whereas Kevin Patullo, who is probably so hell-bent on changing the narrative that their pass game can't win games, he abandoned his run game. The best thing that they can do. Jalen Hurts, as a ball carrier, one of the most lethal running quarterbacks in the National Football League, a chain mover, 2 carries, a whopping 3 yards.
Wow. Yeah, that's not great.
So how do you get a team to fatigue late in games? You lean on them. You lean on them by way of the ground game. You suffocate their run game. You get them to abandon the decision to run the football, and then you get your pass rushing sons of guns to just pin their ears back and go get after Jalen Hurts. Did you realize they had 6 sacks when you were watching the game, or did
No.
it hit me afterwards? I'm like,
No, because so many of those sacks was just Jalen just like looking for something downfield, not having anything because you got Patrick and Riley doing their thing, and so he just runs out of bounds before the line of scrimmage, and that's a recorded sack. I like sacks where you actually hit. I want the quarterback to get hit hard. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, because the sack totals, it was 6 of them only for 23 yards.
So why do you think that, like KJ put in the notes, that in the 3 wins the Broncos had so far this season, they've rushed for 130 yards or more, and they rushed for exactly 130 yards yesterday. And the 2 losses, all under that. So it feels like you hit a certain, you get to a certain level, just like you were talking about with the amount of carries that JK gets. It almost like it's a bellwether now, where it's just like you just look at JK's carries and his stats, and that'll tell you whether or not the Broncos won that game or not.
Did you see Sean Payton's call sheet yesterday?
Yeah.
And I need to stop calling it a call sheet. It's like a call corkboard.
Yeah, that's big.
It's huge and it's thick and it doesn't do what mine does. Mine's flimsy and it's bouncing around. His is like made out of steel or something.
Like, right, he could beat somebody up with that.
Yeah.
thing.
I think could have been used by
Captain America's a shield.
Yeah, or a 69-year-old driver.
Oh, that dude got stomped.
Yeah,
Although
that's
he did
terrible.
stab the guy who was
Terrible.
stomping him in Mark Sanchez. That's the weirdest story
Well,
I've ever.
I still don't quite understand what happened, but
weird.
Sean Payton's call sheet didn't have the addendum section. You know, he has the deal where it rolls out and it's another 15,
like a scroll or
it's
something.
It's like another 15 inches by 8 inches of sheet.
Mm-hmm.
He just had one corkboard. I'm like, okay. And then the other thing I noticed about it is he had the infamous "run it" written on top of his
right
call
on the
sheet.
top.
And guess what he did in this game?
He ran him.
He ran it, man.
He finally listened
Thank
to
you,
himself.
Sean.
He listened to that side of his brain, whatever that is, the right side of his brain. Dude, so, who had a better week, Bo Nix or Sean Payton?
Yes.
Yes.
And they are tied at the hip. One and the same. But I would say, in terms of the word breakthrough, which is one of our text words there, keywords for some giveaways, the bigger breakthrough wasn't Sean Payton. He's had plenty of offensive breakthroughs and plenty of come from behind victories as a play-calling head football coach. Bo Nix is not. And his near breakthrough, I would say the only one that I saw was really last year against the Chiefs, where he led that drive meticulously down the field and ultimately had the field goal blocked. This was the breakthrough, the signature performance that not just gets a fan base bought in, it gets your locker room bought in.
Yeah.
It gets your defense bought in. And you can't unsee now what Bo Nix did in Philadelphia. It's impossible to unsee it.
Right, right.
And also, guess what? Bo's the kind of guy that I think he feeds off his own successes or his own failures. And I think he's going to continue to grow and learn in that area of because his care factor is so through the roof.
Yeah. No, but I like the way you put that. You're right. Bo's brain, just like Sean Payton's brain, is a feedback loop. And if it's going good, you're like, it just builds on itself. And it's going bad, it snowballs into something weird. But nah, you're exactly right on that one.
Have you ever heard of the OODA loop?
The OODA loop?
OODA.
No, I don't think so.
So we use this a lot in football. I've trained players with this mentality. It comes from U.S. Air Force Colonel John Boyd to help individuals and organizations make fast, effective decisions in dynamic situations. The OODA loop is observe what's happening, orient, decide, act. And then you start the loop all the way over again once the next thing comes up.
Huh.
And I think Bo has a little bit of that. It's that it's the Bobot, right? It's the robotic nature of his processor. Now, I think when the OODA loop is feeding back bad information to him, it starts to weigh him down. When it's good, average, or elite, I think Bo handles it very well.
Yeah.
I don't think the first 3 weeks preseason and training camp was very positive information consistently coming back to him.
Right.
And he had to get himself out of the doldrums of that. And he did. He did it against Cincinnati, and then ultimately he did it with the most desired outcome that he needed to show on his resume as a starting quarterback in the NFL.
I agree.
Win on the road against a better team as underdogs. It's the thing that you've been dreaming of for your starting quarterback for a long time.
It's that tape. It's putting it on tape. Now, when the NFL goes back to look at what's Bo Nix doing, you see it. You actually see it. You see that thing that the greatest quarterbacks do, and that's the fourth quarter comeback. Like I truly believe that comeback ability, that fourth quarter comeback ability, is the best thing about elite quarterbacks. It's what made John Elway great. It's what made Peyton Manning great. And hopefully it's what's going to make Bo Nix great. But we'll see. I mean, I'm sure you're automatically already game planning for the New York Jets. Did you? I guess I asked you last week if the Broncos could take what they did against Cincinnati, that game plan, and bring some of those ideas into this Philadelphia game because they looked so good against Cincinnati, and they did, didn't they?
They did.
Right?
It just wasn't quite as good. Right? It wasn't 500 yards.
Because it wasn't the Bengals,
but it was
the
good.
Eagles.
It was the Eagles, and the Eagles are a great defense. And instead of nearly 500 yards of total offense against the Eagles on the road, as opposed to being in your own home building, you ended up with 358 yards, which was great. That's a great outcome against an Eagles defense that it prides itself on being the best in the league and playing the best in situational football with the game on the line. They've done it this whole season.
Do you think now, is there a different opinion of the Broncos around the NFL after this win? Just like, well, do you think there's a different opinion about the Patriots after the crazy win they got last game? Or the absolutely ridiculous way the Tennessee Titans got their first win.
Wild.
Of this. The Cardinals, but see, that wasn't the Titans winning, right? That was the Cardinals just like, we're losing this game.
Most games are lost, not won.
Yeah.
Do you think the Eagles lost this game or the Broncos won it?
No, I think the Broncos won it.
I do too.
Right, the
I
Broncos
think Eagles fans think that the Eagles lost it.
Yeah,
they would
I
say
think Eagles fans
Kevin
think the
Patullo
refs-
lost it.
Yeah,
and the refs lost it.
Yes.
And right now they're saying Jalen Hurts lost it.
Yeah.
Their Super Bowl winning quarterback. Said they're all of a sudden just ready to throw an egg right on his face.
How'd you
At
think,
4-1.
How do you think Jalen Hurts looked yesterday?
Not great.
No?
Not great.
I mean, but how much of that was the Broncos? There's going to be a lot of quarterbacks who don't look good when
He
they
held
play
onto the ball
Broncos.
uncharacteristically.
Okay.
I don't know that Kevin Patullo's decision to make Jalen Hurts a drop back quarterback was a smart one as it relates to winning a football game. Like, how and what earth do you live in against the best pass rushing unit in pro football, maybe in the last several years? The Broncos are on a historic pace. But what world do you think 11 carries and only how many for Saquon Barkley?
6.
6 to
He got 6 carries.
In what world is that a good strategy
There's
at home?
no world.
It's terrible.
You got one of the greatest backs in NFL history. I'm not like Saquon Barkley. It's not like he's a really good. No, man, this dude's a legend already. Saquon's a legend. Hand that man the ball. Hand him the ball. But it didn't matter. Didn't matter. They rushed for 45 yards total as a team. That's A.J. Dillon, Saquon, Jalen, all of them. That's what they got. Yeah, this Broncos defense is going to be a problem for a lot of people. A whole lot of people.
Not great.
Yeah, not great at all. But I am excited about the future, more so than I was a couple of weeks ago. And why wouldn't you? Like, what would it take for you to feel bad about this team now losing to the Jets? Even if you lose, no, you can't lose to the Jets in London. Don't go doing that, even though that's such a weird game. I mean, this week's London, I said I was going to get up and watch that early game. I did not. I slept right through that thing. I did not see Dylan Gabriel and the crew lose to the Minnesota. My man Shedeur did not get in that game.
But is Shedeur going to get in a game with the LA or the Las Vegas Raiders? That's the question.
The Cincinnati Bengals are now calling for them to trade for Shedeur. And I was like, you can't. No, you got a quarterback. He's just hurt right now, man. Just relax. But yeah, Jake Browning threw another couple of picks yesterday. Did he throw 3 yesterday again? He's got like 7 picks in 4 games or something. You can't do that. I love you, Jake, but you can't be doing stuff like that. It's absolutely ridiculous. We're celebrating the big win yesterday with a Rally House Victory Monday. We're giving away a $150 gift card to Rally House on every show with our keywords every hour. This hour's keyword is, and listen closely, this is the only time you're going to get to hear it, signature. This hour's keyword is signature. Text signature along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Stay tuned all day for keywords every hour. Again, the 11 o'clock hour keyword is signature. So text signature with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Happy Rally House Victory Monday. We'll announce our first winner coming up here at the top of the, bottom of the hour, top of the hour. You get what I'm saying. It's going to be a while. But what we are going to do is take a quick time out here on the Morning Sprint. When we come back, KJ will have NFL news and notes next. Oh, yeah. You know what it is? It's a Rally House Victory Monday here on the Morning Sprint. Coach Sanford, Mark Bertinelli filling in for Alex Ryan-Emmy and KJ Granderson with the segment that really is making his own. Oscar-winning, Emmy-winning, Marconi winning. It is time right now. Oh,
that fool won a Marconi?
Yep.
You got my attention on the Marconi.
Yep.
What the heck is it for again?
Marconis are the big time radio awards, right? Like the
radio?
national radio
No
awards.
wonder I didn't know it, because it's actually the area that I'm in, and I'm never going to get a Marconi. But I'm going to have a lot of fun, man. I'm gonna blow some hot air over here, baby.
Let's do it. But one quick note before we head off to the NFL news and notes. And that is we have breaking news in the NHL.
Whoa.
And that is the Edmonton Oilers have signed Connor McDavid to a 2-year extension. An Oiler fan, you better hit your knees and pray to the good Lord above that he has blessed you with Connor McDavid, who took a $5 million pay cut to sign a 2-year deal.
No way.
He's
trying to win.
He took a massive hometown to stay in Edmonton.
Trying to win it. He's trying to hoist a title.
He's making exactly what he made last year, I think. He basically it's crazy. It's crazy. Oilers, you are so lucky. That man is worth $20 million a year. He's making $12 million a year. He's making $5 million less than Kaprizov is. Anyway, so there you go.
Well, there's a reason why the Minnesota Wild will absolutely never compete for a Stanley Cup, and Connor McDavid at this stage of his career is done.
I cannot believe that.
But he's done plenty enough, and as a Canadian playing obviously up in Edmonton, he's a highly marketable individual.
Yes.
I mean, it's Connor McPickles for crying out loud, man.
It's a wild
So
deal.
why not take a hometown discount?
That's exactly what he did.
Because his legacy is going to be defined by Lord Stanley. And right now he doesn't know his friend Stanley.
It's a bummer.
Right now he's drinking out of the wrong Stanley Cups. He's drinking out of the expensive ones you get at Dick's Sporting Goods for $63. Then my wife has 53 of those things.
I bet she does.
But she don't have the one that you drink beer out of.
No, you need to get her a Stanley Cup.
Like a real one?
Yeah, you got to hit the ice for that one, brother. You got to hit the ice.
Sure.
All right,
let's do it.
NFL news and notes. Let's go.
The Broncos finally have their statement win under Sean Payton and Bo Nix as they beat the Eagles 21-17. There was an interesting take that took place yesterday from CBS. Pete Prisco is just not on board at all with what Sean Payton was trying to do with the 2-point conversion in the time that he chose to take that 2-point conversion. And then I also tagged on Bo Nix just flexing on him, just telling him for 15 seconds, don't worry about it, bro. I got this.
An interesting note from our research team. They go for 2 when they were down 16-17, about 7.5 left in the game. It was the first go-ahead attempt in Sean Payton's entire head coaching career. So I get you're shaking your head. Did you agree with that? What did you think about it?
Did I agree with it? I did not agree with it. I did not agree with it, but it paid off. I did not agree with it at all.
Why?
Because there was still a ton of time left in the game. It wasn't like it was the end of the game. It was still 7.5 minutes, I think, left when he did it. So what's your end game there? That they still going to get the ball and they can go get a field goal and beat you, whether you got that or not. That's why I didn't agree.
I wasn't surprised. Next thing I knew, he was just giving me the hash, giving me the call, and knew we had one play to go get the job done, and Troy went a great route, and we've been practicing that for a couple of weeks, and he got in the end zone. I mean, just trust in his players, and we got the job done.
What do you think, Coach? The analyst who thinks that that's a terrible call going for 2, and Bo who's like, yeah, man, I was ready for it. As soon as it came in, I was ready for that 2-point conversion.
I was shocked that he did it, but I do think that it was groundbreaking stuff, man, because there is so much time remaining, and he has witnessed the amount of one-score games that the Eagles have won, and he changed the math.
Yeah.
Even if you don't
put a
get
little
it,
pressure on him,
I'm
right?
going to tell you, even if you don't get it, you also kind of changed the math of the game.
Yes.
I know that sounds crazy to say. It would have been tied.
You'd be down, yeah.
But then you know what you're working with. And what I love about it is by getting that 2-point conversion, the next field goal dramatically alters the game.
Right.
Because
then
this new kickoff, right? The new kickoff, which I thought it was a great decision to kick the ball deep. After the field goal, cover the kick, you tackle him inside of the 30 instead of giving the ball at the 35-yard line. But if you had just merely gone for the one, the point after touchdown, and then you kick a field goal, it's a 3-point game. And nowadays with this new dynamic kickoff, Teams only need 2 first downs to be able to kick the game-tying field goal.
Then you're going into overtime, then who knows what happens. Yeah, I like the pressure it put on Philadelphia. I wouldn't use it in every single position or every single time you get to a point where it's 17, 16, something like that. But for that particular moment, in that particular game, in that particular quarter, I think it was great call. All right, KJ.
It's all good.
Well, Sean Payton has officially passed his idol, Bill Parcells, and he has now eclipsed him in total wins all time in NFL history. Here's Sean Payton talking about getting the game ball in the locker room from Greg Penner and what it just means to pass Bill Parcells and to do it in Philly, which ultimately is a sort of kind of close to the area that he grew up.
Yeah, Mr. Penner did, and it meant a lot. I told the team what I just told you. I said I just had spoken to Bill, but there are a number of people when we watch this tape, I'm sure, that'll get game balls, but to get it here, I grew up here as a kid. My first NFL job was here, 1997, 98, and grew up on the Flyers, the Eagles, Sixers, give you all the lineups. But there's a lot of respect we have for this team, this coaching staff, and the team we just played. Zach Bond, there are a number of these guys that, this is a team that just won the Super Bowl. So it's a good win.
Sean Payton now at 172 when it comes to win.
So how does that conversation go with his mentor?
Like, I'm
Bill
coming
Parcells.
for you, Bill. I'm coming for you.
Because he surpassed him, right?
Yeah, he tied him last week with the win over Cincinnati. Passed
so he
him this
calls
week.
him right after he basically says, I'm a better head coach than you.
Yes, he called him to tell him that, basically, yes.
Because even if you get into kind of coach speak or just saying the Dr. Obvious thing, like, Coach, you've meant so much to me.
Yeah.
Man, the only reason that I'm here right now is because of you and your impact on me as
You're
a coach.
still calling to tell him.
You know what Parcells is in the back of his mind thinking the whole time as you're glazing him? Bro, you're just calling me to tell me you're better than me.
Yeah.
All right,
exactly
guy.
what it is.
Easy on the easy guy.
So Sean Payton, despite having 172 wins now, is not in the top 10 when it comes to coaching wins. He would need he needs 20 more wins as a head coach to pass Dan Reeves and hop into the top 10, which he will absolutely do. It's
pretty awesome.
Right? He will absolutely do. He would need to more than double his win total to catch Don Shula at number 1. That's how crazy Don Shula was. 328 career wins for Don Shula, 172 for Sean Payton. Sean Payton would have to coach another 20 years to catch Don Shula. That's how wild that record is. But Sean Payton is absolutely going to hop into the top 10. He's going to pass Chuck Noll and Dan Reeves and Mike Tomlin. Well, unless Tomlin keeps on winning.
You know what this game did? Probably an overreaction, but I'm going to put it out there.
Yeah, do it.
This win in Philadelphia against the Super Bowl champs with second-year quarterback Bo Nix getting the signature victory over the team that many thought you wouldn't get it accomplished. This probably extends Sean Payton's own desire to coach football for longer.
Oh, interesting. Yeah,
because the path is clear now.
Mm-hmm.
If you lose this game, and I know it's overreaction Monday, but if you lose this game, you're 2-3. You probably are. Bo Nix hasn't conquered and slayed that dragon that you've needed him to slay.
Yeah, no, not yet.
And you're probably still in that. I don't know. I don't know if this team really has it. I don't know if this quarterback really has it. Right now, he knows he really has his quarterback that can really do it in these moments.
And he's feeling good. He's like, he's looking ahead going, if Bo Nix, it's kind of like Greg Popovich and Tim Duncan or whatever, where you're like, if this guy is going to play like I think he can play for the next 10 years, I'm going to stay here the next 10 years with him.
Just think about the feeling right now of Sean Payton coming off that unbelievable win at the end of the game versus the feeling of Coach Prime right now.
Oh,
and where he stands with Caden Salter and their offense and being able to get a 14-point lead and not finish.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, it doesn't seem like the future is very clear up in Boulder, right?
Right.
Just because what is it? Where are we going?
Mm-hmm.
Is Coach Prime going to be a part of it? Who knows, right? Like, you don't know. Right now, it feels like Sean Payton's going to be a part of this thing for 5 years
For a
plus.
long time, and Bo's going to be a part of it
That's what it
for a
feels
long
like.
time, and it's going to be, it's going to be great.
Games like this go a long way in determining that. They do.
I love it. What you got, KJ?
It's all good.
2 games that were absolutely off his rocker yesterday. The New Orleans Saints, they got their first win of the season versus the New York Giants, 26-14. And Jackson Dart, dude, he's just making mistakes.
Dog, that fumble.
Oh,
hey,
man.
Scatterboo's fumble was crazy.
Good grief.
The Giants got ahead of themselves a little bit. They got a little
they were like, we're here. Yeah, we're back. We're good.
Yeah, for sure. They were doing all the social media stuff with Scatterboo and Jackson Dart.
Yeah.
Hey, cool it a little bit. Let these guys play. Let's see how this thing plays out.
Like, have you ever had a quarterback? Jackson Dart dropped the ball. He just dropped the ball. He was holding the ball, and then he was like, oops. And I was like, I've never seen that before. Like, he just let the ball go, like it was too hot or something.
I know,
or like it stang him or something.
On the flip side, I know this is kind of wild, but Spencer Rattler, a guy that I have not liked. All right, but I also evaluate the new data that comes in.
Yeah.
Every game's new data. Through 5 games, and Kellen Moore is his play caller.
You think he's
a 67.2% completion percentage guy, 990 yards, 6 touchdowns, 1 interception. And in 5 games, he's averaging less than 2 sacks a game for a 90.4 rating.
Mm-hmm.
Kellen Moore and Spencer Rattler are kind of in their bag right now.
Well, hey, I kind of like, you know what? All right, I'm with you on that
I said
one.
kinda.
I'm with you.
A low key.
Like, you know what
Low-key
they
in their
did?
bag.
They did some Sean Payton things. They had Taysom Hill throwing a football in that game. And I was like, okay, New Orleans, here we go
Gosh,
again.
dude, I evaluated Taysom Hill's high school tape from Highland High School in Pocatello.
And when you're watching
like
it,
15 years ago,
when you're watching it, you could see him be in the NFL all these years later. Doing what he's doing.
I loved him, and plus, I did some time in Idaho, so I was like, oh, this is an Idaho guy? Get out of here, man! This guy can play a little bit. He's kind of a dog. He can run it. He can throw it.
He's 35. He's still in the NFL,
Dude,
man.
I
He's
feel like
still in the NFL.
I evaluated Taysom Hill's high school junior film when I was truly like 23 years old.
Wow.
And I'm an old man with gray in my beard now.
At least you're not an old man without a prostate.
Ooh, that's good. Yeah. Glad I still have
Vic Lombardi.
Ooh. Yeah.
What you got, KJ?
Well, I wanted to ask the.
Well, you got a prostate. You got that. But I mean, what you got next?
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I think I want to keep that as long as I can there. But no, I wanted to ask in my original question, which game in regards to it being off his rocker was a crazier win for a team that was getting their first win yesterday? The Saints or the Tennessee Titans?
It's the Titans. It's the Titans.
So
Because
unhinged,
your boy, who was that who dropped the foot? No, I thought
Did you see Jonathan Gannon
he
lose
wanted
his?
to kill him. He wanted to murder him.
He almost physically assaulted him on the sideline.
You could tell he was. I'm sure the player DeMarcado. It was DeMarcado who dropped the football.
Mm-hmm.
He has to feel
Sounds like a heck of an Italian restaurant, though. I would eat pasta at DeMarcado's
some of
all
his
day,
teammates
every day.
afterwards said they came to him immediately because they knew he wasn't going to handle it well, dropping that football early. But they did, Kyler Murray after the game was like, that's the worst loss I've ever had in my football career. I've never given away a game like that. Never, ever, ever. That was ugly.
You know what? Marvin Harrison Jr. was kind of in his bag a little bit.
He was looking real good
4
early,
catches,
and then
98
he still
yards.
cut that loss, though.
Yep. And then Cam Ward, all 37.0 of his quarterback rating, his QBR. 21-39, 265, okay. 1 interception, sacked twice.
That game was
crazy. And the Titans only ran the ball for 78 yards. They got outrushed 168-78.
Yeah, that was...
And they lost?
That was... What was... Or I guess the Titans beating the Cardinals...
Who the heck is
or the
Amari
Patriots
DiMarcado?
beating the Bills? Which one was the one...
Dude,
the
I
one
don't
that freaked
know.
you out the more?
The Patriots kind of look like a team right now.
Yeah, Drake May,
is,
man.
Dude, have you seen the stat line right now on Drake May?
In 20 years, there's gonna be a documentary about that QB class. That QB class with Drake and Jaden and Bo and Penix, because all of those dudes are balling.
Want to hear something about another quarterback? Just full candor, I wasn't super high on in the draft process. Yeah. I didn't know as much about Drake May, North Carolina, ACC. Most of my stuff was most of my knowledge was Big Ten, Pac-12 at the time. Yeah, in that draft class with Bo Nix and Caleb Williams and Michael Penix Jr., J.J. McCarthy. Drake May, and Jaden Daniels because Arizona State. I'd coached against him. But Drake May, man, over his past 4 starts, he's got an 86.0 adjusted completion percentage rate, which is best in the NFL. He is the most accurate.
87% of his passes?
Adjusted, so accounting for drops.
Wow.
He is 86% completion on not a great football team. So you know who else is kind of balling out right now? Josh McDaniels, man.
Yeah.
Is it
and
McDaniel?
Vrabel. No, yes, it's McDaniels, right? Josh McDaniels, right? Am I losing my mind?
It
now
is
you've got me
McDaniels.
freaked out. Now you got me thinking I got it wrong.
Is it Mike McDaniel?
It's Mike McDaniel, yeah, and Josh McDaniels.
I think all the personalities of Mike McDaniel make me think that it should be plural.
yes.
There's a lot of McDaniels, whereas Josh is just one big, boring, punchable
his
face.
squad lost to the Panthers yesterday. Dolphins caught a loss from the
they were up
Panthers.
17-0. 17-0.
It's great, man. Let's see some Zach. Although the Tua was not the reason you lost that game. Not really. But,
you know what's funny about Mike McDaniel?
Yeah.
Somebody's going to get themselves a mad scientist as a play caller.
Yeah,
where's
he's going to
he
get
gonna
God
end up?
I don't know.
Dallas?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, but you're right. He's going to end up in one of those places. That's exactly what's going to happen.
It'd probably be good for him to get away from cool era. He needs to get away from Miami.
Maybe he should
Miami
go
Vice.
to Cleveland.
Yeah,
or
just
Cincy or something like
just
that.
go up there in
just
awful.
Indianapolis, some miserable city in the Midwest. All right, KJ, anything else, or is that it?
It's all good.
I will see if we can quickly get this one in. Coach was talking about he didn't know exactly what the heck was going on with that Mark Sanchez situation.
Oof.
Well, here is the latest. So he was charged with battery with injury, public intoxication, and unlawful entry of a vehicle on Sunday morning. It all started when he was on a loading dock somewhere of a hotel just hanging out. And then he enters a guy's truck, and the guy believed that he was in danger. So this guy was yelling that this guy is trying to kill me. This guy proceeds to get out of his truck. Sanchez chases him. He tries to spray Sanchez with pepper spray. Didn't work. Then he finds his knife.
How drunk do you have to be that pepper spray doesn't work?
That's what I'm
I don't
saying.
know, man. I think it might have been a little snowy.
Dude, it's crazy. It's crazy.
It might have been, man.
The truck driver stabs the guy a couple of times. Sanchez finally comes to himself just a little bit, and then he runs away. And now he's being charged with level 5 felony charge of battery involving serious
Have you seen
bodily
the
injury.
pictures?
Yeah, he beat the snot out of that dude. That dude's almost 70 years old, right? And he was just trying to deliver some food. He was just a DoorDash guy, right? He's like, here we go, McDonald's to my buddy's house. And the next thing you know, Sanchez is in your car. That's so crazy, man. That's the craziest story, but that's the way life goes. That's the way life goes. Congratulations to Mountain Vista High School's Ariana Aki. She is our Athlete of the Week, presented by Backus & Shaker. Backus & Shaker loves Ariana's passion, and their passion is justice. Every Athlete of the Week is awarded a $150 gift card to Rally House, so tune in on Friday night at halftime of Dakota Ridge and Heritage for the next Athlete of the Week.
I think I got more blood clots. Cat's out the bag, all right? I think I got more blood clots, man. It don't make sense. I'm hurting like crazy. I got the doctor's appointment Monday to see what time it is. So that's what's going on. I'm not getting blood to my leg. That's why my leg is throbbing. I'm sorry to get that out, but thank you for noticing.
That's Coach Prime. That's Dion after the Buffs lost to TCU this weekend. TCU scores 21 points in the fourth quarter, win that game 35-21. So hope Coach Prime is doing all right and feeling okay, and we'll learn more this week. Welcome back to a Rally House Victory Monday here on Altitude Sports Radio. Although there was no victories on Saturday. I was here on Saturday. The Nuggets lost, and the Avs lost, and the Buffs lost, and the Rapids lost. It was not a victory Saturday. The Buffs, though, are now 2-4, and they got to go play does Iowa State come here? But you got to play a ranked Iowa State team at home after falling to TCU. Caden Salter threw 3 picks in that game. That was a weird game. It was so, I had hope, and then I didn't have any hope. So let me ask you, Coach, CU Buffs, how you feeling about the Buffs right now?
Not great. There doesn't seem to be a very clear path forward in terms of just the identity of this team, the identity of the quarterback position. Caden Salter came back from a week where he didn't have a lot of production in the air against BYU and actually had a ton of production on the ground as part of a quarterback-driven run game that was pretty dang good. But right now, this offense doesn't appear to have much of an identity whatsoever.
What do you think it should be? Caden was 217 yards, 2 touches, and 3 interceptions in that game.
Yeah, the turnovers kill you. And I don't know how well he really sees it in terms of the pass game. I think he's a really, really good quarterback-driven run player that wants to be, like most of these athletic quarterbacks, they want to be known as real drop-back guys. And the errors that were made by way of the ground game, it allowed TCU to race a 14-0 deficit. The defense for CU is good enough, in my opinion.
Okay.
It's good enough to keep you in ball games, to compete. But the lack of an identity offensively today and a lack of real certainty, at least the way it feels from a quarterback perspective, man, you got an Iowa State team coming in they're licking their wounds and they're going to want to erase that quickly. I don't know, man. I don't see a lot of do you see any guaranteed wins in the future for the CU
not
Buffs?
Not for a while. Maybe at the end of the season.
Iowa State, then bye.
No, because you got ranked team, then you get a week off, then you got another ranked team probably coming in. Let's see. It is, there's not. It's tough. It's tough
Iowa
out here.
State bye, and then Utah who's playing
Arizona.
Good ball. Arizona you can beat.
Yeah, West Virginia.
Tough trip. If you lose Iowa State and Utah, and let's hope for the best. I actually want to be at that game, a 1:30 kickoff at Folsom Field against Iowa State. I believe that you lose 2 more in a row. And if they're in ugly fashion, then I'm then concerned about just the team and even Coach Prime's just where's that mental state of the program,
right.
Fragility, fragile nature of the program,
2-6 or something like that.
And you're hosting Arizona and probably an pretty empty Folsom,
right?
Which this current CU football team doesn't know the feeling of playing in front of an empty. I do.
No,
I know a little something about that.
Yes, you do. But the fans have been bringing it so far in the Prime era. What about the Rams got housed? San Diego State put 45 on the Rams, and they got worked on Friday night. So, what if you're Jay Norvell, what do you do? When your season's going like that, how do you handle it? If you're, you just
does it not feel like that's a dead man walking situation?
It does. That's why we keep talking about Jay.
It's just hopeless right now. And same thing with them. CSU, Wyoming, Air Force, it is a bad year for college football in the Front Range, man.
Right. Air Force lost to Navy this weekend.
They're 1-5 now. CSU 1-4, 1-5.
Yeah, you're right. So there is some weird college football voodoo going on in the state right now. See, none of that. We're certainly not going to spend time on it. But did you see the end of the Colorado School of Mines game? It was.
I didn't see this.
They were playing Colorado Mesa. Who were they playing? It ended. It was the band is on the field, Stanford kind of game where Colorado School of Mines trailed on the last play of the game, and they were doing that thing where they were
lateral,
and it was working. They made it all the way down on the field, but the opposing team thought the ball was dead, so they came out and they rushed on the field like we won, but it was still a live ball. It was still a live ball. So they had to get the officials involved in it, everybody. But it turned. I mean,
Colorado Mesa was a 1-3 team, and they were 0-2 in what's the league called? RMAC.
Yeah, and it was just a drunk ending to that game. So it
was a home game too for mine. So that'll happen at home.
Wow, so college football here in this state. There's something weird going on right now. I don't know what it is. But college football in general was kind of weird. We had a few fairly large upsets. Ohio State is the number one team in the nation. They continue to be. They house Minnesota. But we had UCLA getting Penn State. Number 7 Penn State, UCLA.
Jerry, full of aura, Spicoli, Neuheisel.
I had no idea he was the OC in UCLA until they won this game.
Well,
no idea.
It was his first. He had 2 days to prepare.
Is that what it was? Is that why they kept showing him?
He was the wide receiver coach.
I had no idea.
He played quarterback there. Obviously, he was a ball boy, just like I was for my dad. At 11 schools, my dad coached at. And he's a total coach's kid. He was always kind of the backup third string quarterback, kind of a walk on. I think he ended up getting a scholarship, but he was always the walk on that. Guys like Chip Kelly just loved having him around. Chip Kelly kept him as like a receiver coach. And then he's just been there. He's been a lifer at UCLA. Loves the place. His dad played there as a great quarterback, or maybe receiver. I can't remember if Neuheisel was a receiver or quarterback. But
Rick?
Yeah.
No, Rick was he a QB?
I thought he was.
A QB. Yeah.
I thought he was. I just know that my dad and Rick Neuheisel were rival receiver coaches for 8 years.
Really?
From 1989 to 1997. Rick Neuheisel was the wide receiver coach at UCLA, and my dad was the wide receiver coach at USC, and they had some spirited, negative recruiting battles. And so it's fun for me because my dad and Rick are buddies now, and I'm friends with Rick, and I was really excited for Jerry. But did you see his press conference afterwards?
No.
He looks and sounds identical to his dad.
Oh, does he really?
He looks like a Northern European Dutchman with that baby face, but then he's got the long Spicoli hair. Mm-hmm. It was really a cool game, man. And I mean, golly, you want to talk about something crazy? What are we in? We just finished week 5 of college football. Is that right?
Yeah.
Week 5?
Yeah, this is week 5.
How about this
We're going
statistic?
In week 6.
The preseason number 1 and number 2 teams are both unranked going into week 7.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's
crazy.
Texas.
That's crazy. They lost to Florida. Ooh.
A bad Florida team.
Yeah.
And then Penn State now they're both out of the top 25.
That is some wildness. All right. Coach, how about, you know what time it is? Let's head back to the Denver Broncos because it's time right now to find out who's in the groove.
Ooh.
Who, for you, after that amazing win yesterday, is currently in the groove?
It started with the Bengals performance, and it was cemented by the fourth quarter heroics of Bo Nix. Bo Nix, you are so in that groove, man. Keep it alive. I love the confidence, and I think it will be something that he will build on week in, week out, just like he did a year ago, and he's in the groove.
KJ, do you got somebody who's in the groove? Why don't you give me somebody who's in the groove?
Yeah, if I had to pick somebody who's in the groove, I am going to say it is, and this is such a layup, Nick Bonito.
Yeah! Bonito!
You can't beat him, man. 2.5 sacks yesterday. I mean, he's just a
7 on the year.
7 on the year, man.
He's ridiculous.
He's out of control.
He is my hero and your friend, Nick Bonito. He is in the groove. Start here. Go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com. All right. You know what? Oh, KJ, you got to announce our winner for the $150 gift card to Rally House. You'll still have 2 more chances to win a $150 gift card to Rally House. Stay tuned to PhD and Kreckman and Lindahl for your next chance to win. Krecker is in 3 hours time, while PhD is coming up next. KJ, what do you got? Who's our winner?
Our winner is Kim Chavez. Congratulations. You are the winner of
Kim.
our $150 gift
That's
card
little
to Rally
Kim.
House.
Go get you some. Go get you some.
Bad Boy Records. Little Kim, what's up?
Congratulations. For the coach, Mike Sanford, for KJ Grandis, for Alex Ryan, I'm Mark Bertinelli. Thanks for tuning in to the Morning Sprint. PhD is next.
2nd and 4. Flinging it. Caught. On the run is Barkley. He's in for a touchdown. Dobbins through traffic is in the end zone. Touchdown, Broncos. For the first time today. Back they go to Ingram. Balanced and dives. Touchdown, Denver. Evan Ingram. And now we're down to one play for the Eagles, the Super Bowl champs, to stay undefeated.
3 guys got to get in the end zone. Extend the play unless it's a Hail Mary.
Can they pull off a miracle? They got one shot at it. No pressure on the quarterback. He's got time to heave it. There's a whole pack of people there, and it's incomplete. And there's no flag. And the Broncos have their signature win.
Boo! Boo! Listen to that crowd. Boo! I love Garrett Bowles afterwards, too. He goes, yeah, and the Phillies lost, too. They must really hate us.
Nice.
Bowlesy, like, thinking of the total Philadelphia sports fan picture. Which was hysterical.
Yeah, the Dodgers got you guys last night, too, didn't they?
Rough weekend for Philly.
Good for Bowlesy for having that in mind. Hey, man, for a while, Tyler, I was like, I can't get anything right on this one. Where Jalen Hurts is hitting bombs left and right, and I'm like, oh, my God. They're doing nothing but throwing the ball on the Broncos.
Dude, it was, that was about as ugly as it gets. But credit to the Broncos for sticking in there.
They hung in there.
You end up getting a great win. Look, let's keep it real. The first 3 quarters were as ugly of football as you can get. It cannot get much better than that. And I got roasted on Twitter last night because I put out a tweet in the third quarter that the Broncos are playing in the big leagues and they're just not ready for the big leagues. Well, lo and behold, they win the game, and so I end up on freezing takes and everything else, and old takes exposed. And I'm like, you know what? I wasn't wrong, but I'm happy to be wrong. I'm happy to be a W on this one. I'm happy the Broncos was able to fight back, be in the big leagues. But it was a pretty amazing turn of events from 3 quarters of pretty just desolate football to being perfect in the fourth.
Well, by the way, look at the headline on ESPN too right now. Why can't the Eagles figure it out on offense?
Yeah, and yet they were like, whatever. The 2 games Denver lost, they played pretty well through the first 3 quarters and then spit the bit in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
This game,
opposite.
Completely opposite. They spit the bit. Bo was 10 of 21 at half. He finished 9 of 10 in the fourth quarter. He was 1 of 4 in the third. So he was 11 of 25 going into the fourth quarter.
Yeah, let me just give you a couple more. 1 of 10 on 20 yards or more throws. On the game, even with the fourth quarter, 5 of 15 on third downs. Statistically speaking, this was an embarrassing football game, but it ain't embarrassing when you go out and beat the defending champs.
So look what he did in the fourth quarter.
You had 6 in a row punts, and I think there was 7 out of 8 possessions. But, and again, and you could see it, the drive to get their first touchdown at the beginning of the fourth started in the third. That drive started third. Now, the drive before that was moving the ball too, and they were creasing with the run game, and then Bo took that intentional grounding penalty, and it stopped the drive right there.
Yeah.
The possession before the possession, they scored. So you could see him kind of getting a little swing. And Romo is more sated than he used to be when he did it. I wonder if somebody got in him. Hey, quit being so personal, because he was throwing a few things like.
I'm sorry, definition of sated?
In my definition of it is just calmer, not bashing people.
Okay.
Stated. Maybe it's stated, whatever. Because he tried to get on Bo, but he didn't really get on him.
Yeah.
Like the one show, what's number 5's name, the wide receiver?
Well, he wouldn't shut up
Devontae
about
Smith.
what's wrong with me? The illegal grounding. He would have shut up about that.
Yeah. Well, that was in the fourth quarter. But he talked about on throw, and he goes, the hardest thing he said was a quarterback's got to make that throw. You've got to hit that throw. That was going to be a touchdown. But that's when they thought no offense was going to get started or anything like that. But I loved his breakdowns, though, of showing Vic Fangio's defense, and had all the 2 deep, and everybody was back, and they started creasing with the run. Then all of a sudden he showed them how they're starting to creep up, and then all of a sudden Bo started getting a little success. And when we talk about balanced run pass, which isn't a number, which I know we all try to put a number, 25-25 or 35-30, it's Defense playing back, we're going to run you and see if you can how late the safety's going to get up. We'll take 6-7 yards to run. We're fine. Oh, safety's going to creep. Good, we're going to hit you right in here. We're going to hit you right in here. And I thought they got a Vic Fangio defense. And listen, they still only scored 21, right? They still only scored 21,
Mm-hmm.
but they got a Vic Fangio defense a little bit, or 24. I mean, not understanding what to do. Right?
21. They scored 21. Yeah.
21-17.
Oh, it's 21-17. Yeah.
Listen, man, it was awesome to watch the Philadelphia meltdown. And by the way, they have been melting down during a bunch of other games too. This was not their first time. It's just the first time that they just
that a team
couldn't recover. And you want to talk about sweet irony. A.J. Brown bitching about not getting the ball, more or less defending the Hail Mary.
Oh my
path
God,
and knocking
Devontae's
out
going
of
to catch. Devontae's going to catch that thing.
A.J. Brown and like Devontae Smith is right in front of him. You can't miss him.
Where's all the Broncos jumping up and trying to deflect that in front of him?
It was the only four hands you saw up near the ball were Brown and Smith, and Smith had it until A.J. Brown was just like, nah, and knocked it away. That was, oh my God. Can you imagine if the Broncos had lost on that? Oh my Lord. But they didn't, and they didn't get a pass interference. Philadelphia fans are crying today about the refereeing. It is unbelievable. It goes both ways, Philly fans. So the Broncos certainly got, ticky-tacked on a couple of calls too. And the referees are smart not to let a pass interference, it could go one way or the other at the end of the game. I like them holding the flags on that and then earn it a little bit.
I thought the pass interference they called on Surtain early in the game was maybe even less egregious or prominent than the one Skinner got away with late in the game, though. But they called that one earlier. I thought it was
we got a break on a couple there late in the game, a big break.
Yeah, how about Skinner?
Intentional grounding was another big one that I think that should have been intentional grounding.
Yeah, so did Romo.
I mean, that thing wasn't even close to me.
Skinner got in for 4 plays, and I think he basically had penalties.
Four plays, and he had one pass interference and one that probably should, or very well could.
I was like, why is he even in the game?
Yeah.
Well, so here's the deal now. Everybody wants to talk about signature win. Cool, I'm down with that. I got no beef with calling it a signature win. Everybody wants to anoint Bo Nix now, and here's where I'm at on that. I think this is the type of game that's got the ability to catapult Bo Nix. It's got the ability. What he did in the fourth quarter was special. It was unique.
A good team.
It was special. It was cool. It's got the ability to be a catapult moment for him, but that was far from a signature game for Bo Nix. I mean,
why not?
Oh, because it was a bad football game for 3 out of 4 quarters. I mean, it wasn't just bad; it was horrendously bad. And he had a great fourth quarter. That's why I'm calling it a catapult moment. I'm not going to call it a great game by Bo Nix, but I agree that it's a catapult moment. That if he latches onto that thing, maybe it turns into great performances down the road.
Okay, all right.
Well, you finally got Ingram involved.
Yeah.
In that fourth quarter. I think
you know that Sean and Ingram got into a fighting little screaming match on the sideline.
Good.
Yeah, that's the key to Sean Payton's heart.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with that.
Payton was like, he pissed me off. I probably pissed him off, and then we figure out how to get him a ball. He wasn't even supposed to get that ball. He wasn't the primary target on the touchdown. He was like a dump off check, sort of deal. So it's interesting. Ingram and Payton were going at it.
Hey, listen,
Ingram that's the way to Payton's heart. I don't know.
Made that play. Yards after catch were big right there in the red zone where it's always tough, and he found a way to get to the end zone. He also, on a first down, on a third down play in that fourth quarter, might have been that drive or the one before, made a great catch on a slant. The ball was high and away from him, behind him. Made a great catch on that as well. So I thought it was good to see Ingram get involved a little bit. And you talk about a catapult game. Maybe that develops a little trust now with Bo.
Mm-hmm.
And listen, I know everybody's talking today, and we'll talk about it, about getting a deal on a pass rusher who might want a little bit more money. Had they waited this year to sign him, you might be really having him in the bank. But, dude, they got a deal on Cortland Sutton because Cortland Sutton I thought was freaking fantastic.
Yeah.
He dropped that pass early, which sucked. But after that, oh, my God. And you know what? It wasn't just one huge catch after another. As we found out afterwards,
it was Cortland Sutton who was in the ear of Bo, like, I got you. We're good. We're fine. He was like calming Bo down. And it sounds like, according to Cortland Sutton, Bo's been struggling with some confidence issues and is quick to get down on himself and has a hard time coming back from that.
Yeah.
So it was really interesting to see.
And credit to Sean also. I mean, listen, I wouldn't have done it. I think it was a crazy, insane decision going for that 2-point. I don't know any other way to say it other than I'm screaming in my head, what are you doing? Why would you do this? Why would you put your team at risk right now? But it worked. And not only does it work, but it's also a moment for the entire team with Bo Nix. It's a moment for the entire team to rally around their play caller, who clearly believes in the quarterback, the play caller who believes enough in his offensive plan. And by the way, he clearly knew what they were going to run defensively. He knew what the coverage was going to be, and that's why he wanted to get that play call in. But that moment, I thought it was an insane decision, but it worked out. It's never insane when it works out. And it's a moment that the entire team looks at Bo Nix like, yep, you're there.
All right,
and the coach.
Let me give you this.
And the coach, you're exactly right. What are you doing? What are you doing? And you know what? When you get it, the rest of the team's going. And think about this. You probably played it by the book in the 2 games you lost. You got on him that one day for going for 4th and 1, 4th and 2 in their own territory. Played it by the book. Probably should punt it there. We'll get the ball back. Guess what? He didn't play by the book this game.
Well, his explanation was really interesting after the game. Sean says he had 4 plays that they were dying to use, and they used 2 of them that they knew. And it was as if the way he said it, they liked that play so much. I wonder if he was just looking for an excuse to go for 2. It is an interesting question. Were there analytics with 7.5 minutes to go that pushed Sean Payton in that particular direction? Hopefully somebody will ask him that at some point. I'm curious about it too. But the way he went on and on about the play, guys, I think there was no hesitation on that.
So
and Bo said they had been practicing it for weeks.
Here's what I think happened in that moment. Maybe there's some analytics behind it. I don't know. But what I really think happened in that moment is that was a play caller that watched the film. And it's a unique circumstance that a team does not have happen all the time, meaning the Eagles, Vic Fangio, he doesn't have 55 different 2-point conversions where he's showcased what he likes to do in the 2-point conversions. But what I bet you Sean saw, I bet you he saw a defensive coordinator that called the same coverage every single time he was in a 2-point conversion, and he said, "You know what? I'm banking on it. I'm throwing it on red because it's landed on red every single time." And I think that's what this guy's going to do. So when you're studying film and you're always looking for tendencies, right? But tendencies are hard. Like there's always tendency breakers. But when you get in a unique situation that there's not a lot of film and they've done the same thing over and over, yeah, you're drooling at the opportunity to call a play.
And from the national perspective, it adds to the legacy of Sean Payton.
He's smarter. He's smarter than the average bear.
And Romo got into it. He said, "You remember that Super Bowl? You remember that Super Bowl?" I mean, and I guarantee you, and I haven't watched First Take or any of those ones in the morning. I guarantee you, they talked about that play, didn't they?
Hey, he's Pumpkin Spice Shawnee. He's Pumpkin Spice Shawnee. He's wearing his orange outfit. They're not wearing orange. They're wearing white and blue. He's wearing all orange like a little pumpkin, and he's got some spice.
Still got to get the plays in earlier. Had to take an early timeout.
He took account for it. He said he admitted that.
Yeah.
He admitted that. He said, that's on me. I got to, be a little quicker with that. We'll get to some of what Sean said about the 2-point conversion and much more. And you're going to love the details of how Philadelphia is just melting down today. It is absolutely fantastic. A reminder, it is a Rally House Victory Monday, and we're going to give away a $150 gift card to Rally House. We'll have a keyword coming up in the next 10 minutes or so. So stick around for that keyword for your chance to win $150 to Rally House. What a victory. Rally House Victory Monday. And we can tell you where Dan Tanner has gone sideways in life as we look at the beautiful smile of KJ, because Dan ain't here yet. You got to stick around for this story next.
This can be an early October game if we want it to be, right?
Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, the right treatment can take you the right way. And that's where the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has been improving lives for thousands of men for the better part of a decade. ED is an intimacy destroyer and can stop you from feeling connected to the one you love. So let's get on the right path with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When the pills or herbals fail, they're there for you. Success rates well over 90%. Here you go. $99 for that initial visit. You get the consult, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. That location in Castle Rock looks spectacular. You should check it out now. They're also in Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, and Colorado Springs. So hit them up today. Change your life for the better. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Everybody should know how to change a tire. I'm going to show you how. Just check your owner's manual for the location of your tools and your spare tire and take everything out. Before you jack up your car or your truck, make sure you loosen your lug nuts a quarter of a turn. Jacks have to be put in a specific place on most cars and trucks, so check your owner's manual for the location.
I don't understand anything that you said.
Thank you, KJ. Our own Dan Tanner, fellas. And he really wanted to be here on time today, but got a call from him that I'm at a Maverick gas station and car.
One of our sponsors.
I said to him,
good job, good station.
If you're gonna break down
at Maverick.
Break down at Maverick. And Dan, I think, is having assistance, and he is. I think we're going on close to 2.5 hours of him dealing with this issue right now.
His battery died? Is that what it was?
I do not know.
I mean, did he pull like what happened to me the other night? I mean, now we know all he needs to do is just pull out in the street, park diagonal, and he can force somebody to stop.
Yeah, the problem with that, as we found out, is
they
that
stop for an emu.
Well, here's the problem.
Or emo or whatever.
Mark Sanchez may come out out of nowhere.
Right.
So you really want to be careful where you're parking your car.
So much for all those people that were sending all those very sweet tweets about Mark in that situation.
Not so sweet. By the way, 69-year-old used cooking oil recycling guy who needs mace and a knife to do his job.
You don't see a dude stab another dude very often, and he's the one that does not have the charges pressed on him.
That is true. And you don't see a lot of 69-year-old delivery drivers maybe you do, in the used cooking oil business.
Might be his company.
It very well could be.
Can we get in the used cooking oil, turn around, make it biodiesel?
I'm wondering, what kind of back alleys does the used cooking oil guy go down that I got mace and a knife on me?
Yeah.
Apparently.
Yeah.
So Mark Sanchez, I did not have beat up 69-year-old used cooking oil guy as a way to wrap up your career.
Have you guys ever met Mark? Really gotten to know him at all?
He was Captain Sunshine at press conferences when he was here.
I'm telling
he
you,
gave great press conferences.
It's hard for me. I'm not saying he's like a buddy of mine. He's not a buddy of mine, but I know him really well. And it's really, really freaking hard for me to imagine this because he is he's a sweetheart. He's you'll honestly think he's the nicest dude you've ever met in your life.
He was great while he was here.
He was best friends with Scotty McKnight when I was in college. And Mark is the starting quarterback at USC. And Mark is coming to CU games to support Scotty McKnight during his bye weeks, coming out to.
Because every college guy can fly from LA to Boulder,
right,
for a weekend
game.
Mark
Sanchez came here for CU's pro day to throw to Scotty McKnight so Scotty would look better.
Yeah. I'm telling you, he's like a sweetheart of a dude. I don't know if he was on meth or PCP or what the hell happened, but I mean, that was really hard for me to understand how that was Mark Sanchez that beat up a 69-year-old dude.
How about the story goes?
Well, obviously, he didn't beat him up all the way.
Clearly.
Well, it's not good. And it goes from Mark Sanchez in jail, he's been stabbed, to he's being arrested while he's in the hospital
for a felony assault.
And I'm like, is Mark Sanchez lying on a gurney with a handcuff to the rail?
Yeah, because he said he was in critical condition for a while.
Yeah, but if you get arrested in the hospital, don't they chain you to the bed? I don't know really what happens. I just watch movies.
Well, there was only $300.
It was a shocking story.
$300 to bail out, so it wasn't like it was.
All right, well, we'll see where.
Hey, that's why that alcohol, man.
You know what it was all over?
It
was like a parking spot for his Uber Eats. he wanted the dude to move so he could get his Uber Eats.
I mean, it's a crazy ass story. Sanchez is going into the cab of the car, and he's pulling the guy out. He's throwing the guy against a wall. Here comes the pepper spray. Mark comes at him again. Here comes the knife. Here comes the cops. Here comes the ambulance. Here comes the end of your career. I don't see him going back on TV. Do you guys?
I don't know.
I'm going to assume that's a wrap. On that note, let's get back to the Broncos game. And we're celebrating the big win with a Rally House victory. We're giving away a $150 gift card to Rally House on every show. Keywords every hour. This hour's keyword is comeback. Don't call it a comeback. Use comeback. Text comeback along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. KJ with the music was trying to tip that off right there.
Yeah, I was trying to help you.
Stay tuned all day for keywords every hour. The 12 o'clock keyword is comeback. So text comeback with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Also a great song by Jay Giles Band. Happy Rally House Victory Monday. We'll announce our first winner at 2:55. So there you go. Comeback. How the Broncos do it. How are they in such bad shape? And this is the most incredible stat to me. There's a bunch of them. But the fact that the Broncos on the road 113 times before yesterday, when trailing by 14 or more points, were 1 in 112. 1 in 112. And pull this off really is remarkable. If you think about quarterbacks, for example, can you think of a quarterback that pulled off a more remarkable comeback since Super Bowl 50? And in fact, the most remarkable comeback I remember was even before Super Bowl 50. It was Peyton Manning in San Diego, not L.A., San Diego, when they were down 24 points on Monday night to the Chargers and came back on that one. Besides that game, guys.
Cardinals might say they blew a bigger lead this week.
No, but well, we can talk about that. That's ridiculous. But in terms of the Broncos, now Tebow was down by 15 points with 3.5 to go against the Dolphins and pulled that out, which was another, you got to be kidding me moment. But seriously, guys, since Super Bowl 50, can you think of a more remarkable comeback in the fourth quarter on the road?
I mean, given the context of who you're playing, they're defending champs. They won 20 out of their last 21 games. How bad it had been. It wasn't like this was a back and forth game. It wasn't like it just got out of control in the fourth quarter and you got down by 14 points, but you've been playing good football. No, I mean, this is a pretty unique circumstance to go 5 of 15 on third down, to just be inept offensively, and really defensively. It was weird because they weren't scoring a lot of points, but it felt like they were doing what they wanted to do in the first half. And then you come back, and what Bo does is he goes 4-4 for 82 yards. And, the fourth quarter was just this was a unique one. It was a really, really cool one. And that's why I call it a catapult game, though, because it's such the full context of the game is so weird. It's hard for me to be like, hey, great game, Bo Nix. But it's certainly a catapult moment that you hope launches them into the future.
I was just thinking the only other comeback I say that would rival this would be Drake May, but I think they only got down 3 late, right, in that game, which another young quarterback, same draft class, that didn't even play his rookie year, did he? But for the
By
Broncos,
the way, it was a pretty good Bo's draft class is looking pretty good these days.
not bad, are they? Not bad.
Dude, Drake May? Oh, man.
He going into Buffalo?
That could be a signature win for that dude.
Yeah. I will say this, though. I'm not calling it a signature win. I'll call it a signature win for this year. Because, listen.
Man, I don't know, guys. I think okay.
Hey,
all right. I'm listening.
I'm just saying, you've got a team that's ready to cut their quarterback at the All-Star break or whatever their bye week, and you go out and you go on the road and beat Buffalo in Buffalo, which shocked all of us. I don't think this shocked us as much because we said this game's in play. In fact, you predicted them to win.
I did.
What no one thought that they were going to go into Buffalo and win. And not many last year thought they were going into Tampa Bay and winning. So this one, we all said, all said if you could. I said if you can control the running game and keep them under 20 points, you win this game.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Eagles didn't even try to run.
6 carries. That's all Saquon got. The best
11 for the team.
How about
the best running back in modern era history gets 6 carries,
4 rushing yards in the first half, the lowest total rushing yards they've had in years and years and years. They just capitulated to the crybabiness of A.J. Brown.
Yes, they did.
What did I tell you?
Amazing.
What did I tell you? I told you when wide receivers throw hissy fits, it's weird. It's like you're rewarding your kid when they throw a temper tantrum.
Yep, and that's what they did.
But when wide receivers
I
throw
want those
hissy
sweet
fits,
tarts.
it freaking works. They almost always go out of their way to make the dude happy.
And you know what? The receivers after the game were still crapping on. Man, they do not like Jalen Hurts. I don't know. I don't care what you say, but what's coming out of that locker room and what they're saying, they're frustrated with that dude. And hey, man, He hit Devontae Smith and he hit Saquon Barkley, but missing on A.J. Brown when he was wide open. And you tell me whose fault that was.
That was A.J. Brown.
Looked to me like A.J. Brown slowed down.
A.J. Brown stopped his route like he wasn't in the play, and then all of a sudden had to speed up. That's receiver all the time.
He had Hurts had another nice one where the guy was just barely out of bounds. I think that was Smith too, that he caught over Moss. Moss afterwards talked about a black cloud was lifted over his head by winning because there were so many times that they expected him to fail. Yeah, slows down right there just for a second. But that's all. Well, I think that ball would have been overthrown anyways, but he didn't help himself by slowing down on Hufanga right there. Just hesitated just for a second. But that's the ball game right there. I mean, that's it. That's the end. There ain't no coming back from that.
If he never stopped running, I think he's there.
Might be. But
who he beat Hufanga, who stopped with him, who I thought had another great game. I thought he was outstanding.
Why do you think the Eagles just shut down their running game?
Because they were having success throwing the ball. I mean, you know, the first half, it was wild. And, yeah, of course, I was thinking about you with all our conversation about Jalen Hurts and whether he could throw the deep ball. Looks like he threw the deep ball in the first half.
It sure did.
You know?
It sure did.
And when you've got success doing that, well, as a coordinator, you're like, well, okay, this is working. So I'm just going to keep calling the things that are working.
And then it stopped working. Well, it didn't stop right away because they scored in the second half right off the bat when they got the ball. And, you know, but it was funny because it felt like the game was wildly out of reach. But at no point was it more than two scores, 2 possessions. It never got more
God,
than that.
it felt so much more than that.
Right.
It felt like they were just like we were a JV team playing against. It felt like a freshman team playing against varsity for 3 quarters.
The first half looked like the offense for too much of the season. Just really pathetic, not really doing anything, no movement.
6 straight punts.
By the way, another great game by Crawshaw.
Dude, 5 out of 7 inside the 10. The guy is unbelievable.
Yeah, he's been good. But just at halftime, it was like, really? That's it? And then they score early to go up 17-10, but that or 17-3, and that was it though.
Mm-hmm.
And even giving up 17, I thought the defense balled. Compared to what the offense was giving you, the defense balled yesterday.
Well, you got to give the defense credit too because I believe the Eagles only got in the red zone, I think, 1 time. And
we held them to 3.
And for the first time out of 11 tries, well, I guess that was the 12th.
I think they got there twice. I thought they were 1 of 2.
I'm looking at it right now. Let's see. 1 of 2. I'm sorry. My bad. 1 of 2. But getting that stop was critically important to keep it to a field goal.
To tie the game.
Man, it was crazy. All right, let's go back to the 2-point conversion real quick because I want to play you what Sean Payton said about it because I think he was – I don't think this was a hesitation. I think he was dying to run this play.
You know, we felt situationally with time left on the clock. You know, we came here to win a game, and I had 2 or 3 calls that I loved. So sometimes you use those calls, you know, inside the 5. But we got to a call that I had a lot of confidence in, and the guys executed. It was perfect.
He wanted to call the play. He saw it.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I think this is just one of those moments that you're studying film and you're like, man, we got something. We figured this out. You're always looking for tendencies. You're looking for tells. You're looking for things that you can, you know, out-scheme them on. And, I mean, how many times since Vic Fangio has been there have the Eagles even had to defend a 2-point conversion? I don't know. I mean, less than 15, less than 12, right? I mean, something like that. Let's call it 10. Less than 10 times since Vic Fangio has been there. And Sean's looking at the film and he's like, you know what? I know exactly what these guys are going to do. 10 out of 10 times, 9 out of 10 times. He's run the exact same coverage, and I got the play to beat it.
Was it smart?
No.
Stupid? Brave? How would you describe it? Use a word to describe it.
You try to win games on the road.
So ballsy,
and sometimes you got to do things that go against the grain, and I thought that's what. And I think
so. You liked it.
There's no better coach in the league that isn't afraid to go against the grain. It seems. I think you lost 2 close games because you couldn't do anything. I think he knew that. He said we got to change something. And Tyler said a while ago, I think it changed the whole attitude of the team especially when you got it. Now it could have been deflating if you don't get it, But I thought that game turned on that 2-point conversion.
Well, just to put
it was
in,
over.
Oh, no doubt.
Just to put it in full context, had the Broncos scored with a minute 18 left and they decide to go for 2, we all would have been like, hell yeah, let's go. Let's win this sucker right now. You've got the opportunity to bury him. But there was 7 minutes and some change or whatever it
6,
was.
I think, yeah.
6 minutes and some change that was left on the clock. I mean, you had half a quarter to play football still. So did I like the call? No. I love the outcome. I did not like the call. I thought it was risky. I thought there was too much football to be played. But I'll give him credit for this. He knew what he was going to get, and he was right. And if you know what you're going to get, all right, man, let's go.
And there was no hesitation. It wasn't like the offense was starting to run off the field and come back.
They knew it.
They were there.
They had it. They had it in their back pocket. Bo Nix said we had been practicing it for weeks. They were looking for that opportunity. And Sean Payton still said he had a couple plays in his back pocket that he wanted to get to that he just didn't find the situation to do so.
I mean, the risk-reward on
It's
it,
hysterical.
though, felt really outbalanced at the time. Really outbalanced.
Well,
like even if you successfully get it, you're like, well, you're giving them the ball with 7 minutes left on the clock. Like they've got all day to go score just 3 points and they could win a football game.
There was another moment, too, after they kicked the field goal. And how about that? Just, Will Lutz hitting a 55-yarder, then hitting the shorter one, too, fine. But let's think about the Eagles blocking kicks in back-to-back weekends. So that still, you don't look past that because the Broncos have had their issues. They called, because I thought, oh, my God, just kick it into the end zone, take it at the 35, don't risk anything, because they had given up a pretty big return before. Analytically, Sean Payton explained that analytics called for us to cover the kick, not just kick it away. And if you watched carefully, Rizzy and Sean Payton gave each other a big high five after the Broncos really did a good job in covering that. So nice job by the Broncos special teams, which had let them down. And the Eagles had been pretty exceptional in special teams over the course of the past couple of weeks.
So someone on the text line asked, Tyler, as a former player, do you guys like it when a coach does something like that and makes a call like that? So as an analyst, I don't like it. I think it was an unnecessary decision, but I love the outcome, and I give credit to Sean. As a player, it's different. Yeah, I mean, as a player, we're not thinking analytically. We're not thinking, hey, our coach is making a bad decision. We're thinking with testosterone. We're thinking with adrenaline and testosterone. And when a coach puts you out on the line like that, and he just hangs his out there, and you're like, let's go for it. It's the most empowering feeling you could ever get as a player. There's nothing more empowering than a coach making a questionable decision because they believe in you. Seriously, like that is like you might even know, like, hey, coach, this is a bad idea, but hell yeah, man, you believe in us.
I had a moment in college, first time I ever got to really witness that, and we're losing to somebody. It was a home game, but we're losing somebody home. It's late in the game. We've been kind of having to fight back, didn't play well. It's like a 5-point game with 3 minutes. No 3-point line. So when like nowadays, 5 points in 3 minutes, just 2 shots away. And I remember Eddie Sutton, we go to the timeout, and it's panic. We're going to lose at home. We shouldn't lose. And he said, calm down. You're going to win this game. Here's what you have to do. And I remember as a freshman, I'm in the huddle. I'm actually playing, and I'm like, the whole attitude of that whole huddle just changed. It just calm down, reminded us, you're going to win the game. Here's what you got to do. And, dude, we went out there, boom, 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 ended up winning by 5. I think we were down 5 with 3 and ended up winning by 5 or 6 at the end. And that has stuck with me for 40 years because I'm like, I've never had a coach talk to me like that. Well, I'm sure Sean didn't talk to the team before he calls a 2-point conversion, but that's similar. He let that play do the talking, and he just told the team, boys, I believe in you guys.
Yep.
So how was Bo Nix able to turn around? We'll talk to the psychology of Bo Nix coming up. Don't forget the keyword is comeback for that Rally House gift card. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey guys, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, go check out the best dealership in Colorado with the best inventory and the best prices. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to love your experience at Phil Long Ford. You'll probably become a customer for life, just like what happened to me after I bought my first car my rookie year. The only dealership that I need to deal with, because I know these guys, I love these guys, I trust these guys. And the best part about Phil Long Ford is that it's one-stop shopping. You don't have to drive all over the state looking for your next vehicle. Go to Phil Long Ford. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking new, whether you're looking pre-owned, the vehicle of your dreams is already on the lot at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best prices. Keep in mind that Phil Long Ford has got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced with Phil Long, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that I sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
Back they go to Ingram. Balanced and dives. Touchdown, Denver. Evan Ingram.
Are they going for two?
They're going for two here. Going for two. Halfway through the fourth quarter.
One thing about Sean Payton, he's not scared.
Going for the lead. Here's the rollout, the throw, it's there. And the Broncos have taken the lead. That was Franklin on the receiving end, and they have come from 14 down with 15 unanswered points.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And now the Broncos are in England. Actually, there's some little bit of breaking news with that. Two players did not accompany the Broncos to England. Ben Powers has a bicep injury, so props to Ben Powers, who probably played that game hurt the entire time. And the other is Stiddy. Stiddy and his wife Kennedy are expecting their third child.
Oh, good.
So he boogied on back to Denver. So today is likely the day. If not today, perhaps tomorrow or soon, or if it already happened. When we wish the Stidham family congratulations, good luck, the whole thing. And
are there plans for either one of them going out there at the end of the week or later in the week?
he is supposedly going to be in England on Wednesday.
Cool.
So good for Stiddy.
And I won't say anything.
Yeah, I'm bowing out.
Third kid, you just, you're in, you're out.
I knew you were going to be a child.
Nope, I'm not.
Third kid. So congratulations to Stiddy and his wife Kennedy. And it was fun seeing on social media, she and Izzy Smoke, Bo's wife, they post things left and right. So they have a lot of fun online. It's
you
just
stalk them on there, right?
Well, so it's part of the entire experience.
Yeah.
Seeing what they put out there. But Bo, all right, talk to me.
We got to do a little mini documentary, the day in life of DMac on social media.
Oh, it would be boring as hell. Can I tell you my cheat code on it, seriously? And although I am definitely interested in it, my girl Rachel Vigil is who hosts the Altitude TV postgame show. I don't know anybody who's more connected to like all of that stuff. So I'll just say what's going on, and she's amazing. Like I go, why is Stidham like not? And she's, oh yeah, the wife baby coming back, because they just post everything. So props to Rachel for that, but I'm embarrassed to say I don't even know how to open my own Instagram.
What do you mean? No, stop. What do you mean you don't know how to open it?
I'm telling you,
you don't know how to hit the app?
I struggle with it. I just have never figured out Instagram. I know that sounds
just like Twitter.
I gotcha.
No, it's not. It's
you push the app button,
that's
and
true.
It pops up.
That's true.
The
Yeah.
little plus thing.
In terms of opening it, you're right.
Some.
It's just like every other app on your phone.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I'm sure you're right. I just haven't. Anyway, I have my old man moments. I got Rachel. She helps me out with that sort of stuff. By the way, congratulations real quick to Eric Johnson. Avs start their season tomorrow in LA. Eric Johnson retired and is joining Altitude.
We called that, though, didn't we?
We did. That was a safe bet. But he's going to do Air Force and DU games and says he'll be in studio for some Avs games and he'll be part of the family. So that's awesome to have the Condor, Eric Johnson, part of the mix. All right, Bo Nix. What did Bo do to change things? How do you go from performing so poorly to be able to play so consistently? How do you make such a radical change?
Well, I think Sean really helped him. So start with that. Sean got into groove as a play caller, and J.K. Dobbins got 20 carries. Man, that's healthy. That's really, really healthy. I mean, if he ends up with 14 or 15 carries, I'm like, okay, that's probably enough. You end up with 20 carries, and that's a coordinator that understands things that are going well, things that he can do to help his quarterback, starts going to the run, starts keeping the Eagles' defense off balance, and then you know what else he started doing? And we've seen this over the last couple of weeks. He started playing with some tempo. And it just here and there, they mix it up. They'll go in the middle of a drive, just one play, they'll stay at the line of scrimmage and run the next play in no huddle. And Bo seems to thrive in those kind of off-kilter moments. So I think the main thing was Sean did a good job as a play caller of getting him back in rhythm.
The comment you made a while ago, too, about Cortland Sutton, or was it Tyler, that said he was calming him down and he was the guy getting
Sutton
it.
talked about it afterwards, how he was getting in his ear. Yeah,
that's big, too, because, listen, we've been saying this since training camp. It didn't seem the brash, cocky quarterback that we saw kind of towards the end of last year. We haven't really seen it. If you stayed and watched Tracy Wolfson interview with Bo at the end, I mean, he doesn't even look at her. He looks not. And
you noticed that. You picked up on him not looking at it. I did too.
There's this whole vibe that is off of the guy that I saw last year that was into the interview. And now it's like, and you haven't done enough to this be a nuisance yet. You know, Patrick Mahomes still talks to all this Monday night game. They win tonight. Guess what? Patrick Mahomes is going to talk on the interview and he's going to engage and whatever. And I thought that was a real, like, why, dog?
Oh, that's interesting. I picked up on that too. I didn't want to make a big deal if it wasn't a big deal.
Well, I did.
It felt like something.
I know Sean's got the big face, right, of the organization, but that's your face in waiting for this franchise. And I think he needs to be more engaging right there. Especially after a monster. Listen, that's a monster win.
Well, listen, guys.
That's a monster win right there. You were 1-2.
I was critical of Bo.
I don't know if I saw the interview. I'd love to see it now.
I can send it to you. I actually got it.
You can do that.
Do stupid things like that.
You know,
I know how to
ask Rachel if she could send that over to Tyler real fast.
I know.
Hey, Rachel, if you're listening,
yeah, help
you
me
Tyler
out. Help me out, Rachel.
Post-game interview.
I'll put it in the group right now, right there. I'll do that. Boom. It is sent. So there you go. Yeah, because it stood out to me too.
Yeah, I mean, he never looked at her once, really.
He looked down at her at the very end. I mean, Tracy is a very
5'2". I'm just going on her Wikipedia.
I'm glad you're checking things out. Real quick, and we'll dig bigger into the Broncos game. Tyler, that high school football game looked ridiculous that you called. I'm sorry things went. Well, I'm not sorry. It's, we root for both teams, right? But what a game on the high school call. I don't know if you want to. that might have been the most exciting high school game of the year, I would guess.
Oh, it was a blast, man. I mean, it was a great game to call. It's a rivalry game. I mean, the two schools are about 2 miles apart from each other, so it's Valor versus Mountain Vista. There's bad blood between the two schools. They do not like one another.
Yeah.
And there was an unfortunate incident, actually.
I heard.
But, involving a coach that got kicked out of the game with it was like the final play of the game for Mountain Vista. But anyways, it was a blast of a game to call. Mike's team, it was very similar to what the Broncos were going through for a long time, but I mean, just shooting themselves in the foot. It was just moving the ball, penalty, moving the ball, fumble, moving the ball, interception. And moving the ball was not an issue for Valor in this game. And the two teams, I forget what the final score was, but it was 40-something to 40-something. I mean, they put up 80 points combined between two high school teams.
Crazy.
It was a freaking blast.
And Scott, I did watch on replay the Nuggets game.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really understand the point for preseason basketball. I'm sure there is.
Conditioning and
okay.
Conditioning and chemistry.
Okay.
That's it.
Alrighty. I hope they got
it's kind of like NFL preseason games.
But I will say this: watching Valanciunas play was pretty cool, and his similarities to Jokic are.
They can run the same thing.
Dude, it's crazy. I mean, they're not the same player. I'm rolling my eyes because there's only one Joker. But same size, same instincts, same all that stuff. And looks to be a great teammate. Are you best friends yet with Valanciunas?
No, he looked at me, though.
You guys are going to become best
friends.
friends.
I did ask Joker in the postgame. We were walking out together. I said, because we talked at the beginning of last year, and I had this thing going. He was starting to let his beard go a little bit.
Yeah.
And I asked him last year, you going to keep that? He goes, oh, no, I'm thinking about it.
Uh-huh.
Well, he obviously did. He still has it. I go, what do you think? He goes, it looks good.
All right. Back to the Broncos and that remarkable win. Also, CU. We'll get there. Things aren't as rosy in the CU picture. It's PhD on 92.5.
Speaking of scoring points, tell us what went into that 2-point conversion that coach decided to go for.
Well, I don't know. I just knew he's like, hey, left hash, let's roll. And he sent a play in, and we went out there and executed it. Troy ran a great route. We've been repping that play for a few weeks, and it paid off. And we went up, and then we had another great drive to go get a field goal, or they would have had a chance there at the end. So those points were huge, and just a great team win, man. Great team win.
And a great win for you guys as you head to
up. And then
Well, thanks to Rachel for sending that to us. Ask and you shall receive. So there you go. But he was kind of looking up and over here and there. And then finally, thank you. Thank you, small human being interviewing me. Appreciate it. But
thank you, Tiny 5'2".
They're on the call for a couple more Broncos games too, Nance.
I think 3 more.
Yeah. So
well, after I saw that, there's probably a bunch of execs said, "Whew, okay,
yeah,
these are going to be fun."
Yeah.
Damn good game. But hey, man, that wasn't the only good game too. As we dig deeper into it,
this is a good weekend of football. There were some really good games. A lot of drama and a lot in multiple games.
I don't know if you caught it, but there was a story going out earlier today that Belichick told UNC not to tweet anything out about Drake May.
Mm-hmm.
However, UNC did tweet out something about Drake May. So
they got so much grief for being little petulant children that they finally said congrats to their guy.
Yeah.
What?
I told you
the only
guys,
quarterback ever drafted there.
I told you guys I've been real high on Drake May though for a long time.
Yeah. You liked him in the draft.
I liked him in the draft. I liked him even with his performance last year. That dude's got it.
Patriots are 3-2.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of new guys. It's a lot of high draft picks. And it's a new coach with, that Vrabel Patriots attitude. And guess what? Your buddy, Josh McDaniels, back calling plays. And all of a sudden, the Patriots look a little dangerous.
He's in the position he needs to be in. No one, please, ever give him another head coaching job. He looks like he knows what he's doing when he's got smart quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, it'd be stunning if he gets another opportunity. And frankly, I don't know where he works aside from New England. The irony is he really works in New England. Like, it really, really
is Vrabel
works.
running a modified Belichick? Because, he played there defensively.
So, yeah, Vrabel, everybody thinks of Vrabel as a Belichick disciple. He's really not. He never coached for Belichick.
Right.
But he did play there for a long time, obviously. So I'm sure he's got influence
Got
from
some touchdowns
Belichick.
for him, right?
He's got a crazy stat line. Like, every ball he ever caught was a touchdown, and he was like 15 of 15 on them.
Yeah. But I've always liked him as a coach, too.
Oh, I do, too. I think he walks the line of being a hard-nosed yet player-friendly coach really, really well.
Yeah. Is he Dan Campbell-ish?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. He was probably the OG Dan Campbell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the end to the Titans-Cardinals game is like the most insane thing you will literally ever see.
Up 21-6 in the fourth, right?
Yeah. And DiMaccardo, the running back, is I still, Tyler and Scott, when did this happen? When did running backs and players in football just decide to drop the football before the goal line? I still cannot believe this actually happens. DiMaccardo's running in. That's it. The game's over. If he just one more step and he drops it.
That looked so close to me. I was like, are we sure he fumbled that thing before he crossed the goal line?
Why wouldn't you run through the end zone and then hand the ball to a fan? I have no idea why this. It is one of the most bizarre trends in sports. 2 to 3 times a year.
But it's the second time it's already happened this year, right?
Was there someone else?
There was somebody like in week 1 or week 2, and I don't know whether he meant to or not, but the ball slipped out about the 1 yard line and same type of thing.
Yeah, I mean, Deshaun Jackson did it a long time ago, and I'm sure there was people before Deshaun.
The fact that it's happened once is unbelievable. The fact that it's happened so many times, inconceivable. And then Cam Ward throws a deflected pass.
Oh my God, that was the craziest play I've ever seen.
Intercepted. I forget who the dude's name was. All you gotta do, you're already lying on the ground. Just stay on the ground. You just intercepted. Where do you think you're going? And as he's trying to get up and do something with the ball, The ball comes loose and is kicked by 2 different Cardinal players into the end zone where it's recovered by the Titans for a touchdown. I mean, have you seen a crazier play?
No, that was straight out of a circus.
So the Cardinals lost. And Kyler Murray, you got to just, figure out how to finish a game there, young man. You make $50 million a year to be a quarterback. So you had all sorts of Saints won, beating the Giants. Is Jackson Dart just Drew Lock?
Well, I'm still really curious about Jackson Dart. I do think he's got the ability to be special, but he does seem to have a lot of Drew Lock tendencies, just in terms of kind of the immaturity, the bling, everything else that he's got going on.
He's going to have good games. Drew Lock had some good games, or good moments at least.
Okay.
Good moments. But yes, the bling and the personality and all that, and then ultimately falling apart as the Saints beat the Giants.
I think you're going to have to be careful from here on. And maybe, listen, it's always been a hit or miss on first-round draft picks, right? You've some have been good, some have not been good. We had, what's his name, the agent on, said 73% of them fail first-round picks. So wherever you draft your quarterback at, you got to be careful. But I think you're in a time where, what am I looking for? Priorities seem skewed on too many of the athletic or the talented players, not necessarily the offensive linemen or defensive linemen or guys like that. When you talk about wide receivers, why do you just don't hold the ball in there? Well, I got to show everybody how cool I am. Quarterbacks, I think you're in an era right now that you got to be really careful who you bring in, because I think there's some really, forget the age of these guys, because listen, I've seen 30-year-olds that are immature, but there seems like there's a whole lot of look at me immaturity that is seeping its way into
they're
pro
walking
sports.
into the league millionaires.
Yeah.
They're walking to the league affording their own jewelry rather than taking out a loan from their agent to go buy the jewelry. By the way, hard transition. I'm sorry. What the hell is going on with the Ravens? What the hell is going on with them boys? They lost 44-10 to the pretty pathetic Houston Texans.
Life without Lamar.
Well, I mean, it's been going on with Lamar.
I get it, but life without Lamar it's over. It's done.
That looks like an
it might
entire
have been
team
done
that's
anyways.
beat.
Yeah,
That looks like Cincinnati right now.
Well, Scott, you bring it up all the time that the 10-year rule for coaches. Maybe Harbaugh's just he's run his tenure out there.
Oof. Well, it's a reset year for them, no matter what. Their season's toast. I don't know. Have you reached out to Roger Rosengarten recently? Have you? You probably have better insight than anybody.
No, no. I mean, I'm not going to reach out about that. But I've texted him here and there about his play, but I don't ask any questions about the organization.
Well, they're not good. Not good. They're awful.
Listen, I think Pittsburgh's just an okay team. They're going to walk away with this division.
How about Dylan Gabriel being just sort of?
It was pretty
6'7".
It was pretty good.
Okay.
He was okay. I mean. He's okay.
I think it was pretty good, actually. I mean, it was not special. He's not going to be, he's not going to be the tide that raises all boats. But if you were looking at him like a backup quarterback, you'd be like, hey, that was a pretty good performance for a backup quarterback.
Hey, I'll tell you this: they're 1-4. They ain't going anywhere. The Raiders got blasted by the Colts. They ain't going anywhere.
Gino threw his 1,000th interception of the season.
Cincinnati's not going anywhere.
So.
Cincinnati was playing the Lions tight for a while, though.
I'm telling you this, man. Shedeur Sanders, I do not know how he doesn't either get a shot with the Browns or dealt to one of these other teams. He has got to be worth a 5th-round draft pick to the Raiders right now to see what you got. Or to Cincinnati, unless you're just, torpedoing the whole season. Or with the Browns, because where are they going? What's that season all about? What's going to happen there? So hang in there, Shedeur. Hang in there. There's got to be. I think Shadeur's right. I mean, you look at all the quarterback play. How is he not playing in this league right now? And finally, the Jets. They
competed though.
They put up 16 points in the fourth quarter, but the game was over. You're putting up kind of like Troy Tulowitzki 2-run homers in the bottom of the 8th, down 9. I mean, it's like, okay, I guess they competed. They didn't totally give up, but they were never in the game either.
Well, one more game to bring up, though, because, boy, the AFC West has never been more in play. Chargers lose back-to-back weeks. They get smoked by the Commanders 27-10.
How about that?
At home, right?
How about that?
Was that at home? Yeah.
It was. It was SoFi, yeah.
They get smoked by, Commanders are a good football team, not a great football team. And now the AFC West, holy cow. Man, this thing is right there for the taking.
I have a buddy who's, I told you last week, a Rams season ticket holder. Sent us pictures from that Rams game. Was a Thursday night game, I think it was. Pictures, crowd. And he sent me a picture this weekend. He said, just for fun, I'll go to the Chargers game. Bought tickets online, $70 to buy tickets. And I'll show you the picture in a little bit. He showed the picture. Ain't nobody in there. I mean, the crowd is like, where's the crowd?
It's weird.
It sets up so great for the Broncos with this win. It is so good. It is crazy how the NFL can just change so quickly, and it's why it's such an awesome sport. But your Broncos, I guess they lose the tiebreaker to the Chargers because they lost the Chargers, but they sit at the same record, 3-2.
But you win, yeah.
Hey.
For right now. And Kansas City wins tonight. Guess what? You're gonna have three teams.
Let's
at 3-2.
hope Kansas City loses tonight against the Jaguars.
I'm actually really curious
Let's go,
to watch
Jags.
this game. We're going to figure out what the Jags really are tonight.
Let's go. Let's go, Travis Hunter. Let's go, Trevor Lawrence. Let's go. Let it roll, man. I can't wait to see it. And you can hear it tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, home of Westwood 1. All right, we have another keyword for our Rally House Victory Monday, a chance for you to win a $150 gift card. That comes up within the next 10 minutes, and we're off to ye old Greenbrier. Sean Payton says we're staying in the middle of nowhere and we're not doing any sightseeing. His approach to England coming up next. The Broncos are off to England. We're calling it Ye Old Greenbrier. Because the Greenbrier is the Greenbrier, but this would be the Ye Old Greenbrier, where old is spelled OLDE. So
I know you're talking about England, and now we're going to play all English music. You lose me when you hear this song.
Oh, okay. That ain't bad. I'm glad you dig it.
Yeah, I dig this.
Yeah, we're going to play English music the whole week. See how we do.
Yeah.
Kind of a cool concept, right?
Not
Get you
bad.
in the England mood.
Yeah, get you into the English.
Plenty of English bands to choose from. That's for sure.
Well, then you can branch off to Wings and
All hail the
McCartney
Queen.
solos.
Sure. What's your favorite English band?
The Beatles.
The Beatles.
You know me.
Just settling in for the Beatles.
So he's one to go to. Good one to go to.
I told that Dan didn't even know Led Zeppelin was an English band. I go, yeah.
What?
Well, Dan, you want to speak for yourself?
I thought they were American. My bad.
Oh, my God. Remember I was telling you about that immature thing?
All right, here is a little Shawnee P. Little spicy pumpkin spice Shawnee. It's a good little nickname for October, pumpkin spice Shawnee.
He's all
pumpkin.
He was all
notes.
orange the other day, that's for sure.
You know, we know how good he is in October. I mean,
dude, and I'm telling you that second down or that 2-point conversion call, all it did for all those sycophant national people, that's all they're going to be talking about whenever the Bronco games come up. Look at this, Sean Payton. Who would do this? Who would take this chance with 6 minutes to go in the game? You know, and if you don't get it, you're trailing. Blah, blah. Who would do this? And you watch the kudos that come out, and have already started to come out.
I thought it was an insane move at the time because it didn't seem to make any sense. And he sold me a pen a little bit when he was like, well, we had 4 plays, this play, that play, we got the look. And I'm like, all right, like, Tyler, if you really feel good about it, you got it scouted, you get the right look, right? Like, go for it.
I mean, in theory, you feel good about every call you've ever made. So it's always easy in hindsight, in retrospect, when it works, to be like, yeah, we got the play that we wanted. I mean, you wouldn't go for it unless you felt like you had the play, right?
I guess
but credit to him. I know I've said this multiple times already, but I truly believe this is one of those unique circumstances. You know, when you watch film, do you understand how many times you just watch film for hours and you're like, what did I really get out of that? Like what? Like I'm looking for tendencies, I'm looking for tells, and it just kind of goes in one ear out the other. But every now and then you see something and that light bulb goes off, and you're like, you know what? I just watched 10 straight 2-point conversions from the Eagles, and they ran man-to-man coverage every single time. I don't know. I can't even remember what coverage they were in at the moment. I honestly can't.
He said that he saw a drag. Like, he knew he could drag 27. I'm sorry, I forget the player's name. If he put Sutton in motion, 27 was going to come with them, which would open things up for Franklin. That's what Sean said. So, but, you know, who was the special teams coach who was saying the leverage call? Like, yeah, we had that all scouted out. This guy did this. This guy did that. Then we watched it, and we're like, no, you didn't.
You're a liar.
You didn't do any of that.
And if anything, it was a French call anyway, because, I mean, you know, he didn't leverage to get up. He touched the guy and then slid while he was sliding over.
Probably, I'm going to guess, Tyler, Scott, in coaching, nothing feels better when you think you've scouted something out and you call something and it works. It's got to be the most just I'm the king of the world sort of moment.
You know what I'm thinking on that play? Not only Ryan was successful, and we've talked about it on the show, you know, since training camp. Who was the one guy was getting yelled at all the time last year?
Troy
Franklin.
And the guy that had more drops in last year's camp than anybody else on the team.
Yeah.
And here he was, you're going to trust him on a monster 2-point conversion.
Monster.
Oh, is he grown? And the belief in him, how about the belief in him has really grown.
Cool.
That's the thing to hit me. I mean, dude, it's one thing if you thought, okay, that's quarter of the sudden. I mean, some of those back shoulder catches he made with the guy's arm in there, and he's trapping the dude's arm into his, that's a great receiver.
Yes, sir.
That's a great receiver.
Yeah.
But Troy Franklin, is he not great yet, right?
He's getting there.
But boy, they trusted him.
There's a lot of potential.
Oh, gosh. They trusted him.
Here's Peyton about how they were looking at these 2 weeks. By the way, Dan, and I don't know if you can scramble it up. I haven't heard anybody put it out there. But Sean's claim about, and I hadn't even thought about it, visiting teams the week before London. And apparently the record for road teams before they go to England is terrible. Didn't know that. I guess that makes a lot of sense.
Because I think they're going on vacation.
So here was Sean after the game.
One of the challenges is playing this game before you go to London. You know, you guys have heard me say it. The away teams before London, it's not real good. So it wasn't in the itineraries. There was not one thing about the L word, nothing. I said something about bring an extra bag Friday, and that's it. And then we'll figure out. So
that is pretty funny, man.
Hold on, let me make sure I understood that correctly, though. Is he saying the away team in the game before does not do well, or is he saying okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Teams that play on the road and then the following week play in London struggle.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's because they're thinking, hey, we got a vacation coming up. I don't know.
But that's pretty funny. It was like, just take another bag. But let's not talk about why. And like we have itineraries, you get a pick. We're not even going to put London on the itinerary.
So they went back to the hotel for
had dinner.
A couple hours,
and then England. So they probably got to England around, 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning or something.
Yeah.
Probably not a whole lot different than if they played the Patriots on a Sunday night football game when you would get back to Denver, that sort of thing. You've done 10 million of those trips. So maybe that works. But he went on about the England thing.
it's going to be exactly like a practice week. Exactly. You want the schedule? No sightseeing. Okay. You know where we're staying? Okay. In the middle of nowhere. No sightseeing. Okay. God, I was having a good press conference.
Why would that throw him off his press conference?
He was
laughing. He was laughing. Chris Thomason is the best. He was definitely laughing about it. But this is how seriously he's taking things. And then he explained exactly what's going on.
What is the rest of this? Honestly, fair question. So we get in Monday. Tomorrow morning, we will run, lift, work out, watch the tape. They're off Tuesday. We've got this schedule down pat. Wednesday will be day one. Thursday, third down. So that's the reason for going over. But it'll be the last time, there's 2 other times we've gone on this trip. Once Shockey tried to get all the passports and take the team to Amsterdam. So we put the kibosh on that.
Big laugh.
Played the Chargers, I think, 1 year, 07, 08. And then played the Dolphins, 17 or 18. But we're going to be, the guys will have some dinner, I'm sure, but we're going to be, we're going to go, it's a normal work week. So, but we're a ways out.
Okay. Pumpkin Spice Shawnee. He's a quirky dude, but he's a good coach.
So
man.
no sightseeing. They have
no
cabs and whatever. You don't think guys are going to go down to try to find London or something on Tuesday?
I don't know where.
Depends on how far out you are, I guess.
Yeah, where are they staying?
I mean, if you're staying an hour and a half away, maybe not.
Where are they playing? What stadium are they playing?
Tottenham, where the Tottenham Hotspurs play in London. Whatever that name of the stadium is. But it's a Tottenham stadium, I think. I can actually look that up. I am not. Are you familiar with England enough to understand where things are? I'd be impressed if you are.
Well, we stayed right next to Paddington Station.
Is that where the Bear was?
Yeah, that's where the Bear name from.
Their stadium looks like what the new Bill Stadium is supposed to look like.
Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, it's got that big overhang, but it's got an opening at the top.
Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, London, England. Peter Forsberg's favorite soccer team.
61,000.
Okay, relatively intimate for an NFL game. And you're playing the 0-5 Jets.
It's like a 4.5 hour flight though. If you're a Jets fan, you wanted to go. I'll tell you what I saw in San Diego.
Yeah,
I couldn't believe how many people I met from Denver that flew down for this preseason game.
You got to be kidding me.
Spend a weekend. No, they could spend a weekend in San Diego.
You know what, man? Nuggets fans know no bounds. That is
I was
impressive.
blown away. On
is
Saturday
impressive.
morning, we were having a little coffee and breakfast with our production crew, and I probably took 2 or 3 pictures with people. I said, "You fly down?" Yeah, it was his birthday, so we decided to come down for this weekend. And,
cool.
But I met this one little old lady that came from Iowa, who was a Giant fan. And she goes, "Yeah, we could get floor seats, and it wasn't real expensive. Like I could never afford these in Denver."
Well, damn right. We're going to keep people from Iowa out of here.
But came all the way. I was blown away.
That is not an accident.
But how many people most of them came in on Thursday, made a long weekend in San Diego.
It's time for another keyword as we're celebrating the huge win with a Rally House Victory Monday. We're giving away a $150 gift card to Rally House on every show. Keywords every hour. This hour's keyword is victory. Text victory along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 and stay tuned all day. Keywords every hour. The 1 o'clock keyword is victory. So text victory with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Happy Rally House Victory Monday. Our first winner will be announced at 2:55. How do you think the Broncos will fare over in England? Just turn the page a little bit quickly. What do you think this does for the team as they go off to ye old Greenbrier?
Well, people are calling me a party pooper for saying not necessarily a signature game for Bo Nix, but it could be a catapult game. And I don't think that's being a party pooper at all. Like, I look at this very optimistically. I genuinely think that's the type of game that's going to catapult you into a complete football game. That was not a complete football game for Bo Nix, not even close. But it was a fun finish. It was a hell of a finish. And my expectation, honestly, is you're going to go out there, you're going to whoop that you-know-what. I mean, you're going up against a bad football team. They're not going to want to be traveling. You don't want to be traveling either, but you've got a better attitude. You're coming off a huge win against the Super Bowl champs. I fully expect the next 2 weeks should be butt whippings from the Denver Broncos on both the Jets and the Giants.
All right, so say Bo goes 25 for 34 for 310, 3 touchdowns, no picks, maybe gives up 1 sack. And
that's a catapult.
And it is?
And they went,
What?
3 something?
Oh, hold on.
Hold on. Read those stats out loud
so
again.
Those, and you win 31-3.
Yeah.
Okay. Didn't you just do that against the Bengals? I mean, didn't you? You didn't? The numbers were, kind of along those lines with the Bengals, weren't they?
Let's look it up.
We can look it up, I mean, it's the Bengals. Doesn't your opponent kind of matter? Like, who you're playing, what you're doing?
Yeah, it does. I mean, but I'm not sure what you're saying.
To me, this is a no-win game against the Jets. They suck. They're 0-5. You can put up whatever numbers you want. People are going to say, yeah, it was the Jets. Who cares?
29 of 42, 326, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick.
All right. I mean, I'm, kind of in that ballpark, and you won by 25 points.
Yeah. Okay. So there you go.
Was that a better game than what we saw yesterday by Bo?
One more clutch. Yesterday was you're 9 of 10 throwing the football in the fourth quarter. That was a clutch game. That was the first time, like I said a while ago, their 2 losses, they gave up the boat in the fourth quarter.
Well, and if you're going to ask me, like, do I want a quarterback that puts up great stats or do I want a clutch quarterback? I'm going to tell you I want a clutch quarterback every single time. So, I mean, I understand the question. My point was it was not a complete football game, but it was probably my favorite game from him in terms of being clutch when it mattered.
Who had a better game?
He was 14 of 30 going into the fourth quarter.
Oh, it wasn't good. We know. Who had a better game?
30.
Jalen Hurts or Bo Nix?
Bo. Because he did it when it mattered.
So Bo Nix played better than
and Jalen Hurts missed a wide open A.J. Brown to win a football game.
So Bo Nix played better than a $50+ million quarterback who won a Super Bowl last year on his home turf.
Yeah.
That's pretty damn good. I mean,
it's a quarterback that you said sucked going into the week, but
I didn't say he sucked. I said
pretty much you did.
I said he struggled with the long ball, and if you're going to get beat with Jalen Hurts' arm, so be it. And guess who agreed with me? The Denver Broncos.
Yeah, I don't think you were
That's
too
how
far.
they played it.
You weren't too far off. I mean, it looked early on like, oh my gosh, Jalen is about to have an explosive game. And he had some really good throws in the first half, but when it mattered, it didn't work.
Yeah, their communication issue. And by the way, they are melting down in Philadelphia right now. That is amazing to me. They are a Super Bowl championship team. Sure, they lost this one. Do you think they're melting down in Buffalo about Josh Allen right now?
Romo and Nance pointed this out yesterday. They said it's the same conversation they were having about their offensive coordinator through 4 or 5 weeks last year. And, oh, by the way, they won a Super Bowl.
That is
So
true.
he said it's the same conversations they were having. And that was when Kellen Moore was calling plays last year, right?
Correct.
So you guys remember I brought this up during the week last week, but I was talking about Brandon Graham from the Eagles, longtime 15-year defensive end for him, that in the middle of the season last year caused all this controversy because he exposed a situation going on his football team that nobody knew anything about at the time. Well, I just looked it up because I couldn't remember what the storyline was. It's the same storyline. So here's what Brandon Graham said last season. He's talking about A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts' relationship. He says the person that's complaining needs to be accountable. He's talking about A.J. I don't know the whole story, but I know that Hurts is trying, and Brown could be a little better with how he responds to things. They were friends before this, but things have changed. And I understand that because life happens. But it's a business side that we have to make sure the personal does not get in the way of the business.
Wow.
So these two have been disliking one another for a full calendar year at a minimum.
Hey, man, they capitulated, didn't they? They were like, you win, diva wide receivers. You win. Hey, Saquon, you're gonna sit this one out. Dude, they had 4 yards running the ball. 4 yards running the ball in the second half.
Well, let me ask you this. How many games does Denver win if Bo Nix goes 23, 38, 280, and 2 touchdowns? No picks.
A lot.
Probably wins a lot.
A lot. Well,
that was what Hurts did. I mean, his QBR rating, his rating was 100.8.
However, you're missing a huge stat there with Hurts.
Sacked 6 times.
Yes.
He had a better
but a bunch of those were stupid. A bunch like at least 2 or 3 of those, it was him just stepping out of bounds.
Yeah.
It's still a tackle for a loss. It's still a minus play. I mean, a sack essentially is a minus play. Now, it's not the most hurtful minus play in the world, but just, the more minus plays you have, the worse you're going to do. And especially depending on the down. I mean, if it's 2nd and 10 and it's a minus play, that drive's over. I get you. It wasn't like he was getting his head knocked off left and right, but still, look what the Broncos were able to do pressure and coverage-wise to be able to force that. Bo Nix got sacked twice. Less minus plays, less tackle for a loss.
And here's the funny thing. If I run the ball and I step out a half yard short of the line of scrimmage, it's a team sack, or they'll give it to the guy that was closest chasing him out. But if I intentionally ground 15 yards back, doesn't count as a sack?
Correct.
Yeah, that's true.
Correct. That's a weird little stat.
That's a weird stat,
You
right?
probably should get credit for a sack on an intentional grounding.
Right.
Actually, look at you. Figuring things out. You're right. Why do you reach base on an error and it counts against your on-base percentage? Did I not get on?
Yeah.
Why is that a negative to me? There's things in life that just don't make sense. But the stats
So you reach on an error and it counts against your on-base percentage.
Correct. Even though you're on base.
What about if it's a fielder choice? Does that go against you too?
Yes. Yep, and you're on base. I could not agree with you more. When I coached my little kids, I was like, well, screw that stat. You got on base, you got on base. That's a positive. However you get on base. That sounds like you hit the ball. Like if you hit the ball, you hit the ball.
Right.
Also, if you strike out and it's drop third strike, you don't get credit for getting on base either. It just goes down as a strikeout and you've reached first. Another dumb baseball stat. By the way, the Phillies, did you see how the Phillies lost?
Mm-mm.
God. I mean, the torture for Philadelphia fans. This is on, I guess Friday night or suppose. They're up. They're up like 3-2. And Teoscar Hernandez hits a 3-run homer in like the 7th inning. Like they think they got the game and then and they lose 5-3. It's so fun watching Philly fans just, I don't know what it is about Philly fans in particular that I just love seeing them lose.
Well, and
there's just something about them.
If the Dodgers can win this thing again, is it going to be because of their offense?
The Dodgers is all about their offense. Their starting pitching is good. Their middle relief is, but their starting pitching is good. Shohei pitched. He pitched really well. Gave up 3 runs in like 7 innings, something like that, 6 innings. Their hitting is they're ridiculous. We'll see what happens. But that's baseball for you. All right, no dumb questions. 303-504-0925.
So by the way, real fast, I think I do.
Yeah.
So would this not be the first time in like a million years in Major League Baseball where the guy pitched and hit in the same game?
Well, aside from when he did it,
he didn't pitch last year in the postseason. I mean, in the postseason.
Did he never get to the postseason with the Angels?
He didn't pitch. I don't think they did.
They never got there?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I don't know. I know he didn't last year with the Dodgers, but I don't know about years in the past. That's a good one. I cannot. The Shohei meter, I'm a little weak there.
We got to go back to Babe Ruth that
I
pitched and hit in the same game.
Dumb stuff. All right, no dumb questions. 303-504-0925. We'll get there next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low T. Oh, maybe you got that brain fog, bad sleep, ridiculously terrible workouts. You just don't feel like the same person. It just could be low T. And if you're like a lot of men who have low T, if you get it treated within just a few weeks, you'll feel that energy return. It's like, whoa, who's this guy? Maybe even the sex drive will be back there. Guys in their early to mid-30s start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production. Happens gradually, so, hey, man, happens to a lot of people. So if it's happening to you, don't worry about it. Just go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz. 10 questions, yes or no. Just takes a couple of minutes. They'll draw your blood and have your result within 30 minutes. A Colorado licensed medical provider will review your results, discuss your options, and you go from there. It's only $99. You get the consult, a T, and a PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, it's free. Great location in Castle Rock. Looks super spiffy. 4 other locations up and down I-25. So get there, my friend. Call today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, we got a bunch of good no dumb questions. We'll get to it here in just a second. Want to congratulate Valor Christian High School's Lance Kawasaki. He is our Student of the Week presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing. Proudly rooting for Colorado athletes. Every Student of the Week gets a $150 gift card to Rally House. We'll have another keyword coming up after 2 o'clock. Tune in on Friday night, halftime of the Dakota Ridge and Heritage game for the next Student of the Week. No dumb question from Bridget on the old Twitter machine. What do you think?
Solid English name, by the way.
There you go. What do you think LeBron's decision part 2 will be?
That's a good question. I just saw that. I forget exactly how it was phrased, but it was like the decision number 2 and big announcement on October, whatever it's going to be. And then it showed him sitting down for an interview. What's that?
Did he say what day?
Well, Scott, you're asking me to remember details. You know I can't remember details.
You know, 1 inch deep, 3 miles wide.
That's right. Well, the way you put that.
All right, I'm looking this up. October 7th, so tomorrow at 10 a.m. our time.
The decision of all decisions, October 7th, 12 p.m., the second decision.
This just feels like some sort of marketing thing for some sort of product. That's my guess. That's my bet. You guys want to take a shot at something?
Here's my guess. He's going to announce this the last year that he plays.
Oh, there you go.
And then that way he gets he's not just going to leave basketball like Kobe did. He's going to go out on a farewell tour.
Yeah, my guess
I can see him wanting a farewell tour from all the listen, I got to see 2. I got to be involved in Kareem's farewell tour and Dr. J's. And every place you played, I was in Atlanta for Dr. J's and maybe Denver, Detroit, I don't know. But everybody stops the thing, gives him
I remember those.
Some sort of present.
Believe it or not, I felt it was embarrassing.
It's LeBron.
Okay.
So if anything that would see LeBron.
So you think it's an announcement about it's his last year?
His last year, and he's just setting the table up for people to give him a farewell tour.
I think that's a pretty good take. Yeah. Obviously he's setting it up to look like it's a retirement decision. He's definitely not retiring right now, but he might want the attention for a week.
I'm gonna. What do you think then? That's just that?
I think that's a pretty good take.
I'm gonna say it's literally nothing but some sort of marketing campaign for some sort of advertiser.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's nothing.
He's going to announce it. He's going to get hair plugs for real instead of getting them and not telling anybody.
All right, no dumb question. Agree or disagree? Colorado football team is actually a damn good team that just doesn't have a quarterback.
See you?
Yeah. Dude, I'm telling you, they have played 3 really good teams, really tight, really well. They've had an opportunity to win against Georgia Tech, against BYU, and now TCU. They go down there. Gosh, dude, I'm telling you, they were doing so many things so well. The offensive line this year is legit. The CU's offensive line is good. I don't just mean like okay. Like they are a good unit. They know what they're doing. They can run the football. They pass protect like crazy. They're doing a lot of great things. They just don't have a freaking quarterback.
You think the coaching is good?
I'm telling you, I think that it's hard for me to tell you that they're a good football team without a quarterback. Like, I think Deion Sanders has got the worst clock management in the history of mankind.
Okay.
And so are there questionable things that are going on? Yeah. Do I think Pat Shermer's a great offensive coordinator? No, I think he should get fired. But I don't think it's a poorly coached football team, if that's what you're asking me, because they're playing really good football teams really freaking well.
All right. So
now that you know it, you can't really beat anybody close.
Not with Salter.
God, but they can.
Could Juju Lewis not get you 2 touchdowns and 3 picks?
I don't think he could do any worse. And frankly, if you're not going to do any worse and Staub's not your answer, and if Staub's the best player, then play him. But it's clear Salter stinks.
Yeah, he's not good. He is not good. He's got the worst sidearm delivery throw I've ever seen in my life. I give Pat Shurmur a little bit of a break because I'm like, I wouldn't want to call plays for that dude.
Well, listen,
that's a tough job.
You're not getting Bo Nix, who played 4 years at Auburn and then went to Oregon, another biggie. You're getting a guy who played 4 years at Liberty.
Look,
Prime recruited him though, Scott. I mean, they made the decision to get him.
In terms of the Juju conversation, I know it's a rarity that guys actually stay at the same university for 5 years now. And ideally, in a perfect world, he's good enough that he doesn't stay there for 5 years no matter what. But at this point of the season's lost. You're not salvaging anything. I think it'd be a shame to actually waste his red shirt.
Well, did you hear? But he can play like 4 games and still keep his red shirt, though. He could still play some and keep his red shirt.
How many more can he play?
I think he can play up to 4. And you check my math.
Did he get in one game early, like the first game?
The second game he played for sure.
Here is Prime, though. Today's actually a big day for Prime.
I think I got more blood clots. Cat's out the bag, all right? I think I got more blood clots, man. It don't make sense. I'm hurting like crazy. I got the doctor's appointment Monday to see what time it is. So that's what's going on. I'm not getting blood to my leg. That's why my leg is throbbing. I'm sorry to get that out, but thank you for noticing.
I really felt bad for him, man. He had to take his sneaker off and he's sitting on a bucket or a stool or something like that.
I don't know. I'm not saying he hasn't ever sat down before, but I haven't seen a game where he was sitting down like in prime position just so he could coach.
Feel terrible for him.
He was clearly just in a boatload of pain.
Right.
And I don't know what's going on with him. It's obviously a serious deal.
Yeah, and today's a big day, and hopefully we'll have some more information. I'm just hoping for the best for him health-wise.
He's probably got neuropathy in his feet also, which I don't know if you guys have ever had any loved ones with neuropathy or if you've ever
dealt with it. My dad's got it right
now.
now. He can't walk.
Yeah,
he's in a wheelchair.
It's a brutal deal, and it's very, very common with cancer.
All right. Well, let's hope for the best for Prime, man. I
hate
agree or disagree with my question. You guys never answered my question.
Semi-agree.
I'll roll with you because Salter's so terrible. They've had 14-0 leads 2 weeks in a row. I mean, what are we doing here?
How have they been there with a chance to win against 3 top 25 teams, and we're sitting acting like they're not a bad team. They just don't have a quarterback.
Okay.
They don't know how to win. How's that?
They do give up the cookies on defense, though. Kind of like, oh, my God, how did that just happen? Like, they're going along, they're playing good, and then it's just like, because I don't think their cornerbacks are very good either.
Well, what's the record if you had Shedeur this year?
I think they're undefeated. They're literally undefeated if they've got Shedeur Sanders. Think about the games they've lost. They're not dropping any of those with Shedeur.
Well, Houston was total garbage. You're right, though. I mean,
and honestly,
the other games are close.
They probably would have won that Houston game had they not actually benched Caden Salter. I mean, they just way overthought that thing. And they're doing the right thing in terms of playing the most capable quarterback that's on the roster right now. That doesn't mean he's good. But if they hadn't way overthought that and got to Ryan Staub, they probably win that Houston game.
How many seniors they got? 39? Did I read that right? A lot of seniors. Gut feeling about Prime coming back next year.
Nope.
He's
but
losing.
I said it 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I said it's not because losing season or anything like that. I said I think this is it for him because of his health.
The health stuff is heavy.
Yeah, I think, and now you get this announcement today just reinforces what I said a couple weeks ago.
It's certainly accumulating. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot.
I think if he doesn't come back, I do think it's primarily number one by a mile is the health stuff. I think the process of just really starting from scratch with the team without your kids
I don't think
is a factor.
I think if he does, I think he's done. I think this is it for him.
It's a lot of wear and tear for somebody who's having health issues. There's a lot of physical components to being a coach. There ain't no doubt about it. And I feel bad for the dude. I wish him the best. I'm still, we'll pull for CU. They're playing Iowa State. I don't know. Shock the world, right? Do something. They got a bye week after that, but the schedule doesn't get that easier. Maybe they could pull off a crazy upset, but I just don't know why you wouldn't put Juju Lewis in at this point.
Well, I don't know what the answer is in terms of how many games you can play without. It says you can play in up to 4 games. So there you go. That is the answer.
He's got 1.
You could wait. You could. I mean, Iowa State's going to be tough. You got a bye week after that. You could start Juju after that. You just kind of take this one on the chin probably to Iowa State, and then here we go. And I forget exactly who they have after Iowa State. I mean, I know.
But here's the risk you run if you wait till, say, the last 3 games of the year. That way we stay under the redshirt cap or whatever, and he looks great. Then you're going to have everybody going, dog, why were we waiting?
But if he's really, really great anyways, how many years of college football is he going to play?
Guys, he's not going to look great. It's not going to look great. It's probably not going to even look better than Caden Salter at this point. But if there's a way to get him some experience without losing the red shirt, I'm not against that.
We come back with the big question of the day. We circle back to the Broncos, their biggest win since Super Bowl 50. That's next.
going to be really close. Watch this. What an outstanding job by DeJean off the edge there.
Previous play is under further review.
A stalwart second-team All-Pro.
3rd and 17, going deep. He's there. It's caught at the 30 by Devontae Smith. He got a step on Riley Moss. Here it is. Pass caught. Touchdown, Philadelphia. Dallas Goedert. 2nd and 4. Flinging it. Caught. On the run is Barkley. He's in for a touchdown.
I wasn't happy about how the first part was going. 6 straight punts is not what anybody wants. We handled it how we handled it, and we went out and won the game.
Dobbins through traffic is in the end zone. Touchdown, Broncos for the first time today. Back they go to Ingram, balanced and dives. Touchdown, Denver. Evan Ingram.
Are they going for 2?
They're going for 2 here. Going for 2 halfway through the 4th quarter.
One thing about Sean Payton, he's not scared.
Going for the lead. Here's the rollout, the throw, it's there. And the Broncos have taken the lead. That was Franklin on the receiving end, and they have come from 14 down with 15 unanswered points.
I wasn't surprised. Next thing I knew, he was just giving me the hash, giving me the call, and knew we had one play to go get the job done, and Troy ran a great route, and we've been practicing that for a couple weeks, and he got in the end zone. I mean, just trust in his players, and we got the job done.
And now we're down to 1 play for the Eagles, the Super Bowl champs, to stay undefeated.
3 guys got to get in the end zone. Extend the play unless it's a Hail Mary.
Can they pull off a miracle? They got 1 shot at it. No pressure on the quarterback. He's got time to heave it. There's a whole pack of people there, and it's incomplete. And there's no flag. And the Broncos have their signature win. The team from the Rocky Mountains has come into the town of Rocky and delivered a knockout blow here at the end of this one to the champs.
What a game.
Big question of the day. Is this the biggest Broncos win since Super Bowl 50? If so, why or why not?
Oh, man. That's a deep question. I gotta go back in the memory bank on. Can you help me out with the big wins? I don't even know what to compare it to.
Well, considering you missed the playoffs for like 8 straight seasons, you don't have any playoff games to talk about. You don't have any playoff games from last year, although you made the playoffs. The other big road wins, I suppose, would be the Bills on Monday night with Russell Wilson.
Tampa Bay last year. The Jets to a more minor degree after the Greenbrier. Now they're staying at the ye old Greenbrier in England. Other than that, guys, help me out. I mean, what other ones come to mind?
Well, listen, this is big because it's a defending champ. Anytime you beat a good team on the road, it's a big win. Let's not sleep on that. You beat a good team on the road, that's a good win. But I would, to me, it's between that Buffalo game because, I mean, this thing was going down the toilet, and that was a no-hoper. Be interesting if we go back and look and see what the point spread of that one was.
I'm sure the Broncos were a heavy underdog.
Yeah.
Heavier than last. Yesterday, they were 3.5. I'm sure they were. It was more than that.
8 or 8.5 or something like that.
Had to have been.
That was a monster win. This was listen, he's done it every year now. He's won a game that no one thought he could win. Sean Payton, he's
3 for 3.
I thought he coached up a hell of a game plan.
See, normally when I think of like biggest wins, I think of like a week 15 win, a week 16 win.
Sure.
Something that solid, you won the AFC West or it got you into the playoffs, or whatever it might be. This one being so early in the season, you can't really feel the tangible effect of what it's going to have on the remainder of the season. If it does have the catapult effect that I think it can and it should have, then yeah, it probably will go down as the biggest win. I mean, if they turn this into something more than what it is, because we knew that the Eagles were beatable. You called an actual win, which I'll give you credit for it. Scott and I were like, yeah, they could beat them. I don't think they're going to, but, it definitely could happen. It's not like it shocked anybody that they could beat the Eagles. And honestly, the game kind of unfolded in the exact fashion that we all, if there was going to be a win, here's how it's going to happen. Eagles are going to be boring. They don't do a whole lot offensively. They're not particularly powerful. We go down the list, and it kind of unfolded in that exact manner. So, huge win. I don't think the win itself was like such a signature win that we'll look back on it, but my hope is the catapult effect from the win. And then, I guess we're talking about semantics here. But yeah, I mean, if it does have the catapult effect that I think it can have, then it will be enormous.
It on the surface, and again, this is trying to go memory banks, which I don't have. The by far this year, and maybe even the last couple of years, and I'm sure somebody can help us here, one of the greatest quarters they've ever played.
No doubt.
I mean, they had 18 points.
The fact,
that's
guys,
stupid when you get 18 points
they
in a
were
quarter.
1 in 112 on the road, down 14 or more points.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the context here is insane what they did. Insane.
Maybe the most improbable win they've had since forever.
I think it is.
You won a game going 5 of 15 on third down. Against a damn good football team. You won a game in which in the first half, I mean, you couldn't connect on any yards on any plays over 10 yards.
Mm-hmm.
You were struggling defensively, honestly, even though the score wasn't showing it. The Eagles were kind of doing what they always do. They just were managing it. They were just managing the distance, going from 1st and 10 to 2nd and 6, 2nd and 6 to 3rd and 3, 3rd and 3 to first down. And to overcome not just a lackadaisical start, but a really bad start, it was pretty cool to see what they're able to do in the fourth quarter.
Listen, you were Bo Nix going into the fourth quarter was 15 of 29 for like 130 yards.
Yeah.
He goes 9 of 10 for 110, 113.
Oh, no, 176.
In the fourth, 176?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then hold on. Then no, it couldn't be.
Oh,
So
it's something like that. Hold on. I'll get it exactly right. I'll get it.
he only had 242 yards passing.
Hold on. I'll get it. I got you here. I'll find it eventually, one way or the other. I got you, Bo.
So if that, it was 15 of 29 for 70 yards.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. 9 of 10 for 127. My bad.
So still 127 minus 242.
Mm-hmm.
So what is that, 115 yards? So he was 15 of 29 for 115 yards going in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
No touchdowns, no interceptions.
I think this is a game we will look back on years and years and years from now.
If it catapults like Tyler's talked about all day today, then this will be then it becomes this could almost to me be a signature win in hindsight that we talk about in 2 years ago after they go on a Philly type of run where they win, 8 of the next 9 out of the next 11, something like that, and boom, 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 deep in the playoffs this year, get to the Super Bowl next year. You're going to go back and we're going to sit there and go, remember that game in Philly 2 years ago?
Yeah.
That was the game.
I think you've heard some responses too, like the Broncos have their guy. You're hearing that more and more. And listen, you guys are right. Training camp sucked. And I think Bo was getting in his own head. First 3 weeks of the season. Cortland Sutton basically admitted, I had to tell this guy, we're behind you. Just take it, literally one play at a time. And it worked out. I think Bo Nix was mentally really frazzled.
I think he's been frazzled since training camp.
I agree with you. And I think we've been talking about it. I don't think we've
and
been.
then when I say that, in training camp, I got pencil armors all over me. Pencil arm getting on his Twitter account and his radio show. Come on, dog.
Why does that always make me laugh?
Because I'm right on both.
We said, Bo, you got to snap.
The legs are even skinnier. I'm just telling you.
We said you got to snap out of it, but we also discounted Cincinnati to a degree because of just how awful Cincinnati was. We don't take that Chiefs win seriously at the end of last season. You're playing the JV Chiefs. Nobody will count that as a signature win. If I go through some quarterbacks, you tell me what their signature win was. Peyton Manning.
Probably the first time they finally got over on New England.
Well, I would just flat out say Super Bowl 50, but okay. Tyler?
I don't know. I struggle with this history stuff. I don't know.
Okay. Peyton
But you got to remember, it was New England and Indy on TV all the time. And I think New
England, if I had to think of one, I would pick the AFC West championship game against the Patriots.
Okay.
Yeah, but he wasn't stellar in that one either.
No, but I just think about that game. Like,
it was awesome.
I'd go back to
what game that entire season was he stellar?
Well, he wasn't. But again, go back to when we won 1 or 2 games his rookie year, and the next year they won 12. It was sometime in that season.
Let me give you other Broncos quarterbacks. Brock Osweiler, signature win. And couldn't tell you is an acceptable answer. He did. That was a big game against Chicago.
Well, the only reason
Thanksgiving, yes.
The only reason I say
huge.
that is because I was there. It was his first game that he was filling in for Peyton. We're like, oh my
huge.
God, we've got a special year.
Yeah.
Are the wheels about to fall off? It was a train wreck of a travel day. We got in at like 12:45 in the morning.
Yeah.
We had every delay in the world.
That's good.
And Brock got up there and spoke to the team, and I remember we're all just tired, want to go to bed, and all of a sudden we're just kind of inching up in our seat, and we're like, okay, we might believe in this dude.
That's really good.
Yeah.
And I put the New England overtime game kind of in that collection pan as well, regular season, with C.J. Anderson going around. That was a Brock game too. All right, that's good. I forgot about that Chicago game, but you're right. That was a big deal. Trevor Siemian signature game. I don't know, or there is. I can't think of it as acceptable. Case Keenum signature game.
None. Oh,
just missed out. Just missed out on that Kansas City one.
When he was in Minnesota, the
Minnesota,
the game to get him. He
for
came
Minnesota.
in. The game he came in, blew it up, was crazy, and got him to the NFC Championship game.
Are you talking about the miracle?
Yeah. Case Keenum had a bunch of signature games for the Vikings.
Yeah.
No, we're talking about for the Broncos. Paxton Lynch signature game. Raiders crying on the sideline. Teddy Bridgewater signature game. Drew Lock signature game. Houston? Maybe?
You're missing one.
Who? Brandon Allen signature game?
Tim Tebow.
Tim Tebow did have a mega signature. He had a couple signature games.
Yeah.
But he had a mega signature game. And that's Pittsburgh in the playoffs.
Yeah,
that's a tough one to top, brother. That's when all the cookies are there and it's overtime and DT and it's one of the top. I'd make the argument that's one of the top 5 moments in Broncos history. You got 3 Super Bowl championships. You got some AFC championships in there, and you got the Pittsburgh overtime win with DT. I'm just saying this one's going to stand out, fellas. That's all I think. This one's going to stand out. Where it puts Bo moving forward, who knows? But boy, oh boy, is this one going to – we're going to be talking about this one for a minute. We ain't going to forget this one. I've already forgotten the Tennessee. Tell me something about the Tennessee win earlier this year. Anything?
No.
Bueller?
Pretty average.
I couldn't tell you anything about it. What are your expectations now, real quick, before we go to Let's Football Go? Expectations for the rest of the year now.
Well, I'll just start with the next 2 weeks. You're going up against a hapless Jets team that is got no business being in a football game with you.
Right.
They're going to be extra miserable because they got to go to England, although it's easier travel for them than us. But you should absolutely blow the doors off the Jets. I'm talking just domination. No more of these like we've got 1 or 2 good quarters.
Mm-hmm.
Like let's go start to finish. Let's just dominate these people and get out of there. Then you come home and
reunion game.
We got the reunion game,
right?
And you're playing against the Giants. You should have a relatively dominating performance against the Giants as well. So in the next 2 weeks, your future shapes up potentially to be in the driver's seat of the AFC West. I would have to look at what the Chargers have got coming up in the next 2 weeks. I'd have to look at what the Chiefs have got coming up in the next 2 weeks. But, in the next 2 weeks, you might be in first place in the AFC West looking forwards.
Well, I was talking with a buddy of mine, and we started thinking about it. When was the last time the AFC West was in play? Legitimately.
Oh, my God, 2015 when the Broncos won it.
But they had also won it in 14.
Well,
Peyton
won it.
13. I'm just saying.
Peyton won it 4 years in a row.
Denver dominated there for Peyton's 4 years. And then 16 when Mahomes kind of came in.
16, it was actually the Broncos had a Christmas Day game in Kansas City where it was still on the line.
So 2016?
Possibly, yeah.
So
And then they lost that game.
You're talking basically 10 seasons ago?
Yeah, because Gary finished with a plus 500 record. They finished 9-7 in 2016.
Well, they lost to Kansas City in overtime in Kansas City.
That was the game on Christmas, yeah. Yeah, they were contending. They were in the mix.
was actually really good in that game.
He won 8 games that year. Paxton Lynch won 1. They just missed the playoffs.
I think the Chiefs and the Chargers each have got a game that they could drop in the next 2 weeks, which is going to be weird. We will be sitting on top. Chiefs got to play the Lions.
Mm-hmm.
They could easily drop that one. They've also got the Raiders, so they're
Chiefs
probably
could
going to
lose.
win that.
They're on the road in Jacksonville tonight.
You want to look at something funny? If you look at the AFC West champions since 2010, it's either been the Chiefs or the Broncos. That's it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
They come down to that again today.
Chargers are looking kind of human these days, aren't they?
Yeah.
And
Herbert's starting to run more.
They're getting banged up.
They lost 3 offensive linemen.
Yeah. So I mean, there's only so much you can do when that happens. And it was good, by the way, to see McGlinchey come back into the game. That was a little. And Ben Powers, by the way, if you hadn't heard, is not traveling to England. Who's the fill-in guard? Is that or Palczewski?
Well, I bet it's Palczewski.
Yeah.
It's Pert on paper, but my gut tells me they'll just go with the next best offensive lineman.
Okay. And use Pert for the extra offensive lineman?
Yeah.
By the way, anybody doubting the Broncos running it, Sean Payton wrote it on his play sheet, and they used Palczewski a lot. They went big quite a bit. So you don't expect that to change, right, Tyler? I mean, they're just going to – I mean, you got 20 carries from J.K. Dobbins.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You got 6 from Saquon Barkley. There's some crazy numbers in this game, man. Like what?
Yeah, I think sometimes what's the old generals thing? Sometimes it's good to lose a battle to win the war. And that to me seemed like the front office and head coaching staff decided, all right, hey, this is you. Go.
Yeah.
Oh, you quit running on one of the big touchdown pass plays that would have changed the game? You quit running? We threw it to you.
Isn't it crazy, though, to see a Super Bowl winning coaching staff cave into receivers?
No, I think they did it on purpose to make a statement.
Oh, what, they tanked?
No, I don't say they tanked. They tried to win the game. I'm not saying they tanked at all. They tried to win. But we're gonna show when we don't really count the running game.
Well, it's a pretty dumb decion.
Wow.
It is dumb.
But
bailing on Saquon Barkley, only giving them 6 carries in the entire game.
Do you not think the rest of the team's going, why aren't we running? And they're going to maybe all of a sudden telling A.J. Brown, shut up.
Hey, man, in defense of Saquon Barkley, it's 6 carries, but they only had 11 in the entire game. So he did get more than 50%. And so much for Jalen Hurts being a big runner. What was it, 2 carries for 3 yards? The Broncos bottled that right up.
No tush push.
No, the only tush push was from the Broncos.
And Bo picked the wrong hole. If he picks the right hole, he gets about 3 more yards.
Hey, we're celebrating the big win yesterday with a Rally House Victory Monday, giving away a $150 gift card to Rally House on every show. Keywords every hour. This hour's keyword is upset. Text upset along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. And stay tuned all day for keywords every hour. All right, the keyword is upset. First and last name, text it to 303-504-0925. Happy Rally House Victory Monday. We'll announce our first winner at 2:55. Dan with Let's Football Go coming up next.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, you don't have to do it any longer. Just pick up the phone, call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to love your experience at Advanced Hair Restoration. Nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine, and you deserve to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best working on you. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration fantastic at what they do. And guys, what I love about Advanced Hair Restoration is that they believe in what they do so much, they're going to go ahead and guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Is that Cale McCarr saying he's a ride or die Bo Nix guy?
That was Cale McCarr.
Oh man, Cale, ride or die Bo
Loves him
Nix
some
guy.
Bo Nix.
Loves those Broncos. It is time for our guy.
Still wore a Rams jersey.
Dan Bud Squints Tanner. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. You can find them at Mountain High
Shouldn't have done that. He said he's a Broncos fan.
Hey, ride or die. Didn't Gabe say he was ride or die?
Gabe said he was a Broncos fan too.
And a Lions fan. I've heard the liner. I've heard the things here too. All right, Dan, first up, let's go.
All right, guys. Broncos beat the Eagles yesterday. Here is Bo Nix after the win on the confidence boost that the team can get after beating Philly.
It's awesome. It's a great win. It proves that we can go on the road and beat these tough teams, and we can be a tough team to play. So that's good for our confidence. It's good for going to this trip. A lot of teams struggle before they go to London, but we focused on this trip. We focused on this game, and we went out and got it done. It was good for us.
Guys, Bo Nix in the fourth quarter versus the Eagles, 9 of 10 passing, 126 passing yards, a touchdown, 3 for 3 on scoring drive. So here's my question for you guys. Do you guys feel more confident, less confident, or roughly the same in Bo Nix moving forward after the Eagles game yesterday?
More confident. I mean, listen, man, it didn't start great, but at this point and having this win, to me, okay, he's where I thought he would be, and I had some doubts, but no, much more confident. It's a remarkable accomplishment.
First of all, Tyler.
Yes, Scott.
Dan asked the question to Darren, the wave runner. How's he feel after a win?
Right. Last week, Bo Nix sucked. The last couple weeks.
2 weeks, it's been, oh my God, we're in trouble. Oh my God. We
need a new quarterback. We got to draft someone new. Here we go.
Should we get Stidham in the mix instead of being in the mix? To now, he's right where I expect him to be.
I must drive you crazy.
Yeah, well, no.
Just a little.
Yeah,
I mean,
I bet.
You know what? Once you understand, once you understand, you play the game well, it's good.
Oh, I know that you're going to ride the perfect emotional wave of the moment that the fans want to hear. I always know that.
You don't think I need and want Bo to work out? Nobody wants to be in Bo's corner more than your boy here, but he wasn't there in the first 3 weeks. That is the God honest truth. So he's there yesterday, man.
He was there to end. He was not there to start the game.
What would you rather have?
Well, no, I'm saying it again. Ride the wave, and in the fourth quarter, Dan just gave the stats: 9 of 10, 127, one touchdown pass, 3 for 3 on their scoring drives. Two of them were touchdowns. You forgot to add a 2-point conversion.
I'll ride
in
that
there
wave.
that you got to make the play in the right. He was fantastic in the fourth.
Give
quarter.
me my boogie board.
Greatness is fantastic the whole game, and that's when he reaches that next level.
You feeling more? Answer Dan's question. You feeling more or less confident?
I was happy for that fourth quarter.
So you would have to be a flat-out Bo Nix hater to not feel more optimistic after that fourth quarter, right? I am 100% optimistic that this could turn into a catapult moment for Bo Nix, and that would be really, really cool if it happens, and this will be a signature win if that's what happens after it, right? So I'm not ready to call it a signature win just yet. But to answer his but to answer his question very directly, like, am I more optimistic? Yes. What was the exact question? How did you phrase it?
Well, after his performance in full,
all
throughout the game,
more confident?
Are you more optimistic or confident in him moving forward, or are you about the same?
I'm about the same. But I'm optimistic, right? But
you never rode the whole wave all the way down to the bottom.
I never went to see when DMac was ready to throw him out with the bathwater. I'm sitting here saying, "Hey, listen, this is normal. Yeah. This is a normal year 2 progression for a quarterback." So I'm about the same as I've always been. I'm very optimistic, but there was 3 quarters of really awful football. Like it wasn't just not good; it was awful football to the degree that, if you're being honest with yourself, did any of you think the Broncos had a chance in this game in the fourth quarter? I sure as hell did not. And
no, nobody with a brain would have.
Right. So, no, I'm not more confident that anything's going to be different, but I'm optimistic that this could be a catapult moment.
That being said, as long as the team is never in any game down by 3 different possessions, 17 points, you always feel like you kind of got a shot.
I didn't. Not in that game.
Yeah, but in general, to me, that fourth quarter, you get down by 3 possessions in the fourth quarter, it's toast. And it certainly would have been over if Hurts connected with A.J. Brown on that deep shot. It would have been an easy touchdown and, game, set, match.
And
by the way, if not for A.J. Brown interfering with Devontae Smith on the Hail Mary.
May have come down with that one.
Yeah, and you know what that would have been? That would have been my exact prediction. That
It
you were
would have
in this
been
game, you're
painful.
there. All it's going to be is just the biggest heartbreaker of all time. It's going to come down to a moment at the end of the game.
You were right there.
Well,
it would have been exactly what you said.
Well, Dan, you got that audio from Tyler's couch yesterday, right? Right when they dropped it. Dang it, AJ!
You didn't say that. You're all right.
AJ, you're so selfish.
You're okay. Moment of honesty, because your prediction would have been 100% right had they caught that Hail Mary. Was there part of you that was like, it'd have been nice to be right?
No, not even remotely.
Not even remotely.
No.
I took.
You would have
Dude,
nailed.
I took my lumps on Twitter yesterday because I said the Broncos were playing in the big leagues and they're not ready for the big leagues. I tweeted that out in the third quarter. I got exposed by old takes exposed, freezing cold takes, all of it. I'm talking. There was 200,000 impressions on this tweet because I said they weren't ready to play in the big leagues. Everybody's like, "Aren't you going to delete that?" No, I'm not going to delete that. I'm not. Why would I delete it? Like that. First off, it was true. It's how I felt in the moment, and I'm happy to be wrong. I'm thrilled that the Broncos were able to get a win.
So you ride the wave a little bit as an emotional fan when you watch the game.
Well, no, that was my honest analysis of it. So if that was riding the wave, I guess, but that was my true analysis of that game, that they were not ready for the big leagues.
Here's we're missing a big giant point on this all day. The fourth quarter signature win of the year could be even bigger depending on what this if it is a game that catapults him forward. And I say not just for Bo, but for the team. But here's one of the big stories we're missing again because, Boston do this and Polumbus did this. And that defense balled.
Yeah.
You go into somebody's building, especially somebody who's undefeated, somebody who's got rings that are still shiny and have not been smudged yet, and you hold that team to 17 points. And whether it was by decision, by hook, by crook, you hold them to 11 carries, stupidly. You hold, even when Saquon ran 6 yards, or 6 carries, really wasn't killing it, was it?
Oh, no,
they were on there on him.
He got a big pass, obviously, in the touchdown over Alex Singleton.
I understand it, but we really haven't talked about this defense is balling right now, boys. This defense will give you a chance to stay in games, and if your offense could just figure this out, if they'd have played the second and the fourth quarter, you probably win by 10 points.
Not to steal Dan's thunder, but is Nick Bonito the defensive player of the year so far?
So far,
yeah.
All right, Dan. Next story.
Leading the league with 7 sacks. All right, just a little feel-good story here for Broncos fans. The Raiders got crushed by the Colts, 40-6. Fellas, Geno Smith already has 9 interceptions on the season. Here's Pete Carroll after their loss, if he considered benching Geno Smith for Kenny Pickett.
Yeah, I was thinking that, if there was a reason to do that, but here's the reason why I didn't do that. We need to stay out there and keep practicing. We need to keep practicing. We need the reps. We need the turns. We need to run the system. We need to feel it. We need to see the guys get their opportunities to improve. It's not like a big change. I thought about it, because there was a chance to do that. It's the same thing with Max. I was going to get Max out of there, and I'm fighting with him. He wants to play, but that's normal. But that's not what's necessary. We need to get better and get right. So these are the games that we're working on, and these are the games we have to learn from and grow from.
All right, fellas, 1-4 for the Raiders. A couple of questions. Are you surprised with how poorly it's gone so far for Pete Carroll? And do you think that the Raiders should still consider bringing in another quarterback a la Shedeur Sanders?
Not surprised, and they absolutely should. They should have drafted him. They should trade for him. Geno's toast. Pete's losing it, and they should do both those things, my opinion.
I am surprised. I thought Chip Kelly was going to come in and really have some success. Chip Kelly is the highest paid offensive coordinator in the entire NFL right now, and it ain't looking good. Geno Smith this is what he's never done in his career. He's just always been like a reliable, safe quarterback that is not overly exciting and doesn't do stupid things. Well, he's doing a lot of stupid things, so I'm really surprised by it. Do I think they should trade for Schnur? No, I don't. I don't think that's an answer. And I really, to be honest, I don't think there's anybody in the entire league that wants to trade for Schnur Sanders right now.
Yeah, and if you go too far down, then eventually. Now, I mean, I don't know if it's in 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. The next thing was let Kenny Pickett play, and then after that, it was like, boys, we need the first pick in the draft.
I mean, whatever.
Right?
They're circling the drain. The Saints didn't do themselves any favor by winning, and it might be the Raiders taking whoever. Ain't going to be Arch Manning, by the way. I'll tell you that.
Arch's not doing good.
No, he needs
No,
to.
but you know what he is? He's doing just what you talked about.
Yeah, I know.
He's doing
He's doing exactly what I predicted it was going to happen.
Gave him a full year under his belt. Let's see how he gets better next year.
Everybody was anointing him before he ever played it down. Our guy's talking about him being the number one pick every single day, and I'm like, why are we making him the number one pick? The dude hasn't played football.
Well, I wasn't saying that.
Yes, you were.
I was saying what people were saying about. I don't do the draft stuff that way. I look at what other people are saying, and other people were anointing him, and it's clearly way too premature. Everybody wanted him.
Yeah, everybody wants him. It's because
he's not ready, not even close.
It's the first family of football.
Yep.
I don't even know if Arch Manning would be drafted, period.
Right now?
Oh, right now, probably not.
Congratulations to Mountain Vista High School's Ariana Aki. She is our Athlete of the Week, presented by Backus and Shanker. Backus and Shanker loves Ariana's passion, and their passion is justice. Every Athlete of the Week is awarded a $150 gift card to the Rally House. So tune in Friday night at halftime of Dakota Ridge and Heritage for the next Athlete of the Week. It's PhD on 92.5. Well, the Broncos are off to England, so we will feature music from English bands. Look at you. Going punk rock here, Dan.
Little Sex Pistols?
Yeah. Off to England, baby. Yeah, baby. It's time for the injury report. The injury report is powered by Ramos Law, the official law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. 2 players for the Broncos are not with the team in England. Ben Powers has a bicep injury. Let's get back to him in a second. And Jarrett Stidham and his wife Kennedy are expecting their 3rd child, so we assume some sort of induction is along the way today, tomorrow, but he is expected to rejoin the team in England on Wednesday. Powers' injury will impact the Broncos how?
Well, first off, let's start with this. When you hear a bicep injury and the guy's immediately out, I mean, my concern is, did he tear that thing? I mean, if Ben Powers tore his bicep, that's got the potential to disrupt the entire offensive line, an offensive line that's been playing really, really well. Now, I'm not sure who the next man up is going to be at guard. My gut tells me it's going to be Alex Palczewski. Palcho is just clearly he's the 6th guy, right? And a lot of offensive line coaches, that's how they look at it. They don't necessarily look at it in terms of what position do you play. They just say, okay, who's our next best player? And we're going to plug him in. So figure it out. If you've been playing tackle, then now it's your time to play guard.
Good time to be injured against the Jets, I suppose.
Yeah, but like I said, I'm really concerned about it being a bicep tear.
You know, if it's a tear, we're talking, you're probably, you're done for the season.
Yep.
Okay. All right, well, we'll put out good thoughts to Ben Powers, and hopefully it's something he can come back from relatively easy. It's time for Who's in the Groove.
I looked this band up last night.
D-Light?
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I saw them live.
You saw D-Light live.
I saw D-Light.
Were you in Cancun for spring break in 1989?
I was at the taping of Saturday Night Live, and they were the band that show.
That is fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, it's a one-hit wonder sort of band, but this was their hit.
This was a monster hit,
This was a hit. Start here, go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com. All right, Scott, what Broncos player was truly in the groove yesterday?
Cortland Sutton.
Yes, good answer.
Nice.
I'm going to go Cortland Sutton. I thought he was absolutely fantastic.
Good answer. Another real easy answer is Nick Benito. Nick Benito just stays in that groove.
I'm going to say Mark Sanchez was not in the groove.
No.
That was not great. Saquon Barkley was not in the groove. Nick Benito is definitely in the groove. Gosh, it's hard not to just go with Bo Nix, I suppose.
What?
Well, I'll say. All right, let me put it this way. We've talked enough about Bo.
He found a groove.
Let me put it this way.
J.K. Dobbins.
J.K. Dobbins is. Listen, if you don't like J.K. Dobbins, there's something wrong with you.
Yes.
Yep.
This dude is
passion, energy.
He was yesterday saying I'm having so much fun out there. I'm like a kid playing tag.
Yeah.
What happened to being miserable, Tyler, playing football? And, this guy is smiling all the time. His positive. Why in the world did the Chargers let this guy go?
Didn't want to pay him anything.
Injuries.
Wow. Well, so far so good.
And now Amari Hampton's hurt.
Is that right?
Yeah, they just put him on the IR too.
And they lost, who was their other running back? I thought it was another Alabama guy. I'm forgetting, but
Najee Harris.
Cortland Sutton caught 6 of 8 targets for 81 yards on Quinion Mitchell, who's a really good cornerback. But I'll put my groove on Jeremy Crawshaw, the punter.
Oh, he's been fabulous.
5 out of 7 punts were inside the 10-yard line, and one that wasn't just barely went into the end zone. Like it was on the second hop. Like it could have gone kind of anywhere. And you needed him yesterday. You punted 6 times in a row. And every single time you could count on this guy to do the right thing. So I'll give him a tip of the cap in terms of being in the groove. Who would have ever thought that we would actually be in this position today, guys? Seriously. And listen, I did pick the Broncos to win. So did Vic. So did a couple other people. I forget where Nate and Andy had them. But picking this Broncos team to win this game was, hopeful.
This felt like, and it's funny, I was looking at ESPN, only one person on the 10 panel, pick a game, actually picked Denver.
Who was it? Do you remember?
Payne or somebody?
I'll tell you who picked the Broncos is Adam Rank. Do you remember when Adam?
That's who it was.
Is that who you're thinking about?
Yeah.
Adam Rank used to be the biggest Broncos hater in the world. This dude is all in on the Broncos. He's picked them. You're right. He was the only guy on that panel out of 10 people to pick the Broncos.
Yeah. So, but it felt like a game, and all the other 9 that picked Philadelphia, I think the biggest spread was like 6, right? Most of them were 3, 2, 4, something like that. So, listen, we said on Friday, if you can keep them, what, Tyler, we say 20 or under.
Yep. You're
going to win the game. And that's exactly what you did. And again, you want to go in the groove? Hit it. Who's else in the groove?
Sure. Who?
Their freaking defense is in the groove.
The defense is in the groove.
Their defense right now is the grooviest defense in the NFL.
And they're doing it without Dre Greenlaw.
Without Dre Greenlaw?
Somebody asked earlier, is Dre Greenlaw the Broncos' Chris Bryant?
No, because although he was expensive and he wasn't suffocating for the team because they don't have him. It didn't ruin the team. I understand what you're talking about, a big-time player that you didn't get any play because he was injured. But
all I'm saying is,
are you out on Drake? I mean, he's going to be out for another 3 weeks.
Oh no, I cannot wait for Drake Greenlaw to come back.
Yeah,
I am as big of a Drake Greenlaw fan as there comes. Matter of fact, he was like, I identified a singular free agent that we could get. Drake Greenlaw was the guy that I wanted. So, no, I'm not out on Drake Greenlaw. I think he's going to make a tremendous impact on this team, but I can't deny the fact that we're off to a rough start.
And I think you and I wanted that Philadelphia linebacker,
Zach
right?
Bond.
Who played great, but
everybody, Sean Payton won. Everybody's been very open about how much the Broncos desired Zach Bond,
and we liked him and
loved him.
And he was playing great, but then wasn't he the one that had the dumb penalty late in that game that really helped too, right?
It was stupid. He went in on I forget who was it Mims?
Yeah,
I think it was Mims. Anyway, it was the dumb play. You can't go into a player who's already going down with your shoulder into their neck or head.
Shoulder in the neck and head area.
Or forearm, and whatever he did. You can't do it. But he's an unbelievable player. He's a great player. But when they get Singleton back, it's going to be like getting an addition at the trade deadline.
You mean Greenlaw?
Greenlaw, sorry.
Singleton. When you get Singleton less snaps, it'll be like a
wow. You down on Singleton?
No, listen, I like the guy, and I think he plays his butt off, but
that's a tough cover on Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, you put him in coverage with anybody, it seems like he's always chasing.
Well, the easiest dude to kind of crap on is Riley Moss right now, and I'm not down on Riley. I'm not. If you watch it closely, man, he's in pretty good position on a handful of those throws.
Yeah,
he was. And just good luck. If your name is not Pat Surtain and you're playing with Pat Surtain, good luck. You're going to get targeted about 10 times a game. That's going to happen. And it's not necessarily a shot at you as much as it is you're not Pat.
And you know what? Let me throw out a name out there because you've been asking. I know fans are asking too. Jahdae Barron had 2 plays, and I think that last drive or so, one was he came up in support of a run and blew the guy up, and the second was a deflected pass across the middle. So he was in there, and they're probably in their dying package, right?
But, yeah, he only played 16% of the snaps on defense, though. Still a pretty low number.
He made 2 plays late in that game.
I mean, Skinner was in there for 4 plays. He almost screwed up the entire game being in there by himself. Congratulations to Glenn Hostetler. No relation to Jeff, but Glenn Hostetler wins that.
How do you know?
He's a direct descendant from Jeff Hostetler.
Distant cousin.
I don't know, actually. It's a fair point.
You declared that very confidently.
That is true. How do I know? I should say congratulations again, Hostetler, who may or may not be related to Jeff Hostetler, because
there you go.
How often do you hear the name Hostetler?
Not often.
And that's when the Giants had a good quarterback, and he won the $150 gift card. You hear Nate Kreckman. Nate and Andy will have another $150 gift card coming up.
We sure do.
Biggest wins in Super Bowl 50?
Yeah, probably, right?
Buffalo Monday night.
Snapping the losing streak against Kansas City.
In the manner that you did it.
Yeah, and doing it at their place. That one was really, really big. But I would say most meaningful, though, right? Like let's put it in the context of what this team is and the way that they're growing up right now, and Sean's bold declarations coming into the year of I think my team is a Super Bowl contender, and then you go on the road and you get a victory, and you do it in the manner that you did. You're down 14 points in the fourth quarter. You get that win the way that you did. You show belief in your guys. You go for 2 after the second touchdown. You get that thing. You're now off to London. Like in the context of what this team is, I would say, yeah, it probably is the biggest one.
It's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. I know Andy, Mark Springer will be here. Tyler and Scott, do you guys know what Mark Springer did this weekend?
I do. It's an incredible athletic feat.
Scott, do you know what Springer did this weekend?
Bathed?
No, actually, it's kind of the opposite of that.
Well,
you said it was a giant feat.
There he is.
There he is.
Promise.
Go ahead,
now.
jump on the open mic. Come on, Spring. I mean, we got to get some details here.
I promise you that he did. Yes.
Come on, where are you going? Come on. All right.
All right. Well, get on the mic because we got to give props where props are due because
he's got production work to do.
It's one of the more just to say, well, do you want to just say what he did? Go ahead.
So Mark Springer this weekend, he participated in an unbelievable athletic.
No. This
is athletic.
Is athletic.
This right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So about a month, 6 weeks ago, I got clued in that there was a race that was going to take place in Denver on Saturday, October 4th, called the Taco Bell 50K.
Yeah.
All right. Now, the Taco Bell 50K was literally a 50K. So what is it? 31 miles.
31
this thing
miles.
was on TMZ. This thing was all over the place.
It was huge. So,
Scott, 31 miles.
31-mile run around Denver, but the caveat being that you have to stop at Taco Bell 10 times. You have to eat at Taco Bell.
Oh, I thought it was 9.
9 times.
Oh, okay.
We have to go to 10 Taco Bells. That's what the race goes through, but you have to eat 9 times. And there's certain designations of what you have to eat along the way. We do the bit on the show, and Spring's like, I think I could do it. And again, because they give you 11 hours to finish.
All right, okay, technical question. Is it like 3 miles between each Taco Bell, or do you go to the same Taco Bells, or like?
Great question. So I've got the course map in front of me right now. In fact, I was there for Taco Bell's 4 and 5. I went out to support my guy. I was his pit crew, and yeah, I caught him between 4 and 5. He went Sloan's Lake to Colfax and Williams. 7 miles.
Wow.
7 miles between these 2 Taco Bells, which was the longest leg of the race. But I'm happy to report the great Mark Springer, he finished. He did it in 10 hours. He ran 50 kilometers. And
that is awesome.
Ate at Taco Bell 9 times.
This is an incredible feat.
Let me ask a dumb question.
Y'all are too incredible.
When you got to your Taco Bells, is the food laid out, or do you have to wait in line?
Well, so I didn't check my email until like that morning, but they said, hey, we recommend you order on the app, and you have it sitting there for you. But actually, at some of the Taco Bells, it was actually more efficient to order on the kiosk, and they would, because there was a lot of orders waiting there to go. Like
of course.
Ton.
Yeah. So for every Taco Bell you stopped at, how long?
Wait, you're supposed to be ordering on your phone as you're running 31 miles?
Maybe like the night before and time it out. I don't know how you would do that.
Hard.
It was
tough.
Yeah.
How are you feeling? How's your
I feel
innards?
fine. I feel fine. I haven't eaten much since, I'll say that.
All right, was it
let's cut to the chase. Did you poop your pants or not?
I did not. And I'm actually surprised at the lack of farts. I thought I was going to fart way more.
Did it feel like a run or a really long walk?
No. At the first half of the race, I was like, the food is the worst part. Second half of the race,
the running
was the worst part.
Yeah.
My legs were dead.
And you know why?
Okay.
You want to know why the running was the worst part in the second half? Because of how bad the food was in the first half.
The sodium intake that you were dealing with and then having to go out and run afterwards, that was something. So,
How are the crowds along the routes?
There was nobody really knew this was going on, but you would see people with a race bib.
It was underground. It was punk rock.
I've got a really important question.
That's incredible.
Specifically, what did you eat?
Well, I had to eat at 9 of the 10 stops. I had to have one menu item. Now, trust me, before the race started, it crossed my mind, I could just get cinnamon twists. There was two, through the first 4 stops and then the first 8 stops, there were 2 bigger items that you had to eat, which was either Crunchwrap Supreme or Chalupa Supreme, first 4.
Okay, that's sitting in there. Yeah.
Second 4 was Nachos Bel Grande or Burrito Supreme. So you could have gone cinnamon twist, Chalupa Supreme, but I didn't want to cop out with cinnamon twists. So I went at least a taco at every stop, including the bigger items I had to get.
I want to take a moment here to just explain to everybody. So I was with Spring stops 4 and 5. And at stop 5, this was after a 7.1 mile run. And I got to say, I went up a couple of blocks. I met him. He was coming in hot. My guy ran strong on that portion of the race. He got himself. It was just like a standard ground beef taco and a hard shell taco. Those things are crumbly, right? And he's sitting there eating it out of the wrapper, and the taco was done. My guy Mark Springer, all right, nominate this guy for Walter Payton Man of the Year.
Hot sauce,
because my guy, he went no sauce. But he was still he was scooping up the crumbs and still finishing.
A man of principle.
Absolutely. Yeah. The integrity with which he competed in this race, I got to tell you guys, I was proud.
Incredible. Now,
I was moved.
Is this Taco Bell? It's a marathon plus an extra 8 kilometers, right? Is that right? 50? Was it 50K?
Yeah, 50K.
So a marathon is 42.195 kilometers.
Sure. Then it was deemed an ultra marathon.
That's insane. Okay, first off,
31 miles.
Is this a national, and for a lack of a better term, is this a national bowel movement? Or is this just something that's happening just in Denver and we're keeping Denver weird? Is this Colfax?
As far as I know, it's only in Denver.
Yeah.
As far as I know.
Yeah. This is glorious, man. This thing should take off.
He did it.
Was there a documentarian there that was doing a good job?
You know what's funny is I swear, on everything, I played by the rules. But when I finished the race, they didn't, because I was supposed to, Nate, one of the reasons that I cleaned my wrapper, that I, licked that thing, was I was supposed to keep my wrappers and keep my receipts as proof.
Yeah.
But they didn't check anything at the end.
They were just amazed.
They were honestly at that point, they were just like, hey, good for you.
Yeah.
We're not going to hold you to the fire here.
I'd also love to know the dropout rate. How many people actually finished versus started?
I ran into one dude at the Colorado Boulevard stop, which was stop 9, who said, I dropped out earlier.
He was done.
But he still wanted to get the meals in.
So I saw a guy. So I got to the Colfax and Williams location a little bit, I don't know, probably 10 minutes before Spring. And so I was waiting for him. I watched a guy fully chunder in the parking lot. Just fully. And in fact, to the point where
did you get chunder from? Have you heard chunder?
I've never heard chunder.
Is this some from? You read a lot, don't you, Cracker?
Again, I'm Midwestern. We got a lot of words for it. Okay?
You also have always been, in my opinion, one of the finest cunning linguists on planet Earth.
Thank you. And well
Say
said.
that quickly.
I was even warning other runners to avoid it. Hey, real quick, I got to say something about Tyler Polumbus before he exits. Okay. So Friday night, we're out there doing the Valor Mountain Vista game.
Yeah.
Insanity.
Great game.
What a football game.
Glad we could entertain.
Yeah.
At my expense.
Sorry, pal. We'll get to that.
Let's talk Broncos. I really want to talk Broncos.
I know you do.
I'm sure you do. I want to talk 55 minutes of pure Broncos.
I had a front row seat of Tyler Polumbus just meatballing out on this football game. It was such a good game. At one point, I look over to my color analyst, Tyler Polumbus. He's climbing up onto the railing, stretching his headset completely out, like leaning over it.
I was into this thing, man. I mean, I was into this football game. I may or may not have thrown my hat a couple times. We're not allowed to have rooting interests on air, right?
Yeah.
But internally there might have been one or two, But it was a blast of a football game.
Great game, wild ending, insanity out there. But just watching Tyler just
slowly feel the adrenaline just start ramping up in me.
He was doing blocking motions like as the play was going on. It was all going down. It was amazing. Like the game was good, but then I got to watch my analyst as well, and I really enjoyed it.
Man. Well, I'm glad I could entertain you, buddy.
You were fantastic.
Yeah.
Great game. Tyler Polumbus, everybody. Every day, noon to 3 right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Guys, the Broncos went into Philadelphia. Actually, I didn't hear Jim get to that quite to that fever pitch. It kind of almost felt as though the broadcast. I'm not typically all that sensitive to this stuff. Guys, it's okay that the Eagles lost. It's okay, Tony Romo. It's going to be all right.
He gets depressed.
My God,
when the narrative doesn't get fulfilled.
Seriously.
He gets depressed on air.
He was bummed.
And the two of them, not that I should be talking right now, but the two of them, they had some vocal strain issues. Jim Nantz, did you hear some of the end-of-game calls from Jim Nantz? His pipes weren't quite so strong to finish that thing and take it home.
It's getting everybody these days right now.
You sound good, dude. You were complaining about you sound fantastic.
No voice when I got home by Friday night.
Yeah, that was a game, man.
That game got us hollering, man. Yep. But yes, the Broncos go in and get that victory. They committed to the run. They played, again, for a team that was down 14 points in the fourth quarter. I thought they played an excellent defensive game. Really across the board. Alex Singleton, you're gonna get your digs. And Andy had people drinking because of Alex Singleton, which we'll dive into. But guys, I also thought brilliant game from the Broncos coaching staff.
Brilliant.
I thought Sean had a great game. I thought Vance Joseph had an even better game.
Keep going.
Yeah.
There's one guy in particular that I've given a lot of grief to on these airwaves.
You want to give some love to the Riz Man?
The Riz Man was risen.
He was?
He was risen indeed.
Yeah.
Was he not?
No, kicking game was good.
The Crosshake Redemption, 7 punts.
Also, why was he Crayshaw the whole game? And then somebody obviously corrected Jim and he became Crawshaw at the end.
Now, are we talking game or quarter?
It was.
Sorry to bring it up. It was a great fourth quarter.
No, but here's the thing, Andy. Really look at the balance of that football game. The Broncos got beat. Their defense got beat on 2 big plays. That was it. Okay, they get a 3rd and 17. Devontae Smith. Guy's a Heisman Trophy winner, right? Pretty good football player.
Did he actually win it?
Was he not?
Did he win it, or was he like a finalist?
In it. I can't remember. I'm positive.
I thought he was.
Did he actually win? He might have.
Yeah,
he might have.
Pretty damn good football player, right? He beats Riley Moss on a one-on-one down the field. Like, again, Riley Moss, you're going to get beat sometimes. Okay? I thought Riley played great. Yeah, he gave up a big play. And then Singleton got torched on a wheel route. The Broncos are going to be good for one of those a game. Okay? You can't stop everything.
So is it in the drinking game for good?
Oh, absolutely.
Now, listen, you can't face a Jonathan Taylor and an Omarion Hampton and a Saquon. It's got to stop at some point. Not every team gets to have a great back, right? At some point, we're going to run into a bad. Who the Jets
Breece
have?
Hall's pretty damn good.
Breece Hall's pretty good.
He's really good.
Breece Hall's pretty good.
And frankly, they're the worst. What are they, 0 for 5? 0 and 5? 0 and 4?
0 and 5.
They're a pretty salty 0-5 squad because their quarterback also is a dang good running back.
Yeah.
If that guy could throw wheel routes to himself,
my gosh, awesome. He'd be uncoverable.
So, but here's what I like. Okay, I'm just begging for Sean to take this away. They have an identity. Remember how he said, what was it, last week before, we don't have an identity? Yes, you do. The fourth quarter is your identity.
Yeah.
You know what you do? You just knuckle out games. Go to the line with pace. Don't shift guys constantly. Let Bo just get to the line and get a look and get settled in and let him do his thing. And you know what? Guys helped him out. Cortland Sutton made a catch. Evan Ingram we finally have our Joker make a play.
Oh, Cortland Sutton made a bunch of catches.
Hey, Cortland was really the player of the week. He ought to be player of the week, man.
What a dude that guy is. Okay. So I know that the 3rd and 15 catch, and they missed a tackle and turned it into a 34-yarder, and that's a great throw. That catch that he made on the fade going up against Quinyon, where he caught both the football and Quinyon Mitchell's entire arm and then went down with that thing on the sideline, that was like, you are worth every penny that they pay you, my dude. What a football player Cortland Sutton is.
I would also say run the ball, man. They're good at running the ball.
And they did.
Can we just love it now? I hope this Ben Powers thing isn't a big deal. But
but you know what? I feel pretty good about Alex Palczewski.
I always have.
You name a position probably outside of center, and Alex Palczewski can do it at a very high level.
Here's the question, though. Do you put Peart in at guard and keep Palczewski in his role in the jumbo line package? They do it
hype guy
11% of the time. Highest 6-0 lineman rate in the entire NFL. Do you dare mess with that? Because you got a guy that does the role perfectly.
You ready for the solution?
Let's have it.
You do it with Peart on the road. And then when you come home to keep the 63 vibes going strong at Empower Field, you have Peart come in at guard, and then Palcho comes in. Peart's your Palcho is going to be your starting right guard.
Okay.
Correct? Hell or high water. Or is it left guard?
Left guard is Powers.
Yeah, left guard.
Palczewski's going to move into that role.
Okay.
Because he is clear. He might not be your 6th best offensive lineman.
Good football player.
He could be your 4th or 5th best offensive lineman.
Yeah, good football player.
Big fan.
20 carries for J.K. Dobbins yesterday. What a world we live in.
Borderline erotic.
A Sean Payton back, carried the ball 20 times. There were some great quotes from Wattenberg after the game, and it was just like, we weren't running the ball well early, but we also knew that this was going to eventually work. And you know what else I loved? Even when they were down 2 scores, they stayed with the run game. They didn't just completely abandon it. That's what's so bizarre is when you look at the 2 teams yesterday, Philadelphia with a 2-score lead, we're just like, we're going to throw every play for the rest of the game. We have completely quit on our own run game. It's wild the way that they handled it, and the Broncos were like, no, we actually have an identity in here, and we're going to go with it because this is working. And J.K. Dobbins, that dude's having himself a year, man.
But Harvey's becoming a nice back, too. He's doing the nice rookie progression.
Yep.
Again, it looks like he's learning from Dobbins. He's getting up the middle. He's being patient with his runs.
Things are good.
He's got that speed.
This is a good football team. Hey, we're celebrating the big win yesterday with a Rally House Victory Monday. We're giving away a $150 gift card to Rally House on every show with keywords every hour. This hour's keyword is Bonito. Text Bonito along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Stay tuned all day for keywords every hour. Again, your 3 o'clock hour keyword is Bonito. So text Bonito with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Happy Rally House Victory Monday. We will announce our winner, I believe at 5:55. We're going for 5:55 there today. By the way, Nick Bonito.
He'd be in real nice jersey, by the way, with that gift card.
Sure would be. 2.5 sacks yesterday. He's now up to 5-1. At DraftKings and BetMGM to win Defensive Player of the Year.
Who told us to get on that a week ago?
It's almost as though somebody was like, hey, if this guy goes and has a huge game on the road to Philadelphia, you should probably bet this now.
Did you have 2.5 sacks on your bingo card for Nick Bonito against Jalen Hurts?
Yeah, I know. It's weird. Well, first off, I didn't think they'd throw that much.
I didn't either.
I thought they ran the ball. Apparently, I was
You want to
misled.
talk about some crazy play calling.
6 sacks yesterday for the Denver defense.
Hey, by the way, while we're talking about good and bad info.
Yeah.
Nate gave you good info, but he's not allowed to do anything with that, so he couldn't do it.
I couldn't.
Nate is allowed to do something with the college football info, and don't think I wasn't thinking about my guy as TCU decided they'd put one more damn touchdown on the board late. Nate was loving the Mark Johnson information, and for the whole game, Mark Johnson gave good info, and then right at the end, that's a bad beat, my guy.
I had the Buffs at plus 13.5. You know what I hate? You know what that phrase actually is? That's called a front door cover. When the favorite scores the late touchdown to then cover, that's what you call a front door cover.
And
I got front doored.
I thought for a second, who's their coach?
TCU, Sonny Dykes.
Sonny Dykes, I was like, he might go cool on Dion. He might be cool and not go ahead and put those final points on. But he couldn't help because you know why? Great teams cover. And that's what Sonny Dykes said.
Because it was Robert, who was that defense coordinator? Robert
Livingston?
Went cover 0.
Yeah. Set the house.
Yeah, send the house. Better cover.
Guys, let's smack rears when we come back. Broncos win on a Rally House Football Monday. Kreckman and Lindahl with Mike Sanford.
Guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Well, another summer's passed, and now we're on to the fall. There's a lot of stuff that maybe you're looking forward to doing in the fall, and maybe striking up a relationship, maybe getting the romance back in your current relationship. But if you're finding yourself avoiding romantic situations because of ED, because of a lack of confidence in how you perform, there's no reason to live this way anymore. ED is nothing more than a medical condition, and studies show that around 50% of men over the age 50 have some form of the condition, and young men can be affected as well. But you know what? They've got a variety of treatments and strategies over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. That's why you've got to get out there and get a visit with them, talk with them about what they can do for you. They have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and treatments with success rates well over 90%. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and has successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Here's how the first visit will go. Real easy. You schedule it. It's $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. You'll get a T and a PSA test. And if you're medically advised, a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, well, the visit's free, so nothing to risk there. They have an expert staff. And if you're like a lot of men, you could be feeling your old self the day after your appointment. 5 locations to serve you in Colorado, including in Fort Collins and the Springs. They have a revamped location they're very proud of in Castle Rock. Get out there and check that one out. Give them a call today. They'll connect you to the office nearest you, 720-440-7900, or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Boom! That's how it gets done. Broncos win it. Final score 21-17. Not a traditional route to 21 points, but they got there nonetheless. Broncos get the win on the road at Philadelphia, off to London. 0-5 Jets coming up next. It's a Rally House Victory Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. And don't forget that we're giving away keywords every hour for your chance to win a Rally House gift card. Make sure you're tuning in at 4 o'clock. By the way, coming up at 4 o'clock, the Condor, Eric Johnson, is going to join us. Looking forward to a conversation.
Let's go.
With EJ today here on the program. So that's going to be an awful lot of fun. Plus, we have got all the news and notes from around the NFL. Wild week in the league, as they seemingly all are. And the Broncos' victory is one of the things that has people talking. Really quickly, so I'm glad that Spring played that right there. I want to give my first slap on the rear to a guy that I know is eager to have it, and that is Sean Payton.
Yep.
Okay? So
is he into that type of thing?
He's a coach.
Is he a jockstrap?
Coaches
bare hand, whack.
Coaches are into that stuff.
Attaboy type of guy.
All you guys are. It's a requirement for having the job. Okay,
this here is true.
Okay, so they get the Dobbins touchdown with 13:11 to play. All right. The modern analytical directive is go for 2. Down 8 in the fourth quarter, go for 2. Again, the thought process being, you get it? Cool. You score another touchdown, you win. The other thought being, if you don't get it, well, you go for 2 the next time. All right? And the theory being 50% of the time, you're going to convert, so you have tied the game there anyway. Sean Payton eschews the rule and says, I will kick the PAT, makes it a 17-10 game. Broncos quickly get the ball back, 3 and out from Philadelphia. Excellent drive. They go down the field, caps with the Ingram touchdown. 17-16 game. And our dude Sean Payton right then said, I'm going for it on the road. Okay? I'm not going to kill him for not doing it down 8 because you know what? All that matters is he got there. And he got his 15 points through those 2 touchdowns, and he took a fourth quarter lead. Also, fantastic play call on the 2-point conversion. The motion going away.
It was dirty.
So you take the coverage out of it. Franklin runs that route. Shout out, by the way, another slap on the rear, and this one for a block. J.K. Dobbins, the block that he threw on that play to be able to open up that passing lane, clear sight there for Bo Nix to get that ball to Troy Franklin was awesome. 18-17. Defense does the job. You win the football game. But Sean Payton, excellent work, man. Take the lead on the road. I loved it.
Go ahead, Coach.
No, I thought that Sean Payton, even to exercise restraint when he and his offense had not really shown anything in the second and third quarter and the beginning of the fourth quarter, to continue to run the football. And that's what we haven't seen, is that when Sean Payton, even in a press conference after the game, is asked, why didn't you run the football more? Well, I tried to, and it didn't work. Or if we look at the numbers at that point in time in the game, it just wasn't adding up. He exercised restraint. He finally took his own advice from his call sheet of run it, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. 29 carries.
Here's the deal. They got to keep doing this. And when you say he sticks with it, because despite, I know the numbers, because I seem to hear from somebody weekly about what Javonte Williams is doing in Dallas, and good for him. I was never going to root against Javonte Williams.
Career high yesterday.
And you know what? I'm very happy for him. But I'm not going to
great.
sit here and act like I banged the table for them to have to re-sign Javonte Williams.
No.
It did not look like he was going to return to form.
J.K. Dobbins is good.
Yes, to the point where, how many more games do we go before you may be thinking about floating him another couple years on a deal or something? He's a good player, man. He's a good running back. Remember, he was a great running back at the start of his Baltimore career.
Mm-hmm.
Now, injuries get them all.
Yeah, I was going to.
And I'm not saying break the bank, but
I'll let you hang out on extended veteran
I know,
running back island.
You hate signing running backs, but
do.
you didn't want McCaffrey either. That turned out okay.
Wait, what?
You didn't want McCaffrey back when they made the trade. It's too much.
Oh, yeah, no. You're good. You're good. Yeah.
No, look, the point is, J.K. Dobbins, I think, gives Sean maybe the – and look, R.J. Harvey, too. Let's not leave him out of this.
Yeah.
The rook is looking good.
Yeah.
Some of the things we complained about during training camp, the breaking it outside, all that kind of stuff, he's cut down on that significantly.
Got to clean up the pass pro a little bit.
Well, you do,
Gotta
but most rookies have that issue. And I just like how he's picking up cues. I like how he gets behind his O-lineman, shows some patience. By the way, did we smack J.K. Dobbins? You go ahead and smack J.K. Dobbins rear. Did you see the one on McGlinchey where he put his hand out? I thought he was going to do the guide on the hip, and instead he was like, "No, let me get by you, big fella.
Get out of my way.
I got to get through this hole. You're not helping me. Just move aside." I thought that was kind of funny. But yeah, I'm liking this.
Big smack on the rear for me. The Aussie kept you alive.
Crawshaw?
Jeremy Crawshaw.
Dude,
he had 7 punts, which is terrible. It's terrible for a football team.
He punted a lot.
And guess how many of them were inside the 20-yard line?
How many?
5.
It's good.
5 inside the 20, a 63-yarder. And against the Eagles, a team that historically can win football games with the old theory of death by 10,000 paper cuts. You out-eagled the Eagles on that. And I think part of that was the special teams and the hidden yards and not giving up the ball in advantageous positions. Frankly, Nick Sirianni and Kevin Patullo, the offensive coordinator,
that guy sucks.
He sucks, and he's also public enemy number 1 in Philadelphia right now.
Mm-hmm.
They kind of out Sean Payton. When they have a very competent run game, they said, you know what? Nah, we're just going to abandon it altogether.
Now, again, we got a little update. It's a weird update, and I don't know how legit. I mean, it's legit. Adam Schefter's reporting it, but apparently Saquon had some kind of knee injury that put him on the injury report today. So I don't know if that led to anything that we had going on yesterday, but he's all of a sudden on that Eagles injury report. And it was said had they practiced today, he would not have practiced.
He had,
because they've got the Thursday game.
He had the play where he was down on the field. He was slow to get up. That was first half. And then they went with Dylan for a while, Dylan and Shipley for a little bit, and then they eventually went back to Saquon. He had the touchdown catch well after that, and I mean the speed looked pretty damn good. Like Singleton was able to close because the ball floated up in the air long enough. The second Saquon caught that thing, it was just like, see ya,
zip.
He was gone.
Oh, it was
Whew. That dude.
So mad at
he
that
is
point.
something else. 303-504-0925. Shot Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Get in and let us know which Broncos rears you want to smack after a huge victory.
Who's going to do the obvious?
I can do the obvious.
Give it to me.
I'm more than
Let's see
happy
if
to
it's
do
obvious.
it.
Smack me.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Come here.
Yeah. Although
You're offering.
I might run a slight trick play on you here.
It's pretty obvious what you're going to do here. I know what your trick play is. It starts with Bo.
I am a Bo lever.
But it's
I am a Bo lever. And you know who I Bo-leave in?
Bonito.
Nick Bonito.
There it is. I knew what you were doing.
Nick Bonito.
That's right. You get the Kelsey for that one.
Your defensive player of the year front runner, Nick Bonito. 2.5 sacks yesterday. But there was something else that I saw. Something else that I really liked in the fourth quarter. Something that my guy Mike Sanford told us a little bit about on Friday. They weren't afraid to drop Nick Bonito back in coverage in that game, and he held his own back there. It was like Jaquan McMillan blitzing off the opposite side, and there's Nick Bonito back there in coverage making plays in addition to, oh, by the way, a 2.5 sack game.
Did it last year. Did he not?
Yeah.
He was the difference in that Browns game. Kind of the difference in that Colts game in coverage.
Yeah.
Guy's a playmaker in space,
Dude's
which
a
is
stud,
so rare.
man.
He's not Von Miller small.
Right.
But he's not massive either.
No.
He's
not
built, frankly, like a linebacker, like a backup power forward in a college basketball
he's
team.
thick, but if you were to just see him, and you didn't know what position he played, you wouldn't think he's the top rush linebacker in the NFL, right?
No, he's not Calais Campbell.
No.
He's not a monster of a human being.
All right, couple on the text line. Pat Surtain, whap. How about that?
Yeah.
The entire D-line.
I like Pat.
We got 3. You want to give 5 quick smacks? Let's see if you can do it. 2, 3, 4, 5. That covers all of them. Oh,
How about a Will Lutz, a big nuts Will Lutz smacking the rear?
55-yard field goal.
55er. And
by the way, was that thing looked like it was going way wide left and then just turned right midair.
The NFL kicks these days,
It's so
the
weird.
conspiracy
They're
theorists
wild.
I even heard about the one in London that allegedly hit a wire.
No,
in the air.
it did not allegedly. It did.
Has
it was on a
been
clean track.
Has that been completely proven yet?
How else does it just all of a sudden go flipping sideways
That
like a
ball-
TiVo pass off to
Yeah,
the
that's
side?
true.
Are you
Gosh.
kidding me?
Is there-
It had to hit something.
Is there a kid to
Physics
hit-
tell you it hit something.
Could it hit a bat?
It hit the tether line for the dumb camera because we're in London. I don't know how often they use it. I don't know. Just you didn't get it out of the way.
Isn't that dumb camera owned by
My
Kroenke
God.
Sports and Inter? What,
No, but
what do they
look,
call
you can
it?
own the camera. It gives you a
Skycam?
great angle.
Skycam's
But
owned by us.
Get the guy that's actually going to run it.
We're the Skycam people.
Well, we have a problem with British Skycam, okay? American Skycam's doing fine.
Yeah, listen, quit drinking. Don't drink your English breakfast tea. Get the damn wire out of the way. We got a kick going on. Mike, go look at the replay. It just went brrr.
Dude, the story, by the way, I think it was Jordan Rodriguez wrote the story in The Athletic last week about like what they're doing to these footballs right now and the process by which they're beating the hell out of these things to basically turn these K-balls into soccer balls during the week. Those things are almost like complete spheres by the time they actually get to a football game.
Am I hearing Deflategate Part 2?
It's not
It's
because
actually the opposite.
It's completely legal.
It's the Plumpgate.
Yeah, it is.
They're plumping up
It's
these.
the Blimpgate.
Yeah,
It is-
they're plumping up.
It
They're
is
turning them into-
100% on the up and up, but like the things that they're doing to these footballs. Also, so I guess there's a specific brush that the league provides them that they're supposed to use on these K-balls, and they, to try and rub them down and soften them up as much as they possibly can. But what's funny about it is some of the special teams coaches, they're not using the bristles of the brush. They're taking, because it's a wooden brush,
wood.
they're taking the wood part of it and like jamming it into the football as hard as they possibly can to basically just like mutate the thing. And again, like try and make it first off, as soft as they can make it and as not oblong as they can possibly make it. And kickers are just, they're crushing it right now.
We just got 3 straight texts for A.J. Brown.
Yeah.
For playing the best defense. Now, Surtain came in, the little orange glove at the end of the old
Zap.
Hail Mary and knocked it away.
Go,
But I
gadget
don't
arm
know what
extender.
A.J. Brown thought he was doing. I don't know what he thought he was doing. He completely...
Looked like he was trying to make babies with Devontae Smith.
Exactly. There was a hug. There's a big spoon and a little spoon. You can't let the guy catch the ball.
Do you fellas remember on Friday's show between 3 and 4? There was a game that I was more concerned with that wasn't being played on Sunday in Philadelphia. It was Saturday night's Dodgers-Phillies game. So that you could rile up the negativity, the vitriol, the boo-birds of Philadelphia. And so I am going to give a massive smack on the rear to the evil empire themselves, the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Way to go, Shohei.
I don't like it.
Well done.
I don't like it.
Well done.
No, I don't like it.
They were all there for the Broncos' victory.
A.J. Brown, that 1st and 15, you
Andy's
cannot complain anymore that they don't throw you the football. If you're not going to run the route, Jalen laid that thing out there. You watch that route. He got behind Hufanga, and then he stopped running.
Oh, my God, did he get behind Hufanga?
Thank God he did, because that would have been a touchdown.
Oh, yeah, that was 6 waiting to happen.
That would have been good night, and the dude stopped on his route. Now, Jalen threw it late. There's no doubt about it, but keep running your route, man. Like, if you're going to complain about not getting the football, and they made a concerted effort to throw to him early on in the game and get him involved and get him some easy ones where Surtain is like, yeah, cool, good, nice 5 yards, enjoy it. Like, I don't care, And then late in the game, you've got a touchdown and you stop running on your route, then shut up.
All right, are we going to smack Evan Ingram's?
That's all you, man.
Let's do it.
You've had all
Yeah.
This one's you.
Well, are we not excited?
I'm
I
excited.
saw the guy catch a pass. I saw the guy run for extra yards. I saw some yak in a Bronco game. I'm psyched. It wasn't Marvin Mims.
You've been killing the guy for a month.
Well,
This
that's
is
why
your
I'm
chance.
happy it finally happened.
Yeah.
Is there anything to go off of positively until Sunday in Philadelphia with Evan Ingram
No,
in game?
nothing.
Except for the
preseason play against the base defense.
It's pretty
no.
sweet. It's pretty cool.
But it was the touchdown was
Great.
What you needed
Chef's kiss.
to see.
Great play.
You needed to see a broken tackle. You needed to see the contortion of the body to get in the end zone, and you got it.
You know what else I loved? How about Bo rolling the other way, wherewithal to stop and get that ball back to Ingram, even though his body was taking him the other way.
Set his feet.
There's another group of individuals that I believe deserve collective smacks on the rear. They wear striped shirts, and we need to talk about their work in the fourth quarter yesterday.
Look, we got to talk about this in all of football.
When
all of football.
We return Kreckman and Lindahl smacking rears on a Rally House Victory Monday. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Hey, Nate Kreckman here for my friends over at Roller Auction. You need to get to roller.bid right now to check out the October 2025 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction. You have got 2 more days to be able to bid on this auction. Phenomenal deals available to you. I'm looking at this UTV John Deere right now. Oh, my goodness. $1,000, guys. $1,000. Class up your life. Get to roller.bid and check out the latest October 2025 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction. And while you're there, just go to roller.bid/altitude and sign up to bid. Why should you sign up right there? Because we're giving away tickets for Nuggets Heat on November 5th to one lucky listener that signs up at roller.bid/altitude. And oh, by the way, why don't we just throw you one of these as well? How about a signed Nikola Jokic photograph? That's right. We'll get you an autographed Nikola Jokic pic as well. Make sure you get to roller.bid/altitude. Sign up to be able to bid, to get on the email list, and find out everything that's going on at Roller Auction. Check out that Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction and sign up now. Roller.bid/altitude.
When you look at the first half, we lined up illegally. We had a false start. We had 2 or 3 MEs. And I said to him at halftime, I thought defensively we were playing well. I said, man, we talked about the game we had to play coming in here, and we're not doing it. So I think we had look, we knew it wasn't going to be 6-7 yards a carry. It's a good run defense. But, we got to keep, kind of hitting that bag, and I thought we did. I thought we controlled most of the fourth quarter.
Sure did. Came back, got that victory. Broncos defeat the Eagles. They are 3-2, off to London to play the 0-5 Jets, back home to play the dog-butt Giants. This thing's rolling, and this looks like a Denver team that, at the moment, is the best team in the AFC West, especially given the Chargers issues.
What is going on there?
Charging hard, man. Joe Alt not being able to play yesterday was a problem, and now what's the latest?
Is as much as I hate the is what it is. I mean, that's what it is.
Omari and Hampton goes to IR today.
Yeah, not good. Not good.
Yeah, Chargers are charging.
Those hardball lines
Yeah.
are way cooler when they're winning football games.
They sure are.
They're just not quite as cool when you're like, yeah, that's fairly incompetent to say something like that as the leader of a billion-dollar franchise.
All right, real quick. What do you make of Justin Herbert? Because I'll tell you this. I remember, Oregon played Colorado a couple times. I think you had to deal with them, but not the Herbert version. And whenever the Oregon guys would come through, we'd ask them about it because we heard how much John Elway loved him, right?
Yeah.
And they'd always be like, something's missing. Something's missing. All the broadcasts, just something's missing. What's missing? What are we missing?
Gosh.
Is he not?
It?
Is he not? Yeah.
It.
Is it it? Because,
I don't know.
my God, the guy's everything you want in a quarterback otherwise.
He sure looked like it when he played Denver this
Right?
year.
He did.
Right?
That was it all over
what
the
about
place.
postseason it?
Yeah, he doesn't have it. Listen to
So
this.
far.
Okay. They had a 3-play sequence late in that game. They took a sack, then they had 2 plays of 54 yards nullified by penalties on Trey Pipkins.
Sure.
Like on their right tackle. The no Slater, no Joe Alt, now you're losing Hampton thing. Yeah, it's falling apart in a hurry.
Well,
Quentin Johnson had a fumble in the second. He'd been playing well all year long. He had a huge fumble in the second quarter of that game.
The biggest downside to the Jim Harbaugh way of doing things, he doesn't care about countable hours in college football. He doesn't care about contact rules at practice. He goes absolutely above and beyond the physicality of practice. And that's how he builds the bully. But guess what also happens?
You wear out usually by the middle of the season.
People break.
Yeah.
And right now he's got players that are breaking.
Sounds like he's breaking them early. We're only in week 4.
Doesn't sound great.
Guys, let's give a large smack on the rear here collectively to your game officials led by head referee Adrian Hill yesterday. Little love for Roy Ellison,
Attaboy, Roy.
Derek Bowers, Julian Mapp, Treywick Boger, Clay Renard, Greg Steed, and your replay official Bob Hubble. Well done, fellas. You guys had yourselves one heck of a fourth quarter yesterday. Were all of your calls correct? Probably not, but every single one of them went Denver's way. And you know what? Given that this is the team that lost on a leverage penalty in a game this year, we'll take it.
The only one that I kind of feel bad for the Eagles fans for, and I really don't, but the only one where I go, if I was a Bronco fan, I'd be pretty hacked off about that was get JL Skinner off the field at the end of the game. I'm sorry about your boy. Quit grabbing guys' shoulder pads because that probably should have been a PI call.
Why are you out there when you have 7-8 proven defensive backs?
Great question.
Let me ask you this.
You got a P.J. Locke and a Jaquan McMillan.
Why are you dropping the house? And maybe you ought to keep going after Jalen Hurts and getting him to freak out. I'm not saying go full blitz mode, but
it all worked out in the end.
It all worked out.
It was dicey. And that second to last one
and
was
listen, we could go back to plenty of Bronco calls you didn't get right before. I mean, here's my thing. What the you know what? I don't even know if I can blame the officiating, but what is going on with the flag fest of everything that we watch? Dude, I'm watching college football Saturday. College football. And I'm watching Iowa State. Football. Thank you, Gus. Watching Iowa State and Texas Tech. There were 3 awesome, not Texas Tech, Cincinnati. There were 3 awesome scoring plays out of Cincinnati for some dumb little guy stepped over the line. He's upfield. I'm throwing the flag. Well, what the hell are we doing? First off, help me out, Coach. I'm glad you're here. Why did we put legal man downfield to begin with? What was that supposed to like? What are we doing? Why did that need to be a call?
We had a huge one on our Friday night game that was nullified. The rule is supposed to be that on RPO, right? So legitimate run pass option. You put some type of dive or counter or gap scheme in the belly of the running back, and the offensive line is blocking the run play. The idea is that the linebackers see that and they step up to plug the run fits. And it creates a big separation between the linebackers and the safeties. The rule is that you can basically be engaged inside of 3 yards past the line of scrimmage.
Otherwise, it's PI. Pass interference in a way.
It's technically, they don't want people to be down the field past 3 yards to give such an illusion that it is a run play, and then you throw it because it's an unfair advantage defensively.
It's just the problem is that modern offense has almost outpaced that rule.
Right.
And they got to call it, right? Like they do have to.
But
call
do they
it.
have to? Can we adjust it a bit for the modern times? No, I'm asking. Look, I'm football dumb on this one because I asked you, I legitimately don't understand.
Well, then the NFL's
why
got
it
its
has
own
to
too.
exist.
The NFL's deal is the screen game. The actual, if you want to throw a half-back slow screen. In the NFL, those guys can't release until the ball is in the running back's hands. College, they can go right away.
Go nuts.
As long as the ball is completed at or behind the line of scrimmage. Pro football, it is hard to throw a screen, man, unless it's a perimeter screen right now, where it's at ball out, give it to Marvin Mims and let him eat.
All right. Four key plays in which the officiating influenced the outcome of the game in the fourth quarter. 4th and 4, Hurts hit Devontae Smith, 30 yards, beats Riley Moss. Illegal shift is called on Saquon Barkley. Letter of the law, undoubtedly right call. Because Barkley was still moving when the ball was snapped, you had 2 men moving, so he needed to be able to stop and set. Some of that is also on Jalen Hurts. Some of that is also on Kevin Patullo, because I believe the play clock was down to 2 seconds at that point. So Jalen's like, well, I have to snap the ball, whether you're moving or not. So they screwed themselves on that and missed a big play opportunity. Worked out for the Broncos, got the call correct. The not intentional grounding play.
That was wild because it did not go to the line of scrimmage, which I understood it had to do, and therefore I thought that's why it was grounding. Because they drew the line and it hopped a yard out.
Doesn't that only apply if you're outside the pocket throwing the ball away?
I thought you had to be outside the pocket, break the tackle box for that to happen, for it to matter anyway.
But Bo was inside the tackle box, going in the wrong direction, but still inside the tackle box on that play.
But remember, replay assist jumped in and said, you guys are wrong. Leave the ball where it is.
Yeah, so on that one, and according to the pool report, Adrian Hill said that his communication device to speak to the other refs wasn't working. Another official spotted a receiver in the area. Nix's throw didn't make it back to the line of scrimmage. Pool report suggested that 28 was in the area, except that Bidet wasn't on the field right there. So by 28, they meant 82, who was Troutman, who was the air quotes intended receiver. What's funny about it is I'm looking right now at the official play-by-play of it. And normally they will say in the official play-by-play who the intended receiver was. On 2nd down and 6 with 3:34 to play, it just says, B. Nix, pass, incomplete, short right.
Well, Troutman was there, but Troutman, remember,
running in the other direction.
Well, he'd hooked up, but then he left.
Yeah.
He sprinted out, I think, because he thought Bo was going to sprint out.
I think if you're the Eagles, you're right to be pissed about that one. Yep. Yeah. The late hit on Zach Bond. So that
was a real call.
This one's tricky, though, because Harvey was trying to step out of the tackle. Zach Bond's mistake was that he hit him in the head.
And you led with the forearm.
He led forearm and hit him in the head, which made it look really bad. So it was almost like you gave the refs, no out.
2025 football.
Can't do it.
That is a call Every time.
You call it.
Every time.
Yeah.
2005 football, you're getting away
You're
with
good.
it.
Yeah.
You're good. Hey,
Yeah.
nice job.
It's
Hey,
just,
good hustle, kid.
Yeah, I mean, if I think if Bond would have tried to go over him and glanced him,
Right.
he would have been
That'd
fine.
have been different. But the forearm makes contact with the head first.
Yeah, it becomes a late hit on that play. That's one of those where I look at Zach Bond and I'm like, you
know better.
He was kind of damned either way though on that play because Harvey was trying to get out of it. And then the lack of pass interference flag against Skinner. I don't totally agree with you guys on that one.
You think it's cool to grab a guy by both shoulder pads and prevent him from going anywhere?
So watch that route. They were hand fighting, both of them, the last 10 yards. Like a full hand fight was going on between Goddard and Skinner. Like, I'm kind of fine with the no flag on that play. I really am, again, because of how messy the entire wrestling match was up until the ball got there. If you only watch the last second when the ball arrives, it looks bad, but they were grabbing each other that whole way.
If you're a Bronco fan and it doesn't happen, I think that's all we're hearing about on the text line today. I agree with your philosophy for what I think is impossible to referee is that Hail Mary play.
Oh,
because
yeah.
everybody's mauling everybody, and then A.J. Brown just decided to put his guy in a headlock.
They don't officiate.
There's no rules
Like,
on that.
good luck, boys.
It's 500. Yeah.
It's you go into that play fully anticipating that you will have members of your body.
Sure.
It's
like a
that
fumble
hang.
pile.
Yeah.
Things are going to get
weird.
grabbed.
It's going to get weird in there.
Yeah. Really weird.
Why'd you have to say members? Hey, congratulations
Gold
to
member.
Valor Christian High School's Lance Kawasaki, Student of the Week, presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing. Proudly rooting for Colorado athletes. Every Student of the Week awarded a $150 gift card to Rally House. So tune in on Friday night at halftime of Dakota Ridge and Heritage for the next Student of the Week. Mike Sanford, everybody, catch him tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Catch Eric Johnson, the Condor, joins us to talk about an unbelievable career as he hangs up the skates. We'll talk to EJ coming up next.
Forward now for Little. Gets away from Sam Girard. Little keeps it. Backhand pass to the point. It's Tyler Myers. Pass on the interior, taken away by the Avs. Here comes Nathan McKinnon. 2-on-1 with Eric Johnson. Johnson has it. Johnson shoots. Score! Fly, Condor! Fly! And the Avs go out on home ice in style. It's an overtime win. They beat the Winnipeg Jets again on home ice. Make it 6 in a row versus Winnipeg.
April 4th, 2019, OT winner against the Jets, the Condor Eric Johnson. Hanging up the skates, 17-year NHL career, over 1,000 games. Played 731 regular season contests as a member of the Colorado Avalanche. Tack on to that a nice 57 that he played in the postseason, highlighted by 20 games played in the 21-22 campaign, en route to a Stanley Cup and getting an opportunity to be the veteran that they hand the cup to first. The great Eric Johnson, big number 6, going to join us here in just a moment. But first, need to tell you, we're celebrating the big win yesterday with a Rally House Victory Monday, and we're giving away a $150 gift card to Rally House on every show with keywords every hour. This hour's keyword is Hufunga.
Good luck with that.
Hufunga.
Look at the Broncos roster.
Got to spell it right. Text Hufunga along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Enters you to win a $150 gift card to Rally House. And make sure you stay tuned. Our next keyword coming up at 5 o'clock. But again, this hour's keyword, Hufunga. Text Hufunga with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Happy Rally House Victory Monday. Let's go out right now to the Ramos Law Hotline and welcome into the program the Condor, big number 6, Eric Johnson. Eric, welcome to the show. How are you, sir?
Doing good, guys. Thanks.
Congratulations to you, EJ. And let's just let's start in this place. You're a 19-year-old kid, coming off of being the number 1 pick in the NHL draft. You make your NHL debut in 2007 with the St. Louis Blues. To go from that to 17 years to over 1,000 games to an eventual cup, what did you think was possible for a hockey life when you were 19 years old, and how did the reality kind of meet those expectations?
I don't really know. I mean, I just, you're young and wet behind the ears, and I didn't know what the future had in store for me. I was very immature and green at the time, and probably thought things would come a little bit easier than they did. But for me, I just, kept my head down and worked hard and, didn't take anything for granted. And as I got older, definitely appreciated it more and how tough the journey is. And had quite a few of my friends win cups earlier in their career, and I was so envious of that and always wanted to do it. And was very fortunate to win one towards the end of my career, and definitely made the wait that much more worth it.
How are you feeling today? I know you got emotional at the beginning of the press conference. It's a typical thing for guys when I guess the reality hits you. But, I remember the guy I remember most talking to about this was John Lynch, where he's like, I don't know. He thought he was fine because he retired in the spring, and then they got to football and he didn't know what to do with himself, and he doesn't know what the routine's going to be and all that. Are you hitting that phase? How do you feel right now?
I actually feel great. I mean, even though I was a little emotional today, I'm not sad or upset or anything like that. I'm really happy and have a lot of relief about not playing anymore. It's a lot of anxiety and time and things getting ready for another season. It takes a lot, and I'm going to miss playing, but I'm not going to miss all the hours behind the scenes that it takes to get ready to play, to get your body to play. Everyone just sees us practicing and playing, but there's so much that goes on behind closed doors that really takes a lot of time and effort to get your body ready to play. So for me, if a perfect situation popped up, I would have kept playing, but I knew this was a possibility dating back, when the season ended. So I had a lot of time to prepare for it and thankfully, I've had a lot of opportunities pop up that is going to keep me busy if I would like to. And for me, I'm a busybody. I like to travel. I like to stay busy and stimulated. So I'm going to have some options about staying busy this year and enjoying life and just taking a step back and enjoying some free time a little bit.
All right, I've always wanted to ask somebody this, didn't feel like they had to give me the standard answer, and you may give me what's the standard answer anyway. Is October through December hockey fun? Did you enjoy, like you talked about the process and getting ready, but gosh, it's a long season, Eric. Is the early going fun after opening night?
I think it is. I don't think that's maybe the same answer for everybody. I liked it. I thought, getting ready for the season takes a lot, and training camp's a grind. And, now guys come into camp and they're all ready to play. Camp is more for systems and fine tuning now because everybody's in such good shape. So once the puck drops and you get through camp, it's fun. That's what you look forward to, is playing the games, and the weather gets a little brisker. And it's just this time of year that you get excited to play. Fall's my favorite time of year, and now I'm going to enjoy watching as a fan and as an analyst, and not having to put my body to the grind is kind of a nice thing to look forward to. But for me, I always look forward to getting ready to play this time of year, and it is a long season, but these are kind of the months that really drag, though. Once you get to Thanksgiving and Christmas, the season just sort of flies by. It can kind of drag out this time of year when you get into November, December, and then I feel like it's really quick. But no, this is a great time of year. I was always excited.
Eric Johnson is our guest. And EJ, I love that answer because really, like, I think the only way you can answer that question affirmatively is that you just love hockey. And I think the only way that you can play 17 years in the NHL is that you absolutely love the sport of hockey. As you kind of sit in this position now, sort of looking back on it all and reflecting, as you did today in the press conference and here talking to us, what was your favorite thing about being a hockey player?
Favorite thing, I loved the travel. I loved going to different cities and playing in different arenas. That was so fun. All the different restaurants you got to see on the road. We got to stay in some of the nicest hotels in the country, stay in some of the best cities. The road trips are the best, I think. Just being on the plane with the guys, especially when you're winning, getting on the bus, having a beer, getting on the plane, having a nice meal, a glass of wine, playing cards. All that stuff is so much fun about the hockey season, and just being with a lot of your buddies, and especially when you're winning and you're in a tight game and you're closing out a tight game on the road. Those are fun memories and things that I will miss for sure. But for me, it was just those road trips are a blast, and coming home after a long road trip and playing a intense weekend game at home in Denver at Ball Arena is awesome. The crowd's so juiced up, especially the last 6, 7, 8 years. The crowds have just been amazing. The atmosphere, it's so fun to play at Ball, and I'm going to miss a 1:00 afternoon game on a Saturday. You get done at 3:30. You have time to go out with the boys, have dinner, have a nice night, and that's what I'm going to miss for sure. Big win on a Saturday at home and going out for some drinks and dinner with the guys in Denver.
I love that answer because that answer basically became I loved everything about hockey right there. Eric Johnson is our guest. Big number 6, the Condor, hanging it up after a 17-year NHL career. EJ, what were you told? Do you remember a piece of advice maybe you got when you were a younger player from a veteran? And then what did you tell the rookies once you became the salty veteran?
Quite a few things. The biggest thing, and I probably have to make this more PG since this is a family show, but I lived with Al McInnes in St. Louis my first year, Hall of Famer. And
hell of a clapper, by the way. My God.
What's that?
Oh, that guy had the slap shot that he could kill somebody.
Yep, he did. And he was great for me. I lived with him for about a year and a half, and he told me, he goes, I've seen so many guys come and go over the years that, go out and, chase girls and stay out too late and have drinks all night. He goes, you can have as much fun as you want, but you don't need to go do it all the time. Pick your spots, be a pro. And he was so right. I played with so many guys that could have had such longer careers if they just picked their spots and didn't go out and have those late nights. And you can have fun. It's part of being an athlete and a pro hockey player, but you have to pick your spots. And that was the best advice I got early, was just pick your spots. You can have a ton of fun, but if you want to play a long time, you got to take care of your body. You got to be a pro, and you can't be doing that, 3, 4, 5 nights a week. You just can't. You'll never last. You won't have a long career, and you'll turn what could be a 15-plus career into a 7 or 8 career. So that was really good advice at a young age that stuck with me for a long time.
All right, I got to know. We obviously know you and Gabe have a special relationship, so I got to imagine he's one of your favorite teammates. I want to know who the nuttiest teammate, because you talked about going out with the guys, and I think you're striking a chord with all of us that do the beer league thing, and you've got that one nutty friend that never seems to grow up still on the team. Did you have a guy like that you played with? Like, who'd be the craziest guy you played with?
I played with a lot of guys. I had a lot of teammates. No one that was like, needed to be admitted, so nothing like that. But had a lot of characters, that's for sure, over the years. Tyson Berry was awesome. He was a beauty. He's just fun and great guy. Not crazy or anything, but just a fun guy to be around. And I couldn't just pick one guy and be like, that guy was a nut. I had a lot of really fun teammates that I really appreciated.
When you were traded to Denver, how did you view the deal at the time, and how did you come to view the move in hindsight?
I hated the deal at the time, and I just I didn't want to leave St. Louis. I loved St. Louis. I thought I was going to be there my whole career. We had, been rebuilding for a couple of years, and we were finally just about to turn the corner. We were only 2 points out of a playoff spot, about to be, contending team. And I got traded to Colorado in the middle of the night from St. Louis, and Colorado was in the midst of a 11 or 12 game losing streak, and by far worse than the Western Conference, or one of the worst. And I was devastated at the time, but sometimes the worst things that you think are happening to you end up being the biggest blessing, and that was certainly the case for me. I mean, wow, what a career change for me, and to end up going out like the way I did after all the years I spent in Denver. I mean, it was just it couldn't have been scripted any better. It was truly a storybook, and amazing chapters written along the way from start to finish and in the middle, and just a amazing up and down roller coaster story that I was very lucky to have ultimately been traded to Colorado. I mean, I couldn't write it any better. To feel as loved as I do here by the fans and everybody, it's just not everyone gets to feel that. So I'm just very grateful for that, and grateful that we won for the fans and the city and the team and everybody that supports us. So couldn't have scripted it any better. It was a great, great blessing to end up being traded to Denver.
So I am curious, because it was pointed out you and Gabe both wanted to stay here at one point, where you probably had other options to get out of here. What made you want to stay here when things weren't quite clear it was going to end up with the storybook ending you talked about?
Yeah, so Gabe and I know Gabe went to Joe early in 2017 before the deadline, when we were really not good. We were going to finish close to last. And I remember Gabe said to Joe, I don't want to leave. I want to be a part of this team. And Joe basically said, okay, thanks for saying that, but, no promises. Everything was on the table at that point. No one was safe, right? From coaches to players. And I remember I had my So no one got traded at the deadline. It was only Jerome McGinley. That was it. No one else was dealt. Joe sat pat. He got probably some heat for it, but his patience ultimately was rewarded. And I sat in my year-end meeting at the end of 2017, sat with Joe and Chris McFarland, and I said, listen, guys, I want to be part of this team. I want to be a part of the solution. I don't want to go anywhere. I want to see this thing through. And that was the same thing I told Joe when I signed my extension 2 years later is I want to be a part of this team for the long haul. I had just signed a 7-year extension a year and a half before. I saw the future of the team where Nate was going to go and Gabe and Miko and then ultimately Kale and wanted to be a part of that. So that was just what we wanted to do. And, while I wasn't a lifetime Av, I pretty much was and feel that way. And I'm just grateful that I got rewarded for sticking with Colorado, and everyone got rewarded for ultimately Joe's patience and what he did to build us into a winner.
So you went from 48 points that year to 95, and basically that was what set the franchise on the trajectory to finally win the Stanley Cup. Get it done in 2022. EJ, obviously, you won a Stanley Cup. You played 1,000 NHL games. I mean, memories for a lifetime. But was there any better moment than when you won the Drop of the Year award on the Kreckman and Lindahl show for your pronunciation of our fine city during the rally at the parade? Spring, give it to us.
Denver.
Yes, the
You
pronunciation that will live forever. Man, how good did that moment feel?
That felt pretty good. I was in the pocket for sure. That was nice. That was nice.
You were not
That
alone.
was a long day, a sunburned day on the hook and ladder of the fire truck. Lots of good tequila and beer. That was fun. That was a lot of my friends will just text me from time to time and just all to say is Denver. So
Denver. Listen, are you guys proud that you got the Cup taken away for repairs? I mean, that's pretty legendary. Of all the things the Cup had, you had to go get it repaired, right?
Yeah. I actually remember I walked into Ball Arena the night after the parade, I think it was, and they had a silversmith in there with the 2 cup keepers and our equipment staff, and they literally had the cup in pieces trying to get it back undented. So
did you get a dad look from him or anything?
Unfortunately, it took some abuse, which is sad because it's such a storied trophy, but that's part of the fun.
Hey, get the welders in there. Eric Johnson, everybody. EJ, man, thank you so much. And not just for doing this interview. Thank you for over 1,000 games. Thank you for 17 years. Thanks for the memories that you gave to the hockey fans here in this town, because you poured yourself into that sport, and man, people really enjoyed it and appreciated it. So thank you so much. You're an institution. We wish you the best of luck in retirement. We know we're going to hear from you more on Altitude after this, but just thank you so much.
Look, if you want to slip in here and try an hour, Eric, we're not saying no.
Anytime.
You can have fun.
You're welcome.
Well, the thing is, I got my teeth done, so now I can actually be on TV and not radio.
Well,
it pays better. Go that route.
That's kind of disappointing, actually, EJ. But thanks, man.
I'll stop in. I appreciate you guys saying that. It means a lot. Really appreciate how the media has dealt with me over the years. A lot of class and respect from all of you. So thank you for having me on. And it was a great run, a lot of great memories on the ice, and hope to create a lot more memories for fans in the future in the broadcast booth. So we'll see everybody soon, I'm sure.
Well said. Eric Johnson, the Condor, with us right there. Kreckman and Lindahl. Fantastic stuff. Dude is first class.
The text. Denver. Is there a question mark, or what do you put it? What's the punctuation at the end of that? Because there's a little Ron Burgundy question at the end.
You have to
Denver.
You gotta. It's a lot more than 6 letters too.
Yeah.
You gotta spell it correctly. Kreckman and Lindahl, good stuff right there, man. That was awesome.
Don't you kind of want to be him, as he talked about a couple beers here and a steak and some wine?
It's not bad.
Yeah. All of a sudden, I understand why the early season hockey's not so bad.
That'll keep you going. Let's take a break. Let's come back. Let's talk about that Broncos victory.
We got some injury news. We got some bad injury news, so come back.
Okay, come back for good tease. Bad injury news next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's a competitor. You know, there were a handful of plays in the first half that I know he'd want back. And look, the delay of game was my fault, you know, spitting it out. But that all being said, man, you can feel his leadership when it matters. And then you can feel the confidence, you know, with his teammates when it matters. So he played exceptional in the second half.
Sean Payton talking about his quarterback, Bo Nix, right there. Andy, what a wild contrast. And you look at the game that Bo played yesterday. It was same old Bo until it wasn't. He was 1 for 10 for 20 yards on throws of 10 or more yards downfield. That's how he started. He was 4 for 4 for 82 yards on such throws in the fourth quarter and finished the game 24 of 39, 242 yards. His fourth quarter numbers, just absolutely fantastic. 9 of 10 throwing the football in the fourth quarter, and that included some freaking dimes. And most of his best throws were in the direction of Cortland Sutton, who was absolutely outstanding yesterday. Bo Nix found it in the fourth quarter of that game, and I think one of the biggest factors here, Andy, is they stayed with the run game. That Eagles defense looked gassed in the fourth quarter yesterday, and that was because the Broncos had worn them down with the run game, because they went to it early, they committed to it, they stuck to it for 4 quarters, even down 2 scores. They continued to run the football, and that to me is the biggest reason why they won that game.
Yeah, because the running game, like, again, Bo does not have to be the central figure of this offense.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He just doesn't.
Andy, I don't think they can win if he is.
Fair enough. But everyone's got to be involved. But see, again, also, I just think when you look at the fourth quarter, call the game that way. Give him the pace. Get it going a little sooner. Get to the line. Like Sean said there, Sean has got to speed up some of these things. You know what I mean? Because it just feels like if you give Bo time to look the defense over, he just is a different quarterback than when he's trying to frantically get the play out, slapping for the ball, and, you know, trying to figure out what formation to have in here. What are these guys doing? Oh, we got to go. But they played within him. This is going like last year. He had a terrible first month of the season last year, and he was a rookie. We didn't think much of it. But now he's had kind of an all right start to the season, and so, frankly, the whole offense has. I'm not just going to put it on him, but now they get going. It's just weird this October. It may be an October Sean thing, but 2 years in a row, maybe turn it into an October Broncos thing. You know what I mean? Where they just kind of get their feel. I don't know. Maybe he needs to play in the preseason more. Maybe they all need to play in the preseason more. I don't know what's going on. But yesterday, that fourth quarter, that's the offense you need to run. You don't have to be Star Wars, man.
No.
You know what I mean?
Run the ball.
The Eagles certainly aren't Star Wars.
Run the ball and stick with it and let that guide your quarterback to finding a rhythm the way that he did yesterday. Right now, Kosmider had this. Broncos are averaging 4.93 yards per designed rush. That is the 5th best mark in the NFL. J.K. Dobbins is 4th in the NFL in total rushing this season with 402 yards. That is the most by a Denver running back through 5 games since Travis Henry in 07.
Holy cow, are you kidding me?
Now the question is, given today's news, how well does that continue? I read a tweet from Mike Kliss. Per sources, Ben Powers going on IR with a biceps injury. Hope to have him back in December, so roughly a 2-month injury. Big blow, as Powers was a stalwart on the team's top-ranked offensive line, started 40 of a possible 40 games since he was signed as a free agent in 2023.
Yeah, you don't love to hear that. And now that also takes a difference, takes a bite out of your depth, is what I'm saying.
It does, and the Palczewski thing, this is what I don't know. 10.8% of their offensive snaps, according to True Media, highest rate in the league. They love to go to that jumbo package, and they're running the ball really effectively out of it. In fact, they're really doing everything effectively out of it, and it's good to see Sean Payton going with that. I asked Sanford about it before, and he said just put Palczewski in as your starting left guard. I always kind of wonder about that a little bit, and I almost equate it to like a basketball rotation a little bit of like, yeah, but Palczewski is so good at that specialized role, and you do that so well. Do you almost want to keep him in that role and say, we'll have Matt Peart be our starting left guard? Or have you worked it enough in practice that you're confident that Peart can go in there and he can fill that role as the sixth offensive lineman, and you can put Palczewski in at left guard? Obviously, this is the kind of thing that, Sean Payton and who's the O-line coach? Zach Strief?
Zach Strief,
yeah,
yes,
these are the kind of things that these guys are certainly going to know better. But how do you – it's the old, like, how do you not weaken two different things at the same time?
Yeah, it's a good call, Nate. Now, maybe you could still get Peart to go in there or somebody else. Is Crum still on the team? Maybe Crum can go in there and play that role as well.
Frank Crum.
I'm looking at him. He's another guy that can maybe do that for you.
That dude is so tall.
He is tall. There's no doubt about that.
That's a Tyler Polumbus-sized human being.
Yeah, and sometimes that's interesting because you don't want a guy that can get, you get people to get underneath you a little bit easy that way. I'm trying to look at their you don't have a lot of guys listed as guards as I look at the roster.
Right.
You got a lot of guys that are tackles. Now, again, Palczewski can play guard. We've seen it.
Yeah.
And I know he can go. See, sometimes I also worry when I feel like in the media we throw around guys can go from the right to the left, no big deal, blah, blah, blah.
It's not the easiest
but
thing.
We have seen Palczewski play left tackle in place of Garrett Bowles a couple years ago, so I think he's able to do it.
Sure.
And I don't know who's on the practice squad here, just looking at the active roster there. I don't know, maybe there's another guy. Alex Forsythe is still here. I don't know if there's a chance
I think he's
about
just the backup center.
Well, but does he play center and you bump Wattenberg over? I don't know if Wattenberg can play guard.
Sure.
I don't know. We'll see what they decide to do. It's going to be interesting. It is a bit of a bummer because it feels like you finally got yourself up to speed.
And for 2 years in a row, Andy, the Broncos have had insane
They
health
have.
on their O-line.
Yeah.
It was a talking point going into the football season because we eventually get to talking about everything, but it was like, you're probably not going to have the same offensive line health that you had.
You just now haven't.
And look at Philly. Like, look at what happened to Landon Dickerson in that game yesterday. And it's like, yeah, you're not having the same O-line health just because, like, it's a roulette game down there.
Can let's turn. I want to give a shout out to Courtland Sutton again. And I know we already gave him a smack on the backside. Keep them coming, by the way, 303-504-0925. Go ahead and text in on the Shop Mazda text line and give us your backside slaps today, as that's what we do, attaboys, on a Monday. Everybody knows. And Vic Fangio, I don't know that I have more respect for a defensive coordinator in the league than Vic Fangio.
Yeah.
That was my concern for Bo Nix, was you were going against a guy who he had this insane record when he faces a quarterback for the first time in his career. So some of what happened with Bo Nix through the first three quarters of yesterday's game, I wasn't shocked by. It's Vic Fangio. He's the guy that gave the NFL the blueprint to frustrate Patrick Mahomes. But he knows, the league knows, that Bo loves Courtland Sutton.
Yeah.
And Courtland doesn't get talked about like a Megatron, or doesn't get talked about like Justin Jefferson, or doesn't get talked about, pick your favorite receiver of the day. And yet when Bo really needs something, most of the time, Courtland finds a way to get open and make the catch for him. And again, good on Bo for trusting his guy to make a play. But, I mean, do we give Courtland Sutton enough credit for how many times that guy makes him? Because he was doing it for Russ. He did it once upon a time for Drew Lock. I mean, the guy just has kind of been there, and he's such a big body. Quarterbacks love throwing to him. But every big play in that fourth quarter every drive seemed to have some Courtland play in it that helped it along.
I mean, I'll stop short of calling him Calvin Johnson, but
no, I get it, but
he had 3 catches on what turned out to be the game-winning drive, and all 3 of them, there was a back shoulder that Bo threw him on a first down. Perfect throw by Bo. I mean, excellent touch on that, good footwork, everything else. Obviously the 3rd and 15 was a phenomenal catch. I mean, timing, route. Bo had the ball out, before Sutton came out of his break, got in front of Quinyon Mitchell. The other thing about that game was he was in so many one-on-ones against Quinyon Mitchell, who's one of the best corners in the game, and he consistently won. He consistently won on 50-50 balls. And, like, really, you look back on it, like, Mitchell's coverage was good. That's what Courtland Sutton does. He can go get the football. He's a special friggin' player, man.
He really is.
Yeah. And he came out of the gates hot in his career, then he had the injuries, and then I think a lot of opinions got set on Courtland Sutton. And what he is to me, Andy, is he is a testament to a career as a journey. And he has played his way back to, like you said, just being one of the most reliable receivers in the NFL. Kreckman and Lindahl, we're rolling with you here. Yeah, Ben Powers' injury, not ideal, but Broncos were outstanding yesterday, frustrating the hell out of the Eagles. We're talking about it all day long here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
pretty good. Yeah, it's a good team, and so the thing we did was, you know, when you play someone like that, you're going to get punched, and it's not going to be easy. But we kept fighting, and that's what I was most encouraged about. Just the fight, the grit, you know, and then you felt that this is a funny thing, that momentum shifted, and when that happened, it's pretty powerful.
You know what opportunity they missed yesterday? And it's hard to call it a missed opportunity because it's such a hard play to make. But when it didn't go the Broncos' way, I was like, ooh, that might have been the last great chance. The near Hufanga pick six yesterday.
Oh,
when he batted that ball up and then he had his hands on it. If he comes down with it, he's gone. Like it's a touchdown.
Right.
And then he dropped it, and I was like, ooh, like that's maybe the break you didn't get on the road. But that it goes back to, number one, it goes back to how freaking good this defense is. They are outstanding. They're just incredible. They got beat on a couple of big plays yesterday. The other guys get paid too. They shut those guys down. The second half of that game, basically like outside of one really good wheel route to Saquon Barkley, they were behind the sticks the rest of the game. They either committed dumb penalties or Denver just put them in negative situations.
Yeah, it's an interesting team. You and I were kind of talking about it in the break. We'll see. I said to you,
are the Eagles good?
I don't know. Well, we asked Jeff Legwall, and normally Jeff's not much for like ballyhooed statements, but he basically said, I don't know how they're winning.
Right.
I don't know how they're winning because all the numbers say they shouldn't be winning.
Yes.
And to me, they feel a little bit like those 2016 Broncos that had Trevor Siemian take over from Manning, had a good, month, the first 6 weeks of the season, then all the wheels just kind of fell off, and they felt like they're close to that.
So we talked or really last week on the show, we talked a lot about like how are they going to attack Jalen Hurts, because the week prior to that against Tampa, the Bucs played a man in the first half and he killed him, and then they zoned him in the second half and he couldn't do anything. Well, what's crazy about it is yesterday, Broncos essentially did the same thing. They went heavy zone in the second half, and it worked. Listen to these numbers, okay? Yesterday, Jalen Hurts, 9 of 15 for $142 and 2 touchdowns against man. Against zone, 14 of 23, 138, and took all 6 of his sacks against zone coverage. The Broncos were zone on 17 of Hurts' 22 dropbacks in the second half, and the Eagles just couldn't find a solution. Once the Broncos went zone, which again, like, look at what Tampa did, look at what Denver did. This is going to be the game plan for everybody in the league. And when you make Jalen Hurts sit in the pocket, and the Broncos, they didn't let him do anything in the run game yesterday. By the way, did you notice Philly didn't run a single tush push yesterday?
Well, they didn't get to the right situation,
They were
right?
never in the right situation to be able to get there. They were kind of behind the sticks almost that entire game, and so Denver forced them out of that bread and butter. And then when you make Jalen Hurts sit in the pocket, and you've got coverage guys like Denver has, you're going to kill the guy.
Yeah,
and he couldn't make throws on time. They had him confused, and they got pressure. 2 of the sacks were team sacks yesterday. And that's fine if you want to try and escape out of the pocket. But he ran out of bounds and lost yardage without throwing the ball away, which to me, that's like an inexcusable quarterback mistake, by the way.
Well, but see, this was crazy. Remember, again, what we saw yesterday harkened back to what was going on prior to the run they just went on. Look, it got them a trophy. They're a really good team when they do their thing. But it's almost like they fight doing their thing. Again, Saquon gets 1 touch in the second half, wasn't it? They ran 1 time. Maybe it was the fourth quarter, but I know he had to answer questions about that. You got this weird thing going on with A.J. Brown where he had a weird reaction to being asked about the deep ball from Hurts, where he just said Hurts just missed it.
Yeah.
So, and then you had Nick Sirianni, who was on the verge of allegedly getting fired, and then all of a sudden isn't. And they don't have Kellen Moore anymore. By the way, how the hell did the Saints win a game yesterday? What a weird Sunday.
What did the Giants turn it over 5 times or whatever it was?
That Jackson Dart thing wasn't so fun week 2.
Yeah. Can't believe that expired. That team, the Broncos should beat those guys by 30.
How about Carolina coming back and beating the Dolphins?
Well, I mean, the comeback of all comebacks. Tennessee coming back to beat Arizona yesterday.
Oh, my gosh. How do guys keep dropping the ball? In 2025, the year of our Lord, 2025, How are you still dropping footballs?
The week after that Mitchell did it for Indianapolis, meaning, Andy, I don't even think this is an assumption. Every single coach in the NFL put that tape on for their players last week.
You're right.
And said, don't be that guy.
Because here it is again.
And Amari DiMercato did it.
You know what I do? If I'm a coach, I'm going to fine you if you don't get to the lettering of the end zone before you let that football go.
Did you see the other play, though, the Lockett touchdown?
Yeah.
Where he throws a pick. Cam Ward throws a pick. Dude then drops it. It gets kicked into the end zone and gets picked up. Tyler Lockett falls on it, and it's a touchdown.
But they had a football move
for the Titans.
So it was technically a turnover to the other team.
Yeah.
And then a turn back over.
If you're the Arizona Cardinals, you've got to be sick.
How about Kyler Murray getting punched in the face by the snap and not where all the fumble is?
Just wild things happening in the NFL.
And then there's Indianapolis.
There's wild things happening in Indianapolis, and they have nothing to do with Daniel Jones. Former NFL quarterback Mark Sanchez is now facing a felony battery charge for what authorities said Monday was a fight over a parking dispute, in addition to the misdemeanor charge that he was already facing from the weekend incident in Indianapolis. So Mark Sanchez is in Indy. He's going to call the Colts-Raiders game for Fox with Chris Myers because he's, a professional broadcaster. Instead, he gets a new charge of battery involving serious bodily injury, which carries a potential sentence of 1 to 6 years in prison. There was a fight over a parking space. A police affidavit alleges that the 38-year-old Mark Sanchez, you're 38, you're not 17.
Yeah, what are we doing?
Smelling of alcohol, accosted a 69-year-old truck driver.
Nice.
Who backed into a hotel's loading docks in downtown Indianapolis, leading to a confrontation early Saturday outside the vehicle that prompted the driver to pull a knife to defend himself.
Because the pepper spray didn't work. Again, the pepper spray didn't work.
The former Jets quarterback was pepper sprayed and stabbed multiple times during the altercation, and apparently he kept coming back. This, seriously, it sounds like he was, ripped on PCP, like he was some dude that was on Cops back in the 90s.
In Miami. Cops Miami.
This is so scary. It became
What's this guy's deal?
Clear after investigators learned more about the truck driver's medical condition that more serious charges were warranted. Sanchez was hospitalized with stab wounds to his upper right torso. The truck driver, identified as PT, had a cut to his left cheek.
Did you see Sanchez's video entering the hospital? They released that today. He's holding his chest as he walks in.
He's been stabbed because he's freaking out on a poor truck driver. This story is absolutely wild. God knows.
We're happy with Mark.
We got to get the toxicology test back on whatever Sanchez was on.
I have no idea what's going on.
Okay. So Spring played the drop just a moment ago.
Yeah, there
We're
it
happy
is.
with Mark.
Yeah.
And
So
what do we do?
So guys, we've been playing this drop. That drop, by the way, it's 9 years old.
Yeah.
That's a 9-year-old drop. That's
a niner.
That was John Elway talking to the media the offseason going into 2016.
Good for you, bud.
How do you feel about your situation at quarterback? And he was...
We're happy with Mark.
He said that. Now, we adopted that drop here on our show because our producer is Mark Springer.
We're happy with Mark.
By the way, the guy completed the Taco Bell 50K this weekend, so we're very happy.
Story
We're
in
happy
an
with
hour.
Mark.
With
Look,
Mark.
We've been asked by a lot of people.
Yeah.
5:45, he fills you in.
Yeah, 5:45, we tell the tale.
You're pleased.
Of the Taco Bell 50K. We're happy with Mark.
We're
happy
pleased
with
with
Mark.
Yeah.
But can we be any more?
Okay, so here's the question: is do we now have to retire the drop? Can we never be happy with Mark ever again?
Do we
We're
know?
happy with Mark.
Listen, top shelf text. Even Chad Kelly thinks Mark Sanchez had a rough night. Because that's what I thought of right away. Chad Kelly did. So that didn't deserve the Kelsey.
That's really funny.
What a psycho!
What
What is wrong with this guy?
Play it again.
We're happy with Mark.
See, you don't know who Mark is. The further time goes away, if we don't fill in the youngest, they don't know who Mark is. There's a lot of Marks that have played for the Broncos. I don't know that it's specifically.
There's like 4 marks in work
yeah.
here.
Was John Elway happy with all those marks?
Maybe.
We're happy with Mark.
Yeah, you don't know which mark. It doesn't have to necessarily always mean.
Did John Elway believe that Mark Sanchez was just entering his prime?
No. I think John Elway didn't believe Brock Osweiler was going to leave, and he went out to the. You know what John Elway is?
I don't believe in windows.
John Elway's Andy Lindahl in this year's fantasy pool, where every week I go to look for a damn quarterback, and every week it's the suckiest selections.
That's
You know
what
what-
happens in a 14-team
Yeah.
league.
Here's what happened to me this week. I should have played Jake Browning. That's how well it's going for me. And I think that's what happened to John Elway. So he's like, you know what? We're drafting somebody, but you've got to get somebody in here. Just call anybody. Who's left? Well, Mark Sanchez. Call him. Just call him.
Mark Sanchez just entering his prime.
We're happy
Matt
with
says
Mark.
You could be happy with Mark Jackson. You could be happy with Power Rank the Bronco Marks, Mark Schlereth.
But I like it. I love it. I want some more.
What other Marks have played? There's Mark.
We don't want any more Mark Sanchez.
Do we
though.
have a modern Mark? Not Mark Prater, that's for sure.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show on Altitude Sports Radio. High five next. Big win for the Broncos yesterday. We're celebrating with a Rally House Victory Monday, giving away a $150 gift card to Rally House. This hour's keyword, text it in right now to 303-504-0925, is Engram. Text Engram to 303-504-0925, as in Engram, Evan. That's right. Our 5 o'clock hour keyword is Engram. So text Engram with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925. Happy Rally House Victory Monday. We'll announce our winner coming up at 5:55 this afternoon. That's a lot of fives. And right now it's time for the high five. That's the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Mark Springer, let's go.
Hey, breaking news, breaking Broncos injury news coming down in the last hour. The Broncos injury report is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Broncos left guard Ben Powers is going on IR with a biceps injury. According to Mike Kliss of 9 News, the Broncos hope to have him back in December, so it is roughly expected to be a 2-month injury.
Yeah, not great, Andy. We talked before about the hopes or maybe the plans for injury replacements. We'll find out. We'll hear from Sean Payton. I'm assuming on Wednesday we'll hear from Sean Payton.
We'll hear from Leggy tomorrow. I bet he gives us some insight.
Leggy tomorrow, without a doubt. Now, is Sean going to tell us anything?
No.
No?
No.
And we'll probably find out on Sunday at 7:30 a.m. who the starting left guard for the Broncos is going to be. But the bad news is they're going to go about 2 months without a starter, which is not great for what has been one of the very best offensive lines in the entire NFL.
By the way, folks, the Rally House gift card, we want you to win it. We want you to get a jersey. These are all Bronco player names. So when he says Ingram, go look for Evan Ingram, and that'll hook you up. Just like Hufunga. The Hufunga texts were quite interesting. I don't know what they do about powder. Here's the thing. We were thinking about I was thinking, I don't think you stamped the double stamp there, but maybe you go Forsythe in at the center position, you bump over Wattenberg to guard, but man, Forsythe had some struggles last year.
He did.
I got to go look at the practice squad. Didn't they keep a couple offensive linemen? See, again, I don't really have a problem with Palczewski, but I also agree with you. Scott Hastings talks about it all the time. When you take your best 6th man and he becomes in your starting 5, you weaken the bench and throw off some systems, and you don't want to do that either.
And that
you
matters
talked
here.
about, do you have the number on in front of you of how often they've gone to that 6-man, that 6th offensive lineman?
10.8% of offensive snaps, they've used a 6th offensive lineman. That is the highest rate in the NFL. And so that means that's a specific role that dude is doing. Tack on to it the part where J.K. Dobbins is averaging 4.9 yards per designed run right now. The run game's why you won yesterday. I think the run game and what they have found over the last couple of weeks, in addition to what you are as a defensive football team, and Bo Nix generally not taking bad, negative plays. Damn near took a pretty big one at the end of the game last night. But, hey, Trotman was in the area. All worked out well. But that's why it's working with this team right now. That's how they're going to continue to win.
Ooh. Looking at the practice squad, guess who could come up? Throckmorton could be back in our lives. Calvin Throckmorton is hanging out on the practice squad.
It's an all-name team.
Yeah, you got to get Throckmorton up there.
God, that's such a good name. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, the Broncos trailed 17-3 in the fourth quarter yesterday. Scored a touchdown, made it 17-10, kicked the traditional extra point, then scored another touchdown. Went for 2. They went for 2. To try to take the lead, they were successful. Bo Nix and Troy Franklin gave him an 18-17 lead. After the game, Sean Payton was asked, why'd you go for 2?
Well, number one, we felt situationally with time left on the clock. We came here to win a game. And I had 2 or 3 calls that I loved. So sometimes you use those calls, inside the 5. But we got to a call that I had a lot of confidence in, and the guys executed. It was perfect. But we felt, I think there was 7.5 minutes. Let's do that. Let's keep being aggressive. And I regret one call at the very end, the last call on 3rd down. We had another one that would have been perfect. We settled for the field goal and then played real good defense. So good win.
You know what? It's funny, Nate, and I know you kind of talked about how they should have done this earlier.
Yeah.
When they got that first touchdown. At the time, I was like, I'm not sure about this, but you did change. The Eagles' offense has been struggling. We had all the numbers to lay it out last week, and I give Sean a big tip of the cap. It's why I got the old smack on the rear we do on Mondays in a way, too. You put the Eagles in a different offensive mindset to have to go get something.
Yeah.
They were down. They couldn't sit back and play for overtime.
What did Herm Edwards say, Andy?
You play to win the
game. You play to win the game, and to win the game, you have to have more points than the other guys. You got to take a lead right there, and Sean went and did it. Plus, you're on the road. You're in their place, so you have that working against you.
You've already had some stupid things happen to you at the end of games.
Yeah,
Go be aggressive.
I'm a very strong believer because it's how you win football games. You go for 2, down 8. He didn't do it. He kicked the PAT. I was like, ooh, that's a missed opportunity right there. But he got it on the second one. It was a great play. He was absolutely right about that. It was a thing of beauty. They had the motion go away, so you took coverage out of it. Philadelphia was in man-to-man. J.K. Dobbins had a perfect cut block, and it's just essentially Troy Franklin. It was jab step inside, sprint to the outside. They had no chance of being able to catch them. Fantastic right there. I want to go back to something else Sean was saying right there. He regretted the third down call, the last third down call. I'm assuming he's talking about the 3rd and 8 right outside of the 2-minute warning. Andy, I have no complaints over that play. Like, sure, you wanted to be aggressive and you wanted to get it and you wanted to get the touchdown right there. But Bo self-sacking right there kept the clock moving, and then you got to kick the field goal and extend it out to a 4-point game, which required them to score a touchdown anyway. Now, again, is a touchdown better than a field goal? Of course, 100% of the time it is. But I thought Bo Nix played that really, really smart. So I was thrilled with the way that I thought the Broncos' crunch time execution and decision-making in game calls were phenomenal yesterday.
Had to like him saying, not only did I have that one, I had 2 more.
Right. Well, good. Keep him in the holster, Sean. Might need him against the Jets this week. Well, probably not. You'll play a better team soon. Go ahead.
High five. Yeah, speaking of that Jets game, that's what's next for the Broncos. They are in London. They will play the Jets at 7:30 a.m. Mountain Time on Sunday morning. The Jets, the first team in NFL history to start a season 0-5 and not record a single takeaway. That is with a new defensive head coach, Aaron Glenn, as their head coach. Sean Payton yesterday evening. Sometime yesterday, he was asked after the game, what is the practice schedule in London going to be like?
It's going to be exactly like a practice week. Exactly. You want the schedule? No sightseeing. Okay. You know where we're staying? Okay. In the middle of nowhere. No sightseeing. Okay. God, I was having a good press conference. Honestly, fair question. So we get in Monday. Tomorrow morning, we will run, lift, work out, watch the tape. They're off Tuesday. We've got this schedule down pat. Wednesday will be day 1, Thursday, 3rd down. So that's the reason for going over. But it'll be the last time, there's 2 other times we've gone on this trip. Once Shockey tried to get all the passports and take the team to Amsterdam. So we put the kibosh on that. Played the Chargers, I think, 1 year, 07, 08. And then played the Dolphins, 17 or 18. But we're going to be, the guys will have some dinner, I'm sure, but we're going to be, we're going to go, it's a normal work week. So, but we're ways out.
Storytime Sean is back. You go into Philadelphia and beat those guys on a short week before heading off to London. That was summertime, Sean, right there. He was bebopping and scatting all over the place.
Reliving every trip he took. Didn't he take the Broncos his first year with Russ? Weren't they there? Because I thought, no, it was Hackett.
Yeah.
Because Hackett, Leggy always tells me, every Bronco coach gets shocked at how much media goes out there.
Yeah.
Because I guess a lot of these teams figure, all right, we won't have as much media out there. That'll be upside to this. Not if you're in Broncos country, baby. They all go over.
Yeah.
High knees.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's right.
High knees. Yeah, we had high knees on the
How
flight.
do you think Bo Nix was high knees and anything?
No.
Was that Thomason getting the no-no-nos going again, too? I think Sean no-no-nos Thomason about once every year.
Probably, yeah. No sightseeing, Andy. No,
None.
just no. Football
hey, Big
practice.
Ben's there in the summer too. You go on your own dime, pal. You want some fish and chips? You can get that done. Have a bass ale, and we're back to work.
Big Ben, Parliament. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, how about the rest of the AFC West? Raiders got whooped in Indy.
They suck.
They're not as good. I thought they'd be better than
Yeah,
this.
I really did.
I thought they'd be a perfectly cromulent football team.
kinda-
They're not even
This
that.
is worse than cromulent.
Oh, I'm kind of stunned at how terrible they are.
Woo. What? This is Geno Smith. This is Jets Geno.
Yeah. Turned back into a pumpkin, huh?
Chiefs Monday Night Football tonight in Jacksonville. Hey, in what county?
Duval.
You can hear that game right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And then the Chargers, they got crushed by knee brace Jaden Daniels, sans Terry McLaurin. 27-10, the Manders go into SoFi and beat the Chargers. Also, news for the Chargers. Omarion Hampton has an ankle injury. The first-round rookie running back is going to be out at least the next 4 games for the Chargers. 10 penalties committed, turnovers for the Chargers. Today, Jim Harbaugh was asked, was this self-inflicted? Was this a coaching loss?
Just wall-to-wall working on, improvements everywhere we can find them. And I think it's coaching. It's an opportunity for everybody. It's an opportunity for everybody to shine. Coaches, players, how we respond.
They're charging, Andy. It's a good football team that's charging.
Yeah, by the way, in case you weren't keeping score, Chargers now down both their top backs because of the Najee Harris Achilles injury we saw versus Denver.
So they will turn to Hassan Haskins and Kamani Vidal in the run game. They still don't have Khalil Mack. Joe Alt missed Sunday's game. Rashawn Slater's out for the year. Really good team. Can't stop charging.
I know Vidal Sassoon. I don't know Kamani
Vidal. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know if he is a part of the shampoo empire or not.
Kamani and get it?
Couldn't tell you that, but there
Kamani
you go.
And carry the ball?
The 5 biggest stories
that
of the
crap
day.
Doesn't get a Kelsey, you're slipping.
And we're just I was just trying to let that one float off into the ether.
Just hoping.
We're trying to get to break.
Listen, Dad joke.
Maybe he'll stop talking for a minute so we can end this segment. Hey, congratulations to Mountain Vista High School's Ariana Akey. She is our Athlete of the Week, presented by Backus and Shanker. Backus and Shanker loves Ariana's passion, and their passion is justice. Every Athlete of the Week awarded a $150 gift card to Rally House. So tune in on Friday night at halftime of Dakota Ridge and Heritage for the next Athlete of the Week. It is a Rally House Football Monday. Kreckman and Lindahl. We got highlights when we come back. We'll relive the biggest Denver victory in a decade. That's next.
There are new things for your Colorado Avalanche.
The Avs seem to just be rolling.
A new season.
They're feeling good rolling into the regular season, and I'm here for it.
New hope.
Quote from Betsy. The deepest team he's had since 2022.
And new faces.
Hey, Avs faithful. This is Brent Burns.
Hi, this is Victor Olofsson.
But one thing isn't new.
This is Nathan McKinnon.
The Standard.
This is Cale McCarr. This is Gabe Landeskog.
The Standard is Stanley. Avalanche Kings. 8:30 tomorrow night. Altitude Sports Radio. 92.5.
Guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Well, another summer's passed, and now we're on to the fall. There's a lot of stuff that maybe you're looking forward to doing in the fall, and maybe striking up a relationship, maybe getting the romance back in your current relationship. But if you're finding yourself avoiding romantic situations because of ED, because of a lack of confidence in how you perform, there's no reason to live this way anymore. ED is nothing more than a medical condition, and studies show that around 50% of men over the age 50 have some form of the condition, and young men can be affected as well. But you know what? They've got a variety of treatments and strategies over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. That's why you've got to get out there and get a visit with them, talk with them about what they can do for you. They have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and treatments with success rates well over 90%. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and has successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Here's how the first visit will go. Real easy. You schedule it. It's $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. You'll get a T and a PSA test. And if you're medically advised, a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, well, the visit's free, so nothing to risk there. They have an expert staff. And if you're like a lot of men, you could be feeling your old self the day after your appointment. 5 locations to serve you in Colorado, including in Fort Collins and the Springs. They have a revamped location they're very proud of in Castle Rock. Get out there and check that one out. Give them a call today. They'll connect you to the office nearest you, 720-440-7900, or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Cold weather is right around the corner. Is your furnace ready? Hey, it's Moser. Right now at Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air, you can get a fall furnace maintenance done for just $99. Get peace of mind. And a whole home electrical safety evaluation for just $199. That's every outlet, switch, smoke detector, and carbon monoxide detector inspected to make sure your home is safe for the winter months. So get it done today by going to rockheating.com. That's ROCK heating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Parents, are your teens good with money? No. Switch to Huntington Bank and let's teach them. They get their own card, which they can add to their digital wallet, and you can monitor and set spending limits. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
This is Robert McMahon with Phil Long Ford of Denver Commercial Vehicles. The news is abuzz with rising vehicle prices, but we're different. At Phil Long Ford Commercial Vehicle Center, over 1,000 vehicles were secured before cost hikes hit, meaning you pay no extra. Whether you need transit vans, utility bodies, F-150s, or Super Duties, we've got the selection and pricing for fleets large or small. Come see us today at Phil Long Ford of Denver or go to phillongdenver.com to shop our complete inventory.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Look, man, it's sports.
Stay tuned for more Altitude Sports Talk.
Sports are stupid sometimes, okay?
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
I told you it's going to keep coming to you.
Let's get back to Kreckman and Lindahl.
Great job.
On a Rally House Football Monday.
We want to hear you.
Brought to you by Rally House. Shop every team in town.
I need that Thursday, bro.
Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5.
Keep going.
Broncos are 3-2. From 1-2 to 3-2. Back-to-back victories. Bengals Not shocking. Philadelphia, that's a damn good win. Going into their place and coming back from 14 down in the fourth quarter to get that victory on the road, that is good stuff. Look, Andy, this team, I told you at 1-2 that they were winning 6 of their next 8. By the way,
and you didn't have this one as one of those 6.
I did not. I did not. Now, it also it kind of makes me a little inclined to think, oh, they're going to lose one we don't necessarily think they're going to lose. Like now it sort of sets up in that way.
I'm a little worried about the dumb Giants game without the bye after London. That's my concern.
Yeah. I'm a little worried about the Cowboys just because they can score so many damn points.
Yeah, man, that's a good call, Nate. That's a real good call.
Yeah, uh-huh.
Dak Prescott's looking like the Dak Prescott that you love very much.
Yeah, offensively, they are rolling. It's going to be another high-scoring game. And not surprisingly, their victory over the Jets yesterday was a very high-scoring game. But this defense is doing its thing. This defense, holy crap, is it special. Nick Bonito, I don't know how he's not Defensive Player of the Year the way that this guy's rolling right now. 2.5 sacks yesterday. Zach Allen and DJ Jones have been flat out terrific. All over the place, Andy. Surtain, balling. Yeah, A.J. Brown caught some passes yesterday. They were all directly in front of Patrick Surtain, and none of them really hurt you. Big deal. You can have those catches, my guy. And then when they got into the second half, he had a perfect pass breakup on a throw to A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown's a mess, by the way.
Yeah, it's a really weird deal with him.
Really good player, but he's a mess right now.
He's just disinterested in this offense. Let's be honest about it. And look, I don't disagree with you. He should have run through the whole route. But I think you also talked about how Hurts wasn't good from the pocket last hour. Dude, I think he was pulling up like, what are we doing here? You throwing the route I'm supposed to be running, or I need to go somewhere else? It's all a mess.
Yeah.
And you're right. If he keeps running, in theory, that's a breakaway touchdown because Hufanga was not close to you.
You know, the word out of Philadelphia going into that game was, this is a bad 4-0 team. Which, you know, it's one of those things of just like, okay, first world problems.
Yeah, we'd all love to be that
sure,
bad.
you guys have won 20 of your last 21 games. But, like, they had escaped in a bunch of football games, and they couldn't escape yesterday. The Broncos are too good. And the Broncos made him pay. And when Philly had to have a score in the second half to try and ice that game up, they couldn't get it. They couldn't get it because this defense is too damn good.
I really was shocked how much they got to. I really thought Philly would lean into the run game, use whatever quick passing game they had, and not let the Broncos rush Hurts the way they did. And they couldn't stop that either.
Nate Tice tweeted this. The Eagles offense ran 24 plays in the second half, 1 designed run, 23 passes.
You've got a guy that went for 2,000 last year.
Yeah.
Now, again, to be fair, everybody, Adam, or it was actually Ian Rappaport put out the Eagles injury report. They had to give one today, is when most teams don't, simply because they play Thursday night. And all of a sudden you had Saquon popping up with a knee injury and would not have participated today. So don't know what's going on there. Don't know if it affected the fourth quarter game plan, but he was in the game. When did he have the wheel route? Was that the end of the third quarter?
That was right at the start of the third.
Okay.
As you will hear in our recap of the Broncos' victory at Philadelphia. Let's do some highlights here, Andy, and let's
The Broncos!
Yeah.
Let's skip the first quarter because it was largely uneventful. The two teams traded field goals, 3-3. Great. Let's go to the second quarter. Philly takes over at their own 10-yard line, and they would put together a 90-yard touchdown drive. Let's hit the key plays in that. That was Jalen Hurts to Devontae Smith, 57 yards on a 3rd down and 17, and then a Hurts to Goddard touchdown on an RPO roll at Spring.
3rd and 17, going deep. He's there. It's caught at the 30 by Devontae Smith.
Yeah, he capped on top of that a Jalen Hurts to Dallas Goddard 2-yard touchdown pass. Singleton was late to get there on that play. Another rough one in coverage for Alex Singleton. There was also, Andy, a PI on Patrick Surtain against A.J. Brown. That was a 24-yard penalty, which set them up down at the 2-yard line, and they would go on to score. But right there, 10-3 Philadelphia. They got the passing game going on that drive. And, yeah, Riley Moss let Devontae Smith get behind him. Also, Devontae Smith is really, really friggin' good. Andy, one thing I want to be really careful to guard against is I think Riley Moss is an outstanding NFL corner. Guys, he's not as good as Patrick Surtain. He's going to have the ball thrown in his direction more often. He's going to get beat sometimes, and especially against a team like Philadelphia. Like he held his own last week against T, but Higgins got a couple against him because T. Higgins is awesome.
He's had some really tough matchups.
He has been. When you go up against Devontae Smith, that's one of the better number 2 receivers in the entire NFL. And yeah, Riley got beat on that play. Outside of that, I thought Riley played really well yesterday.
And didn't he have to take Pittman a few times because they were trying to use Surtain on Tyler Warren against the Colts?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And look, you got Keenan Allen. Wasn't he on the Keenan Allen play?
Yes.
Because again,
and his coverage was perfect, by the way.
Yeah. Look, it's just the Broncos have had some tough offenses to go against on this, and really you face the Chargers and the Colts in back-to-back weeks at the height of their powers.
Yep. Colts are still rolling, by the way. 10-3 at the half. We go to the third quarter, and by the way, this was a prop in the drinking game when Alex Singleton gets beat on a wheel route.
Hey, looks over to the sidelines for confirmation. 2nd and 4. Flinging it. Caught. On the run is Barkley. He's in for a touchdown.
And they do it somehow. Again, Alex did a good job of trying to maneuver the roadblocks, that is his teammates, to get out there for that coverage. Man, we called it. We called it on. We talked about this for 3 days last week.
By the way,
what are you going to do about Singleton covering him?
Big drinking game week. We had a hold on Sherfield. We had a a false start on McGlinchey. We had a false start by Bulls, though no hold by Garrett yesterday. But yeah, the drinking game was a lot of fun yesterday. Oof. Yeah, Alex Singleton against Saquon Barkley. Bad matchup. Bad matchup, and Barkley torched him in a perfect throw by Hurts, and it makes it a 17-3 game, and it's not looking good right there at that moment. That's a bad spot in the football game for Denver. I got to be honest with you, Andy. I wasn't terribly optimistic right then.
No, it felt like this was going to be a little bit of the game that you – look, for a lot of that game, let's just be honest about it. It felt like a game from a year ago.
Yep.
Okay, where you didn't show up against the team that was really good. But then you know what? You took the fourth quarter, you changed it.
Hey, you heard Tony Romo giggling on that call right there.
Was
that Tony?
That's Tony. That's Tony.
You know my observation on Tony Romo yesterday? What's that guy's Botox budget?
Really?
That forehead is a sheet of ice. That thing ain't moving. Okay?
He's going full Hollywood. I don't know. He did the Skechers commercial. He's obviously got a very lovely wife. He's around Jim Nance. That's Hollywood, too.
That is true. That is,
maybe
yes.
He just is giving in. I don't know.
He's not a wrinkle to be seen.
$20 million a year will make you want to keep that youthful look as long as you can.
He's a very well-compensated broadcaster. There's no doubt about that. 17-3 game right then. And then Philly's offense really started stalling out. Hurts gets sacked by Benito on a 3rd and 15. Hufanga almost had that pick 6. Like, okay, you're kind of getting something going. Denver takes over at their own 36, late third quarter. You got it going a little bit on that drive. Some really good catches by Cortland Sutton. Made a hell of a catch on just a 5-yarder on a ball that was thrown behind him. Like, man, Cortland Sutton, right now, his catch radius, his hands are absolutely outstanding. Excellent drive by the Broncos. You got a defensive hold on Quinyon Mitchell in the end zone, and it capped with a J.K. Dobbins touchdown.
You got 1st and goal at the 2.
Run the ball. This is going to be right at you. Not trying to be cute, but I'm going to run it, possibly play action at 3rd down.
Dobbins through traffic. Is in the end zone. Touchdown, Broncos, for the first time today.
The Broncos!
Hey, man, by the way, listen to that great audio. You got some of your new power ranking. If you can somehow volumize that as they got into the end zone, that was some good man shoving to get him in there.
Also, this is a complete 180.
Broncos
Yeah, it really is.
Well, he's not as excited.
Broncos!
There it is.
Yeah.
Well, the other one was not. The other one was what, a 60-yard TD?
That was a little more exciting than
in a playoff game
than a 2-yard dive on a first
with
and
a bunch
goal.
of man grunting in the middle.
Broncos.
Down 8 fourth quarter, Peyton kicks the PAT instead of going for 2. Once again, Broncos defense gets off the field. This one capped with a Jaquan McMillan sack. Hitting Hurts from behind. VJ sent the house, by the way, on that play. Drop Benito in coverage. They force a 3 and out, get the football back, taken over at their own 28-yard line. Let's hit some of the highlights of what was ultimately the go-ahead drive, capping with a Bo Nix to Evan Engram 11-yard touchdown, and then obviously Denver going for 2 and taking the lead.
Back they go to Engram, balanced and dives. Touchdown, Denver. Evan Engram.
Are they going for 2?
They're going for 2 here. Going for 2 halfway through the fourth quarter.
One thing about Sean Payton, he's not scared. You saw that onside in the Super Bowl before, Jim? You ever see that before?
Yeah, I was there to see it.
I know.
Going for the lead. Here's the rollout, the throw, it's there. And the Broncos have taken the lead. The Broncos!
You just derailed me. I didn't catch that during the game, probably because we were all yelling at each other about should he go for this or not. I didn't catch Jim going, yeah, called the game, Tony. Got a nice resume, Tony.
Did Tony go full Chris Farley show right there?
Little bit, hey, man.
You remember in the Super Bowl?
Remember the time?
When he had the onside kick? You remember?
Yeah, I was there to see it.
Hey. You gotta keep that one. That's drop of the year kind of stuff.
I was there.
Dude.
Yeah, I was there to see it.
Chip, you know what? I swear to God.
Kind of missed the guy I did that game with. What's he doing right now?
Why did I agree to this? Jim Nance is becoming Will Ferrell for Celebrity Jeopardy as Alex. He's got that tone to him where everything is just the dumbest thing he's heard.
Do you ever think that like Jim Nance ever like throws on an old recording of Phil Simms going, well, GM,
Yeah.
and he thinks, I kind of miss that guy right now.
He's got the photo thing.
Where are you now, Phil? You hated the Broncos so much more than Tony does. And Tony hates them.
Oh, boy. But I wasn't getting this kind of swooning sounds a teenager makes in love.
The call on the 2-point conversion, by the way, was awesome. Great play call. And did you have consternation about them going for 2?
No, I mean, like I didn't hate it because I was thinking at least, again, like we talked about, if you do convert this, now they're having to play, they have to score points. They can't just sit back, try to let something stupid happen in overtime. Like you have to make them aggressive, right? Yeah. And Hurts wasn't throwing the ball well at that point. But I did think, but there was, come on, every Bronco fan had to be, this is the play why we'll lose this one too, right? When they're partying going, this is the dumb stuff that happens that they don't get the win.
I loved it.
Oh, I figured you did.
Yeah,
I was getting ready to call Nate, go and explain that to me.
4th down's a 2-point conversion.
But we have a strict no talk on weekends policy unless we're getting paid to call a high school game.
The explanation, by the way, is leads are better than ties.
Look, at the end of the day, you came here to get a win like you talked about, and you really needed to.
Yeah.
So good for them. Good for Sean.
Yeah, no, it's when you're down 14 in the fourth quarter, you're trying to score 15, not 14. And so Sean Payton, while his sequencing was goofy, he got where he needed to get. And he had an 18-17 lead, and then eventually, again, when you have that lead, then when you kick the field goal, you force them into a touchdown situation rather than just, we'll just get to their 40 and then kick a field goal. So it was really, really good coaching by Sean Payton, and well done. Let's go to the final field goal drive, and there's a play here that I want to highlight, and I had Spring pick it out. This to me, Andy, this was one of the huge winning plays of the game. 3rd down and 6. This is the play after the weird intentional grounding, not intentional grounding flag picked up play. The 3rd down and 6, this fade route that Bo Nix threw to Cortland Sutton, the throw was outstanding. The catch was an all-timer. Roll it, Spring.
That would have been a loss of down, too. They're bringing it. Nix throws it. What a catch. Sutton Sutton able to get the battle.
I mean, he didn't just get the battle. Go back and watch that play because he went up over Quinyon Mitchell. Mitchell's coverage was great.
Yeah.
Like, Cortland caught both the ball and Mitchell's arm. He landed. I had a moment there right after the catch where I was like, ooh, like, did he land on Mitchell and then roll out of bounds? Like, did he ever touch down in bounds? But no, he was good to go. All was beautiful right there, and what a friggin' catch,
He
man.
should be AFC Offensive Player of the Week.
I'd
but
have no
probably
problem
won't
with
be.
it.
It'll go to Drake May. You watch.
I would have no problem with that whatsoever. Yeah, Jonathan Taylor had 3 touchdowns, too.
Oh, you got that going for you, too.
You got that going for you. Yeah, pretty good.
Who Jonathan Taylor beat?
The Raiders.
Yeah, that ain't much.
Let's go to the final play of the game. This is after JL, don't call me Seymour Skinner, gets away with a what could have been DPI. 2nd down and 10 at the 29-yard line. 4 seconds to go. And it turns out the best DB on the Broncos was A.J. Brown.
Can they pull off a miracle? They got one shot at it. No pressure on the quarterback. He's got time to heave it. There's a whole pack of people there, and it's incomplete. And there's no flag. And the Broncos have their signature win. The Broncos!
Jim was getting a little grumbly at the end of that game.
Yeah, he was getting a little tired.
By the way, I just watched a replay of that throw. Something kind of cool on that play that I don't think I've ever seen before. Jalen Hurts threw that thing up in the air. Did you see what he did? He went sprinting after the ball.
In case there was a tip?
Maybe in case there was a deflection back in his direction. He didn't get there in time. Like, the ball landed, he would have had to have run, 40 yards or whatever. Even Jalen Hurts' 40 time isn't that good. Still kind of cool, though. Just at least thinking outside the box of, hey, maybe I'll go catch this thing.
Got a touch of rust to it, but okay.
Good call. It's a little try-hardy. High kneesing for that thing.
Are you feeling bad about it now? You want to track the take before we go to break?
No, I still like the hustle. I still do, but
high knees to London.
It's
yell, runner, pass.
High knees.
Pretty good call. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
We'll give you a chance after break to retract.
We gotta tell you our Broncos that are in the groove before we get out of here, and then we'll tell you how in the groove Mark Springer is. That's next. Wrapping it up here on a Monday. Andy, I'm watching this video that Luca Evans of the Post tweeted out of Ben Powers. This was on a Dobbins toss right. You see Powers on the play. He's pressing his left arm across his body. Play ends. He kind of looks down at his arm, tries to sort of shake it out a little bit. He played 11 more snaps after that, and he was apparently playing with a torn biceps the entire time.
Not great. Those linemen are nuts.
Yeah, that's some gladiatorial. That's some football right there. That's a football-y thing to do. It is time for a Broncos player who was in the groove, presented by Groove Toyota. Andy, who was in the groove?
Boy, there's so many. You know what? I'm going to go Courtland Sutton. I praised him all day, so let me go Courtland Sutton. You know what's nice? There's a wide selection of people to go within the groove, but Courtland Sutton made so many big plays when some other receivers didn't quite get it done when you hoped. I know a lot of us probably think about that Marvin Mims where you wished he would have dived. Now, you wish Bo would have got maybe the ball a little more inside and higher, but Mims could have laid out for that one too, chose not to. There were none of those for Courtland Sutton. The ball's near him, he makes a play.
Yep.
Courtland Sutton's in the groove.
Yep, he is in the groove. 8 catches, 99 yards. Damn, can't give him an extra yard. Stat guy. Either way, 8 for 99. Had his long for the day was 34 yards. That was what ultimately set up the Ingram touchdown on the catch and run. But a hell of a game for Courtland Sutton. I'll go with Nick Bonito.
Nice,
Andy, because I believe in Bonito.
Yahtzee.
2.5 sacks yesterday for Nick Bonito. This defense continues to be absolutely dominant. Shut down the Philadelphia Eagles yesterday. Jalen Hurts, shell of himself in the second half of that game. They sacked him 6 times in total. 2.5 credited to Bonito. By the way, 5-1 now, defensive player of the year.
What was it when you gave the, did you say 15-1?
15-1 was the best we could do for you last week. Now down to 5-1. So hopefully you bet Bonito, defensive player of the year last week. But I warned against this. You go on the road to Philadelphia, play like that. You're gonna get people's attention right there. Defense outstanding. Broncos kicking ass. 3-2. This is fun. That's your Broncos player who is in the groove, presented by Groove Toyota. Start there. Go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com. It's a Rally House Victory Monday, and there are no victors greater in the city of Denver today than our own Mark Springer, everybody.
Hey, come on now.
We're very happy with Mark. Guys, on Saturday, our own Mark Springer, a triumph of the human spirit, or as I tweeted, a triumph of the human sphincter. Mark Springer went out and
it's a number 2.
Ran 31 miles, and in the midst of all that, ate at Taco Bell 9 times.
Ew.
We call it the Taco Bell 50K, an ultra marathon that took place in Denver on Saturday. We told you about this probably about a month and a half ago. And Spring said, I think I can do it. And he stuck to his word. He signed up. He went out and ran. He was there 7:30 a.m. to start the run on Saturday morning. Spring, what time did you finish?
So I was like the last one to take off.
Okay.
Because I showed up just a little late.
Okay.
But I got there dude, honestly, my favorite part of the day was, and thank God I showed up just in time for this. So they played the national anthem.
Okay.
Which is very,
for the Taco Bell
50K.
Why not?
But before the national anthem, they played the Taco Bell anthem.
Okay.
It was this guy, these people were like in their mid-20s, this guy on keyboard, another guy playing very soft-strummed electric guitar.
Okay.
And this girl who sang, they wrote this original song, the Taco Bell anthem. It was so cheesy. It was so emotional. It was emotional. It was hilarious.
You know what, though? Spring, I felt the emotion of the day, though. When I was out there and when I saw you, I kind of welled up with pride in my guy, Mark Springer, a little bit. Watching him powering from Sloan's Lake down to downtown Denver, onto Colfax, right there in Cap Hill, getting in there, eating yet another. Well, he went with the hard shell taco on that one. But at that point of the race, I could tell Spring, like it was starting to hurt. right around then. You were still running strong, but like I could tell the eating of the Taco Bell was starting to get to you.
Yeah, it's funny because I was telling you when you came out to see me at stops 4 and 5.
Yeah.
That at that point, it was the food that was bothering me the most. Then after you left the rest of the race,
yeah,
I wanted the food because it meant a break.
Yes.
It meant rest at a Taco Bell. I could sit down. I didn't care if I had to eat because my legs were killing me.
I mean, you ran 31 miles on Saturday, dude.
Yeah.
That's a lot of miles.
That's
running, walking, all of it.
I did walk a little towards the end. A lot of people did. A lot of people
who could blame you?
And you had 11. Like, my goal just became finishing under 11 hours. I did 10 hours.
Outstanding.
Yeah. So I ran at least a good 20 miles. It was, it sucked, but it was like now that it's done.
Yeah.
It was so much fun.
What was the hardest part of the race?
It wasn't the 7.1 miles, and then I had like a 2+ mile run after that. Then it was after that. It was like a 4-mile run.
Yeah.
And there was this like off-road hill you had to kind of traverse.
Ooh.
Yeah, you wouldn't have even known it was the route had you not been around other people on the course.
Okay.
And at that point, I was just like, this sucks.
Because it was not a closed course. It was, you were running at public streets. You were waiting for walk signals to be able to cross.
You were doing a lot of that. And then there's a lot of people, just pedestrians walking along the street who would see these people running with bibs.
Yeah.
With a Taco Bell logo on them. So they'd start asking them, like, hey, what is this? And they would tell them the Taco Bell 50K. So by the time other people told them that, by the time I would pass them, they'd be like, hey, I heard what you're doing today, and I'm super proud of you. And I'm like, thank you.
Thank you.
And we all started, everyone started supporting each other, like when you would pass somebody.
So I wanted to ask you about that. What was the camaraderie like amongst participants, kind of especially in like the back third?
Because the tough part I was talking about, you would go down it, but then you came right back.
Yeah.
So you would see people who had already done it, who were ahead of you, coming back, and it was just like, hey, you got this. You got this.
There you go.
Hey, you got this. When I got to that particular Taco Bell, which was, I think, number 7, there was one guy who I'd kind of been running with who was a little better runner than me. So he beat me to that Taco Bell. But when I got there, I saw him outside, and he was like, dude, I think I got to quit. Like, I'm going to throw up.
I can't go in there. I can't take the smell.
This burrito supreme. Like, I can't finish this burrito supreme.
Yeah.
But I told him, I was like, one bite at a time.
You talked it through it? You got it through it?
Take it one bite at a time.
Yeah. I said, dude, there's no, you take 20 minutes to eat this burrito. It's good. And then several minutes later, he caught, because he was a good runner, but the food was what was getting it to him.
Yeah.
He caught up to me, and I told him, I was like, I knew I'd see you again. I knew I would see you again.
There you go.
Back from the dead.
A Zen moment.
Yeah.
By the way, when you saw it, let's tell you, I feel like we need 20 more minutes to tell the story. When you saw the medal.
Yeah, I'm wearing it today.
I'm not happy about this, Spring. We didn't put you through this so you could have someone's, that's not even a good kid's craft. You know what I mean? What are we doing?
So he's got a piece of glittered ribbon holding a packet of Diablo sauce, and that was the medal that he got for finishing the Taco Bell 50K.
Yeah.
We can't get even just like a Taco Bell bell with something around it, just plastic.
You know what I'll say though, Andy? Spring's got one, and the rest of us don't.
No, I'm with you, but I'm mad for Spring. Real quick. Nothing exited in a gnarly fashion.
No,
you kept it all down.
No, it was good.
You're of superior genes.
Thank you.
Did you have the Wash Park bathroom break that they promised?
I didn't need to use it.
Thank God he didn't.
Intestines of steel, folks.
Hey, you think the Taco Bell smell was going to get to you by the end?
Congratulations to Jacob Luna. Jacob wins the $150 Rally House gift card. Congratulations to Jacob. Thank you to everybody who entered. Thanks again to Eric Johnson. Thanks to Mike Sanford. Thanks to all of you. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Jaguars, Chiefs, Monday Night Football is next.